Hello. Hello and welcome. You are watching the 24-hour Maths Magic Show. I say that in slight disbelief that everything that we have assembled in order to make this thing happen has actually happened and come together. Yeah, welcome. Hello to everyone who's watching. I think we've got a couple of hundred people already watching on the live stream, which is slightly terrifying. My name is Katie Steckles. I am a mathematician wearing a hat, which is to say a mathemagician. I'm never going to say that word again. Okay, so we're here today to do a magic show. This has been slightly inspired by another thing that is also happening, which is to say that the British comedian Mark Watson has put together a 24-hour comedy show in order to raise money for charity. And we thought that sounds like a really great thing to get involved with. And maybe we could, come on it and do a trick or two. And it kind of snowballed from there. So now we're running our own entirely separate 24-hour live stream show. And we're going to check in with Mark's show every so often throughout the day. But we're kind of sort of a sort of umbrella network side fringe type thing going on here. So if you're here to watch Maths Magic, you're in absolutely the right place. Mark's show, which is called Watsonathon, is over at watsonathon.com, and you can also watch there. But what we're actually doing is we're both raising money for the same charities. So there is a donation link that you can use to make donations to those charities. The link is just here above my head. So if you head to donate.watsonathon.com, then you can make donations. And if you just ignore the first part of that URL, you can see their live stream. And the charities include organisations that are helping people who are really struggling for money at the minute, including comedians and performers who obviously don't have any live gigs to do at the moment, and other people who are in dire financial need. So it's a really, really good cause to be supporting. And in order to entertain you for 24 hours, we've basically got together as many mathematicians, magic people, maths adjacent people, like anyone we could find that was prepared to come on a show and do some kind of a mathematical trick or other. And we're going to get them to all come on one at a time, have half an hour each, share some kind of maths magic trick. They might show you something and give you a bit of time to think about it, maybe see if you can figure out how it works. If it's a mathematical trick, that is almost certainly possible in quite a lot of cases. Or it might be that they don't tell you how it works and you have to figure it out for yourself. Or it might be that they bring so many interesting things to show that you don't even have time to think about it. So it could be anything, anywhere between those things. And as I say, we've got an absolutely incredible range of guests. We're really, really pleased at the range and number of different cool people that we've got on the show. I'm not going to give you too much information about who's on when, but I will say that we've got someone very exciting on in the first hour and a half, which is what I will be hosting. I'm, to all three of the presenters that are on in the first hour and a half, I'm talking about you. But if you are here to see mathematicians doing magic tricks, this is absolutely the place to be. I will be hosting for the first 90 minutes, so I'll have 3 guests during my bit, and then I'll hand over to someone else to take on for the next 90 minutes. So I think I've said all that. Oh, there's a couple of slightly housekeeping-y things. So there is a live chat on YouTube, which is over here or down here, depending on what type of device you're viewing this on. Feel free to have a chat in there, talk to the presenters, talk to other people who are watching. One thing I will request is, of course, be nice and be lovely in there, but also don't spoil the answers to a puzzle. I know if someone says, like, oh, I bet you can't figure out how this trick works. If people want to enjoy doing that and thinking about it and solving the puzzle themselves, don't just put the answer in there straight away. Like, that's not fun, right? Just, if you can put, I know, I have figured this one out. You can be smug, but please don't spoil other people's fun if you can manage to do that. There is also, in the link below the YouTube stream, there is a link to an Otter live transcript of the show. If you need subtitles, you can click on that link and it will show you everything that we're saying with a sort of slightly weird delay, but hopefully you can follow along on there. If you've been on this page for a little while, you might need to refresh it to see the link because we've just changed it just before the show started. And yeah, I think we're ready. I think that's all of my admin-y things. So I might actually ask our first guest to join us on the show. This is very exciting. So our first guest is Zoe. Hello, Zoe.
Hello, Katie. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing a live 24-hour maths show. How did this happen?
I don't know.
Zoe's also been involved in the organising of this, so I'm going to claim that it is partly also Zoe's fault. Zoe, you're
mostly your fault.
Yes, I don't know. There's a percentage. We'll work it out later. Zoe, you're a former maths teacher and now maths presenter, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that That
sounds about right.
So what are you doing? What's your...
That sounds perfect. So I'm a mathematician. I used to be a maths teacher. So I guess now I'm a maths communicator like you are, Katie. So I spend a lot of my time talking about maths, often in schools, usually in schools, although less so at the moment. More sort of virtually beaming myself into schools at the moment with the ongoing pandemic.
That's where we're all at.
Yeah.
Cool. And I guess you have a magic trick for us.
I do indeed. So actually in my magic trick, I'm going to try and break a record. So I'm going to try and break the record for the highest number of consecutive coin flips ever memorized by me. And so I've memorized up to 30 before, and today you're watching the live premiere of me trying to memorize 40, which I mean probably won't work, but we'll give it a go. So Katie's going to be flipping a coin 40 times, which sounds a bit excessive. She's going to flipping a coin 40 times, and I am then pretty much almost immediately, with a little bit of thinking time, I'm going to just try and recite those 40 coin flips to everybody watching at home. Katie's going to flip, and then she's going to write on a piece of paper which is visible to the camera. She'll write down the sequence of coin flips so that everyone at home can see it. And then of course, actually, I'm going to put a blindfold on before I recite them. Otherwise, that's not a trick. So that's the trick. I mean, we say it's a trick, but Katie can confirm this. There's no technical wizardry going on. We haven't kind of prearranged what will happen behind the scenes. So it's not a trick in that sense. We're not trying to trick you. We're not trying to cheat you. I will genuinely be trying to memorize the 40 coin flips. So if you look a bit stressed, there's a very good reason for that. So I'll generally be trying to memorize them, but there is something kind of extraordinary which is helping me do this memorizing. And that extraordinary thing, it could be my magical party hat, which is I mean, it's nowhere near as good as your hat. If I'd known you'd be wearing a hat, Katie. Anyway, so my magical party hat, which is just to help me get in the magic zone, could be this, or it could be some maths. I'll leave it up to you to decide.
Really, no way to tell.
There's no way to tell. No way to tell. Is it the hat or is it the maths? Who knows? So that, I mean, I think that's almost all the admin. I think before I start, I probably should remind people at home that we're doing 40 coin flips. So if I was just guessing, then we could expect me to get 20 of them right. So if I get more than 25, I'm kind of happy. If I get more than 30, I'm really happy. And you can give me a round of applause at home, and you, Katie. And if I get more than 35 is amazing. 40 would actually, I mean, you can just go wild if I get 40. So 40 is the aim, but anything above 30, job done, as far as I'm concerned. So without further ado, I think I'm probably ready.
Okay.
Katie, are you ready? Have you got a coin?
I'm going to switch over to my table cam. So this is hopefully, this is showing you my table down here. So I'll be in the bottom corner with my coin, flipping the coin. I'm going to write down the sequence on here. Oh, look, that's the donation link down at the bottom of the screen. How convenient. If anyone was wondering what the donation link was, it's right there. Okay, so I'm going to start flipping and I will write down the flips as we go. So here we go. That is heads. So I'm going to start off, where's the top corner? There we go, heads. Tails. I've genuinely practiced flipping a coin because normally I would flip a coin with my left hand. And the left hand is currently doing the Sharpie. Let's call it that one, heads. Okay. Oh. Get the next coin. I've got a whole stack of coins. I'm not bending down for coins. All right, there's another heads. Oh, that one's gone as well. It's all right, I've got 7 coins. We'll be fine. Okay, here's the next one. Tails. Right. This genuinely went much better in the practice. I'm going to stop dropping coins any second now. Okay, tails. I think it's the hat, you know, I think the hat is what's throwing me off here. Heads on that one. Tails. Heads. Okay. So we're looking, was it 40? We're doing 40 of these. Oh, you know what? I'm going to lose the hat. I'm going to temporarily lose the hat because I think that is what's throwing me off here. It's actually, it impinges on the top edge of my field of vision. That's the problem. I've lost the ability to see things above my own eyes, which is quite hard if you're flipping a thing up in the air and then trying to catch it. Tails. Heads. This is actually entertainment. Anyone who tuned in expecting 24 hours of snappy things happening all the time will be quite pleased to hear that you can't actually fill 24 hours without at least some of that time just being watching a person flipping a coin. Here we go. I've dropped so many coins. I'm surrounded by coins on the floor now. Tails. 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 Incidentally, if you're finding this boring, now might be a good time to head over to the donation page and have a think about dropping in some coins of your own. See, I did a link, I did a reference. Tails. Heads. Tails. 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 We're getting there. That was another tails. Tails. Wow, I've had 5 tails in a row. What are the chances? Nope, nobody tell me. Heads. Tails. Okay, we're on the home straight now. 10 more to go. Heads. This is proper magic, right? Heads. You see, we could have done this in advance. We could have said, let's flip a coin 40 times before the show. But then you would never have believed us because Zoe could have just memorized that and she could have had all week to do it. Heads. This is genuinely a sequence of coin flips. That one's gone. I'm on the last coin. A sequence of coin flips that has been custom made specifically for you, the audience. Genuinely, potentially never seen before. Quite exciting, isn't it? Okay, a couple more coin flips to go. Tails. And I think 2 more should get us up to 40. Tails, and 1 more coin flip there is tails as well. Okay, so that is our sequence of coin flips. So Zoe, you're going to memorize this now very quickly. And then Zoe's going to blindfold to indicate that she has finished memorizing and is happy. The eyes are closed. Okay. Okay, it looks like the blindfold's about to go on. Okay, I mean, I don't know if anyone at home is going to try and do this along, but I'm going to try and point to each letter as Zoe says it so that we can check that she's getting this right.
Okay, I think I'm almost ready.
Okay, blindfold is on. Okay, now Zoe is going to recite all 40 coin flips in order, starting from the top left here.
Okay, you can see the blindfold.
Yep.
Heads, tails, heads, 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 tails, tails, heads, tails, heads.
Yep.
Heads, heads, tails, heads, heads.
Yep.
Heads, tails, 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 tails. That should be 4 tails in a row.
Yep.
Heads, tails, heads, tails, tails.
Yep.
Tails, 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 heads, tails.
Yep.
Heads, 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 tails, heads.
Yep.
Heads, is that yes?
Yep.
Heads, tails, 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 tails.
Incredible! Oh my goodness. That was absolutely amazing. That was absolutely ridiculous.
Okay. Oh, wow, that fell off. Never mind.
I mean, my hat's going back on now because I don't need to be able to see things above my own eyeline anymore. That was absolutely incredible. I mean,
I did it! Yeah. Genuine sigh of relief. So that was all correct. Amazing. Right, so there you go. You've seen it. You've witnessed the live premiere of Zoe doing 40 coin flips in a row. That was a little bit nuts. What did you do? Thank you. Great coin flipping, Katie. Excellent work.
I mean, there's a lot of coins on the floor right now. But I still have one. So perfect. I think that's an indication that I pulled out the right number of coins to put on my pile of backup coins.
You had more than one. Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think I'm not gonna tell people how this is done just yet. I think I might give people a little bit of time to have a think. And actually, I'm kind of interested to know what people think. But if you think you've got a kind of inkling or a suggestion of something I might be doing to help me, even if you're not 100% sure about it, then you can put that in the YouTube live chat. But as Katie said earlier on, if you know exactly what I'm doing, like you know for sure, you know the whole thing, you've seen me do it before, maybe you've seen me do it 30 times, then don't put it in because that's a bit of a spoiler. But if you think you've got like a bit of a guess, or like you can explain like a third of what I'm doing or something like that, and put a little suggestion in the YouTube live chat, because I'm interested to know what you're thinking. And in the meantime, we'll give you a couple minutes to do that. In the meantime, we're just going to have a chat, and we'll come back and see what you've written in a second.
Yeah, fantastic. So this might be a good time to ask Zoe, what have you been up to lately? What kind of things are you doing?
Okay, so I mean, as I said, I've not been able to, I've been into a few schools, but for the most part, I've not been able to go into schools like I normally would. So I've been sort of investigating, like lots of people who are doing this magic show, I'm sure, I've been investigating virtual talks and how to make them interactive and make them exciting, make them as exciting as real life, I hope. So that's been taking up a fair bit of time. So I do that with Think Maths, who are an organisation Casey will know very well. So
with their work, yeah.
So I'm going to school. So it was organised by Matt Parker, the stand-up mathematician. He founded Think Maths, and so I go into school. So if there are any teachers watching, then you can have me virtually in your school, and it's I can do all sorts of different things, all sorts of different topics. Actually, I do a mathematical magic talk. But it doesn't include that trick, so there's no spoilers for if you choose the Maths Magic talk. All sorts of topics. There's a probability one where students are kind of playing probability games remotely, which is kind of nice. It's going down well. So if you are a teacher and you are interested, as if by magic, here we go. That is the website address. So Think Maths. There you go. think-maths.co.uk. Very easy to remember. So I've been up to that quite a bit of time. Maths Inspiration, I'm doing a show in November for Maths Inspiration. And so Maths Inspiration is founded by Robbie Stewart, who I think you've got coming on tomorrow.
Later. Yeah.
Later on the show. So Robbie Stewart is a maths author, maths speaker, and he founded Maths Inspiration to kind of bring maths to life in theatres for teenagers. Although at the moment, again, they're not actually happening in theatres, they're happening virtually. So they've got a series of virtual shows happening over the autumn, and I'm in one of them in November. I think, for adults then, so not for people who aren't teachers or students, I'm in 9 lessons and carols for socially distanced people, which is far too long for me to write on my board. So yeah. I'm not going to do that, which is, I don't, it's like a sort of cabaret. Is that how you describe it, Katie?
Yeah, like a variety show of science and comedy and music and maths, and yeah, they're quite tolerant of having quite a lot of maths people on there. I've done it a few times myself, but yeah, they're quite happy to have maths people on there, I guess. Yeah,
they are. Yeah, so it's a sort of cabaret of all sorts of interesting things, basically. Interesting people doing interesting things, and it's usually in theatres, but this year it's a 24-hour kind of extravaganza like this is, and it's virtual. It's virtual. Some of it's being streamed, I think, from theatres. Some is coming from other locations. So that's definitely worth having a look at. I think is the link to that. Maybe it might be under my name on the website for this show.
Yeah, we're going to add any links that people mention in the show. We're going to try and add them on to the website at 24hourmaths.com. Potentially also put them out on Twitter as well. So keep an eye out on things. If there's anything people mention and you think, I can't remember what that thing was that someone mentioned, you can have a look on there. At the end of the show, find out about that.
Cool.
That's great. I can't imagine how cool it would be to have someone come and do a school show and do a trick like that, and everyone in the school's just like, what? How have you done that? And in fact, everyone in my head is like, how have you done that, Zoe? So I think there's been a couple of mentions in the chat of some suggestions for how you might have been doing that.
Okay, I'll have a little look. I'm just gonna, it's this very highly technological, it's on my phone. Actually, I probably also have it anyway. Let's just do it on my phone, that's the easiest thing. So we can see what people are saying, hopefully. I say it's on my phone. It is on my phone. Okay, so let's have a look. Or you can, oh, someone's written, well done, Zoe, thanks very much. I know that isn't what this is about, me just, I should actually be looking for comments.
I mean, that's why we're reading here, isn't it? Just for the well done.
Okay, interesting. So people saying something about converting numbers, using numbers, telling yourself a story with heads and tails. Very nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I wish I was a good storyteller, but perhaps that's not what I'm doing. Someone said, "Is it magic?"
I think there's a couple of people have spotted that you said them in groups of 5.
Ooh, did I? Okay. I was doing them in groups of 5. I didn't know how obvious that was. So that's a nice little clue. So well done, whoever said that I'm doing them in groups of 5. I'll tell you what, I'll give my secret away. I will reveal how this trick is done. So I'll just whiz over to my slides. If we go over here, we can do that. Just give me 1 second. So I am grouping them, which is definitely my first step. So well done if you spotted that. I'm grouping them into groups of 5. So this is my example sequence of coin flips. So this would be my first 5. And that's like 5 things to remember, which is quite a lot. So ideally, I want to be able to condense that information into something that's easier to remember, something that takes up less space in my head. And my first step for doing that is to convert those into numbers. So those of you saying converting into numbers, good work. And specifically, I'm converting the tails into 1s and I'm converting the heads into 0s. Now, this is still 5 things, probably doesn't look any easier to remember, but some of you will recognize this as binary, of course. So binary is the number language, number base that computers count in and that computers store information in. They do everything in. And in binary, this string of 1s and 0s doesn't represent 11,101. It represents a much smaller number, which crucially is much easier for me to remember. So that is what I'm doing. And so some of you will be fluent with converting between binary and base 10. But if you're not, I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour to doing that so that you can do this trick yourself at home. And the first thing to understand is how we count in our number language. And we're all really good at that. So we know that that 1 at the start doesn't represent 1. It represents 1 lot of 10,000. And that second one represents 1 lot of 1,000. And so you read that string of digits and you know it means 1 lot of 10,000 plus 1 lot of 1,000 plus 1 lot of 100 plus 0 lots of 10. We're not taking a 10 plus 1 lot of 1, right? So it's nice and easy. Binary, pretty much the same idea, although our number base, our number language is base 10 and binary is base 2. So instead of having the powers of 10 as our green column headings there, we have got the powers of 2 in binary. And otherwise, it's pretty much the same idea. I read that string of digits as 1 lot of 16 plus 1 lot of 8 plus 1 lot of 4 plus 0 lots of 2. I don't take a 2 plus 1 lot of 1. And that gives us 29, of course. And so my first 5 coin flips are being turned into 1s and 0s, and they're being memorized as 29 in this example. And then, of course, I'm doing the same thing for all the other groups of 5 coin flips. In this example, I've just got 6 groups of 5 coin flips, but in reality, in that trick just then, I was doing 8 groups of 5 coin flips, which was pretty tricky to remember. I think that's probably my limit, if I'm honest. I'm not sure I can do more than that. So I'm remembering 8 1- or 2-digit numbers. And then how am I reciting back to the audience the heads and tails? Well, I'm recalling that base 10 number, like 29, for example, and I'm turning it back into binary, converting it back into binary. But instead of saying 1, I am saying tails, and instead of saying 0, I am saying heads. And so that's my coin memory trick. And so hopefully you can have a go at home. You can do your own coin memory trick. If you do more than 40, then you have officially outdone me, and you can, I don't know, be on the show next time or something like that.
Yeah, that's the world record for memorizing as many coin flips as Zoe. Which I think is an official Guinness record. I think they're going to add that in.
Let's call it that.
Yeah, I mean it's such a nice little trick, isn't it? Because it seems really impressive, but actually there's this sort of, the fact that you've just got heads and tails means actually it's not a lot of information, because it's, if you're remembering a sequence of letters or numbers, like if you're remembering the digits of pi, because people do this, right? There's people who compete and there's a world record for how many digits of pi people have memorized, and it's terrifying. Like they're there for like 3 days and they have to stop to eat every so often and then just keep saying digits of pi. But because there's 10 different things each digit can be, that's a lot more information than just it being one of two things each time. I'm not talking down what you've done here, because of course this was an incredible magic trick. But the fact that it's only heads or tails means that actually it's a bit less information than it looks like that you're memorizing. So remembering 40 things when they're each one of two things is easier than remembering, 40 whatevers that could be more complicated. That is such a lovely trick as well. And I think there are a few people, I mean, the best thing about this is going to be the kinds of predictions that we get in the chat for how tricks might work. So someone suggested you might be using hexadecimal, which I guess is, a related concept that it could be. There was actually, my favorite one was just that you're actually magic, which I think is what's really happening here.
That's it was the hats. Yeah,
that was another suggestion, that it was actually the hat. So it could be any of those things. Who knows? There's no way to tell. But I think that's been a really nice little trick. So thank you very much,
Thank
Zoe.
you very much. No problem. Thank you for having me.
Claim the remaining 3 minutes of the half hour to do something like potentially just drop down very, very slightly like that. And then, there's a donation link. So don't forget, this entire show is for charity. If anyone has just joined us, you're watching the 24-hour Mathematical Magic Show. We've just seen a wonderful trick from Zoe. You can rewind the YouTube video if you want to watch it back. But this is the website to go to if you want to make a donation to the charities that we and Mark Watson's show are both raising money for at the same time. I'm going to turn that back off so I can stand back up. Oh, God, it's difficult. All right, so I guess I might just, throw the video clip on of the logo of the show and tell everyone that you are watching the 24-hour Maths Magic Show, and I am your current host, Katie Steckles. I'm here all the way through until 10:30, but I will be showing 2 more magical tricks before the end of that time. So I'm going to see if I can remember even who our next guest is. I can, and it's going to be a person who is by day a science communicator at the University of Hull, and a busker, and does science shows and talks to people about science. But by night, of course, which is where we currently are, the great magician Philomondi, Philomondii, potentially, who uses maths and magic to gently blow people's minds. So I'm going to bring on our next guest. Please welcome Phil.
Hello.
Hello.
So I'm a little bit dark. The lighting's not very good in my hotel room.
That's all right. This is genuinely a kind of a traveling show, because we're kind of going to people in all kinds of different places. And if anyone's able to recognize bedding, Phil is in a travel lodge, but we'll forgive you for that. Thank you so much for joining us, even though you're not even at home. This is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, you're a science communicator.
Yeah, so I mainly work in Hull and East Riding in Yorkshire, but I have been known to travel the country too. I do everything from science shows to street busking. I actually set up my own street busking group called the Hull Street Scientists. I create content, I produce and manage events. Like many SciCommers, I wear a lot of different hats.
Yeah, I mean,
much like your hat, that is a lovely hat.
Yeah, this is one of my many hats. Cool, and you're here to show us a magic trick.
Yes, I am indeed.
That's what we're doing, right? That's the whole thing that's going on right now. So I hope you're here to show us a magic trick. Talk us through it. What have you got?
So the magic trick I'm doing today is a math magic trick, obviously, because that's what we're here to do. It'd be really weird if I started doing loads of sleight of hand. But it's because I'm more of a magician than I am a mathematician. I've decided to actually go more down a sort of classical magician's route with a deck of cards, you're going to select a card, we're going to lose that card, and then I'm going to try and find that card. And when I say you, I don't just mean you, Katie, I mean you, the wonderful audience, because you can play along with this trick at home. So if you haven't already, go grab a deck of cards, come back and join us, and I will find your card. You viewing at home, I shall find your card as well. That's how confident I am. So
right.
without further ado, I switch cameras. Is that what we do now?
Go for it, yeah.
Fantastic. So once again, the lighting situation's a bit of a problem. So I'm just going to have to move my mobile phone. Ooh, sort of there. Brilliant. So welcome to my card trick. I will try, because my Wi-Fi is also not great. So I'm going to try and not constantly be waving my hands because it will just pixelate. So as I said, I'm going to do a classic card trick, and this is my setup. I've got my Halloween themed deck of cards, A and B, which we'll get to in a bit. And you might have noticed down here, I've got my prediction, which obviously I'm not going to show you right now, but I'll show you when the time comes. So to start off with, this trick is completely impromptu, which means you're going to get a deck of cards. It can be a borrowed deck of cards, any deck of cards you like. As long as there's 52 cards, so the first thing you're going to want to do is to remove both those jokers. Once you've done that, go ahead and give the cards as much as a shuffle as you like. If you're doing this by yourself, obviously shuffle them yourself. But if you're doing this with someone else, then maybe take it in turns. And as soon as you're comfortable that your cards are completely shuffled, completely random, all the other magician language to say that this deck could possibly exist in any form or whatever, what we're going to do is actually split this deck into 2 piles of 26 cards. The easiest way to do this, obviously, is just to count the cards down. So 1, 2, 3, 24, 25, 26, 27. Nope, 26, I said. Right. So just to make our life easier, I've gone ahead and labeled this deck A and deck B because we're about to do 2 different things. With one of these decks, we are going to remove a completely random number of cards. And in the other deck, we are going to select a card and then lose it in the other one. So I've labeled them just so we can keep up. And at this point, it is truly a free and informed decision that you, the spectators, can make. So Katie, to start with, we are going to remove a random number of cards from one of these piles. Would you like to choose a pile?
I'm going to go for pile A.
Pile A, great choice. So to make this as fair as possible, I'm going to dribble the cards into my hand, onto the table, sorry, and you just say stop whenever you're happy.
Okay.
Here we go.
Stop.
Stop there. Do you want a few more, a few less?
No, that's fine. Just
That's
there.
fine.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So with these cards, what we're going to do is just put them inside the card box, and we're just going to leave that there. So essentially, we now no longer have 26 cards here. Don't know how many cards we removed. Right. So now it's time to select a card. And we're going to select the card from pile B. And I'm going to again try and do this as fairly as possible. Spread the cards out. I'm going to hover my finger over them. Katie, you say stop whenever you want me to.
Stop.
Here, that card there.
Yeah, there's a very slight delay on the video call, but I'm going to assume that's not you choosing when to stop. That is you stopping as soon as you hear me, right?
Yes. I mean, if you want to, you can name it. You can name a number. You
No, I
can
think
say
that
a
one's-
number.
Yeah, that one's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, because of the Wi-Fi and lag and everything, I'm just going to turn this card over so you can see. Trust me, I am not looking. So I'm going to turn this over just like that. Let me know once you've got a good look.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic. And turn it back over. Right. So this is our selected card. And what we're going to do is to place our selected card on top of pile A, collect in the rest of the pile from pile B, and stick them on top. So pile A was the pile that we removed some cards from. Pile B is what we selected them down. So that goes down on pile A, and pile B goes on top. So if you're doing this at home, just to kind of give you some time to catch up if you're falling behind a little bit, all we've done is we've selected one pile. In this case, we took pile B. No, we didn't. We took pile A. We removed some cards and we put them into the box. We've then selected a card from pile B, placed it on top of pile A, put the rest of the cards back on top, and this is what we've got now. So the final thing we're going to do is a fancy shuffle. And it's I don't know exactly what the shuffle's called. I call it a top-bottom shuffle. And all it is you're going to take the top and bottom card and take them off and place them into a new pile. So top and bottom card off like that. The way I'm doing it, and there's many ways you can do it, I'm just holding the cards with my middle finger and thumb, and I'm going to use my fingertips to grab the bottom card and my thumb to grab the top. And they should just slide off. But yeah, we're going to do that for the whole deck. So taking the bottom and the top card.
Probably depends how new your deck of cards is as to whether
Yes.
this will work.
It's always good to break your cards in a little bit. Whoops. And there we go. If you get to the end, you're left with just one card. That's absolutely fine. Just put it on the top. Right. So seeing as we're doing a complete, more classical magician's trick, let's now do a bit more of a classical magician's roundup. So we have started off with a pile of 52 cards. We have then shuffled those cards, split them up into two piles of 26. In one of those piles, we have removed a wad and placed them in our card box. From the other pile, we have selected a card. That card has then gone onto the pile, onto one of the piles, and then we've made the cuts, put them here, and we've done a top-bottom shuffle. So right now, what we have here and what you should hopefully have at home is a pile of a number of cards. There's no way that I could know how many cards you have in your pile. I don't know how many cards are here, so I don't know how many cards you have at home. So it'd be really difficult right now for me to say that your card is the 9th card, because for some of you, it might be the 9th card, but you know, for others, it won't be, even if it would have been if we didn't remove cards from it. And this is where we come to my prediction down here. And as I said, I'm going to try and find all your cards. So your card is the 3 of clubs.
I mean, it isn't.
Only joking.
Okay.
Though for some of you out there who did choose the 3 of clubs,
Yeah.
there's an extra treat for you.
Yeah, there's some people absolutely losing it on the call now. Yeah. Okay.
So the real prediction is in the card box. So as you remember, we removed some cards from one of those piles and we placed them in here. All we have to do to find your card, whether it's Katie's card in this pile or your card wherever you're playing from, all we have to do is to count however many cards we've got here. So in this case, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Katie, your card is going to be the 6th card down, or the 6th card, I should say.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and do this again as fairly as possible so there's no dirty dealing. Take one off a time. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Katie, what was your card?
It was the Jack of Spades.
And there we have, whoops, the Jack of Spades.
Hey. Excellent.
And all of those at home, again, if it doesn't matter what this number is, it could be 6, it could be 12, could be 20. If it is 20, count 20 cards. Your card will be the 20th card. There you go. I found all your cards.
That's really nice. I like that. That is really nice. And I especially like that it's because it's a mathematical thing. Like it'll just work, right?
Yeah.
I guess because the thing to say here is, of course, if you're doing a trick like this, sometimes like one card will fall in the wrong place or something will go wrong or you'll miscount or you'll accidentally not take one off the top and one off the bottom. If that has happened to you and you've not managed to find the right card, don't worry. Like it's almost certainly just one thing somewhere in it that's gone wrong. So just go back to the start, do all the steps again, and try it again, because that, you know, it's a maths trick, right?
So this trick as well is especially quite exciting for me because there's actually 2 ways to do it, which with self-working card tricks you don't always get. It's one way, and as you say, if you get it wrong, that's it, you're wrong. So in this trick, we took a card from the card we selected from pile A, or sorry, from pile B, we placed on top of pile A, which yes, sorry, I'm getting my alphabets mixed up now. So we took the card from pile B. No, we didn't. We took the card from pile A and put it on top of pile B.
No,
and then put
we
rest
took
of
the card from pile B, I'm afraid. So we took away a chunk of pile A, and then we picked a card from pile B and put it on top. That's what happened.
Right.
Yeah.
So essentially the card we selected went on top of the pile that we removed cards from.
Yeah.
And amazingly, if we swap that round, so if we removed cards from, so let me actually just quickly, it's easier to show than it is. So if we had this scenario where we had cards removed from there, and then we selected a card from here, placed it on there, and placed all these cards on top. After we do that shuffle, your card will be however many cards down that we have here. But if we were to do that again, remove cards from there, and then actually select a card from here, put it back on top of this deck, and take this pile and place it on top. So essentially we reverse the trick round. The trick actually still works. The only difference is that it will be +1. So if you had 6 cards, your card would actually be the 7th card.
Okay.
So it still works regardless of whether you follow the instructions exactly or you actually flip those decks around. So
yeah,
there's a little bit of a variation there.
Yeah, I guess if it's +1, then you can say I'm going to get rid of this many cards and it's the next one, or whatever you want to do to kind of present that as a trick. So because I was thinking about you've taken away some of this pile and then you've put your card in between, because the top half is going to be 25 cards because there are 26 and one of them is your card, and then the bit underneath we don't know how many cards that is. And kind of doing this top bottom thing, I almost feel like it's going to end up in the middle somehow. If you're taking one off the top and one off the bottom, you're kind of finding the middle of that pile, right?
Yeah, you're essentially inverting the deck from however many cards you've got.
So if the thing that you're looking for wasn't in the middle, doing that won't find it, but it will put it a certain distance away from the middle, and the distance away from the middle will be the number of cards that you took out. So yeah, I like it.
You explained that better than I ever could.
I like it. That's really nice. And I think some people in the chat were kind of, following along with this. And I think quite a few of them did choose the 3 of clubs. So good work on that. That's been quite a fun trick for some people. I mean, we should do that, right? Just, yeah. There's enough people watching that will work at least some of the time. So a couple of people saying in theory, you could count the cards that you've taken off somehow if you could find a sneaky way to do that. And then at the end, you could just say, I'm going to guess how many cards it is, without even knowing about it. But yeah, I also like the fact that you kind of riffled them to drop some of the cards. It wasn't like you counted a number of cards off. It was just this could be any number of cards. And not even I know how many cards it was. And then that was kind of revealed at the end. It was nice.
I mean, in the past as well, I actually have done it where I've also guessed the exact number of cards that they took off. And I don't want to spoil any previous tricks, but there's certain ways that you can display or stack a deck. And one of those ways allows you to take any number of cards off. And just by looking at one of those cards, know exactly how many cards you've taken off.
I mean, I guess if the cards were just in order, if it was just, ace of hearts up to king of hearts, ace of clubs up to king of clubs all the way down, then you could know by looking at which card it was, how many cards have come off. But then if you just have them in order so that you know what the order is, I don't know how much work it would be to memorize 52 cards. Because we're saying that memorizing 52 coin flips is a lot less information than memorizing 52 playing cards. But
I mean, it's definitely not something I could do. I've been trying for the last almost year now to learn a particular stack called the mnemonica stack, which is it's my memory's not that good. I just use stacks where it's just a quick sum that you have to do. I can do quick sums.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see some tricks during the course of the 24 hours that use this kind of idea, and maybe we'll see some of these principles explained, I guess, in more depth. So I guess one thing I want to ask you, because obviously we've seen you do this magic trick, what else have you been up to lately? I guess what other stuff have you got going on?
So I'm currently in the Great Yorkshire city of Bradford. I'm doing 6 in-person shows as part of the Bradford Science Festival. It's the first time I've done an in-person show since like the start of February. So it's been very, very exciting today. The show's called the Virtually Live Science Showdown. It includes another incredible SciCommer by the name of Gemma Newman. So we've worked together on this to produce both pre-recorded content from her and live demo content from me. And yeah, we're doing the show. Did it 3 times today. I'm doing it 3 times tomorrow. At the moment, I'm absolutely knackered. It's been so long since I've had to stand.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's surprisingly tiring, isn't it? Because you're kind of on, you're presenting and you don't realize how tiring it is until you stop, and then you suddenly just go, oh, yeah.
Yeah, especially after months of being sat at a desk at a computer. Even when I'm doing events, I'm sat down now. Yeah. So it's a very.
Yeah. I mean, talk to me this time tomorrow. We'll see. I mean, I'm not presenting for the full 24 hours, but I'm on a few times during. I've got a little bit tomorrow morning, quite early, and I'm going to come on and do a trick for someone else as well during the day. So I'll be by the end of tomorrow, I'll be fairly wiped out. But yeah, I mean, it's also. But I'm in my house. It's not the same as going to a place and doing a thing. And I imagine that's kind of all quite sort of spread out and distanced, and you're kind of on a stage away from everyone and things like that.
Yeah, so it's quite nice actually. It's not a stage, it's ground level, but obviously we've still got the social distance. No volunteers, unfortunately, but I have a fair few tricks which again are kind of maths and science and magic tricks, which I can get the audience to. There's stuff there. I think they're often referred to as body tricks, where you've probably seen. Have you heard of the Houdini hand illusion? I think that's quite a popular one. People know.
Oh, is it? No, I can't. Yeah, I don't know exactly which one it is. Do you want to tell us?
Yeah, I'll try and show. So this is kind of my halftime act. So we've got 4 demos, 2 from me, 2 from Gemma. So halfway through, just to make sure the audience is still with me, I say, right, you're just going to follow my instructions. So you're going to stick your hands out, and you can do this along with me. You turn your hands the other way around, so to flip them over, and you can take one hand and you're going to place it essentially underneath and like wiggle your fingers together. So if you do that like that.
Okay, like that, yeah.
My lighting is so bad, right? So, and then all you're going to do is stick out your pointy fingers.
Yeah.
Tap them 3 times.
Yeah.
And if you followed every instruction correctly, you should now be able to do this.
I mean, that's excellent. I've definitely seen this before, and every single time I forget how it works. Like, it's such a wonderful thing. And because the thing about this is, like, my mathematical background is in a branch of maths called topology, which is to do with kind of shapes and how things connect together. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, I should be able to do that. Like, it's just that my joints don't work the right way. As a topologist, it's quite frustrating to see something that should be able to untwist that can't. There's something going on there, isn't there? There's something sneaky going on in this.
There's a little bit of a sneaky trick. Have you ever seen it with bottle caps? The bottle cap one is a little bit because the Houdini hand illusion there is a slight, but with this it's more of a method. So I changed to the camera. How much time have we got left?
Plenty.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
Plenty. Oh, great. Grand, because I have loads of tricks. That's literally what I do. I all my friends, my girlfriend, family members, they sometimes hate it when I visit because I have so many card tricks. In fact, right here, I've got so many decks of cards. I'm staying in a hotel, and I still somehow have all these cards. So this is the same sort of thing, but with bottle caps. And this is one of my favorite things to do as a sort of a bar bet. So I'll bet them that they can't do this, and they'll be like, yeah, it's easy, and then no one seems to be able to. And it's a very simple thing. It's recycling as well, because all you need is 2 bottle caps. Don't know how well you can see those.
Yeah.
And all you're going to do is place the bottle caps in between your thumb and index finger. I think that's the index finger. And all the challenge is simple. All you got to do is get the blue bottle cap and the orange bottle cap to switch places and end up on your fingertips like this. So you put your hands together, you pull them apart. So they're now in your fingertips between your index and your thumb, and they've swapped places. So orange is on this side. And again, all you're going to do is put your hands together. It's really difficult to show on camera. And pull them apart. In fact, let's see if I switch back to my main camera, I'll see if it's easier to actually do it stood up here. So again,
we've got some spooky Halloween lighting going on. I like it.
ooh. So bottle caps in between your thumb and index finger in the gap there. And all you're going to do is put your hands together and pull them apart. So they end up in your fingertips. They have to end up in your fingertips and swap sides. And that is a trick.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at that because I haven't got any to try it myself. There might be people at home who can go and grab something out of the recycling and have a go at this themselves. Or just, 2 bottles out of the fridge, just start 2 drinks at once. But I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, if you're kind of grabbing 2 things that are in like the opposite parts of your hands, how do you, because, topologically that's 2 linked circles, right? So they shouldn't be able to unlink. Yeah.
So what many people end up doing is they end up in this position where they go, oh yeah, it's easy, it's this. And then as you say, you end up linked together. So, and then you literally, you go up to them, you say, no, you're doing it wrong. Look, I'll do it in slow motion. Look, you hold them there, you put your hands together and pull them apart. And
right.
they'll never get it.
Yeah, I think I might have, there's something going on there. Yeah, it's definitely, there is a way to do this. I think we can leave that one with people, I guess, because they might be able to continue frustrating themselves for a little while. And then was it called the Houdini hand trick?
The Houdini hand illusion.
Right. So you can look up how that one works and find it online somewhere and find an explanation of it, I guess, if people want to do that. They
are brilliant tricks. They're these kind of things that, and I guess this comes with just, because I often say that there's a lot of things that science communicators and magicians have in common. The only main difference is that magicians don't tell you how it works. And actually, through doing magic, I feel like I've become a better science communicator and being able to use things which people can easily find, can do themselves in their own body, and bottle caps, which I have bags of these. I take these to gigs. I hand them out to people, not currently, obviously, because I wouldn't want them back.
Yeah.
But no, it's a lovely little trick. It's a great little bar bet.
Yeah, it's nice. There's a couple of comments in the chat. There's someone's described the Houdini hand illusion as the international math salute, which I think is what some people call this. I like that because I have seen other mathematicians doing that, because it's sort of there's like a symmetry thing to it, and there's there's definitely a mathematical aspect to that. We've also heard that you can do the bottle tops thing using 2 AA batteries, which is a nice sort of alternative, or with a pair of corks. I think I've seen people do that with a pair of corks as well.
I've seen coins. I've seen actual like beer bottle caps. Anything that you can more or less hold between the gap here and also between your fingertips.
Yeah, fantastic. I like that. I like that we've got a couple of extra bonus tricks out of you there as well, on top of your main magic trick, which is fantastic. So I don't know if you want to hang around for a second while I explain to people that this is the 24-hour mathematical magic show, and I'll put up the nice 24-hour maths magic logo for people to enjoy.
Is your camera on, by the way?
Is not, because I was letting you have the full screen so you could do a trick, but I'm back on now, so there we go. I'm gonna play it again, because I think people should see it again. But this is literally just how the show's going to go. Like, it's going to be 24 hours of, are you sure you're not on mute? So it's a 24-hour math magic show. It's a high quality production, and we are raising money for charity all the time. So if you are happy to support us in our bid to do that, I will very slightly lower myself so that you can see the donation link up here. If you head to donate.watsonathon.com, you can put some money in there, and that is the same donation page as Mark Watson's Watsonathon comedy show, which is a 24-hour show, which is also running at the same time. And they're doing all kinds of ridiculous things over on a totally separate feed. And I'm going to try and watch that back after I finish this show. I literally realized that I've done the one thing that will prevent me from watching Mark Watson's 24-hour comedy show, which is commit to being in another 24-hour event happening at the same time. But it's okay, because they're all being recorded. So this show will be recorded on YouTube as well. And hopefully the other show, which is going out on Twitch, will be visible to watch back afterwards. So you can catch up on both. You can do like half an hour at a time of each, or mix it up, or do whatever you want.
You've got fantastic. 2 screens, watch both.
Yeah, just stick them both on at once. Yeah, that's good. Just, you know, and then it will only take 24 hours, so it's even quicker. Excellent. Fantastic. So thank you so much, Phil, for coming and joining us, even though you're in a travel lodge. I acknowledge the commitment that you've made here. And yeah, great work.
Thank you so much for having me. And I can't wait to watch. I mean, I've got events tomorrow, so I can't stay up too late tonight, but I can't wait to catch up on seeing all the tricks. The one thing I love the most is seeing other people do math and magic. So I am here for as long as I can be, and I'm happy that I can rewind and watch later. So enjoy the rest of your night, and fantastic, I hope everyone has a wonderful time.
Cool. Take care. See you soon.
See you later.
Bye-bye. And I'm going to now bring in, because our next guest is, I believe, waiting in the wings. I'm going to bring in our next guest, and I've got a little bit of a blurb here. It's quite a decent blurb. Person who is a YouTuber, which is to say someone that is on YouTube. They've come all the way from YouTube to be here on YouTube. And also an author of various interesting mathematical books, including Things to Make and Do in the Fourth Dimension and Humble Pie from the Stand Up Maths channel. Please welcome, it's Matt Parker.
Hello, I think I'm on.
Live from a black void somewhere in the universe.
Yes, so I'm here in my infinite frictionless void where I record my YouTube videos, although this is like my home setup, so this is behind the scenes. Like the background runs out very quickly, and there's like books and anyway. So I
wow,
not go very far.
A glimpse of the void.
I'm also actually on 2 calls simultaneously, so I've got a waiting room of volunteers for my trick. So I just want to say hello to them as well. I'm going to talk to Katie. You can't hear Katie. I'll come back to you in a moment. So how's the 24 hours going?
Good. We're 1 down. 1 out of 24 has been accomplished, and we've had so far an incredible feat of memorizing. We've had Zoe's memorized 40 coin flips and recited them back absolutely perfectly. Completely nailed it. It was wonderful. And we've had Phil, who shared a really nice little mathematical card trick that everyone could join in with at home. So that's gone really well as well, and showed us a couple of extra bonus tricks as well from the show that he's currently doing as a science show, including the thing with 2 corks. I don't know if you know that one. With the
I had you on mute, so I saw you had like 2 tokens or something.
Yeah, we were all just
that's the cork thing.
Yeah. So it's gone all right so far. So I'm guessing that there might be people watching who are vaguely aware of who Matt is already. But just in case there aren't, do you want to kind of introduce yourself or?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll introduce myself and I'll explain what I'm going to do. So like Zoe, who you already met, I used to be a maths teacher. And Zoe mentioned me when she was talking about the Think Maths stuff that she does, which Katie has done. And a lot of my work now is writing books and doing other bits and pieces, but a lot is YouTube. And so what I thought I would do, joining in the 24-hour extravaganza, is try to record a video for my stand-up maths channel live in the 24-hour Magic Maths show. So this may or may not work. I'm mildly nervous. It's going to be a card trick that you cannot enjoy at home. It's going to be one where you just have to do it over and over again until it works. So we'll see how it goes. I'm mildly confident.
Okay. Well, that sounds good. So, I mean, so you're saying you've got another entire call full of people also going on at the same time? Yeah.
I test my other call.
Let's see what happens.
So, I've got Oliver and Deanna are running my other call. Would you mind serving us up a volunteer? So I've got like a volunteer server, and it's going to bring up a volunteer.
Press the button. Launch volunteer.
Yep. Nothing so far. I can see someone named Louis Ruck appears to be next in the queue. So I'll show you what I can see. I can turn on, where's volunteer cam? Oh, no, that's the URL. Hey, if anyone wants to be a volunteer in this thing, you just go to bit.ly/MattVolunteer. You will cease to see Katie and the rest of the show, but you will see me from a slightly different angle doing this. And currently, that's what I'm looking at on my volunteer server. So I've someone called Louis, I think, is up next. So if Ollie or Deanna can hear this, do you want to set someone live? A lot of this is going to be me. Oh, hey, look at that. Oh, my goodness. We have a live volunteer. What's your name? Oh, you're muted. You're very muted right now. I assume this took you by surprise. Have we muted them at the master switch, or you're on your phone at the same time? Is there a thing on your screen saying unmute? A lot of this is going to be reading lips for the duration of this show. Oh no, we'll all wait. That's fine. Don't worry. Yeah.
We did actually discuss whether we should set up a sweepstakes on how many times during this 24-hour show someone would be on mute.
Yeah. I think it's working. Can you do you want to talk, poor volunteer? Yeah. No, nothing. Let me just check my settings for a second. No, that looks like it should be working. Oh, well. Shall we serve up? You've been my favorite volunteer so far, but shall we try someone else just to see if it was a technical difficulty? Thanks for joining in, human. And they're out. Okay, the kicking out process is streamlined. That's good to see. So we'll try again. So what's going to happen? I'll wait. Another volunteer will appear in a moment. What I'm going to do is I've got a pack of cards. I'm going to shuffle the cards, and then I'm going to get the volunteer to name a card and name a position, and then we're going to see if that card matches. And there's a 1 in 52 chance it will. There's a 51 out of 52 chance it won't, which is about 98%. So it's overwhelmingly likely. Oh, we have a new volunteer who's just entered the game. Hello, can you say something?
Yeah, I can say something.
Hey, it works. Hey, all right, Katie, can you hear the volunteer coming through?
Yeah, that's all coming through. Yeah.
Okay, I think my tech setup is working. So what we're going to do, my thing keeps telling me to see waiting room. Yes, I know all these people are waiting. Can I shrink? Minimize the waiting room. That should do it. Okay, so volunteer, would you like to be the first volunteer?
Yeah, okay.
We're going to try this and see if I can get it to work, because I am recording this to be potentially a video on my Stand Up Maths channel, just so everyone watching the 24-hour Magic Maths show knows. If it works, I will then just go into the rest of my video. So as soon as the trick works, I'm then going to explain the maths behind the trick. I'm going to do the whole video live. It's going to be very exciting. And once if it doesn't work, we start again every time. So volunteer, I'm just going to take you out, but you're still there. Don't go anywhere. Don't mute yourself. We will be right back. And while they're gone, I'm just going to remind everyone else, if you do want to be a volunteer, go to bit.ly/MattVolunteer and you can join in as well. Okay, so let me, I'm good. Okay, here we go. So this is it. Take one. I am going to show you a magic trick you can do with a regular, ordinary, shuffled deck of cards. There's nothing fancy going on here. Once you've got them mixed up, you are going to need a volunteer. I am actually recording this video live, which means I have a randomly assigned volunteer here. Hey, all right, volunteer, what's your name?
Sarah.
Sarah, very nice to meet you, Sarah. Would you like to name any card?
4 of hearts.
4 of hearts. And what position would you like that to be in? Pick a number from 1 to
10. 6.
4 of hearts in the position 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm underneath your face. 5. Let's say this one's 6, and it is not the 4 of hearts. All right, get out of here. Okay, that was fun. So I'm going to reposition the volunteer down here. So if I hold the cards up there, it's not being blocked. Excellent. Sarah, thank you very much. You're an amazing volunteer. We're going to check you out and get a new one queued up. So, as soon as
done.
we have another volunteer, we'll try this again. My goodness. I'll tell you, Katie, I'm going to try 10, and then we'll come back for a chat and an update.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the
good.
same volunteers before in the queue. Is
Hello,
it working?
can you hear me this time?
Is it working?
Can you hear me
I
now?
can.
Yes, okay, yes,
Wait, capture that excitement. Wait there.
yes.
I've got to stop the music. Okay. I am going to show you a card trick you can do at home. You need a pack of perfectly normal cards and you need a volunteer. I'm actually recording this live, which is why I can bring in a random volunteer. Volunteer, what is your name?
I'm Louie.
Louie, very nice to meet you. Thank you for joining in. I've shuffled these cards. Would you like to name any card?
10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds. And what position do you think that will be in?
You're small.
Take your time.
Top, the top.
The top.
The top,
Well,
near the
and
top,
what was your
somewhere
card?
near the top.
What was your card again?
10 of diamonds.
And it is indeed the. No, it's not. Okay. Wow. That was worth the effort. Thanks. Thanks, Louie. You're out.
Okay.
Okay. So as soon as we stop the music. So as soon as we get another volunteer, just double checking. Can I just ask everyone who's watching along, are you getting the music playing when I do this? I can't hear it here. I think I'm blending it in. Oh, new volunteers ready? No answer. That's cool. Okay, right. So it looks like you're ready, buddy, in a blue shirt. Here we go. I am going to show you a card trick you can try at home. You start with a normal deck of shuffled cards, so there's nothing special about these, all the order, and then you get yourself a volunteer. I'm actually recording this live, and I'm being joined by a random volunteer. What's your name? They've gone mute. A very confused looking person with a beard. Oh, and minimal internet connection as it turns out. So, would you like to name a card?
Jack of clubs.
Jack of clubs. I'm going to bring the Jack of clubs to the top of the deck. Here we go. And this card is the Jack. It's not. Okay, get him up. So, 3 down. A lot to go. Okay, here we go. As soon as the next volunteer is ready, we will slam into the next one. So this is just the wonder of recording a YouTube video. Okay, people are ready. Here we go. So from the top.
Hello.
Hello. A magic trick, which is why you can hear voices coming in over the top of me. I'm actually recording this live. I have some volunteers you can see here getting very excited. Give us a wave, volunteers. There they go. They've been randomly picked from a large group of people. These are normal cards. They're in some semi-arbitrary order. Would you like to name any card? And I'm going to bring it to the top of the deck. What would you like?
What, Marshall? Any card? How about Queen of Diamonds?
Diamonds. Excellent choice. And it is the Queen. It's a 10 of hearts. 10 of hearts. Right. Thanks for playing. Bye. There you go. So, reminder, if you're watching this thinking, this is so exciting, I wish I could join in, it is Matt Volunteer. If you go to bit.ly and then put Matt Volunteer, you can join in this level of excitement. Okay, we have a new volunteer. Ready? Give us a wave. Yeah, you're ready. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Ready. So, from the top. I am going to show you a card trick you can do at home with any normal cards once you've shuffled them up into a random order. I'm actually recording this video live. I've got a volunteer here. Hello, volunteer. What's your name?
Hello, Tim.
Tim. Very nice to meet you, Tim. Would you like to name any card? And I'm going to bring it to the top of this deck.
I'm going to go the Ace of Hearts.
Ace of Hearts. And the correct card is the it's a 10 of Hearts again. 2 in a row. What are the chances? Well, 152. Thanks, Tim. You're out. It's been fun. Okay, so as soon as we get another volunteer, we will give it a go again. I've tried switching to just going with the top card because I feel like, oh, we're ready to go. Here we go.
Hello.
I am going to show you a magic trick, which is why you heard the word hello a second ago. I've actually got a live volunteer. What's your name, volunteer?
Sophia.
Sophia, congratulations on being selected from a large pool of volunteers. I am shuffling these perfectly ordinary cards. That wasn't to show you the order. I'll shuffle them back up again. If you name any card, I will bring it to the top of the deck. What card would you like, Sophia?
5 of spades.
5 of spades. Interesting, because the top card is indeed the 6 of hearts. Off by 1 in terms of the number, I guess. Anyway, thanks for playing, Sophia. Go on. Right. Shuffle. Sophia's just chilling out there, Katie. That's what's going on there.
Everyone said, get Matt Parker on your show. It'll be great.
Hey, I warned you I was doing this.
No, this is absolutely fantastic because if this works, there's a lot of discussion in the chat about what the probability is of this working, which is kind of cool. And I'm sure you'll go into that. If it is successful, we'll get that straight away, won't we?
If and only if it is successful. So actually, in the chat, I've not got the chat in front of me.
There's also a few people saying that you're coming through a bit quiet. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that at your end.
Give me 1 second. So if I move this up, how's that? Am I coming through a little bit louder at your end, or am I peaking out? Is that too loud?
That's fine, I think. I don't know if the chat is the chat's going to respond.
I aspire for fine. Fine is great. So actually, I'll tell you what. These headphones, by the way, are what you're coming through, Katie. That's what my volunteer server's coming through. I've got a headphone on headphone thing going on.
Not only have we seen outside the void, we've seen behind the curtain.
Literally
of the headphones. Yeah.
So I'm going to take these off for a second, which means I won't be able to hear you. But I'll put them back on in a moment. I'm going to do a few takes, sans headphones. If anyone can work out how fast I'm getting through volunteers, we can try and extrapolate into the future to see if I'm going to make it or not. So we'll see. Okay. I'm going off cans. Wow. I feel exposed. Okay, we got a new volunteer. Okay, I can see you there. You got your headphones on and a microphone. My goodness, a bit too serious. Okay, here we go from the top. I am going to show you a card trick today that you can do with any ordinary cards. These aren't marked or fancy at all. And as you can see, I'm terrible at shuffling. And a volunteer. I'm actually recording this video live, and I'm joined by a randomly picked volunteer. Well, what's your name?
Madam.
Oh, excellent. Very nice to meet you. And what do you do with yourself normally?
I normally study engineering.
Study engineering. That's nice and non-specific. You won't tell us what type of engineering. Okay, so would you like to name any card? And I'm going to bring it to the top of this deck. What would you like?
Could I have the 2 of diamonds?
2 of diamonds. In the very top card is now the 2. It's the right suit. Right suit. Wrong card. Thanks, engineer. What kind of engineering? Just before you go.
It is general engineering.
All of them. Wow, that's amazing. Bye.
All of them.
Okay, so I did a little bit of mechanics back in the day. Fun fact. There you go. Okay, reset these. All right, so okay, here we go. Up next. So I've got like my volunteer server. Oh, someone's ready. Actually, here we go. Ready? And I am going to show you a card trick that you can do with just a normal pack of cards, and you don't have to be good at shuffling. As you can see, I am terrible at shuffling, but you do need a volunteer, which is why I'm actually recording this video live, and I'm joined by a randomly selected volunteer from a large waiting room. So, hello, volunteer. What's your name?
Drusilla.
Drusilla, excellent. You look nice and relaxed there. Good. Don't get too enthusiastic before the trick works. Marvelous. Okay, so I'm going to shuffle these cards. Would you like to name any card? And I'm going to bring it to the top of the deck. What would you like?
5 of spades.
The 5 of spades. Okay, here we go. The top card is indeed the 5. Not even close. Okay, thanks for joining in. Okay. That is the best disappointed and shocked face we've had so far. So, okay, we'll do a couple more. Reset this. Here we go. New volunteers ready. Excellent. Here we go. I'm going to show you a card trick that you can do with a normal deck of cards. As you can see, these are just standard cards. You also don't have to be good at shuffling. You can see I'm pretty terrible at that, but you do need a volunteer, which is why I'm actually recording this video live. I have a waiting room full of volunteers. One of them is being randomly selected, and their name is
Alice.
Alice. Hi. Thank you for joining us, Alice. Alice, tell us a bit about yourself.
I'm a medical student.
Medical student. Excellent. I'm glad you've taken the time out from your life-saving training to be involved in this equally important trick. So what I'd like you to do is to name any card, and I'm going to bring it to the top of this deck. What would you like?
Jack of clubs, please.
Jack of clubs, and the top card is the nuts. Okay, Alice, go back to studying. Thanks for joining in. Bye. Okay. Here we go. Hey, a volunteer is ready. All right, here we go. So, I'm going to restart the music. Here we go. Today, I am going to show you a card trick that you can do at home. You just need perfectly normal cards. And as you can see, I'm not doing any kind of fancy shuffling. You will, however, require a volunteer, which is why I'm actually recording this video live. And I have a large room of volunteers, one of which is here, and their name is Frozen. So yes,
Daniel.
Daniel, excellent. Thank you for joining us. There was no rush. We all enjoyed waiting. So Daniel, now that you've built the suspense up, would you like to name any card, and I will bring it to the top of this deck. What would you like?
Oh, I would like the Ace of Clubs.
Ace of Clubs. That's very fortunate because the top card is it's not the Ace of Clubs. Is anyone logging? Thanks for joining in, Dan. Is anyone logging all the cards I've picked so far? If anyone could get a spreadsheet on that, that'd be great. So we'll do 3 more, and then I'll check back in with Katie to see if people are, if anyone is rioting, and we've had a mutiny in the comments. Okay, the new volunteer is ready. Here we go. So reset that. Today, I am going to show you a card trick that just requires a perfectly normal deck of cards. You can see there's nothing fancy here, and no skill whatsoever. You will, though, require a volunteer, which is why I'm actually recording this video live. I have a selection of volunteers. I'm going to pick one at random, and I'm joined by
Max.
Max, excellent, Max. Thank you for joining in. What do you do with yourself, Max?
I'm a maths student at the University of Leeds.
Excellent. And have you been involved in my projects previously?
Yes, I was in your Pi Day video this year.
Yeah, you were. You were at Newton's house. Weird on the cusp times. Okay, Max, now that it looks like you're a plant, we're going to do this anyway. Can you name any card, and I'll bring it to the top of this deck?
The 3 of Hearts.
3 of Hearts. Interesting, because the top card is indeed... so close! That's the closest. Max, I thought she'd rely on you. Okay, good to see you again. Oh, they're gone. Wow, that's efficient. That's why I use them for my project. They're just that efficient. So every year for Pi Day, I do a pi calculation video, and my video this year, which was right when we were aware of a coronavirus, but there were no cases in the UK yet. So it's a weird watch, but we went to Newton's house to calculate pi. It was great. Anyway, I'm rambling. I've got a volunteer, at least. Hey, excellent. Youngest volunteer yet. Marvelous. Okay, so, or they're not, and I've just bullied someone. Okay, we'll give it a go. So I'm going to reset this. Okay, here we go. And today, I'm going to show you a card trick that requires a shuffled but otherwise normal deck of cards and no skill whatsoever, although you do require a minimum of 1 volunteer, which is why I'm actually recording this video live, and I have a room full of volunteers. I'm going to bring one of them up now. And what is your name?
My name is Mark.
Mark, excellent. Mark, and what do you do for a living?
If I do something for a living, well, what I do is learn mathematics by watching Matt Parker, Numberphile, and so on videos.
Mark, correct answer. Well, if this works, you're going to be in one of those videos. So, can you name any card, and I'll bring it to the top of this deck?
Random card.
Build the suspense. That's great.
Ace of Spades.
Ace of Spades. Okay, here we go. Top card is indeed the Ace of Spades. So congratulations, Mark. Thank you so much. That is the correct response to a trick of that magnitude. It's a simple trick, and as you can see from Mark's incredible response there, you know what? Let's go to a close up on Mark. Mark, if you move to the side a little bit, we've now got a split screen going on. Thank you so much for joining in. Do you feel there's some more, Mark? How do you feel? Are you excited? Correct answer. Okay, right. So now a lot of you might be wondering, can you learn this trick? How is it done? And it's not a rigged deck, by the way. Mark picked the ace of spades. The rest of the cards are very much not the ace of spades. And actually, there are two ways to do this trick. One way is to be magical, and I can confirm you, I am not magical. The second way is just to hope it happens at random, and potentially that could be how I did this trick. Maybe I've just done it over and over again, waiting until it happens to work. But surely I wouldn't put that much time in doing it that way. But if I was to, there are two questions we need to ask ourselves. First of all, we need to ask, sorry, that was Mark, I want my slides. There we are. How long are we likely to wait? So if I was just doing this over and over again, how many times would I typically have to do it before it would work? And secondly, I guess, if I did do it 52 times, how likely is it that it would have worked? So actually, in your own minds now, see if you can decide, if I did this 52 times, how likely is it that I will have had one or more successes by the time we get to the end of all 52. And by the way, I am definitely doing this live, which is why I'm doing my own slides as we go along. So I'm live vision mixing. So you can see here, there we are, there's my next slide. So I worked out, first of all, the probability of it happening each time, because there's 52 cards, each time I do this trick, hypothetically, there's a 1 in 52 chance it would work. There's a 51 in 52 chance it won't work. And that's specifically for a deck of 52 cards. We could generalize that for a deck of n cards. And n minus 1 over n, we can actually rearrange that by moving the n's off to the side. They become 1. And the chance of it not happening on one attempt is 1 minus 1 over n. But what if we, instead of looking at it happening on one attempt, what if we look at it just never happening after we do trial after trial after trial? So if we did it x times, we would need to raise this to the power of x, and that would be our probability that it has never happened. Because it didn't happen the first time, it didn't happen the second time, all the way up to it didn't happen the xth time. Although we don't really care about it not working, we care about it working. What's the probability of some level of it happening? So let's just subtract the probability of it not happening. And so I got this function, and then I plotted it. So if I do that, I should be, can I switch me to, hey, okay, now it's little Matt. So I'm over here because I can bring in my plot, there we go, of this is the probability after a certain number of attempts. So you can see the bottom, I've not labeled the axes because I'm talking you through them. Bottom axis there as the number of times that you've tried the trick. So I've done it up to 120 times. And then this axis over here, that's the probability that it's happened one or more times so far. As you can see, it goes all the way up to 1, where it's guaranteed to have happened. So the point we were looking at is, if I've done it 52 times, what is the probability that I've had a success? And as you can already see straight away, it's not going to be, it's about 50. So actually, that number down there, probability I've had a success after 52 attempts, is 63.57. Not bad. And if we go all the way out to doing it twice as many times as we have cards, then you can see right over there, after you've done it 104 times, there's an 86.73% chance. The other thing that you might be curious about is if you're doing the trick, you're like, well, how many times do I have to do it so that it's more likely than not I have had a success? And that's our line down here exactly at 50%. And that point is not bad, it's 36. And the reason I find this so interesting is a lot of people, when they're asked this question, they think, well, there's 52 cards in the deck, so you expect it to happen after 52 times. And that is true. On average, there will be 52 times you will try the trick before you get a successful match. But that's, I mean, it's not a weighted average, but there are fewer values above 52 times, but they're longer, so they drag the average up to 52. If all you care about is the median, then that's 36. It's way better. But after you've done it the whole 52 times, you're at 63.57. You might be wondering, is that a significant value? And of course it is. It's 1 minus 1 over e. Well, not exactly. If anyone has memorized 1 minus 1 over e, that's not true. So it tends to that were you to have infinitely many cards, which I can't afford. If you did have infinitely many cards, or you've got something that can happen one out of n, where n is infinitely large, doesn't feel like good odds. But in the limit, the probability of having a successful attempt at a 1 over n probability after n tries is 1 minus 1 over e. And if you do it twice as many times as you have options n, is 1 over e squared. If you do it 3 times as many, is 1 minus 1 over e to the power of the multiple of how many trials you've had compared to how many options there are. And that 36, that's the negative of the natural log of 1 minus a half. Well, okay. I know that 1 minus a half is a half. That's actually 1 minus the probability of it of it happening, because it's actually the chance that so far is the negative natural log of the probability that it's not happened. So I've just simplified it there. Although that's just the scale. You should multiply that by n to get the actual number. So there you are. So that's one of my absolute favorite tricks. I did genuinely try to do that over and over again with a live audience. And I'm not sure how many we went through. It was quicker than I expected. I'm not going to spoiler it, because I'm actually doing this as part of a much bigger show. So thank you obviously very much for watching my video. If you want to see the full breakdown of all of my attempts, I'm actually doing this as part of the where's my I've lost my picture. There I am. Right, I'm actually doing this as part of the 24-hour Magic Maths show, and I am the 3rd person on. So if you are watching this video within the first, let's say, 20 hours of it going live, then the live show is still going on, because it's a 24-hour show. So if you do want to go check it out, I'll put a link in the description. It's happening live if you hear in the first 20 hours. If you're not here in time, don't worry, it will still be up. You can go and check it out, and you will be able to see how many attempts that took me to get it to work. Who knows how many attempts that took me to get that to work. And I should say thanks to some people who've been involved in making this work. I can see, actually I'm going to go back to bring me, and I'm going to bring in, this is Ollie, who's working behind the scenes. Give us a wave, Ollie. There they are, excellent. And Deanna is also behind the scenes there, working away to make sure.
Hello?
We can hear their voice. Excellent, Deanna.
Okay, brilliant.
Was also in the same video with Max. So, right, you're gone. Oh, there's my little thing. Anyway, so that's it. I'm now out. Thank you so much for watching. I've been Matt Parker. Goodbye. I think that worked.
Yeah.
Did that work?
I think that works.
I'm going to put my headphones back on, and we will. Okay, I'm back.
Seemed good. Thanks for joining, everyone.
I'm back in the room. Okay, Deanna, I've still got you coming through over here, so I'm going to mute the volunteer room. Give me a second. Volunteer
Welcome
room.
to 2020.
You can go for your life. Katie, I can see you again.
The
How
year of being muted. That's 2020 for you, right? Everyone being muted at the wrong times. But yeah, for the sweepstake of how many times people are going to say you're muted during this 24-hour show, that's been quite a few ticks on that sheet. So whoever's keeping track of that, please log all of those. That was incredible. That was really cool.
Yep.
I mean, there was a chance it might not happen within your allotted half hour.
I can't.
That couldn't have happened at a better time, really.
Oh,
We basically nailed it.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent work. Did anyone count how many people I went through before it worked?
I haven't. I'm sure that there'll be someone possibly either in the chat or behind the scenes that's got an eye on that. I mean, we can rewind the video and check to get information later on. But I think it's someone's saying 12 in the chat.
Is that it?
Yeah.
12.
Yeah.
Am I in the right place?
Oh, I got someone talking in my ear. Is that an extra person?
Am I in the right place?
Someone saying, am I in the right place?
That is potentially our next guest, and you are in the right place, but you are not muted. So I'm going to mute you so that you don't come through on the stream. But we will talk to you in just a minute. Matt, thank you so much for coming on and doing that.
My pleasure.
Yeah, hopefully that'll come out as a really nice video on your channel, and everyone can watch that. If you don't already watch Matt's channel, if you're one of the 4 remaining people in the world who don't already watch Matt's YouTube channel, please get yourselves over to Stand Up Matt's YouTube channel, because there's some absolutely cracking videos go out on there. And it's been really nice to have you as part of the show. And obviously, if people watch your video and come and watch, that is a fantastic thing. Of course, because we are doing this show, of course, for the charity, which I'm going to make appear just there we go. If you head to donate.watsonathon.com, that is where you can find the link to donate to the charities that we're raising money for. I think they're probably over the original funding target already, and we're going to completely smash that, and we're going to totally raise a huge amount of money for charity over the next 22.5 hours, I guess. So I'm going to disappear off now because I actually have to go and talk to Mark Watson. I'm going to go and do a kind of little behind the scenes chat with Mark Watson. So if anyone's watching Mark Watson's feed, you'll see me appear on that as well. But I'm going to say thank you very much and goodbye to Matt. I'm going to bring in our next presenter, which is going to be Zoe. So Zoe, if you can pop up, hello. And I'm going to disappear off, but hopefully you'll take us through the next 90 minutes effortlessly and with aplomb. And I'm going to disappear and have a great time.
Thank you very much. Okay, see you, Katie. Okay, so I'm going to be your host for the next hour and a half. You might recognize me from an hour and a half ago when I memorized successfully the outcome of 40 coin flips. If you've just started watching, I'm a maths communicator, which means that I spend a lot of time talking about maths, essentially. I spend quite a lot of time in schools and at science festivals and that kind of thing, talking about maths. I'm somehow one of the organising committee for this event, so I'm sort of slightly responsible for this ridiculous 24-hour thing happening. And without further ado, we're going to crack on in a second with our guests. But before I do that, I'll tell you a little bit more about the whole reason that we're doing this event, essentially. So if you have just tuned in, the event is called 24-Hour Maths Magic Show. That's our stream for 24 hours. So we've got 24 hours of maths magic with 48 different mathematicians throughout those 24 hours, all bringing us exciting tricks of various different kinds, and lots of different hosts and a huge number of people behind the scenes making this happen. And it's being run concurrently with Mark Watson's 24-hour show called the Watsonathon. If you want to go over to his stream at any point, you can see the link for that at the bottom there. So that's watsonathon.com. There's lots of people running concurrent 24-hour shows with his, and he's sort of dialing into those shows throughout the 24 hours. I mean, literally right now, he's probably dialing into Katie, so that's kind of exciting. And he's running this 24-hour marathon for charity. So the two charities that both our show and his show are supporting is Turn to Us and the Comedy Support Act. And to Turn to Us work helping people out who are in real financial difficulty. They give grants to people on low incomes and who are in difficulty at the moment. And the Comedy Support Act works helping out comedians at the moment who've lost all their work because of the COVID crisis. So people who they can't do their work at comedy gigs and in theatres. So that's what Comedy Support Act is all about. So two really, really worthy causes. And obviously this is kind of a bit of fun, but actually underneath it all, that's the whole reason that we're doing this. So if you can donate anything, please do. There are the two links to go to, the link for the live stream and the link to go and donate some money. So that's why we're here. But I will now invite on my first guest, which is Susan Okereke. So Susan, if you can turn your camera on and your mic. Hello. Hello. Are you excited? Oh, what a hat! Amazing.
I also want a big sorry to Matt and Katie. Oops, I jumped in a bit too soon. Sorry.
It doesn't matter at all. It's Friday night. It's all fun. So Susan, you're a teacher, and you're a co-host of the successful podcast, The Maths Appeal, and also you've written puzzles for Radio 4. So, is there anything that you don't do? Tell me a bit more about what you do in your time.
Well, thank you. That's very, very nice introduction, Zoe. Thank you. So I am a maths teacher currently in secondary school in London, and I'm really, really interested in trying to make maths more accessible and more fun for people, because I know a lot of people find it quite challenging, but it's also can be so playful and can be so great. And I want to kind of showcase some of the great stuff there. And with the Maths Appeal podcast that I do with Bobby Seagull, who's actually going to be on tomorrow. And we've actually interviewed you, haven't we, Zoe?
You have indeed, yes. A while ago.
So we kind of showcase and do puzzles, and we also do interviews with people who have got really cool math stories, and we want to kind of bring maths a little bit to life. And one of the reasons we just love playing with maths and trying to make it more accessible to people.
Really nice. Okay, that sounds excellent. And you've got a trick for us today.
Yes. So I want to show a way of multiplying a two-digit number by 11 quickly. Okay, so that's the thing. Okay. So that's my trick. Okay. So actually, I'm going to ask people who are watching, can you just sort of, in the chat, just give a variety of two-digit numbers. And then Zoe, I'll ask you in a bit to kind of go to the chat and ask me. But to begin with, Zoe, can you think of a two-digit number, and I'll try and quickly work it out using the calculator that is my mind. Okay.
Not the one on your hand. The one in your mind.
The one in my hand or in my ear.
Oh yeah, nice. I hadn't spotted them.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Ready?
Yes.
34.
374.
I have to now check.
Yeah. So as you do, it'd be good for you to have a calculator to check whether I've actually answered the question or just said a variety of three-digit numbers.
That is correct.
Excellent. Another one, please.
Very nice. Really good. Okay, another one. 61.
671.
671. I should be able to do that one in my head properly, actually. 671, yeah, excellent stuff. So we've got 2. That's really nice.
Okay, so have you got any people on the chat? I'm not going to look at the chat. If you want to just pick some random numbers so they know that we're not colluding.
Yeah, we're not colluding. I will have a look at the chat. Just give me 1 second.
Sure.
It's buffering currently, which is never what you want to see. So just give me 1 second and I'll...
It's all right. You can think of another one if you want to keep the momentum going, keep me thinking.
Okay, so let's go for 87.
957.
957, what do we think? 87 multiplied by 11 is amazing. That is 957. Okay, I've got some coming in on the chat now.
Right, I'm not looking, so you tell me.
Okay, so let's go. Poppy says 79.
Okay, 869.
Is correct.
Okay, I'll do one more, then I'll show you how it's done.
One more. Okay, let's have Manta X with 42.
Oh, great. 462.
462 is correct. Amazing work.
Right.
Awesome. So, how is this done?
So as a maths teacher, obviously, I quite like to give a thing and then I want to explain how it's done because I like to explain things. That's my job. So let's say the first number you said to me was 34. Can you see my screen? Yep. And that's times 11. And all you have to do for this, I'm going to show you how it works, and I'm going to explain why it works after. Okay. So 34 times 11. All you have to do when you're multiplying by 11 for two-digit numbers is you separate the two digits, 3, 4, and then the number in the middle of those two digits is the two digits added together. So it's 3 plus 4, which is 374. Okay.
Very nice.
So if you think of another number, it works the same way. So if someone said 42, okay, nice and easy. So we do 42 times 11. Okay, we just separate it. What would it be? 4 and 2, and in the middle, 4 plus 2, which is 462. Okay, when does it get a little bit more complicated, do you think?
Is that a question for me? Yeah, I'm guessing there's no one else to answer, is there?
Sorry, on the chat. But so Zoe, if you think about when would it get a bit more complicated?
Well, I guess when the two that are being summed in the middle are going over 10. So they're
yeah,
both on
that's the
10.
key thing. So if it's less
Yeah.
than 10, it's very, very simple. If it's more than 10, it's not much more
Yeah.
difficult, but a little, it's an extra step. So if we think a number to do 65.
So let's, yeah.
Oh, you pick one, you pick one. Oh.
Oh, okay, let's do 77.
77, okay, so 77 times 11. We separate 7 and 7, and in the middle, you're gonna have 7 plus 7, which is 14. So 14. So we're going to carry the 1 from our 10, so that becomes 8, 4, 7. So if it goes over, just add on 1 to the first number.
Right.
Usually,
Okay.
yeah. And so if ever, imagine you're going to a restaurant and there's 11 of you and there's a set menu and it's like £25, you can work out quite quickly without a calculator.
Helpful for a very specific occasion.
Yeah, you're welcome. But also, but I'll show you why it works. So the algebra for it is actually really quite nice. So it's like a really cool thing to do. Even if you don't like fully get the algebra, that's a trick you can do, a mathematics trick you can just like take with you and wow some people. But let's imagine it's a 2-digit number and it could be any 2-digit number. So we'll call it A and B.
Okay.
Times 11. Yeah. So that's our 2-digit number A and B, because that could be any of our digits. And we'll do a little bit of long multiplication. Exciting. So AB times 11. Okay.
Yep.
So you do 1 times B, 1 times A.
Yeah.
AB. And then we're multiplying by the next number. I think have your placeholder, because we're effectively multiplying by 10.
Yeah.
Not 1. So that's 10 times B. So that's B and then A. And so when we do our answer, we've got B, and then the middle number is A plus B, and then our number there is A. So that's kind of why it works. Looks very simple maths, but it's also quite effective.
Really nice. And I'm convinced that it will always work now for any 2-digit. And which is, I guess, the power of algebra.
If someone asks you what's algebra used for, then just say the 11 times table trick. It's a good one.
Yeah, and there's like loads of different magic tricks which you can sort of prove that they can work for any numbers by using algebra and representing, thinking about place value in algebra and stuff. That's really lovely. Have you tried this out on your students?
Do you know what? I haven't. Like, well, some of them might be watching, they might not be. So on my first day back after half term, I think all of my classes are in for a real treat when I do this.
Yeah, they will be. A treat, a Halloween treat, almost Halloween treat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also actually, yeah. Go on.
Sorry. No, Carol.
I was going to say, I've got that was my trick, but you did actually sort of say to have a treat as well. And I have actually got one prepared if you'd like it.
I would like to see your treats. Yes, go for it, please.
Okay, so I'm going to have to take my calculator ring off. It's a shame. So I've got to put on for this treat, because as a maths teacher, I know a lot of people actually have issues with times tables, like multiplication tables. And like, do you know which multiplication tables are like the hardest for people to like remember? What would your guess be?
Have a guess.
A previous teacher? Yeah.
I would say, I'm just thinking also about my own, maybe 6 and 8, something like that.
Yeah. So but as in, I don't fully know, but I know that as a teacher, I've witnessed that a lot of kids are kind of really happy up until the 5 times table, and it just gets a little bit foggy after that. And so, and actually, if you know your 5 times table, you kind of know them, the 6, 7, 8, 9s up to 5, but it's that bit in between where it's 6 times 6, 6 times 7, 8 times 7, 8 times 8. A lot of people find that very difficult. But I've got a hand trick that can help you with those really difficult ones. So everyone watching, I'd like you to try the trick. You might see, I don't know if you've seen it before, but it's for the 6, the 7, the 8, and the 9 times table, and multiplying them together. So, Zoe, do with me. So at home, I'd like you to try this as well. Can you see my marigolds? Like
I can. It took a while for me. So you've got 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, and 9. So 6 is the thumbs. So 6 is your thumbs. 7 is your index fingers. 8 is your middle fingers. And 9 is your ring finger. Okay, so that's kind of how it works.
Perfect.
So how it works, and I'll give you an example. If we do 8 times 7, so your middle finger and your index finger, doesn't actually matter which order, because 8 times 7 and 7 times 8 is the same. And how it works is you're going to count the numbers above the fingers that are above and including the bridge. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're your 10s, which is 50. And then under the bridge, you multiply your digits. So 3 times 2 which is 6. So 7 times 8 is 56.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Do you want to try another one?
Yeah, let's do another one. Yeah.
Yeah. You pick.
Okay. So I'm going to do one that I think people might find hard. So let's do. Let's do 8 multiplied by 6.
Cool. Right. So thumb, one of your thumbs, and then the middle finger, like so. So then we count how many numbers including your bridge. So 6 times 8. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, which is your 4 tens, and then you multiply the digits underneath. So 2 times 4, which is
8.
All together.
So at the bottom, sorry. So you got 4 at the top, and you've got. I got distracted because I turned my hands around and then it wouldn't work anymore. So you got 4 at the top, and then you got 6 at the bottom. Right. So 40.
Oh wait, no, it's 4 times 2. Oh.
What have I done wrong? So I think I've done this.
Right, start again. We'll do it together because long.
Yeah, I did it wrong, I think.
Right, so work with me. So 6 times 8, yeah?
Yeah.
So you've got your thumb, and then you've got your middle finger for your 8. So thumb is 6, 8 is your middle finger. Put them together, and then you count the digits above, including the bridge. So how many have you got?
I've got 4.
And then underneath, you're going to multiply them together. So you've got
multiply. Sorry, that's where I went wrong. Sorry, 40. So you're saying that as well. It's just like my brain is fried after trying to memorize 40 coin flips. 4 times 2 is 8. So I'm happy that's 48. That's
48. Oh, and I should have actually said, so that this works for your 6, 7, 8, and 9 multiplied together. So that's kind of quite a nice thing that, if you ever were asked that question, you could use your hands. You don't have to learn them all, you can just use your hands.
That's really nice. Are you gonna let the audience have a think about why this works at home, see if they can investigate that for themselves, or do you want to?
Yeah, I'm not going to explain why this works. This is me as a teacher saying this is your homework now. Go off and have a think why this might work, because it does. We've shown it that it does. And why does it work? Why doesn't it work when you get to the digit 10? What happens there? But I don't have the answer, so I'm actually quite interested to know what people kind of find out.
That's nice. I think that's my homework too. Thank you for teaching me that. I'll remember that. What I did was I turned my hand around that way and then it just went wrong. So don't do that.
You might want to invest in some marigolds that you take with you everywhere. That's a thing that you could do.
That would help me out. That's really lovely. Thank you for sharing those tricks, your trick and your treat. And I really like, especially the first trick, the way it's something that can help students and adults and everybody really, if they're doing a multiplication. But you've also shown us why it works. So sort of, I don't know, I'm going to use some teaching words now. I feel like that's fluency and reasoning, or fluency and understanding, or something, all kind of meshing together, which is really nice. And so I think it's probably time to have a bit of a chat about stuff that you've been up to recently. Have you got any other projects coming up soon, or things you've been working on recently?
Well, so I sort of regularly do stuff. I've got like a website, and I'm on Twitter and on Instagram as Do the Maths Thing, because I want everyone to do the maths thing. And recently you mentioned Maths Inspiration. I sort of did that earlier in the month, which kind of again was able to share. And I also did Maths Week Ireland, where I was able to share a variety of different things on multiplication tables, which is a real kind of interest of mine, because I think that we don't spend enough time playing with this topic, which we expect students to know. Like, kids are getting assessed on it at the age of like 6 or 7, and we're not really going into the patterns that are there, which are really beautiful and quite fun. So that's like one of the things that I'm kind of hoping to do sort of more work with. And obviously I'm a teacher, and back in the classroom with regards to kind of trying to get kids through exams this year that didn't happen last year, and working with teachers with Maths Hubs with a view to helping them think about effective ways for sort of teaching and collaborating together, but obviously now done virtually, which is kind of a new existence.
Yeah, I guess everybody is adapting very quickly to the new environment, essentially. So I guess over the summer, until the summer holidays, were you mostly teaching virtually? I realise some students were in schools. Were you doing a lot of virtual teaching?
Yeah, pretty much. I went in to teach the year 10s because I think they were brought back, and I was sort of teaching maths in the gym, which was interesting. Kind of social distance mathematics in the PE room. and then was doing like virtual lessons with sort of a variety of classes, which again is funny because it's not quite the same as having the interaction like they're like an audience. I suppose you understand this as a maths communicator, but at the same time still quite rich, you know, like it was really, it's I do think we're in a new kind of space now where technology is being kind of used, and I'm not going to stop that because it's kind of where we're at now, but there is a space for, I'm looking forward to more kind of like bigger like productions where you'd be able to sort of see everyone and be in like a theatre sort of doing performances and stuff.
Yeah, no, that would be exciting. I was going to ask you also about your kind of your own personal math story. I don't know if there's a defining moment in your life when you realised maths was for you, or if it was a sort of long, gradual sort of moving towards mathematics. What's your mathematics story?
Oh yeah, I suppose this is what I asked you on our podcast, wasn't it? So my story is like not that interesting, to be fair, but like I always enjoyed maths at school. I didn't think I was great at it, but I enjoyed it. And then I did a degree in it, which was fine, but I found it challenging. And then I really, really, really loved, there was a unit called Maths Education. And it really fascinated me how people learn this subject. And then I sort of did teacher training. And with the teacher training, I kind of suddenly saw that a lot of people had really bad experiences with maths. I'm very negative towards it, and even before they began to do a question, they'd have given up, and it was a shock to me because I just hadn't really experienced that. And it also made me feel sad because, you know, I sincerely believe that maths as a subject, if you find it challenging but you kind of get over the hurdle, you feel good. Like I think it's like a real, like, sounds really hippie, but I do think it's great well-being. Like if you are confident with it, it has a massive impact on your kind of well-being. You're like, you know, there's actually correlations. Like there's been loads of studies to say that there's a big correlation between people who have issues with numeracy and depression, or have really bad with regards to finances, and that's like people's lives. So I kind of got into teaching and wanted to sort of, I didn't realize it was an issue, and the more I taught, the more I was like, oh, it's really, we need to get more people engaged and like into maths. But I also know that's about how we present it. And that's why I like kind of doing like the whole playful thing. I think a lot of people who love maths, you know, like that's brilliant. And I think it's great that there are shows for that and stuff. But I also feel there's like a real space for people who don't love it yet, but want to.
Yeah.
And also know that it's important. And it's stuff like, so the work I've been doing with multiplication tables has been really great because like everyone can access it. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of, it's the type of thing that like either some people like are good at the times tables and some people have always been quite bad at them. But as soon as you give them a way in to access it, they get kind of engaged. And that's like I said, the power. That's why I love teaching. So kind of, I'm hoping to do more stuff like that, where it's about kind of breaking down the walls of not elitism, but that thing if you don't get it, you're out. I think I'm hoping that more people, I want to do more stuff which gets more people involved and engaged in maths, and like playing with it, like, you know, learning that trick, understanding why it works, and then showing their friends and practicing it.
Yeah, that was. I wish I was in your class. Essentially, is going to my summary to what you've just said. I could. It sounds like the more you teach maths, the more you realise why you want to teach maths, and the more you enjoy maths. It's like a sort of like a symbiotic sort of cycle, isn't it? I remember when I started teaching, I started understanding more about maths, and because I'd never really thought about how do I understand this, and what are the kind of barriers to overcome. And when you start teaching other people, you realise how much you enjoy it yourself. So it's really nice to chat to a teacher again and pretend I'm in the classroom still.
Also, I have to say, like events like this, it's really great to be involved in and to sort of seeing the massive community of maths people. I mean, what's the collective term for mathematics people?
Mathematicians. I mean,
yes, pretty much. That's quite a lot. But like
maths communicators, I guess, people that are doing this sort of thing.
If there's a collective noun, anyone share. But just the whole idea that we've got such a wealth of people who are up for sharing some really interesting and fun ways that, you know, I think some people, if you were to say to them 24 hours of maths magic, they'd be like, oh, that's awful. But it's kind of like the lineup is huge, and it's also really exciting. So it's kind of, I think Matt is in a really great place, and I think in some respects as well, like the virtual element of it is great because it's getting to so many people you know, in their houses, which is amazing, and it's for a great cause. So this is like great to be a part of this, really.
Thank you. That feels like a lovely point to end on. So you've just sold the whole show to me. So yeah, hopefully people can have been watching the last half an hour, Susan, and then they're now hooked on maths and they want to get a little bit more. Thank you very much, Susan. You've been awesome. I'm going to say goodbye to you now and hand over to my next guest in a minute. Thank you very much. See you, Susan.
Have a great 24 hours.
Yeah, we'll do. I'm not going to be up for the whole 24 hours. So I will, just before I bring on my next guest, I'm going to remind people what this is all about. So if you have just tuned in, then you are watching the 24-hour Maths Magic Show. So there we go, 24-hour Maths Magic Show. We've got 24 hours of mathematicians doing tricks. I mean, I say we've got 24 hours. We've got about 22 hours left now. So we've had 2 hours already, got about 22 hours left. We finish at 9 p.m. Tomorrow evening, 9 p.m. UK time, that is, which is now GMT, not BST. Don't make that mistake. So we've got 48 mathematicians over the 24 hours doing all sorts of tricks. And we're running this concurrently with Mark Watson's 24-hour Watsonathon. Mark Watson is a comedian, and it's the second time that he's run a 24-hour kind of marathon of all sorts of exciting stuff going on. And so he's dialing into our show every now and then and dialing into some other shows as well. And it's all in aid of charity. So if you go to donate.watsonathon.com, then you can find out more about the two charities that his show and our show are raising money for, and you can donate. So the two charities are all about helping people in financial need. So people on low incomes and who are having difficulty throughout the COVID crisis. The first charity is called Turn to Us, and the second charity is called the Comedy Support Act, doing exactly the same thing, but for comedians who have lost almost all of their income because of what's going on around the world at the moment. So two really amazing charities to go and support. If you can do, please go and donate. That's that bit done. Let's move on to our second guest. So our second guest is Matt Pritchard. So I'm going to invite Matt on if he is with us. I realise we're a couple of minutes early.
I am indeed. Good evening.
Oh, good evening. How are you doing, Matt?
I'm good, thank you. Great work with the 40 coins earlier.
Yeah, I genuinely didn't think I was going to do it. If you could tell. So Matt is.
I didn't think Matt was going to do it either, but he did.
Got that in there in the end. So Matt Pritchard, so you're known as the science magician, and you're an atomic physicist and a member of the Magic Circle. Is that right?
So I always say a lapsed atomic physicist. So it's been a while since I've been in a research lab with lasers, but. That's my academic background.
Perfect. That's sort of your training, and so you sort of fuse science and magic together. Can you tell us a bit more about how they go hand in hand, how that works?
Yeah, so magic's always been a hobby for me since I was a kid. I'm that cliche of a magician who got into it from being given a magic book or a magic kit, and I just kept on persisting past the stage where all my friends were telling me I was rubbish to being okay till at the stage of university asked to do a few tricks around the bar and balls and things. So magic was never intended to be a career at all. It was always something I just enjoyed. I loved the problem solving. I was rubbish at the sleight of hand, but what I did love was using the psychology, the memory work of magic. It's definitely the maths. There's a lot of logic and mathematics behind quite a few tricks there. And yeah, I enjoyed the creativity, and the performance side came later. So that was one strand, and then I followed a very classical route, going down to do physics, and sort of went on to specialize in atomic physics. And it wasn't until I finished my PhD that I started working for Think Tank Science Museum, which is one of the Millennium Projects in the UK, in Birmingham, and doing science communication with schools and visiting schools and schools coming to visit the museum. And I would have loved to have put the magic into it, because for me, unpacking a magic trick is very much the same skills you use for figuring out how something works in science. It's that critical thinking skills. but also magic's a great engagement tool as well. And even with the sort of hard-nosed teenagers who fold their arms, you do a magic trick and they're sat on their seats and they want to know how it's done, and it's a great way of winning them over as well. And I think where the other overlap comes in for me, science and maths and magic, it's all about this sense of wonder. Both magicians and scientists and mathematicians, we have this sense of wonder in the world, but we also want to push back boundaries of what everyone else says is impossible. And so for me, there isn't that conflict which you might think at first glance there would be with being a magician and a scientist at the same time.
Yeah, no, that's kind of some of that sounds like my experience as a mathematician and not a magician by any means, not like your standard, but doing some magic tricks in shows. I think the bit that resonated with me about what you just said was the idea of unpicking the trick. That logic of can you kind of reverse engineer the trick is very similar to how you might think mathematically. So yeah, definitely makes sense for me. And I guess from the science point of view, like you say, that sense of wonder and sort of wanting to know why something works, maybe. Awesome. So I'm excited for what you've got to show us. What have you got to show us? What's your trick?
So I'm excited. I'm nervous as well. I'm trying out some new technology with me. I got laptop in the post today, so it could go horribly wrong. I've already tripped the electrics in my office, so which is by the by. So let's try this. I'm going to switch to a different thing. So there we go. This is what I've been working on of late. It's at first glance it just looks like a checkerboard, but if we then twist it, we end up seeing we've got this cube there camouflaged in the scene there. So I'm just gonna pop back to this. So this I first came across it in this book. It's a book called Optical Tricks. It's by a photographer called Walter Wick, and he creates these wonderful photographic illusions. And I looked at it and thought, let's see if I can make this, because I love just actually trying things out with my hands. And so this was just me sort of playing around, trying to see if I could actually make this illusion. But what we'll notice here is there's a few bits around the edges where it's not quite perfect. You can sort of you can see the bits where it's not aligned, and certainly there. And one of my friends said to me, a fellow magician, is actually, Matt, why are you confined to using a cube? Because really what we need to do is we need to sort of extend those black lines out. So if we go back here, we can see the bits where the black lines are sort of chopped off there. That's where you can see what's going on there. So if we could extend these lines out, we might get a better form of camouflage. So that's what I did. So I made this sort of shape. So you can see it's the basis of the cube, but it's just been extended on the sides, and it just means because you've got the black lines, added camouflage. And once you've done that, you can have some fun with that. So let's hopefully this video will work. So let's try this.
Oh.
So we'll see if we can play that again.
That was nice.
And then I'll just explain simply what I've done there. So by extending these sides out, what we've got is we've got a really big region here that we can hide objects behind. And you'll notice there's a little dot there. That's actually a magnet. And so the magnet's sitting on the face there. My card comes in, and there's another magnet on the card. It attaches to that, and then the whole thing is just lifted out of the way. So I just made a sort of a camouflage shield with that, and then I've just been playing around with lots of variations on that. So I should say it's not the easiest of things to come up with. So this is just a selection of some of the various iterations I went through to try and get the right shapes. It was you can work out a little bit of the maths and the geometry, you can extend the lines, but ultimately the way to do it is just to stick a camera there and then take a picture and then go, okay, this line should be a bit higher up or a bit lower down, and we tweak it from there.
Okay. That's really nice. It's nice to see all your hard work behind the scenes, all your different various iterations of the trick. That's really interesting. And does this link to any particular areas of science or maths that you're interested in?
So on the science side, there's obviously links to camouflage there, and I think on the mathematics side, there's a projective geometry of taking a view and sort of extending it out, and you can do that a bit, and I get a little bit lost in the geometry, and like I said, I sometimes just resort to just sketching by hand and trying to do it by brute force.
Yeah. Carry on.
Sorry, Zoe, you're going to say something?
No, I was just going to say it's really impressive. I was really intrigued to see how that worked. Do you have a treat for us?
I do. Well, I've what I can do is I can show you some variations on that as well. So this next one, I'll show you the video, and then I get a really smug feeling when I do this. So let's try this.
Oh.
And we'll try again.
I have no idea how you're doing that.
But here's the view. Here's the other angle of things. So
okay.
What we've got two layers here, and I'm literally just dropping the ball over the edge. So we've got it here. So
that's amazing.
Set up, and the squares that are closer to the camera a tiny bit smaller because they have to be.
Okay.
And then you've got this layer, and if you get the right angle, it will look like it's all joined up. And you've got this big gaping hole that the ball just rolls under. And all I did for that video was just I angled my table like this, and the ball just drops over the edge, and it just rolls straight out. I catch it, and I can go on forever with it. But it's I'm genuinely amazed that actually worked. And when I caught it on film, that looks like the perfect vanish that does, just as it goes.
That was amazing. I was like, didn't know how that worked. That's really, really lovely. That's really, it's great. It would be good to have a chat with you about sort of various other things that you've got going on, kind of in your working life, projects you've got coming up and that kind of thing. I think I will show the charity links again, as I've realised that I didn't actually show the links last time. I think I potentially was in the wrong mode on my laptop. So I'm gonna give people that information, because it's been a little while since that's come up, because I thought I was showing you the slide, but apparently I wasn't. So here we go. So we'll come back to Matt in a second, give him time to gather his thoughts. So this is a 24-hour maths magic show, if you've just tuned in. We're running 24 hours of magic tricks alongside Mark Watson, the comedian's 24-hour Watson-a-thon. If you're interested to donate to the charities that our show and his show are raising money for, you need to go to donate.watsonathon.com. You can see that first link at the top there. We're raising money for two charities, Turn to Us and the Comedy Support Act, two charities that are doing wonderful work helping people in financial difficulty at the moment. Turn to Us works with anybody who's in financial difficulty, giving them grants, and the Comedy Support Act works specifically with comedians who have lost their income at this tricky time. So go and donate if you can. So that's the first link. The second link is Mark's stream. I mean, I'd love it if you could stay on ours and watch all the magic tricks, but I suppose we might let you go and watch Mark's stream as well. So that's the information that I should have given you about 10 minutes ago. And I'll whiz back now to Matt. So Matt, have you got any other?
I do. I was just going to say that these charities are incredibly important. Like I know we've all suffered because of the pandemic, but anyone in performing arena has really been hit hard with it. So I think of my friend John, who's an actor. He does West End and touring plays, and he says, like, on a good year he gets about the equivalent of 3 months worth of work, because on the whole most actors aren't especially well paid. So 3 months to feed his whole family. Of course, with the pandemic, he's just got nothing, and he's just like, what do I do? It's what I love, it's who I am, and I can't do it anymore. And there's only little glimmers of hope for the future for theatres reopening springtime. So charities like this are great. And it's just also, I think, for comedians and a lot of people like that, it's a very lonely occupation to have, because you're often on your own, and you spend a good chunk of the day on your own. You go do a gig in front of an audience, and then it's driving home, traveling home, and without that sort of that social contact, it can be really demoralizing. So the fact that you've got charities out there helping people, and just the knowledge that people are there and got your back, is just incredibly important.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It feels very much like the theatres are like the last thing that they're, you know, culture seems to have been forgotten on the agenda of when things can reopen. So they're definitely very worthy causes. And so in terms of, you're saying at the moment, obviously, I guess, has a lot of your live work been cancelled? Have you moved to a different platform to do your work?
Yeah, so very much like you, I'm jumping headlong into doing virtual shows, whether it's live shows with streaming or pre-recorded. So I'm having to learn to film and edit and do all that whilst being a presenter, and then at the same time writing various resources, magazines, teacher resources, things like that. So I'm loving being at home more with my family.
Right.
I would love also to be at home with my family and having a bit more work as well. But I think that's the same with everyone, really.
Yeah. Well, it's great that you've got things going on. Have you got kind of projects coming up you'd like to let us know about, or shows, virtual shows that we can have a look at online?
The one project I really want to plug is a project I call Words on Wonder, and the website's really simple, wordsonwonder.com.
Okay.
It came about 2 years ago because I started talking to loads of friends and talking about this idea of wonder, and everyone had a different definition, a different idea of what wonder is. So, what if I said, "What's wonder?" What's wonder to you?
The word, what is wonder? I guess a tingly feeling, like a moment of, you know, sort of a moment of excitement and it's really hard to explain. A moment of excitement in something that you're trying to understand.
Yeah, and it's I think it's like it's a because you say it's like tingly feeling, and it is a feeling, but also it's sort of a head thing as well, isn't it? As well, and is it curiosity? Is it awe? Is it separate? And so it's
it's nice.
And surprisingly, there's not been that much research, particularly from a psychological point of view, of what is wonder. It tends to get lumped in with curiosity and awe, and we all ban the word around, but no one really can give a very nice definition of what it is. And so, not that I claim to be able to do that, but in this project, I just go interview fascinating people, artists, mathematicians, scientists, explorers, philosophers, theologians, and just ask them, what do they do? What makes them curious? What makes them wonder? And look at the common threads between, like you might have one interview with Helen Sharman, Britain's first astronaut, and the next interview might be a bishop or a con artist or a zoologist, and trying to see what's common, what do they do to cultivate their curiosity and unpack this idea of wonder and see if we can get more of it in our lives. And so if you're interested in reading the interviews, most are text-based. There's a few video and audio interviews. It's just wordsonwonder.com. And it's about 130 there, and it's worth dipping in, just a bit of inspiration now and again.
That sounds lovely. Have you got any other allusions you'd like to show?
Yeah, so maybe we could extend this a little bit further. So at the moment, I've got 3 surfaces. So let me show you this.
I'm going to whiz my camera off so people can see yours better.
This image here. So at first glance, it looks okay. Then you realise there's a stray tiger in the reflection.
Yeah.
And the question really is, where did that tiger come from? Now, an obvious way of doing this is it's not a mirror. So that black frame could just be empty, and it just could be a second scene on the other side. But it's not. It's actually taking this idea further. So let me just take my headphones out. I'll show you what I've done. So there is as some of you will have suspected, there is a camouflage region there. So this is what it looks like. I'm going to go full again here. So this is the board. And what I've discovered is you can have it a double-sided wall. So I'm not sure if I can get this to work on my webcam just because of the angles, but we're close to camouflaging, I think, there. And so from that angle, you've got a camouflage wall, but it also works the other way. So from here again, let's line up. Yeah, that works quite well. The light's not quite right on that. So that's what I've done. I've just got this shape, double-sided wall, and then we can create a camouflage region, and it will hide itself, and then you can have objects one side of the wall, and it will appear in reflection, but not in the foreground. So that's another variation of what we do. I thought, sorry, I've set people a challenge. So
yeah,
I'm going to show this image, and I can't see the chat box, but you might be able to see it from where you are. But the question is, are you looking at a mirror? So is this image, is it a mirror or not? And also just in the chat, just put your reasoning for whether it's a mirror or not.
Okay, I'll have a look I'll keep an eye on the chat and see what we've got coming in. Let's have a look. So is it a mirror or not?
Because of course we've got a 30-second lag from when we talk to when people actually hear us, so it's going to take a little while.
So it reminds me of a piece of art, isn't there? Is there a famous?
Yeah, so you've got the Andy Warhol.
Yeah.
I think Campbell suit tin, which is one of the reasons why I chose that as an image.
I'm showing my ignorance by not knowing the name of the art. I mean, I know who Andy Warhol is, but off the top of my head, I couldn't remember that it was him. So we've got a few people coming in now with their comments on the chat.
Oh, great! What are they saying?
So we've got no, it's a magic show. That's helpful. People saying my instinct is no. People saying the writing isn't reversed.
Yeah.
So no. Other people saying I also think there's too much lid. Interesting. The wood grain looks off. Maybe the writing is reversed on the tin closest to us. All sorts of suggestions. People again, lots of comments about reversal. So
yeah,
could be a reverse label on the can.
Mm-hmm.
Generally no. So most people I'd say saying no. A couple.
Yeah. So it's
yeah.
As far as I can tell, there's three main ways you could do this. So one way is to just have a black frame and no mirror in there, stick a second can the other side, and then get a broom and cut it into chunks and just use the two ends there to make it look like it's been obscured by a piece of mirror. So that's one way. Another way you could do it is to just have a printing and put that in a picture frame. So I could take a photograph and stretch it, transform it, and then just stick it in there, and that would cause it. Actually, I did it sort of fairly brute force way. So I've got the can here. So let's go back to full screen here. So this is the can, and I've just reverse printed. So I don't know which way my webcam's showing me, but hopefully if it's going right, this should be written in reverse now. And then the other side is written correctly. So I've just got two labels. One is printed normally, which is the rear side, and the other side is reverse printed. And so when you go back to our photo there, you're just seeing a mirror reflection of reverse writing, which is why it gets corrected back to that, and which is what causes our brain to trip up.
That's really nice. That's really lovely. And I liked all the suggestions in the chat. I'm going to put my video back on so you can see me. Really nice. That's yeah. All sorts of solutions I hadn't thought of. I don't think I could look at an image like that and sort of break it down and sort of work out what's going on in quite the same way that you've explained.
And you know what?
Very nice.
It's spent many hours playing around with mirrors and just getting a bit obsessed by them. And also one of the things I love is putting some of these ideas out on Twitter and Instagram, and then you get suggestions of how it's done, and then you take those suggestions, and then you next time you do something, you use those suggestions to make the illusion stronger, or you subvert them and come back with something better. So I like that way of learning and how to do that. I subscribe to the idea of failing fast. You put something out there, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, you learn from it and you iterate that way.
That's really nice. Yeah, it's lovely. So maybe some of those comments that we had coming in can inspire your next piece.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look back and then make stronger illusions off the back of that. So
I was about to say inspire your next piece of art, because I think it feels like art and science and magic, all in one sort of.
Yeah, and I think I try and do that. Try and have something that's pleasing to look at, as well as being a bit confusing or confounding.
Yeah, and so I think that's kind of like, it's the hook, isn't it? I feel like people also having that question of is this a mirror or not, just immediately sort of hooks people in trying to work out what's going on. So you used to be a physicist at Durham, is that correct?
I
feel like I've read that somewhere. Was that maybe perhaps on your website? And so what was your sort of journey into science? Like I was asking Susan earlier on if there was a sort of defining moment where she sort of switched on to maths. What about you with science and with maths? Was it a sort of gradual thing? Was it something you're always into, or what's your story?
Honestly, I found maths dull at school. I wasn't inspired. The maths that I did love was the maths I was learning about through learning magic. And so the name Martin Gardner will resonate with lots of viewers, because he wrote a vast amount of articles on recreational maths. In fact, he's probably one of the person in the 20th century for popularizing recreational maths. And he was a magician as well as an amateur mathematician. And he introduced the world to so many great things like flexagons and various other problems and things like that. And so that's where I really got my interest in maths peaked, was through that sort of thing, the recreational maths side of things. Science-wise, it's a bit boring, really. I was good at it, and I slowly in school just eliminated all the subjects I didn't like, and so French was probably quite quick to go because I really couldn't do French, and got rid of other subjects, and I just ended up with doing physics. But saying that, my dad was a scientist. He had a great job, actually. He was head of gas explosions for the UK government.
Oh wow!
So if anything blew up in the country that was gas related, he and his team would be out there investigating what caused it, and then how you could prevent it from happening in the future. So whether that's an oil refinery or just a house, terrace street. And so his lab was just a big field that they just simulated oil refineries, and every now and again would blow them up and then look at the pieces and try and develop frame arresters and things like that. So there was a element of getting into science through that and seeing perhaps the more dramatic side of science with the big bangs and explosions.
I can imagine that having your dad doing that role is a sort of like perfect role model to surround you with science as a youngster, to then kind of get you into this world. If you don't have anything else to show us, we could maybe see if the audience have any questions for you, so we could have
I'd love to do questions. I've got things I can show as well, so maybe I'll just show a couple more things, and then happy to take questions as well. So maybe people could be putting questions in the chat, and then by the time that 30-second lag is being gone, we'll have some good questions. So the first one is this. So this is the word science, and if we take a mirror here, we take a mirror and we rotate it there, we get the word magic. So we've got science and magic, and this is a example of a lot of my work is these ambiguous objects. where you can view it different ways. So it's just a very simple staircase with the words sort of sliced up, and the magic is just printed in reverse, so you get it reversed in the mirror. If you just view it like that, you can just see reversing. So this is a two-way image. So I then went on to think, can you do three-way? So this is my three-way version. So this is the word wow, and then you've got the word here, word how, and then you've got the word now. So you've got this these pyramid structure, sort of this array of them. And to make this, I very much did it by brute force. I made the pyramids, stuck it at an angle, got my projector out and projected an image onto it, and then spent the evening carefully tracing where the images were, and then rotated it through 120 degrees and repeated it and did it again, and then rotated it and did it again. And so you get this lovely pattern. I've been trying to do it with square-based pyramids, and it's not quite as effective as the triangle-based pyramids, but it does work.
Okay, that was lovely. I think the word wow made me think wow, so which is nice. I'll have a look over in the chat and see what we've got going on over here. We've got probably another minute or so, and then we'll get on with our next guest. So let's see if we've got any questions for Matt. Lovely question from Olaf. It says, can you still watch magicians just for fun, or do you always try to figure out the tricks?
It's a great question. Honest answer is, I rarely watch a magic show and enjoy it on the artistic level. I'm sort of deconstructing it. I sort of almost do it naturally now. It's hard not to when you've got a lot of experience. You just see all the technical details, and that just flags it up. I rarely watch TV magic because I don't trust that they haven't resorted to camera trickery or post-production editing or CGI or something like that. So I'd rather see magic live, and I think that's the best way to see magic is live rather than something on a screen, which we're now watching for 24 hours.
That's a lovely answer, thank you. So I'll choose one more question. So Andrew says, are there any tricks that fool you?
There are a few, and I think where I get fooled is when I'm outside my area of comfort or expertise. So where I often get fooled is when it's really, really well done sleight of hand, and I'm terrible at that side of things. So I don't know what's possible and what's not. And so when I see something that's well done with sheer dexterity and manipulation and brilliant misdirection, that's when I get fooled. But also I get fooled when a magician really captivates me with their story, with their presentation, and I switch off the analytical side of my brain and just enjoy it.
That's great. Matt, you've been an awesome guest. They were really amazing tricks that I genuinely had no idea how you'd done each time that you showed me. So thank you very much for being on our 24-hour Maths Magic show. I hope you've had as much fun as I had. I'm going to say goodbye now and hand over to the next guest. Bye-bye, see you soon. Okay, so that's so Matt's gone. I've got one guest left before I end my hosting slot. If you have just joined, I'm gonna remind you. Well, if you have just joined, I'm going to tell you, and if you haven't just joined, I'm going to remind you of why we're doing this event. So it's all for charity. Our event, as we've been saying lots of times, is called the 24-hour Maths Magic Show. We've got a full 24 hours of maths magic tricks, so with over 48 different mathematicians over those 24 hours. We've also got people hosting like me, and we've got a huge number of people behind the scenes making this work. It's a huge collaborative effort, and it's super exciting. It's now, what is it now? It's kind of 11:30ish. And we're running them through until 9 p.m. tomorrow evening. So we've got a lot left to show you. And this is being run concurrently with Mark Watson's Watsonathon. So Mark Watson is a comedian who you might have seen, and this is his second 24-hour sort of marathon of interesting stuff. And there's lots of people sort of running their own little show, and he's sort of dialing into all the shows and sort of bringing them all together on his own stream. So his own stream is watsonathon.com. If you're interested, you can go and have a look at that. If you'd like to donate to the charities that his show and our show and lots of the other shows are working towards, then go to donate.watsonathon.com. And those two charities are Turn to Us and the Comedy Support Act, both of whom are helping people in sort of dire financial need in the difficult circumstances that we find ourselves in. So definitely please go and donate if you can. Without further ado, I'm going to switch back to full mode so you get more of me, and I'm going to invite on my next guest. So Ian Kendall, are you there? Ian, you sound like Mickey the Mouse. Is this a deliberate magic effect, or perhaps not?
Is that better?
That is much better. Yeah, you sound...
There we go. It's not a magic effect. It's a hangover of a webcam, which bizarrely on the first call, and it's 11:30 p.m. I do sound a bit like Mickey Mouse attacking the chipmunks with helium balloons.
Okay, well, it's nice to have you now,
now.
A more human level. So Ian, you're all sorts of things as well. So you're a magician, presenter, teacher, science communicator. Having looked through your bio, tell me what have you been up to in the last kind of couple of months?
Like most people in my profession, very, very little.
Yeah.
I teach magic, I write. At the start of lockdown, I wrote a book for magicians. I intended to write 2 other books. They didn't happen yet. I'm just trying to keep, I don't know what I've been doing. I don't know what I've been doing since yesterday. I've got no clue. I am trying to keep mentally active, because I need to keep my head going all the time, or I get very antsy if I'm not learning something all the time. And I'm just trying to, at the moment, get through one day at a time. That's my life at the moment.
So I feel like that feels like that's the case for quite a lot of people. Obviously, at the moment, you've kind of obviously everyone's work life has completely changed, but it's good to hear that you're learning new things. And sort of, I tried to do that at the start of lockdown. I was kind of productive for about a month back in April or May, and sort of tried to teach myself some coding, and then it sort of all just went out the window by about June. It's really hard to continue to be productive when you've... I
think the lockdown fatigue hit a lot of people, and everyone at the start was like, I shall get fit, I shall clean the house, I shall blah 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 blah. And in like the first couple of days of cleaning out the attic, I realized I had nowhere to put anything. And I couldn't take anything because yeah, everyone sets themselves these
over-ambitious projects and doesn't really achieve them. But hopefully things like this are kind of keeping people busy and interacting and learning new things. This
is fun, isn't it?
It is fun, yeah. It's an amazing. I keep saying I'm on the organising committee, but I'll be honest, I didn't do a great deal of work. So much work gone on by lots of other people, and they've just put in so much time to make this thing happen. So it's amazing that they've pulled it off. What have you got to show us today?
Well, my main thing is a puzzle with a magic trick, demonstration attached to it. Now. You may know this puzzle, but I have to go through the puzzle to set up what I'm going to show you next. So here it is. 3 men walk into a restaurant. They go to a restaurant and they have lunch.
Okay.
And the bill comes at the end of lunch, and it is $30. So each of the men throw in $10. The waiter takes the money back to the till, and when he gets to the till, he realizes that there was a special on and the meal is only $25. So he takes $5 out of the till, and he realizes that it's very difficult to split $5 3 ways. So he gives $1 back to each of the men and keeps the $2 for himself. Now, each of the men have paid $10, got $1 back. They've paid $9. So 3 men paying $9 is $27, plus the 2 that the waiter kept is $29. What happened to the extra $1? Now, while you ponder that, I will show. I have to sort of re-angle a camera for a second. So bear with me for 2.5 seconds while I point down at my close-up map. There we go.
Actually, I'm going to remind. Oh, go for it. Sorry.
I'll demonstrate people with some money, and hopefully you'll be able to see it. Put my glasses so I can find. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $5 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $5. Whoops. And 2 $5 and a $10. Okay. So $10 and 2 5s is. So he's gone, but that's okay. 20 plus 5 is 25, plus 5 is $30. The waiter takes $5, gives $3 back to the guys, and keeps 2 for himself. Each of the guys has paid $9, so that's 10, 15, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 25 plus 2 is 27, plus 2 from the waiter, that's $29, and I've lost $1.
Okay.
Now I'll do that again for you because I have another $1 here.
Right.
Zoe, how many is in this pile here? Can you see?
You've got 5, I think.
5, yep. And how many here?
5.
5. Yep. So that's $10. Plus 2 5s is $20.
$20, yeah.
Plus 10 is $30.
$30, yeah.
So the waiter takes 1, 2, 3, 4, $5 from the till. He gives $3 back to the guys, keeps 2 for himself. 3 9s is 27. That's 10, 15, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus 2 is 27. Plus 2 is 29, and I've lost another $1. And I lost my first million doing this trick.
You lost your first.
And so that my first $1 million.
Okay.
That's a sad lie of a professional magician having $1 million. No, not going to happen. So that's just something that I really love. I love that story. And I don't know, are you familiar with the puzzle?
Yeah, I am. And so I like the sort of twist that you added on to the end. I remember the first. Sorry, Karen.
No, go for it.
I remember that I've heard that puzzle quite a few times, and every single time I go, hang on a minute. And I definitely fall for it, and then I have to rethink about it. So and remember, I remember this last time. I remember falling for it last time, and then having to think about it. What is it that I thought about, and how did it work? So yeah, it's a really nice puzzle. Are there others? I feel like there are others in that sort of genre of paradox puzzles people might enjoy. What else?
There are. Whether I have any set up at the moment, I don't.
That's fine. I wasn't suggesting you.
No. I mean, this is mainly a maths and magic show. So the magic is secondary to the mathematics. And I have been obsessed with mathematics since I was probably 8 or 9. Okay. I realized that was my thing. That was where I was. And I remember taking my maths O-level a year early and then doing advanced maths and doing maths at university. I did electrical engineering at university, but maths was part of it.
Right. Cool.
And with magic, there are a number of mathematical things that you can do. I mean, you memorized 40 head tosses. I have a routine where I memorize 60 number. And you can pull digits out here and there, and you'll know the things behind that. I can. There's a routine that I used to do back in the 80s, which was a memory stunt where you just get 20 disparate things. People will say 20 different items, and you remember it, and you can say what the 13th one is, what the fifth one, you do it backwards and forwards. And that is the only reason that I know that the chemical term for Teflon is polytetrafluoroethylene.
Okay.
Because somebody once gave me, in 1987, somebody gave me PTFE as number 13 in a list. And so since 1987, I have had a picture of a Teflon skirting board in my head. Which I cannot get rid of. Normally, I can flush the memory stuff from memory work, but I'm sort of obsessed with topology, the stuff that Matt's done with his optical illusions we just watched. I remember when he first sort of floated those to the magic world a few months ago, and that's all Kraken stuff, and that's the kind of thing that really appeals to me. Hypercards and flexagons, and Martin Gardner is about as close to a deity as I've got. But that kind of thing I really enjoy.
Well, that's lovely to hear. I wonder if you've got a treat for us that you'd like to share.
I do have a treat for you, actually.
Okay. Treat.
Yes, I do have a treat. This is something that I've been doing since I was about 14. I'll talk about it later, but what I'm going to do, and being a mathematician, hopefully you'll like this, I'm going to prove to you that pi is 2.
Oh, okay. Blasphemous.
I don't know if you've seen this before, but I'm going to tilt you down the camera.
Okay.
And I've got a wee piece of paper, and I shall see what I can do here to make life easy for you. So here we go. The first thing we need to do is draw a circle. And I'd just like to say, for a freehand circle, I'm quite happy with that. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to draw in a diameter to this circle, which we are going to label A and B. And I am not very good at writing upside down, so some things I'm going to flip around. Now, we do know that the circumference of a circle is pi d. Agreed?
Yep.
Okay. Or to put it more accurately, it's usually written as 2 pi r.
Yeah.
Now, this circle has a radius of 1.
Okay.
Okay. So using your mathematical brain, what is the circumference of this circle, Zoe?
So 2 multiplied by pi multiplied by 1. So I'm going to go with 2 pi.
2 pi. Excellent. That's exactly right. And that means that arc AB is pi. You happy with that?
Yep.
This is pi. Now, what makes it more fun is if I do this.
Okay.
You can work this. This now has a diameter of 1. This is pi by 2.
Okay, so it's got a diameter of 1, so it's going to be a half multiplied by 2, which is 1. So the whole thing would be pi. So you've only got half. That arc is half, so pi by 2. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so it's pi by 2 and pi by 2. We're still at pi. Okay.
So in total pi, the whole wave is
This is pi. Yeah. And if we do this, we have pi by 4 by pi by 4 by pi by 4 by pi by 4 by pi by 4. Pi. Okay.
Yep, probably. Yep.
And then we have pi by 8, 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 pi by 8 is pi.
Okay, nice. Yeah. Okay.
And then we have pi by 16, 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 pi by 16 is pi.
Yep.
And then we have pi by 32, pi by 32, pi. It's always pi. And what we notice as we see this is it's limiting to a straight line.
Okay.
So if we write this down, if we limit to infinity, we're going to AB because we're limiting to that straight line. Now, we know that it's always pi, and we know that AB is 2, therefore pi is 2. Now, I imagine the look on your face you've got there as I show you this. is very similar to the
You've
one of
upset
my
me.
maths A-level teacher in 1985, because I showed it to him, and he got to the end, and he kind of looked at me very strangely and went, "Really?" So I'll take these off again. And I've been doing that since I was 14, I think, around about 13 or 14. I don't know where I learned it. I will admit that I was nowhere near smart enough in 1982 to work that out for myself. So I must have learned it from somewhere, but I have no idea where.
Okay.
And I've been doing it forever. And I collect this kind of a video, teaching video I call Proof on my website, which teaches things like how to prove -1 is 1, pi is 2, pi is 4, 5 is 4, stuff like that. I love things like that. But the pi is 2 is one that I have been doing the longest. And it's just, especially if you have mathematicians, because obviously you need to understand pi. You need to understand circumference and basic geometry. But if you find somebody who is actually a mathematician and you show it, a very good friend of mine, a magician called Paul Wilson, I don't know if you ever watched the show The Real Hustle, is the guy from that.
I think I have.
His son, Cameron, is just gone to Oxford to do a PhD in maths. And I showed that to him last year, and he was upset with me.
I mean, I'm a bit upset with you at this point. And so you're saying if we go to your website, we can find out how it's done or how it works? Well, we're going to find that out now?
Yeah, I don't want to show you now because, to be honest, that will spoil the fun. And here's the thing about magic. Somebody asked Matt in the last segment, can you watch magic effects anymore? And for me, I've been doing this for 4 decades or so, and it's very hard for me to be fooled. And I don't say that as a brag or as an ego boost. It is the fact that I have been surrounded by this for the majority of my life, and I just know how stuff works. Okay. And if ever I find a routine that, in quote, I hate the term fools me, but fools me, and it's happened maybe 5 times in the last 30 years, I love that. I love it. I love it. I love it. And I hold on to it, and I very deliberately do not see out the solution. Okay. I could basically, in magic, I have contacts. I can find out anything I want. If somebody has a routine and I want to know how it's done, I can find it out. But there are times that I don't want to. So if you liked Pi is 2 and you don't want to know how it is, don't. But if you want to know how to do that, then there's a download. I think it's 10 quid or something from my website.
Okay.
And that will teach you 5 different things.
And what's the website address? Give us your
virtualmagicshow.com.
Virtual Magic Show. That's easy enough to remember, isn't it? Virtualmagicshow.com. I imagine that'll be being tweeted and put on our website as well. So yes, there you go.
The number of people who have tried to buy that website from me when everybody's doing virtual magic shows.
Yeah, you did well.
Well, I bought that in 2004, so I've had it for a while.
So it's fair to say you predicted the pandemic.
I'm not going to claim that at all.
You thought in 16 years' time, this will be really handy for me.
What I've quite enjoyed, I've been dipping in and out of the thing while I've been having my food and getting ready. And there was a gentleman on earlier in a travel lodge. I can't remember his name. I feel terrible for not knowing.
Phil.
Phil. But he was saying things like, doing stuff. I have corks with me everywhere. I can show you something with corks in a second.
Yeah, let's do that.
But he said that when I was a science communicator, I worked for the Edinburgh International Science Festival for initially 3 years and took a break and then another 2 years. And I found that when I was touring primary schools, and with a guy called Tom Pringle, who's Dr. Bunhead, he and I were the only 2 that toured throughout the whole year, and the others just in the springtime. I would be faced with a bunch of primary 7 kids. So 10 and 11-year-olds in Scotland, they know everything. And they can get a couple of magic tricks at the start of the thing. And then immediately I had their attention. And sometimes science and magic don't really mix, because magic is essentially breaking science.
Okay.
And the science part of me goes, this is wrong. You should respect the natural order and be a proper scientist. Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other part of me goes, nah, gonna break it and mess with your head. So I kind of have fun with that as well. But being, I mean, as we all know, science communication is a fantastic thing because you get this knowledge transfer and you can really connect with young people.
Yeah.
Being a magician in a science festival is much more fun.
Okay, so I found it interesting that you just said science and magic sometimes they don't get on, and on the other hand, Matt Pritchard was just talking about how they fit really nicely together and go hand in hand. So it feels like there's a bit of tension there.
It's not so much tension. It's just professional. I mean, the stuff that Matt does is great, but he is using science for a magic effect.
Okay.
So with his vanishing marble, the wee yellow marble that goes,
that's awesome. Yeah,
is lovely. And the first time I saw that, I was just like, it took me 3 watches to go, but he is messing with science because to the observer, something vanishes. So that's using science to mess with science, and that is something of which I approve.
Yeah, but then the scientific mind makes overrides that, and you go, okay, so this isn't what I was expecting. Can I think critically about it? Can I analyze it and work out what's going on? Because clearly magic doesn't happen. Clearly that, I feel like that might be the key.
Well, yeah. So I get this a lot. I get so many people will watch a magic effect and try and work it out. And I get this. I've had this so long, and I have a speech that I give, which I shall now give to you, because I can get a few hundred people at the same time. Basically, when you are born, your natural state is astonishment. I don't know if you've got kids, if you see a child sort of 18 months, 2 years old, they see something for the first time, they are utterly astonished by it. And that's the childhood state. When you get older, you get more cynical. The laws of the world come upon you. It's got a name. It's called functional fixedness. And it happens when you're about 7 years old. And functional fixedness is when, and this is a mouthful, you stop believing that things can do that which they are not designed to do. You basically stop believing in magic. Now,
7.
My job is to take you back to that childhood state of wonder.
Okay. The word wonder again has come up twice.
The wonder again, to take you back to that. Now, if you let me, I guarantee you'll have a great time. But if you try and work out the puzzle, 3 things will happen. 1, your head will explode, because I've been doing this for over 30 years and you're not going to get it. 2, you won't enjoy the magic because you'll be too busy looking at it as a puzzle.
Okay.
And thirdly, if you ever do find out, the magic is gone forever.
Okay. A bit like if I found out that Santa Claus doesn't exist, then.
What?
Oh,
Spoiler.
I mean, that's not. I guess it's the daytime in other countries, isn't it? And okay, I didn't say that. So on that, at that moment, I was wondering if anyone might have questions for you in the chat, or we can look at your cork thing. What would you prefer to do?
I'll show you very quickly the cork, and then we'll do
a couple of minutes, and then I'll hand over to the next person in a couple of minutes.
If you have a couple of corks, here's something you can do. So there are 2 corks. You have to scissor your fingers and turn the corks over like that. Okay? Scissor your fingers and turn the corks over. And that's all you have to do. And have fun trying.
I wish I had some corks to hand. You should have warned me. Okay. Can you show me that again? Can I just show me one more time? Can I just
one more time? Okay.
Raise my camera off again. Yeah.
Here we go. So I'll just hold the camera in place this time. So you have your 2 corks there. Okay. You have to come in with fingers like this.
Yeah.
And turn the corks over and place them on the table.
Okay.
Okay. That's all you have to do.
Okay. Well, that's something
now,
I'll be
when
trying
you try
in
that,
about 10 minutes. Yeah.
It's going to be fun. But you can You can use. I think you can use batteries. The only trouble with using batteries is if you have a AA, you have the button at the top and you can't set them back down again. So it's a bit messy. Corks are perfect.
I'll find some corks. Okay, well that's everyone around the country watching, around the world, in fact, watching this this stream will be doing that in about 10 minutes time. So this has been awesome. Thank you very much, Ian, for coming on and showing us your magic and upsetting me with your Pyres 2. Which is going to bother me now. I don't know if I'm going to sleep tonight. So thank you very much. I'm gonna hand over to the next host in just a second. So it's goodbye to Ian, and I will goodbye, Ian, and then
goodbye.
And so if you turn your
I'll
video
kill
off.
myself.
Yeah, just switch your video. Perfect. And so then before I bring on the next host, who is Ben Sparks, I am going to once again remind you what you're watching. So if you've just switched this on and you wondered what is going on, you're watching the 24-hour Maths Magic Show with I'm Zoe Griffiths, and I've been your host for the last hour and a half. And we've got 24 hours of maths magic tricks from 48 different mathematicians from all around the world. We're going right through the night until 9 p.m. Saturday UK time, so 9 p.m. tomorrow UK time, and we've already had about 3 hours of magic, so we've got about another 21 hours left to go. We're doing this as part of Mark Watson the comedian's Watson-a-thon. I'm doing it again, aren't I? I'm in the wrong mode. This is my magic trick is constantly being in the wrong mode before I show you slides. So I'm now in the right mode, so you can actually see my slides. There you go. So now you can see that Mark Watson's stream, so he's doing his own 24-hour show of comedy and all sorts of interesting bits, is watsonathon.com, and he's raising money for charity, as are we. So if you're interested to give money to charity, it's donate.watsonathon.com. There are two charities that we're raising money for, Turn to Us and the Comedy Support Act, both of whom are doing great work helping out people who are in financial difficulty at the moment because of the COVID crisis. The Comedy Support Act is specifically for comedians and performers who have lost their income at the current time, and Turn to Us is a more general financial support charity. So definitely go and click on those links, have a look at the charities, please donate if you can. So I will now, without further ado, whiz back to full screen and invite Ben on. Ben, are you with us?
I am. I appear to be sending you an OBS stream instead of. I clicked the right button. Hey, now I'm with you. How you doing, Zoe?
That's not what you normally look like. I'm all right. Thanks.
It's probably better for everyone. We'll just go back to that. I'm going to present like this. Zoe, you can provide the entertainment while I just look into proving that I'm streaming with OBS. No, this is not funny already. I'm 3 seconds in and I'm not being funny. Zoe, how are you? Did you survive your hour and a half? I mean,
I've done an hour and a half. Yeah, so I'm handing over for the real late night slot to Ben. Yeah, those have been good. This is some awesome things. Can
you do a summary of what you saw? I've been dipping in and out. I've been trying to set up my computer desk. So who was whiling away the magical hours with you?
So first of all, I had Susan Okereke, maths teacher, podcast extraordinaire, and she was showing us a way of multiplying by 11 very quickly.
Yes, I saw bits of that.
And then kind of explains why it works and used algebraic proof, which was really neat. So if you want to quickly impress people, if you missed Susan, you can watch it. You can go back and watch it. That was at whenever I came on, which was 10:30, I guess. 10:30.
She had some gloves out somewhere. I caught it, was like, why have the plastic gloves on? And then I was like, I have to go and sort something.
I'm now going to get this wrong. So this was how to multiply things that are bigger than 5, basically. So people find like 6 times tables hard, 7 times tables hard, and you number your fingers. That's why she had gloves on. So like 6, 7, 8, 9, I think.
That explains quite a lot.
And then I'm not going to go through it because you should just go and watch Susan doing it. But it was nice, and it was really nice and simple and lovely, and I managed to mess it up by turning my hand round. So yeah.
Well, the reason I wanted you to recap is that if anyone's watching the live stream, or in fact watching on the video, and you haven't watched the bit just before this, then here's what you can rewind to see. So yeah, after Susan was
Matt Pritchard, who's an illusionist. So he describes himself as the science magician, sorry, but his illusions were amazing. So I mean, I can't describe them. Just go and watch them. Go and be amazed.
What's fascinating about Phil the Matt's illusions is that they're very, very physical and tangible, and they're sort of things that you think, oh, without being able to be there in person, maybe it's not going to work so well. But for actually one little subset of his tricks where the camera needs to be in the right angle, suddenly having a fixed camera position is really good. So I feel like Matt's a good example of where physical magic, which you thought wouldn't work in online worlds, really does work. So
yeah,
I enjoyed Matt's actually.
I thought it worked well. It's all, I guess it's all about perspective and angles and stuff. So
yeah,
that was nice. And then just now I was talking to Ian Kendall, who is also a magician, presenter, teacher, everything at once. And he showed us three things. And the one that is going to bother me most is him demonstrating that pi is 2. So I'm going to go and have a think about that. I'm probably not going to sleep until I've done that. So that I'm going to at that point I'm going to hand over to you. So
this is the curse of us presenters. We get too involved in these tricks. Thank you so much, Zoe.
No problem.
I would like to lead a round of applause for our presenter, Zoe.
Thank
you
you very
can
much.
hear them clapping around the country. Feel free to clock off, and I'll catch up with you soon.
Okay, have fun, Ben.
Thank you very much. We have a lot more tricks to go. Hold on, how many? We've done 3 hours, I think. With presenters doing 1.5-hour slots. So by my advanced mathematics calculations, that means 3 hours have passed. Which means 6 performers have done their bit alongside 2 presenters. This is the best counting I'm going to do in all of my slot. We have many hours still to go. I think 21 still to go. We were getting our presenter slots in early, so we don't have to appear really tired in the middle of the night. There is, I think, at least one presenter in our backstage team who has committed to staying up the entire time. And there's probably going to be more than one, but I'm going to salute Matt Scroggs because I think he's just started on a very long mission. Hi, Matt. I'm due to present to you 3 more magicians, or three more people who don't necessarily claim to be magicians, but want to show you some magical pieces of mathematics, however they've interpreted that, maybe some tricks and maybe some treats. I would like to point out that it is almost Halloween. In fact, midnight now. We're on Halloween. To do that, I'm going to turn all the lights out. No, that was a light going on. I'm going to turn this light out. I'm going to turn this light out. I'm going to turn this light out. You're going to get the cold glow from my screen. But over behind me over here, can you see a pumpkin glowing? There is a slight smell of burning in this room. Or at least there was, because I had a real candle in there. I've now put a fake candle in because I wasn't going to burn down the house for this. But that is a pumpkin carved in a Sierpinski carpet fractal design. My wife was watching the show and carving that out while the first 3 hours of this show has happened. So I am just going to say, thanks, Jen. That was amazing. And so she's given it to me to decorate my office. I'm going to turn the lights back on. And if you want to see the Halloween pumpkin again, just tell me in between things to turn the lights off again, and we can have a little, maybe I'll bring it closer to the camera next time. I don't want to take too much more of your time. I do have to remind you that we are doing this in support of charity. So I'm going to just quickly remind you that this is going live as part of a 24-hour maths magic show alongside Mark Watson's comedy 24-hour show. I was going to say magic show, isn't that magic show? And you should go and donate to that. And I'm just going to check that all my things are working. So if I, for example, share my screen, let's just check that that's functioning too. I should be able to share some other attempts that's our sting there. And what I can do is just remind you that if you want to donate, that is the link to the donation. And you can go and catch the live show of Mark Watson's comedy show happening there live. So that's me checking also that my screen sharing business is working. And I think what I'd like to do now is introduce our next guest. So before I say too much more about them, I'm just checking whether they are in the call. I think they are there. So when I ask them to turn their camera on, they're going to appear. I think the backstage chat is just checking that we have got a presenter here, and I think they're ready. So let me say nothing more. I'm going to say a little bit more when the picture turns up. But can I ask, Raj, are you there? Can you turn your camera on and say hi to us?
Right, here I am.
Hi, Raj. I should be calling you Dr. Raj. Is that right?
I'll take whatever I can get. Sure.
All right, I'll call you mate from now on. Good. That's nice and British. But you are also not in England. Is that correct?
I am in the United States.
So I had a quick, I've seen a bit of your work online. Not everyone will have done, but I'm sure a lot of people have done, because you've done a TEDx talk to do with the beauty of mathematics as well, and worked with, is it James Tanton on the Global Math Project?
Yeah, part of the Global Math Project with James. James is one of a kind.
Well, I'm really glad that you're here. I know you're going to show us some interesting things. I had a sneak preview of the sort of thing you might show us, but I'd like, if possible, can you say a little bit more about your background in mathematics and maybe why that overlaps with magic at all?
Yeah, so my background is, I'm one of these people who love math this whole life, just like probably a lot of people here. Got my PhD in physics, and then, always wanted to be a teacher. So I quit my job 13 years ago, started a math program for kids here in Ohio. And, just trying to get more people to fall in love with mathematics. One thing I like to say is I like to make math irresistible for kids and for adults.
And that's a bit of a tagline in the videos I've seen. That's your job. So you find math is irresistible. I'm going to say maths. I'm sorry if that offends you, but hey, other people, I actually quite like the American, because I'm not sure I can defend the pluralization of the word math, but that's how I say it. So I find maths irresistible. You clearly do, but why is it, do you think, that some people don't? I think you have thoughts on this, don't you?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts on this. I could take the whole half hour on that, but I think the biggest thing is that when we take mathematics into schools, we just do so much to take all of the curiosity and surprise out of it. And that's one of the reasons I'm super excited to be here in the Math Magic Show, right?
Yeah.
We want to bring the surprise of mathematics to you in regular everyday math. You don't have to be a genius to figure any of this stuff out. You just have to be curious, and everybody's curious. So I'm always looking for things that are just really easy for people to make sense of. But when you first see them, you're like, wait, what? How is this possible? Because if you do that, then I know you're going to lean in and you're going to actually participate in the mathematics.
And so you said you quit your job to become a teacher. What was your job before teaching then?
In the good old days, I worked for Intel. Back in the day where it was prestigious to work at Intel.
Surely it still is.
Probably still is, but and I worked in R&D, so making microprocessors and all that kind of stuff.
But we now both agree clearly, and so does everyone else watching, that it's far more prestigious to be a teacher of mathematics.
100%.
Good. I mean, because I have a similar life story. I was a teacher in secondary school in England, and now I get to do sort of maths outreach a bit as well and talk about things like maths on Numberphile and YouTube videos. But I think both of us share the same passion, is that we've seen the bits of maths that make us go, or make us get curious or make us want to dig in. And not everybody else has. And there is a sense that if they haven't seen it, that's why they think they don't like it. And it's not because they don't like it. It's because they haven't seen the bit that makes them go, I want to know more.
That's right. I 100% agree with you.
I'd like to talk more about this, but I fear if we keep talking about it, we'll use up all our time. So why don't you show us a curiosity or a magic trick, or however you want to describe it, and we'll come back to it.
I have a little magic trick for you. Hopefully the technology works. I'm going to try and share my iPad so it can be a little bit high tech with it. So give me 1 second.
Go for it. If when it's running, I'm going to turn my video off and you can have the entire screen.
All right, let's see. And then I'm going to ask you to play along with me.
Really? I get to get involved?
You're going to be my volunteer.
Whoop, whoop. I can see. I can see
the virtual nature of this. All right, so presumably people can see my screen. Maybe
I'm certainly seeing a screen. So for the moment, I'm going to turn my video off. If you want me to appear on with a video, then just tell me if that's useful.
Okay.
If you're, my shocked expression can turn up, but for the moment, I'm going to give you the space. All right.
All right, perfect. So as you can see here, I have a grid, an array of numbers here, numbered 1 through 16 in order left to right, top to bottom. What I'm going to allow you to do, Ben, is I'm going to allow you to pick 4 numbers from this chart. And right now, before you even pick the numbers, and obviously you and I have not talked about this before, we've never even met before until just now. So I have no idea what numbers you're going to pick. I am going to predict the sum of these 4 numbers. So what I'll do is here, I've got a little piece of paper, got a little marker.
Okay.
I will write down the sum that I know that you're going to make right now.
How could you possibly know what I'm going to do now?
And what I'll do is, I don't want people to think that I have like a whole stack of papers here that I could draw from after I know what the sum is. I'll take the sum, I'll crumple it up. And I don't know, a good place to leave it in view. I think that's in view right there, right?
Yeah, I can see that. Cool. I will keep my BDI on it.
There's no sleight of hand here. I don't know how to do that kind of magic. All right, so what I'm going to do, so you're going to get to pick 4 numbers.
Okay.
I'd like you to pick a number from the first row, 1 through 4 there. Give me a number.
From the first row?
Yes, sir.
I will pick the number 1.
I knew you would do that. All right.
Stop scaring me, all right?
I had a sense.
Just Halloween.
Pick number 1. Okay, here's the thing, though. Since you've picked 1, I think it's only fair that we take care. We're kind of done with the first row. And we'll go ahead and cross out that first column where the 1 is. So we're just going to take those out of the equation. So
anything in line with my number, you've just got rid of?
Correct. Horizontal and vertical.
Yeah.
And now I'd like you to pick a number from the second row, 6, 7, or 8.
I see. So because 5's crossed out, I can't go there. Fair enough. I'm going to pick the only perfect number on that row.
Oh, are you testing me?
No, I'm going to tell you that I want the number 6. But, the only other perfect number, I guess, no. 6. 6 is the perfect choice.
All right, we'll give you 6. We'll take out the rest of the row. And we'll take out the column that has the 6 in it.
Nice. Okay.
Go ahead and select a number from 11 and 12 in the third row.
I do like the number 11, but it looks too predictable, so I'm going to go with 12.
I'm glad you did that. And I kind of figured you wouldn't go straight down the middle. I knew that in advance. We'll take those 2 out. And, I'll let you choose the last one. So it's totally up to you what you want to pick.
Semi-prime. I like the semi-primes. 15 will do me, yeah.
I'm going to give you 15.
Thanks.
Once again, I was pretty sure you would pick that. So now let's go ahead and over here on the side, we'll sum up your numbers. Whoops, not 16, 15, right? What is that? 27 and 7, 34?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, you want to check my work, make sure I didn't goof anything there?
I got a 7, and the 12 is 19, and the 15, 34. I agree.
All right, rock and roll. Here is the piece of paper that I had crumpled up and written on.
No way.
Slow reveal here. Let's see what we got. Oh, it's blank, actually. Is that right ways for you?
That is the right way for me. I am impressed. That is the number that I picked.
I believe that says 34.
It does say 34.
It does say 34. So one might wonder, how is it possible that I can know that?
And let me just put my guarantee on this.
Yes.
Although I've seen your work before, we've never had a chance to chat, and we certainly didn't rig this. And I genuinely was trying to pick numbers that you thought I wasn't going to pick, and I was, wow, okay. So is this a thing where I want to know what's going on, and I suspect a lot of people watching, but we've had a lot of chat on some of the other guests already that you may have seen, that there's a tension with magic. Do you reveal secrets? And that the same tension is in mathematics if you're trying to provoke curiosity, because too early a reveal maybe removes that hook.
The longer I can maintain the suspense, the better. So I like to use this. As a teacher, I like to use this with students, right? I share this with other teachers as well.
Yeah.
So, imagine doing this with a bunch of 8-year-olds or 9-year-olds. They're super excited. How does he know? He's obviously not magical. I may look magical, but I'm not magical.
I was going to say, it's not that obvious. You look pretty magical to me.
So, the next thing they want to do is they want to try it again. Like, hey, can we do this again? All right. So
okay.
A good mathematician would probably say, no, I don't want you to do this again. But let's go ahead and do this one more time. And let's just see what happens.
That's a really interesting comment about magic, where the job is to keep the secrets, would refuse to repeat. Whereas those people who want to uncover the secrets, which is maybe a good metaphor for mathematicians,
I think
will repeat until secrets unravel themselves. So I'm up for repeating it.
All right, so let's repeat. So I'll just erase all this. There we go. We're clear. And go ahead. Same thing. Pick a number from the first row. Don't pick one.
I was going to say, it's not going to be fun if I pick the same. So I'm going to go with 3.
All right, 3. Oh, wrong button. 3. So we'll take out the first row and we'll take out that third column. Go ahead.
I do like the 6 though, so I'm going to stick with 6.
All right, sticking with the perfect 6.
Yeah. I can just see the chat. The chat is going through. YouTube's like, "What's a semi-prime? What's a perfect number?" I just opened a can of worms there. I'm sorry.
That was a lot of extra conversation for us.
Yeah, too right. We'll come back to that later if we need to. I like square numbers though, and I'm not going to explain that either. 9.
Can I just say I knew you were going to go with the square number?
Wait, does that mean you're going to predict
another square number? What are the odds? All right, there you go.
I don't know the answer to that question. Good. Okay, so 16, and those are my 4.
Yep. So 16 and 9, 25 plus 9 more. Oh no, 34. I guess I can use the same paper.
Hey, it was off camera. You just wrote that again. Okay.
Right? So obviously the jig is up, or whatever they say. So we kind of know, we got to have a sense of what's going on now.
Right. And mathematicians might call it a conjecture. The conjecture is, wait a minute, is this always 34?
Yeah. Is this some invariant thing? It's always 34. I don't know. So we could obviously do a few more. I think at this point, how do we make sense of this? How do we make sense of, can this be 34 every time? And if so, why?
How do you feel about me throwing ideas out? Or do you want to tell me more about
No, let's dialogue. You throw some ideas at me.
I feel like the structure of the grid forces something, and the way that you cross out the numbers obviously means that I can't, if I pick 3, say, I will never be able to pick the number 4 more than 3. That feels important, but I can't put that into words any better than that. So
yeah,
because the grid's 4 wide, there's like the steps 4 up from that are not going to be available.
There's obviously something going on when I disallow all of these numbers, right? What do these numbers have in common? Well, they're all multiples of 4 plus 3, I guess.
Or multiples of 4 subtract 1 by the same.
Or multiples of 4 subtract 1. Absolutely. We referenced the right side. We could think of it that way as well, right? So at the end of the day, what's going to happen? You're going to end up, I'll just pick 4 random ones like this, right? You're certainly going to end up with 1 in each row and 1 in each column.
Agreed.
And so why don't we pick you started off and you were like, you're kind of headed down the diagonal, and then you were like, no, never mind, that seems too boring. Let's just give you the diagonal.
Okay, yeah, because I nearly got there.
I mean, that's as good as any other choice of 1 in each row, 1 in each column, right? Now, let's say you pick these. We can add these up. These are going to be 34 again. I think some people might notice that there's maybe a kind of an easier way to add them up. If you think sort of like Gauss, maybe. Like pairing up 1 and 16 gives 17, and pairing up 6 and 11 gives 17.
Okay, yeah, and that's
so you sort of have 2 17s going on there.
Yeah.
But let's think about it this way. Let's say I allow you the opportunity to move one of your choices. So let's say in the second row, instead of the 6, you can choose another number in that second row.
So let's go with the 7 then.
Okay, great. So we'll give you the 7 instead. So we'll take the 6 out, right? Well, that now invalidates your 11. You're not allowed to have 11. So we got to cross your 11 out. What's the only number you can have in the third row?
Well, I have to sort of replace that column that 6 was in, so I have to go to 10.
You got to go to 10. And what just happened there?
We went up by 1 in one row and down by 1 in the other. Okay, nice.
Balance each other out, right?
Yeah.
There it is. So we could play around with this more, but I think people could play with this now and figure out, okay, every time I move these things around, there's this balance going on. I'll get a few more over here, but I'll lose a few more over there. And in a way, you can think of the diagonal as kind of the neutral position or something. So
yeah, it's kind of like I'm forced. But I do have 3 choices, but though the first free choice forces enough that it's always going to be your prediction. That's lovely.
Yeah, and there's so many ways we can go with this now. So we could say, okay, that's fine. We figured this out. I always like to leave people with extra questions. So 34 is the magic number for the 4x4 grid, right?
So I have questions. I mean, you don't. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you're reading my mind.
Did I anticipate your next question?
Well, I had 2 questions. One is that we don't have to do 4x4 grid, but I'm thinking maybe we have to do a square grid. I haven't quite formalized that because of rows and columns kind of.
Yeah, my rule makes rectangles kind of tricky, right? Because
they're kind of like you
allow for many more degrees of freedom, I guess, if I give you more columns, let's say.
And I'm never going to get to the last row. If I go down row by row, they're all gone by the end. So maybe they still.
So
I'm freewheeling a bit. Sorry.
I haven't fully formulated what this might look like on a rectangle, but I challenge anyone who's watching to try it and see what they, if they can come up with a rule.
But I was also thinking you don't have to start at 1. Like if you added 10 to every number, suddenly we've got a bit of flexibility, and maybe your prediction.
By ones either. You could go 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Ah, that's nice too. Okay.
Now we're getting into sequences and series and sums and all that stuff, right? We're into middle school at least. We're maybe into high school a little bit with a 3rd grade math problem or a 2nd grade math problem.
So I guess the question is,
5x5?
Yeah, should we try it, or
we can do whatever you want.
I'm just here to facilitate. You're the one with the magical method.
Let's try the 5x5, and you can imagine that I'm about to make a prediction. I'll make a prediction for this one.
I'm desperately trying to get there ahead of you, but I'm gonna do what Ian was talking about, and actually just allow the surprise to be profound by not getting.
All right, and then I'll do the old crumple effect.
Lovely. That's such a lovely. Well, forget the maths. The way that you sort of put that out there it's there, hidden in plain sight. I like that performance part of it too.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Pick a number in the first row.
Right, 4.
There you go. Oh man, that is a fun pen right there.
exciting pair.
Yep, you're
That's nice.
going with the square numbers. Interesting.
8.
8.
That means I've gone square, cube. No, what?
Oh yeah, you got a cube.
I'm in trouble now. Okay, we'll go prime.
Prime.
Now I'm testing you.
11.
Yeah, there we go.
Testing me on live television or live YouTube. That is not cool.
Now we'll go even.
Even. Oh, that one I can do. So,
and I think I'm forced then to do another even one.
you are forced
Okay.
to there. All right. So we have 4, 8, 11, 20, 22. Let's see. Some quick math. 30, 50, 65.
I think I agree.
All right.
I'm loving the look of anticipation on your face. Look at that, 65.
I mean, come on.
So the obvious big question that everybody who's not sort of done this before is, given an n by n cube, like generalizing, like, so if it was 4 by 4 give you 34, 5 by 5 give you 65, you've got to know like what would a 10 by 10 do, even if that would be a pain to actually do as a
that
trick.
would be the next math question that us math types would ask, right?
I really love the fact that magic captures that sort of curiosity of maths to generalize. Like you want to know, first of all, wait, is that always going to work? And then how do I know it's always going to work? And it forces into algebra and generalization. And
then
already
how do I know what the magic sum is every time?
Yeah.
Without drawing out the whole, I mean, if you want to do a 10 by 10, I don't want to sit there and draw a 10 by 10 grid. I mean, I can.
Agreed. But it kind of, the maths gives you the power. If you can solve that problem, then you can do 100 by 100 without drawing it out, assuming you've solved it, right? And then
exactly. So
lovely, Raj. Where did you come across this piece of maths or magic?
You know, that's a great question. I'm not sure where I saw this first, but I'm, like I said, on the mission to make math irresistible. So I just, you know, you have your spider senses out looking for, oh, this could be useful in a classroom. It's got some accessible mathematics. How can I make this into a little bit of a trick? Because it's all how you present it, right? I mean, I could have just presented this as, here's a 4 by 4 matrix. By the way, if you pick one from every row and every column, you get you always get the same number, and it's 34.
Right, and then what actually is an amazing fact becomes
all the joy and wonder out of it, and that is exactly what 98% of school math is like.
I agree. Yeah, and even the best intentioned teachers, like, it's another bit of creative step to find the way of provoking the curiosity, isn't it? Which is why I commented on your placement of the paper, because even though that's not the maths, it's the bit that sort of dangles the curiosity in front of us. And I really appreciate it. That's why I love this show. I teach maths and I love doing magic, because they both exhibit that curiosity hook, and they provide the fuel to go and do difficult things like mathematics, like solve what is the magic constant for an n by n grid in Raj's trick here. Actually, I have a question about the trick.
Yes.
Since you pointed out that it's the rows and the columns that matter. Mm-hmm. And basically, I'll fill up one from every row and one from every column because of the way the rules work. But does that mean we could switch rows and columns? Or rather, not switch rows, but I could take one row somewhere and put it in a position of another row and put the other, and also
like take this column right here maybe
and switch it with
column.
Yeah. And then all the things you've just said will still be true if I go through and cross out rows and columns with the numbers I pick.
It seems like they would be, yeah. I think
but it would be fun because you could present what looks like a much more random.
Oh, we could. Oh, see? That's awesome. All right.
I'm loving it already, and I want to go and tinker, which is a good sign. Maths is happening and curiosity is being provoked, at least in me. I have no idea about the rest of the audience, but
that's fun. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I learned something new. Yeah, and what you said, we can start from different numbers, we can try different step sizes, and then there'll probably be there'll be many things that we could do that would break it, right? So it might be interesting to think about how are all the ways that we break it. What if we
there's another classic mathematician trait of like testing the extremes until it stops being working.
Yeah. And I will say here, like you could, I think, since I've circled the diagonal again, if you use the little Gauss trick of working your way in.
Then there may be
26 and 13, which is half of 26. So it's 2.5 26s. So where does 26 come from? Size of the grid plus 1, right?
Right. And so the 4 by 4 had.
So we're basically getting to an algebraic expression here for what it is.
Yeah, and it comes from our natural tendency to pattern spot. So the 4x4 17 was important. Hey, that's one more than 16, sort of. And oh wait, I love that, because that doesn't involve like deep sort of advanced knowledge of mathematics. That's spotting something, but then the challenge is, wait, is the thing I spotted real? And now is a good excuse to go and try a 6x6, right?
Yeah. This is so much fun to do with students. I've had them notice that, oh yeah, they see the diagonal is 34, and then they wonder about the other diagonal, and they're convinced before they add them up that there's no way it can be 34.
That's great.
And then obviously it is.
So when we asked everyone to contribute to this 24-hour magic show, we said, bring a trick, talk us about your background and do the trick. I think Katie also mentioned, because it's Halloween sort of time, that if you wanted to talk about a treat, I not quite know what that was defined as, but is there anything else you want to tell us about? Because before we run out of time, I'd love to actually ask a little bit more about any projects you've got coming up in the future.
Well,
but
yeah, so while I'm here, I would love people to know about the Global Math Project.
Tell us more about that.
You're familiar with that probably. The Global Math Project, globalmathproject.org, is an organization, nonprofit, dedicated to trying to bring joyful math to classrooms across the globe. And it's centered around James Tanton's Exploding Dots, which is an amazing story, visual story of place value, and gets into algebra and arithmetic and beyond. It's just, you have to see it to believe it. It's wonderful stuff. Everything's there on that website. So I'd love for people to go check that out if they're looking for other things. And if they're looking for me, they can find my website, drrodshaw.com, where I try to post these little puzzles and problems every week on my YouTube channel. So
excellent.
My thing is just, how do we find ways to get kids to dive into the mathematics that we want them to learn all the time?
And do you think this is changing? I mean, that there is, you and I both know, a perception of mathematics as a stereotypical sort of dull, cliche-ridden, correct, always about truth, not about emotion. But you and I know it's not like that. Do you think that's changing out there? Because you see people trying to change that now.
I do think it's changing. I do think you're starting to see like words like beauty and joy show up in curriculum documents for different countries or states or whatever, educational bodies that control a lot of this stuff top down. And certainly from a teacher level, there's so many teachers who would like to do this, but like, who has time to go find all these surprising things, right?
Yeah.
You're teaching, especially in a pandemic, you're overwhelmed. You can't find this stuff. So there's people like me and you and others that are trying to, in every way that we can, put stuff out there for people to just take and use.
So do you have a favorite place to recommend, other than the Global Math Project and your own website, of where people can go to find these good nuggets of mathematical joy and wonder? Do you have a go-to place? So someone mentioned Martin Gardner, who wrote all the columns in Scientific American, who died a few years ago, unfortunately. But like, what was the inspiration for you? And does it still exist? Can you go back there?
I don't know that I have one go-to place. If folks have never kind of followed James Tanton, he's got videos and all kinds of stuff online that you can look at. And most of them are curriculum related, which is really nice. Because a lot of things you find out there, they're really cool, but like they don't necessarily relate to what kids are supposed to learn in school. And so they have a different purpose.
Yeah.
But my focus being with what I do, working with teachers and with kids and stuff, is how do I make it curriculum relevant? So I would go there. Obviously, Numberphile. I feel like I sort of know you, but having watched probably every Ben Sparks Numberphile video.
I'm sorry you've had to put up with that.
Oh my God, they're amazing. I mean, we use so we talk about this. We use you talked about the pandemic and GeoGebra, right?
Yeah, that was the one I did like really in a hurry in March.
Yeah. High school students, and we taught them how to use GeoGebra and model the pandemic. This was back in April, I think.
That's really fun to hear.
Yeah, I mean, it was great because they could have these conversations about what do these things mean and what should our leaders be doing under these, when we have so many variables and we don't know what's going on and we, all this stuff. So making it, that's how we get kids to get into this stuff.
Yeah, and making it relevant. It's a funny time, isn't it, with this pandemic, which is obviously a tragic mess, and yet more than ever before, the mathematicians are obviously the ones with the power, for good or for bad. That's the scary thing. But the ones who are modeling this are the ones that have the information. And I mean, while it's a tragic situation, as someone who's trying to point out that maths is important, useful, beautiful, creative, and necessary, it's more obvious than it's ever been, perhaps, in the last 6 months, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So we've got 2 minutes left, and I'm officially meant to check that the next person is in the call. But are there any other shout outs you need to make, Raj, before? Did you see any of the previous performers? Had you come across any of them before? I know it's a different time.
I've been watching most of the performances. I've been pretty impressed. I thought those visual illusions were amazing.
Ah, yeah, Matt's optical illusions are.
And they're head scratching. You just look at them and you're like, how did that thing disappear? So those kinds of things I think are really cool. Again, things that just make you go, what is going on with this thing?
Well, I'm really surprised at the complete variety, and I'm actually send a message to James from me saying, why are you not involved? James would be a wonderful person to have, and I inexplicably not made it onto the list. So next time we do a 24-hour Math Magic show, we expect James to, do his international math salute like what happened earlier. Raj, can I say thank you so much? Should we do it? Wait, was it explained earlier?
It was kind of explained. We can do it again. So if you want to do the international math salute, you put both your hands out like this.
So, yeah.
And then you cross your hands over, and then you twist them until they clasp, and you wiggle your pinkies, and you wiggle wiggle your pinkies again. And when you're ready, you just go boom.
And I don't, because
and you're locked. Yeah. So I think the best way to explain it is to do it in reverse. Think about.
So you want to be like that, and then and actually that's good advice out there for the rest of any magic trick you want to see. If you can want to try and work backwards from the outcome that happened and dodge the bit you think is impossible, then that's a good way to unpick it. I won't say too much more about giving the final way. Raj, thank you so much for joining in. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show, and hopefully we'll cross paths again in the near future.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. This was awesome.
Have a lovely time, and we'll see you again sometime. So I'm going to ask Raj to stop his video there and check that we have who we need next. I can see the next presenter is in the call, so I'm not going to ask him to come on just yet. He's itching to go. I have to do a few bits of admin, I think. One thing I wanted to mention, it's been said quite a few times in the chat, and maybe we should say it more often live on camera. Magic is a weird thing, and maths is a weird thing, but they have almost conflicting goals, particularly in maths teaching. And maths teachers, their job is to make something so clear that it's obvious that you understand it. Whereas literally magic is the opposite goal. It's to misdirect, make things as confusing, or possibly hide your attention from the thing that you should be paying attention to so that it becomes a surprise. It's weird that maths and magic then go together. And we need to be careful if we're going to play this game of maths and magic. And if you give away the secrets to magic, you have kind of removed the only point there ever was to a magic trick. And yet, we'd like to use the power of maths to explain magic. So this tension is difficult for us, but you can help us keep the tension by not giving spoilers to magic tricks, particularly in the chat. There is no other way on YouTube that you can give spoilers. So if you do know how a trick works, or you have worked it out, you are entitled to feel smug. You are indeed even entitled to look smug. Not that we can see you. I have a lot of practice at looking smug, mainly because it hides the fact that I don't know what's going on a lot of the time, and it's a good way to pretend. But however smug you feel, please don't put it in the spoilers unless the presenter asks you to contribute in the chat, and there will be some times like that. And I know that our moderators on the chat are doing that. If you do know what's going on, you just sit there, look smug, and then smile very widely when the presenter, if they choose to, reveals the secret. You can say, yep. And in fact, if you ever see someone doing a magic trick and you know how it's done, don't ruin it. The whole point is it's a bit of fun. It's a piece of entertainment, but you are allowed to do the trick yourself another time. And that way you can show off that you know how to do it and you don't ruin the point of a magic trick. That's my my preachy bit. Here to tell us that he's not a mathematician. Sorry, that's not true. Here to tell us that he's not a magician at all, but he is a rather fine mathematician, is a friend of mine called Tom Crawford. Hi, Tom. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I'm hearing you loud and clear there.
Excellent. Welcome to the 24-hour Maths Magic Show. While you're here, I needed to give someone another picture to look at, but I have to play the sting. Apparently, this is our lovely animation done by Katie Stickles and some other people. 24-hour Maths Magic Show. And remember that if you want to go and donate at the Watsonathon, you can go to donate.watsonathon.com, and that will give some money to some excellent charities supporting freelancers and several other good causes. Tom, you still awake?
I'll be honest, I literally had a nap from 9 until 10 p.m. It's been I've done like 5 hours of teaching today, so it was I was feeling it, so I had a little 1 hour nap and then got back up. and then sort of work myself
for everyone
back
else
up, so now I'm
watching,
raring to go.
I did have a chat to Tom earlier, and I was complaining about being tired, and I'd been sat at my computer sorting out stuff all afternoon. And Tom had been, 3.5 hours on the trot of face-to-face
back to
teaching.
back. Exactly. Yeah.
So before I
It's
give
all
too
good,
many,
though. I love it. I'm complaining. I love it. Right. This is what we do as mathematicians, as teachers. We love interacting and teaching our students. So.
well, I've given away some sordid details about how much work you've done this afternoon. So tell us more about who you are, Tom. I haven't done any intro for you. I completely forgot to do that, but you know better than me who you are. So tell us more about your background, what you're up to these days, and then we'll do some magic maybe.
Awesome. Yeah. So I'm a mathematician at the University of Oxford in the UK. I teach the undergraduate students, and when I'm not teaching, I do lots of maths talks, like most of our presenters. I actually got to do one with a live audience in September, which I'll be honest, I was weirdly terrified. Despite having done several hundred talks, going 6 months without doing one was amazing, and I loved it. But also it was kind of like I was really, really nervous.
I did the same last week. First time in a school for 6 months, and I'm like, there are real children out there. Well done.
Yeah. It was all, of course, very socially distanced and masks and everything. But no, it was really great to be back doing something because we've been doing obviously things like this online. And then, of course, when not doing talks, I also do online videos. So I have my own channel, Tom Rocks Maths, on YouTube, website tomrocksmaths.com. I even have it tattooed on my arm. So
I see you have a number of tattoos there. Maybe we should talk about them later.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And just like Ben as well, do some number file videos from time to time, which is always great fun. So one this week on calculating the blast radius of an atomic bomb.
Oh, yes, it was on our list of things we might talk about, but I suspect we have many things we need to talk about. So when I spoke to Tom earlier, you told me that you've never done maths magic. Is that true?
I have never in my life attempted a magic trick of any kind.
Of any kind, whether it's mathematics or not.
Yeah, exactly. Like not even, I guess quite a lot of people as kids, you get the little play magic set and, maybe you put a hat on and have a wand. I have never attempted a single magic trick at any point. There it is. He's got all the props. I've never done this in my life. So I think that I'm not even sure. Well, I know why I signed up to do this because I think it's great and wanted to be a part of it. But I absolutely do not have a magic trick. But I'm hoping, Ben, as someone with many magic tricks, you might be able to teach me.
It's just so we're clear here. I'll do the thing on a 24-hour maths magic show, but I don't have a magic. I'm just going to berate you for that for the rest of your life. I think it's completely fine. And what I said earlier, but maths and magic does go together really well. They seem to be like the idea of what's going on. Why does that surprise me? Is very mathsy as well as magic-y. But the art of concealing what's going on is kind of the opposite of what you do in your job of teaching. So maybe it's valid that you actually make things clear instead of obfuscating.
I don't do any of this deceit, any of this cloak and dagger hiding things.
Well, so you asked me to supply a trick, and I deliberately, Tom and I had a chat earlier, and Tom said, don't show me the trick now, so that I can do this on you live, and we can have a chat about what it feels to see a trick for the first time, which is a little bit, I thought I was just presenting the thing, but Tom said, well, you better do the thing. And now the pressure's on me. However, I do need your cooperation. And if we do this live, maybe at the end of our segment, we can get you to do the trick live having just learnt it, maybe? Because I will reveal how this works. So if you're up for it.
No. This is, I'm very keen to, first of all, be your volunteer. And more importantly, to do my first ever performance of a magic trick in my life.
I just realized
having been taught by you.
I did promise to blindfold myself at one point. I didn't bring a blindfold with me, so we're gonna have to trust me. But hopefully, if I change my camera, you can see some well-known objects. Is that visible to you? Okay.
I can see 3 very nice blue dice.
Good, and they are live dice. I can roll them. They should be rolling live for you. Is that correct? Good.
Yes, you got a 4, 4, and a 2.
Good, you can even see dots and numbers. Good. So I am going to close my eyes. Unfortunately, this makes it quite hard to interact with the dice still. So we might have some slapstick. If I was doing this live in person, I would ask you to handle the dice. But since you don't have the dice there, I'm going to try this. So just tell me if I'm pointing to the right things and help me out. By the way, my left and right is confused. So that's on my left. Is that still left for you? No, that's right for you, isn't it?
As I'm looking, that's my right. Okay, right.
So we're going to get very confused.
Left and right. Okay.
I'm
this
going
the
to
trick,
shut
or is
my-
this just?
This is just the witty banter that I supply with everything else.
All right.
Sorry, banter, not witty banter. I'm going to shut my eyes now. And Tom, you're in charge of. Don't tell me what's going on. I promise I'm shutting my eyes, and I promise that even if you think I'm cheating, you could do this without cheating. So I'm going to roll these 3 dice. Are they visible to you?
Yes, I can see 3 numbers.
Okay, can you add up the 3 numbers that you can see? Don't say anything out loud, but make sure you've got
Okay.
a running total in your head. Is that okay? You've done that?
Yeah.
quicker than I
It's in my
expected.
head. Yes.
Okay, I want you to choose one of these dice. I have no idea where they are. Is there a dice near my hand? Just stop me when you think there's a dice nearby.
Yes.
Okay, do you want me to change to a different die?
Yeah, let's do that one. No,
That one?
sorry, no, yeah, pick that one. That's fine.
Pick that one? Okay, so I'm going to turn this die over and show you the number on the bottom, which I also don't know because I can't see anything. Can you see that number?
Yes.
Can you add that to your running total?
Okay, so is that replacing the old number or just
No,
adding
it's
to
just
the total?
you had the total and you're adding on another number which is
Okay,
not visible.
gotcha.
on camera.
Yeah.
And I'm going to re-roll
Okay.
this die, so I can't know where it ended up. So has that been re-rolled?
Yes.
And can you see a number on top of that one?
Yes.
Add that onto your total as well, please.
Yeah.
So you now have a running total, and I'm going to open my eyes now because I didn't see, let alone which dice got re-rolled, what the rolls were. There's no way I can know your running total, which is interesting because you're thinking of the number 17.
I am indeed thinking of the number 17.
That is a relief.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So this is a fun little
Magic.
dice trick using just the very readily accessible dice that you can find out of any board game. But it's a nice trick. It's one of these tricks that I think when, like all magic tricks, when you know how it works, you're like, oh, well, of course. But when you don't know how it works, like all good magic tricks, it should be like, what the fudge?
Yeah, no, well, I am thinking that, but then that was my initial reaction was as you say, and then now I'm thinking, okay, so let's think about what we did, like what's going on. I've got some ideas as to what might be happening, perhaps.
I'll tell you what, hold those ideas. I'm going to do the trick again a little bit quicker now, and I won't do it as much of the slapstick, although I will have to do it blindfolded. And if you basically you have some conjectures, I think people watching have some conjectures about what's going on as well, so you can test it out now, but you'll see everything obviously, and then we can talk about it, and if you're ready to reverse it, then you can tell me and I'll roll the dice and you can shut your eyes and
I'm not sure I'm that confident yet, but we'll
we can have a
see
chat
how
about it
goes.
first. So I'm going to shut my eyes again. We'll go quicker this time, right? You ready?
All right. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, I'll shut my eyes again and roll in the dice. Can you see 3 dice on the screen?
I can see 3 dice, yes.
Okay, add up the numbers, please.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to find one of them. Wait, there's not one there. There's a die there. Can I use that one?
Yeah, that's
I'm going to
fine.
turn that one over. Can you see that number?
Yeah.
Add that onto the total.
Yeah.
And I'm going to roll that one again. And add that onto the total.
Okay, yeah.
Are you ready?
Think so.
Okay, so I didn't see the things I didn't see, obviously, but you're thinking of a number, which is interesting again, because your number is 21 this time.
It is 21.
That's
I was at one point it was 17, and then I was like, is this always 17? Is this just like Raj's trick where the answer's always the same thing? But obviously no.
Good. Well, actually, what I like about the mathematician in you was conjecturing. You start to see something unusual and you think, wait a minute, is it? No, it's not that, because now you found a counterexample. It's not always 17.
Exactly. Yeah.
So do you want to ask me any questions? I am going to reveal this trick since you asked me to, and it was meant to be you doing the trick, which you're going to do in a moment. But,
yeah, I think I need to know exactly how it works so I'm going to attempt my first ever performance.
Well, I'm really glad that you were brave enough to say, I'll try and work this out live without any preparation. So tell us what you're thinking. Any thoughts you've had about
all right.
this?
So my thought was the first time we did this, so I was like, okay, so we've got 4 rolls in total.
Yeah.
No, 5, isn't it? Because it's the first 3 that get added together. Then we do the flip and add that, and then we roll again. So there's 5
So 4
numbers.
rolls, but there's another number coming from the base. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So there are 5 numbers being added. So that's going to mean a number that's anywhere from 5 to 30. So I was just trying to get my bearings on what the answers could be. So there's a finite range, right? This is
you found the bounds. I like it.
Exactly. We found the bounds. So you've got I wouldn't say a good chance of guessing the right number, but it's not quite as ridiculous as guessing like a 6-digit number or something. So that was my first sort of thing when I was trying to process what's going on. Then obviously the fact that at the end you can see all 3 numbers.
That's a really
Clearly that's important.
good point. And I think that's a really good thing for magic sort of analysis, is like, what do they know, or what could they know, and what could they not know? And it was true that I couldn't know what you rolled on one of the dice originally or the bottom, but I do know the last 3.
You know 3. So I was thinking, so there are 5 numbers you need to know to be able to get the final sum. You know 3 of them at the end. And then you also know something about the flipping that took place. So even though the dice that was flipped was then re-rolled, like those, I think I've got it, because the 2 numbers, I got it, yes. this is awesome.
This is magic in a nutshell. When you know you've got it, you know you've got it, because you're like, oh, it's that.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and it so simultaneously feels lame and wonderful. At least that's my experience for working out a magic trick. You're like, yes, I got it, and God, it's lame.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's great. Okay, so can I try it on you without?
Please do, and then we'll settle it. We'll say it verbally what's going on afterwards. But let's try it before we reveal it. I mean, a lot of people have got this. I tell you what, if you're watching and you got this ages ago and you're thinking, "Wow, Tom's really shouldn't be at Oxford," it is amazing how different it feels under pressure with millions of people watching on YouTube. And even if there aren't millions, it is amazing what doing under pressure does to you. And if you haven't tried doing under pressure, you have no idea. Okay.
Also, I'd just like to add, I think because I don't do magic tricks, or generally, if I'm honest, it's not that I don't like magic, it just doesn't form part of something I consume in my life. So I think I'm actually at a bit of a disadvantage because I don't know like the standard tricks and things. So, but obviously I'm at an advantage being a mathematician. So.
Which I think that's why I really like to do this sort of slightly reversed version of a magic trick, which is that we get to model what it feels like to try and work it out. And you're doing this lovely. So I'm going to be the dice roller, but you tell me what to do.
Okay, so I believe to start, I'm not going to look, am I? Right, so I don't look, and then you roll 3 dice.
Okay, I'm going to put my dice camera back on. So don't look at the screen anymore.
I'm not looking at the screen.
I've rolled 3 dice.
All right. Now you're going to add up the total, the numbers on those 3 dice.
Okay.
Now you're going to select one of them.
Okay, I'm picking one of them.
You're going to flip it over.
Okay.
And then add that number to your total.
Okay, I've done that.
And then you're going to roll again.
Okay.
And then add that number also to your total.
Okay, I think I have a total in my head. You can look now.
All right, and then I can now look. Okay, and I can see, okay, we've got 3, 6, 6, so that's 12. So your total is 19.
Yes, it is.
Yes! I thought you were going to say no just to wind me up then.
I contemplated it, but that would be me because you absolutely nailed that. I can't hear everyone, but can we have a round of applause for Tom Crawford, who saw a trick cold, figured it out, and I know that a lot of other people on YouTube have figured it out. Well done, you. I can see some non-spoilers going in. Remember, spoilers don't help anyone. But Tom, you figured it out live on camera. Well done. Tell us the secret, and then I promise I want to talk a little bit about what's written all over the bits of your body that I can see.
Yes. All right. So the thing that really helped me, actually, I'll sort of talk you through how I figured it out, was actually saying there are 5 numbers you're adding together. So then to me, it's then, okay, so to know what's going on, the person, like the magician, needs to know what these 5 numbers are.
Yeah.
If you know the 5 numbers, you then know the total.
It's all over. Yeah.
And then when I then realized at the end, you can see 3 of them. And then, of course, you don't know the 2 that were rolled in between because you don't know what was on that original dice.
Correct.
But the flipping trick, you don't need to know what was on it because the opposite sides of a dice will always add up to 7.
Stop. Hold that thought. There's the key, right? And there's a fact that you knew. How did you know that?
I didn't know it. I'll be honest. It happened in the first one. And I remembered that it was a 6 and then it was a 1 and then it became a 6. So the very first example we did when you were performing the trick, I saw the 1 and then the 6. And I was like, okay, and I just remembered what they were. So my conjecture was, do the opposite sides add up to 7?
And if they do.
And then when we did it the second time, it was 3 and 4. So then I thought, okay, so then the only other possibilities that are left, so 4 of the 6 numbers have appeared on opposite sides. So therefore it had to be true. So I didn't need to see the third trick. But I potentially, if the second time I'd had rolled a 1 or a 6, it may have actually
data collection.
Yeah, it may have thrown me a bit because I genuinely, I don't think I actually knew in my head that the opposite sides added up to 7.
So let's finish the story here. I said it was the crucial thing. Opposite sides of a d6 do add to 7, at least if it's a standard die. It is not necessary for that to be true. You could put the number 2 opposite number 6 and you could still make a die. It would still function in a pretty similar way, but people decided to make dice like this. And you're right, opposite sides add to 7. And since they do, why do I only need to know 3 of the numbers?
Add 7. You add those last 3, and then you add 7. So you have to check test your mental arithmetic a little bit.
I'll tell you what, under pressure, adding 7 is difficult.
Exactly. Yeah, the first time when you were telling me to keep track of the total, I was like, oh, this is a bit late for this. Like.
So I'm curious about why dice have to be made like that when they don't. They don't have to be. In fact, I can prove they don't have to be. Here's an octahedral die, right? And the number 4 is opposite the number 3, and it does have opposites. Not every shape would have an opposite, so that adds to 7. But the number 5 is opposite the number 6, so they don't add to a constant. And I leave it as a source of investigation for anyone out there to go and investigate. Could it have a constant? And if it could, why doesn't it been made like that? But that's a sidetrack. I salute you. I've given you a trick cold and you've sorted it out, and you are.
I'm just really happy I did my first ever magic trick and also figured out what was going on.
It's also a really easy one to do. You just find 3 dice and shut your eyes. And I love it. It is dead simple, but done, presented well, it can be a nice trick. So there's a Halloween gift to you. Now, I wanted to talk to you a bit more about some non-magic-y stuff because, well, some more mathsy stuff, because part of what you did quite a lot for your talks was you pitched yourself as the naked mathematician, and it wasn't just a salacious claim that you were always naked, right? There was a reason. Tell us more about why exposing bits of your body is actually a useful way to talk about maths.
Well, there's 2 things. So the first thing was the sort of, let's call it the persona of the naked mathematician came about from talking to lots of people who, for whatever reason, didn't engage with maths, so didn't like it or refused to engage with it. And a lot of the feedback as to why that came back was it's very serious. So, and that was something that to me as a mathematician, of course, you got the other things like it's not for me and the usual things people talk about, but something that really surprised me was, as a mathematician, I'd never considered my subject to be serious because we sort of see all of the fun in it and the beauty and everything else. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought that's fairly reasonable. Like, I can understand why some people might have that opinion. And so then I thought, well, how can I not make it serious? I'll just do it in my pants, in short. So that was kind of where the original idea came from. And then it also just so happens that I actually have, I think now 8 or maybe 9 mathematical tattoos. And so when I now perform as the naked mathematician to, of course, adult audiences, should stress this. When if I turn up at a school and start taking my class, I'm getting arrested, right? So I'm very aware of I'm very aware that this is aimed at the older audience. But so I do a talk where I actually explain the maths behind my tattoos as sort of whilst I reveal them during the talk. So it's kind of having a bit of fun. It's trying to show this how can anyone possibly take this serious? And also you can learn a few things about the tattoos that I have.
So tell us about some of the tattoos. We've got I reckon 5 minutes, and I know that's not a long time, but
no, that's perfect. So I'm going to tell you about this one on my arm up here. So hopefully you can see the start there.
I can see a letter. I think it's the letter E. I mean, I can guess that because I can see the number as well.
0.718 something something something. So it wraps around my arm and it ends right down at the bottom here with 3 dots. So it's the first 120 digits, in fact, of the number E. Now, what I want to do to sort of talk a little bit about this is actually present you with let's call it a hypothetical game show, Ben. So you seem to have vanished, but I'm going to just keep going anyway. Because
I'm still here. Sorry, I didn't mean to disconcert you. I wanted people to see your tattoo, so I just...
Oh, because it needs to be big. All right, I get you now.
I'll disappear, right, but if you want me back, just say, all right?
Okay, well, I think, I'll talk as though I'm talking to Ben, but I'm talking to the whole audience. So this is like Ben having taught me a trick. I'm going to give him a prize. And he's going to have a choice of the prize that he would like. in this hypothetical situation. Well, I say hypothetical, I actually do have the money to give you. So, and again, if you want to think about this yourselves and just type in the chat whether you do A, B, C, D, then you know, you can.
Oh,
so
there's 4 options. Okay.
Option A is going to be, option A is I will give you £3. Right, and I've actually got, I'm not skimping here, I've literally got £3. So there's 2 £1 coins and 2 50p's.
Does that pay for the postage to get them to me as well?
Yeah. Right. So you have £3, or you have another option, which is to take £1. And then what I'll do is I will give you 1/12 interest. So whatever total you have the end of each month, I will add on 1/12 to that, and we'll do that every month for a year. So £1 plus 1/12 in interest, and we'll do that every month.
Okay, so 12 times for
every month, right, for a year. And then you get the amount that's left at the end. Then option C, we're going to do the same, but now I'll give you 1/52 in interest, and obviously you're going to get that every week now.
Ah, okay. Oh.
So you're getting a little bit less each time because it's a 52nd instead of a 12, but you're obviously getting it more often because you're getting it every week, so 52 times. And then the final option, because I'm feeling really generous, is well, am I? You don't know yet. I could do £1 plus 1/365th interest, and that's going to be every day for the year as well.
So it's clearly not a leap year, and you're just shortchanging me, or it is a leap year,
Well,
and you're actually
we're assuming,
scamming me.
we're assuming the more common situation of the non-leap year.
Fair enough. Okay, so I get to choose one of these.
Number of days. Yes. So you can pick one of these, and I guess the idea, I suppose, here is that you would potentially like to maximize the amount of money you take home.
And I should say, anyone watching not in Britain, £3 is like my entire income these days in this freelancing world. £3 is about.
So do you want your yearly salary, Ben, or do you want a third of it, but with some potential interest?
It's tough, isn't it? Because I know that adding a 12th every month is like, this is interest. This is compound interest. Like I'm going to get a 12th, so I'm going to get 1.12 after the first month, I think. But then I've got a 12th of that, and suddenly my mental arithmetic is finding it much harder.
Yeah.
And that's going to happen 12 times. Or I can have a smaller amount, lots and I feel like the power of compound interest, I know it grows. So I feel like D, I want more compoundings. I want more iterations of. So I would like to take option D. I'm a little worried about whether it'll beat option A now. Hold on a second. Okay, I've gone for D. I've gone for D.
All right, we've gone for D. So you're thinking D or A. So I actually like the way you've explained this in talking about compound interest, because as you say, it's a very powerful tool, this idea of compound interest, and the fact that, as you say, you get 1/12, so you get 1.12222, but then you get a 12th of that. So that's even more than the original 12th that was added. So it does begin to build up as you keep doing this. So what we can actually do is you can figure out what these, the formula for these would be. So in part B, or option B, what you've got here is actually 1 plus 1/12, and then that's being multiplied by itself 12 times. So you can write it as 1 plus 1/12 to the power 12. And then similarly, for part C, this is going to be 1 plus 1/52 to the power of 52. And then for part D, 1 plus 1/365 to the power of 365. So now we've got actual formulas. You can stick these in a calculator, and you can, of course, figure out what these numbers are.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried now.
So if we do this, B will give you £2.61. So you're definitely right not to choose that. That is definitely less than £3. C will give you £2.69. And D will give you £2.71.
Wow, they're really not that different, are they?
Yeah, they're very close. So you had a complete right way to think about it, just except it just turned out that this one didn't quite go more than £3. So then the question becomes, there's a pattern here between these B, C, and D. And you could actually write this. Oops. So I won't give away exactly what's happening, but what you can think about as my final take-home sort of takeaway message for you all to think about is to say, well, what we're doing here really is 1 plus 1 over n to the power n. So this one is n equals 12 for option B, then it's n equals 52, then it's n equals 365. So if I was to say, give you interest every second for a year,
or every half second, or anything you want to pick, right?
Yeah, that would be n equals 31.536 million for every second. And then you would plug that number in, and what you would get for every second is £2.71.
Which sounds like a number we've referenced. I mean, it sounds like my option for D.
Yeah.
I feel like
so it's
I've
actually
seen
the
that.
same. So even though it looks like paying it more often is giving you more money, there's some limiting value. So if you fully do it, the limit as n goes to infinity of this number is E, which again is the number that's on my arm.
And
so
that's
2.718. So you never quite get to £2.72. You're stuck on £2.71 forever, because I can't give you a part of a penny, unfortunately.
And I remember the first time I came across the number E at school, I was like, oh, it's just another one of those annoying numbers. But then the surprise, which you've kind of picked up on again for me here, is that it turns up all over the place, which is presumably why you tattooed it on your arm. It wasn't just, it's just one of them.
Well, when people see it, they often think, oh, is it pi? Because, you see lots of numbers and an infinite decimal.
Some people in the chat was like, oh, it's
as
pi,
I'm an applied mathematician. I do calculus all day long. Calculus, E is like to calculus what pi is to geometry. And and also is this limit as well on this kind of growth.
Lovely. Tom Crawford, thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to plug before we leave it? Because we are at 1 o'clock and the next guest is ready to roll. But anything you want to plug? I mean, you've mentioned your website, which I think was tomrocksmaths.com. Anything else you need to say?
Everything is just, all I would say is if, do have a look on my website. I think I've almost got 1,000 posts on there. So there's like articles, puzzles, podcasts, videos, all kinds. And if you do want to just have a chat about maths, just drop me a message at tomrocksmaths on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever you want. I like chatting to people about maths, I'll be honest. So
well, we've loved chatting to you here, Tom. Thank you so much for getting involved. Thank you for being the victim of a trick instead of performing a trick. And I'm really glad
well, no, thank you for teaching me. I'm gonna use this now. I feel like I'm now a maths magician. This is awesome.
It's the beginning of a slippery slope, my friend. Can we have a round of applause from around the country and around the world for Tom Crawford? Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
So this is the 24-hour maths show. You've just seen Tom Rocks Maths, Tom Crawford doing his thing. He was telling us about the tattoos on his arm and why the number E is so important. It seems to be sort of speed limit on financial growth, along with a lot of other things. And if you haven't come across the number E, Wikipedia is available. So I need to check a couple of things. I'm just checking our next speaker is in the room. He is. I am also going to remind you that we are doing a 24-hour maths show. I just like pressing this button and it does a little animation for me that I like the animation. I like the hat. I like the calculator. I particularly like the way it disappears. Just like, where is it? Poof. That's lovely. Katie Steckles, I really like that animation. Thank you. If you want to donate, this is done as a charity show. Mark Watson is doing the Watson-a-thon, that is right, a comedy show for 24 hours. And this whole thing was coming about because he wanted some parallel, interesting shows to run alongside that. And we're doing a Math Magic show. I think there are other things happening as well. Katie, who, if you saw the beginning of the show, has gone over to chat to Mark about how they're getting on with that. And she's shown some clips of what's happening in this 24-hour stream. And if you want to donate to the charities he's supporting, it's donate.watsonathon.com. And I will just put that on the screen. So if I share this screen with you, you can see that donate.watsonathon.com, and you can watch the show at watsonathon.com. Okay, a quick reminder that we're doing magic tricks. So if you do know how these things work, don't put the spoilers in the chat, but there may well be times when the presenter asks you to put comments in the chat, and you're welcome to do that then. But please don't reveal things too soon, because that's the whole point of magic, is the mystery is deliberate. We don't need everyone to explain it until we're ready, until people have had a chance to think. But I know the next guest, not necessarily from Lots of Magic Tricks, although I know he knows some. I know because first of all, he trained as a teacher at the same place I did. Incidentally, also the same place that Zoe Griffiths, who you saw earlier, trained as a teacher. And so we share a sort of teaching history, which I'm very proud of. And he is one of my favorite examples of someone who takes a mathematical idea, which I've known about, and then he actually does it. He actually goes and makes the thing that I've known was possible, and no one else had the guts to actually go and do. And this person, if they're ready to turn their camera on, can I introduce to you Matt Scroggs? Are you there, Matt?
Yes, but my camera's not turning on. I'm on the wrong side.
Excellent. Well, Matt is going to be a
Wonderful.
disembodied voice while he's working out his camera. Do you want me to provide commentary on your camera working out, or shall I just...
you can guess what might be wrong. How on earth?
When we've been practicing all these 24-hour maths segments, and people's cameras which work fine, and you keep running these things for hours, and then suddenly they stop working until you find the magic button. And now we have Mr. Scroggs. Welcome.
Hello, Ben. How are you doing?
I presume you can hear me, otherwise you wouldn't be saying the words in the appropriate
Yes,
place.
I can hear you.
You can probably see how much I'm sitting here cooking and sweating in my sort of Halloween stuffy room, but you are doing all right. Have you been watching the show so far?
Yeah, I've been watching the whole thing. It's been really good so far. I really liked in Tom's bit how we got a live aha moment on camera.
Yeah.
Like it's the best bit of doing maths is getting an aha moment, and we had one live.
And it normally happens in a closed room, right? You know, you're on your own and you've been spending hours beating your head against a brick wall of frustration, and then, and we saw it. Yeah, there was a good moment.
That might be my highlight so far, watching that happen to someone.
So tell us a little bit more about your background before you tell us about the thing you want to show us, because I'm excited about the thing, but I don't want to give too much away. I said you trained as a teacher. That's right?
Yeah, so I trained as a teacher. In fact, I did one of my first teaching placements in the school Zoe was teaching at.
Really?
Yeah. So me and Zoe go back surprisingly far. And I was a teacher then for 3 years. Then I left teaching to go and do a PhD at UCL. And now I'm a postdoc at Cambridge.
You're actually doing like research mathematics?
Yeah, well, research engineering officially, because I'm in the engineering department.
That still counts.
But it's my boss is a very, very mathematical engineer.
Turns out engineers need maths, however mathematical they are, they need it. Yeah. And what are you working on at the moment, if you're allowed, as long as it's not in the
so I'm on a big project involving Rolls-Royce. So they would like to simulate a full jet engine. So currently what they do is they have a really big wind tunnel.
They build them. They build real engines, don't they? I mean,
yes, but if they're designing a new engine, they will get a wind tunnel, they will build a really expensive engine, try it, oh, that's rubbish, throw it away, build another one, and keep going like that.
Okay.
But they'd like to be able to like fully simulate this on a computer. So we're looking at computer methods for simulating these kind of things better.
So that you don't have the expense of building a whole engine.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Power of modeling right there. Okay. So are you getting to model a real jet engine in computer programming?
That's the aim. Obviously we've not got that far yet. We're currently doing like lots of spheres and cubes and smaller things and building upwards, but we're building the machinery that will eventually go on to be applicable to jet engines. Lovely.
Right. Well, I might come back to more of your mathematical history in a bit, but I know that you built a thing that does a thing. That's about as vague as I'm going to stay. Can you explain the thing?
So for my magic trick today, I kind of have a question for you first.
Okay.
Who do you think is smarter, the mathematician Ben Sparks or a pile of matchboxes?
At this stage of the night, it's probably the same answer as I'd give at any other stage of the day. It's probably the matchboxes, but that's because I know what you've been doing to matchboxes. And so if I say matchboxes, I hope that's not a spoiler for anyone else.
No, because I'm not going to reveal the matchboxes. So you have to bear with me while I just rotate myself to the other side of the table where you can see the matchboxes are currently sitting.
I can see a graph. I can see some matchboxes covered in some diagrams and a sort of graphic in the top right of the screen.
So the graphic. So what we're going to do is you are going to play a game against these matchboxes.
A game.
And I am going to do the magic trick. Is going to be the matchboxes are going to be beating you at this game. Do you know the game NIM?
I do, and I know also that the game I associated with you and matchboxes was noughts and crosses, and I can see a lot of people in the YouTube chat had thought something similar, but this is not. This is the game NIM.
If I slide the camera, you might see something behind there that will be to do with noughts and crosses. But first, so I've got the game NIM. So the idea of the game NIM, this is what you can see in the top right of the screen.
Okay.
You can see a pile of 3 purple things and then 2 piles of 2 purple things.
I'm seeing things. I'm slightly colorblind, but I guess that doesn't matter too much here.
Yes,
So I'm 3, 2, and
they're-
2. I agree.
They're all the same color, so it doesn't matter which color they are. And the idea of this game is that you and the matchbox is going to be taking these things, and the person or matchbox who takes the final thing loses the game.
Okay.
And we're going to let the matchboxes go first. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to take this matchbox here, and you can see on the front of that matchbox there's a picture matching the current game situation.
3, 2, 2. Gotcha. Yeah.
So I'm going to shake this matchbox, and inside the matchbox I'm looking away and taking a coloured bead. You can see there's some coloured beads in there. And
So you took one at random from there. Did
One
you?
at random without looking. Yep. I got a green bead.
Green.
And I have a key over here which tells me which colours mean where. And green says I need to take 2 pieces from the centre column.
So because it's the second one up, it meant take 2.
Yeah, so I've done it as the bottom one is take 1 piece, take 2 pieces, take 3 pieces.
Gotcha.
That was off camera. So I'm going to take 2 pieces from the centre column. Now it is your turn. What would you like to
So
do?
I can see that it took 2 pieces from the middle. Remind me the rules. Am I allowed to take as many as I want, but only from one pile? Is that
As
the
many as you
rule?
want, but only one from one pile. Yes, that's the version we're going for.
And reminder of the winning condition: if I take the last thing, I lose.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna just take it slow. I'm gonna take 1 from the top, from the left pile.
Good. I pressed the right button. I was worried I'd got it upside down.
It does sound like you're hitting a drum when you press those buttons. It's quite exciting.
Yeah, it's because I've got a little keyboard that's on the same table the microphone's on, so it shakes.
Ah,
on the
gotcha.
table.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I need to look through the matchboxes and find the one which matches what we've got currently.
Oh, I see. So the diagram tells you the state of the game. Is that right?
Yes, so you can see it's this one, except I've got my gap on the right rather than the middle, but it
Yeah.
doesn't really matter what order the piles are in.
Yeah, they're just 2 piles in the end. Okay,
Yeah,
I agree.
So again, I'm going to close my eyes and take a bead.
Yeah, this is weird. So it's not you playing me. It's just the beads telling us what to do.
Yeah, the beads are telling us what to do. All I'm doing is operating this machine. The machine is doing
Right.
all of the playing. So I got a blue. Blue tells me to take 2 pieces from the left column. So the left column is gone. And now it's your turn.
So I think I'm feeling relieved. If I take the top one, then the matchbox player has to take the last one and it will lose. So I'm going to take 1, please.
Okay, so Ben has taken 1. Now I have to find this matchbox here. So you can probably guess which color beads are in this matchbox. It sounds like there's only 1 bead inside there.
It doesn't feel like it has a lot of choice yet.
It has picked a red. The red is to take the final piece from there. And the
Okay.
matchbox has lost the game.
Yay. Does that
so-
answer the question? Wait.
Currently, Ben Sparks is cleverer than some matchboxes.
Yeah.
But here comes the clever bit. So
Yeah.
this is a machine that is to demonstrate how machine learning works, how simple machine learning works. And this is where we do the machine learning part of this demonstration. I'm going to take the 3 beads it's used away. So because it lost the game, these 3 beads probably represent bad moves because they didn't lead to
I
winning.
see.
So I'm going to put those back into the box of beads I've got here.
So it's like negative reinforcement.
So that's negative reinforcement.
Is that the right word for it? I don't know. I made that phrase up. But...
Yeah, so it's a thing called reinforcement learning. So we took the beads away when it lost. If it does win a game, we're going to give it some extra beads to kind of give it some positive reinforcement as well.
Oh, okay.
So now we can play another game. And we're going to see if in the next 10 minutes the machine can get clever enough that it's cleverer than Ben Sparks.
Right. So we should play a bit quicker.
Yes. So now I'm going to speed up the games a bit. So again, I find the first box. I get a purple, which tells me to take 3 from there. Ben's turn.
I'm worried now. I would take 1 from the middle.
1 from the middle. Okay. Now I have to find that matchbox, which matches that. And the matchboxes say take 1 from the pile with 2 in. So that is that pile. Ben's turn.
Interesting. I'm breathing a sigh of relief. I'll take the middle one again.
Okay, and then the matchbox here is now, again, it's the one with 1 in, but there's no beads left, which means that the machine resigns. The machine says, I can't win, I give up. And so I take those 2 beads away. Ben has won 2 games, and we're going to reset and go again. So again, I shake the first box. Let's see what happens this time.
Drastically trying to think of my
Get
strategy here.
A red.
Okay.
That is 1 from that pile. Ben's turn.
I would like to take 2 on the left.
Okay, now I again need to look through the matchboxes to find this one. The machine says to take 1 from one of the piles. So there we go, Ben's turn.
I'm going to take 1 on the right.
And here we go. So the machine has a bead there. It takes a red bead, which means to take 1 from that pile. Ben's turn.
Oh yeah, I didn't want that, did I? Yeah, I'll take the last one and lose. Oh dear.
And what has just happened before everyone's eyes is we have just made some matchboxes become more intelligent than Ben Sparks.
So it won that game. So the beads that it used to win.
I just did that wrong, didn't I? Yeah, I got ahead of myself and I threw the beads away.
You got so excited that the bloody matchboxes beat me.
Yes. What I should have done is, because the machine has won, we're now going to do some positive reinforcement. So from the box of beads I've got here, I'm picking out lots of reds, and we're going to put 3 extra reds into each box. Because winning is really, really good. Like when we lost, we took away 1 bead because it was bad, but it might not have been terrible.
Right, there are lots of ways to lose, yeah.
Yeah, and it might have only made a mistake on 1 of the moves. But now, because it's 1, we're like, wow, that's incredible. Here, have 3 extras of each. So next time you play it, it is incredibly likely to try and do the same thing because it reckons it's found a way of beating Ben Sparks.
Yeah, I'm not convinced I was playing optimally. And it's also like a weird dilemma for me. Like if I play optimally, I basically teach it to play optimally because I'm not convinced I was playing optimally. It's weird putting yourself under pressure with these YouTube shows, you know.
Yes, and obviously maybe you can make mistakes against it and let it win by accident. But if you play enough games against it, it'll kind of learn different ways of winning.
That is amazing. And I feel a bit humbled that I've been beaten by a small bunch of boxes.
Yeah, and it's surprisingly quickly these things learn because it's quite a small game and there is an optimal way of playing. It finds it quite quickly. But if I now move my camera upwards to what I was briefly showed earlier, you'll see behind these boxes I have a much larger pile of matchboxes. And this machine, which may be familiar to people who follow Matt Parker's channel quite closely, as it appeared in one of Matt's videos a while back, is a machine just like the one I've demonstrated that plays noughts and crosses. Look at that. No, that's not better.
Matt wrote about it in his book as well, is that right?
Oh, good question. I don't remember if it was in there or not. I think there was something else about me in his book that wasn't the matchboxes.
I was just remembering other bits of your fame, Matt. Sorry.
Yeah. In fact, that was a worse thing, but let's not worry about that.
Sorry.
So what you can see here, there are 304 matchboxes, and this is a Menace, a machine called Menace, which stands for the Machine Educable Noughts and Crosses Engine, or some people would say the Matchbox Educable Noughts and Crosses Engine. I've seen it both ways. And if I pick up one of the boxes, you can see on the front of them, if it will focus, can you see there's a noughts and
Oh,
crosses
it's just
position?
coming into focus. The contrast is sorting itself out.
Yeah, the light is a bit much. I'm going to turn the light down a bit. That might help.
Less light. Too much light. Ah, there we go. Now I can
there's
see
a noughts
the
and crosses
grid.
position on the front.
Yeah, I can see an X in the middle, an X in the bottom left, and then a circle top right and
Yeah.
middle right. Yeah.
And what I've got over here is 304 matchboxes, which represent every possible position for player 1 in noughts and crosses.
Well, every possible arrangement of an X and an O, or lots of them in the grid, is there.
Is there in that pile somewhere? Yes. So
What
you can
about
play...
like one X in the top right corner? Does it have a different box for one X in the bottom left corner?
No. Okay. Yeah. Good point. If I did that, there would be about 5 times the number of matchboxes. So obviously, if you rotate the noughts and crosses board, you're effectively playing the same game. Just like we saw when we were doing NIM.
Yeah, the
I
2 piles
had,
was
like
just 2
this
piles.
matchbox would be the same as the one with a piece, a space, a piece. It doesn't matter where the pieces are. You can kind of reduce the number of boxes. But it has every different rotation and reflection. One of those will be in there, so you can play the game. So you play the game exactly the same way. You start noughts and crosses. The machine goes first. You find the current matchbox, take a bead out at random. And at the end of the game, if the machine wins, it gets extras. If the machine loses, it loses pieces. And if it's a draw, it wins pieces as well, because really it shouldn't be winning unless you play against an optimal.
So you penalise it for drawing as well.
No, you encourage it for drawing.
Oh, you encourage it for drawing. Okay.
I may have said, yeah, you give it a piece for drawing, because really you could expect the best it could do to be winning. But an interesting thing, going back to something you said earlier, is that you weren't sure if you were playing optimally.
Yeah.
And one interesting thing about the machine is if you sit and play against it for a few hours and play optimally, it will learn how to beat an optimal strategy. But if you then go back to it and play really badly, you'll find you get to matchboxes that have complete randomness in them still. So you can confuse the machine if it's not learned enough by doing something really unexpected.
So that's a really interesting point about when we do machine learning or train a machine on examples. The examples we pick are really important.
Yes. And you can get some very bad algorithms if you give it bad training data.
Right.
Just like with Menace, one time I did it at Science Festival, it was a bit dodgy for a few hours because it played against some very young kids to start with who were essentially playing at random. And it learned some really, really bad strategies that could beat players that weren't concentrating, but it wasn't playing very well.
So, but it needs to see people play optimally to learn how to sort of counter that. But it also needs to deal with people who just are a bit rubbish. And if it doesn't see them, it won't necessarily beat them.
Yes, so it needs to see a little bit of everything in order to get good, which is a difficult thing because there's no point really doing. If you make a machine learning machine that has to see everything before it's good, that's a little bit useless because then you've seen everything and effectively tried everything. So you kind of have to find ways of extrapolating from what you've got in a good way. And this is what more complicated machine learning is, but this just kind of demonstrates the basic idea of trying things and reinforcing or punishing.
And it's the sort of thing that we could get a computer to do, but seeing it done without any wires kind of demystifies that, doesn't it? Like that's just a matchbox with some stuff in it.
Yeah, but it is a computer because it does exactly what a computer would do. But I've had a lot of people tell me it's definitely not a computer because it's got no wires, but it does. You could imagine each box replaced with kind of like a variable, and put it inside Python, and it would do exactly the same thing, and then they would believe it's a computer program.
That's brilliant, and I feel somewhat accepting of the fact that a matchbox computer beat me at NIM because actually I love the idea that machine learning does not need to be a machine as we think of it in some sort of like mechanical or electrical thing. It can be just something which gets reinforced by doing well.
Yes. Also, I gave it a huge advantage by picking a position where it should win on perfect strategy because I had to give it a chance to show that it could learn.
I have to give it a chance against Ben Sparks.
Yeah.
The guy who's still awake at 1:20 in the morning and can't really remember.
Yeah, well, we've still got a lot of hours left, 20 hours left of the stream.
I'm dead impressed. I'm dead impressed with the NIM machine, as I was already impressed with the Noughts and Crosses Menace machine. I could ask lots more about your background as well before we leave, but I was under the impression there were some other things that you needed to tell us.
Yeah, so we've been doing tricks and treats today, and it's now Halloween. So happy
Halloween. It is Halloween.
So you've seen my trick, but now I have a really great treat for everyone.
Just pointing out, it's still Halloween here.
Yeah, is that a Menga
Sierpinski carpet?
Yeah, it's not Menga Sierpinski, it's not 3D.
I'm not hijacking your treat though, sorry.
That's brilliant. Yeah, so I've got a good treat for everyone. So anyone that knows me will probably know that I am quite often plugging this thing, Chalk Dust, a magazine for the mathematically curious.
It's an amazing magazine. That's why you should plug it all the time.
Yeah, so it's a magazine that I'm one of the editors of, and we've got a really great team behind the magazine that helps put it together. And every 6 months we release a new issue, and it's kind of full of articles about maths, puzzles, interesting things, some funny jokes, some less funny jokes, and it's just kind of. It's sort of like it's serious about the maths, but it's not very serious about itself, is how Adam always puts it. It's kind of like interesting and entertaining, but it doesn't take itself too seriously, so you can also enjoy reading it.
It is the only mathematical magazine that I genuinely laugh out loud regularly at. I'm just going to put it out there.
Yeah. And so my treat for you today is avid readers will notice there hasn't been an issue for a while. So my treat is that issue 12 has actually just been surprise released on the website and is now available to read to everyone watching the stream.
Yay, Chalk Dust is out now.
Yeah, so if you go over to chalkdustmagazine.com, you can read the articles online or download a PDF or read it on issue. And hopefully everyone here will enjoy it.
I feel a bit guilty. I've been threatening to try and write something for Chalk Dust for a long time. And
yeah, since about issue 2, I think.
regularly seem to get some abuse about not actually following through on that promise. Maybe I should write up my favorite magic tricks from this show.
That would actually be a really nice article. Yeah.
Very nice thing. So
if you say that, I'm going to start hassling you again on Twitter every day until you write it.
Thanks. Maybe I shouldn't have said it. It's not like it's on record or gone out to a few thousand
no
people
one's
watching.
not watching, are they? It's the middle of the night.
It's the middle of the night. There's no one watching from other countries here. That's a lie. Everyone's discussing what time it is in their country on YouTube. Can I read out a couple of comments that I've just seen on YouTube for you, Matt? By the way, they're still commenting when they should have been clicking on the Chalk Dust Magazine link and going there. But people are saying, what happens if you have two machines and you play them against each other? They have sort of argued this out in the comments, but it's worth hearing your thoughts on this, Matt.
Yeah, so it's, in fact, there's a page on my website where you can play a simulation of Menace, and I have a thing called Menace 2 on there, which is Menace that plays as the second player. What you need to do there is you need to carefully set up Menace 2 to get the how many beads you take away and give it when it loses correct. But when I've tried them against each other, usually the machine that plays first wins.
Okay.
Because the machine that plays first always uses the first matchbox, which gets well trained, and then sends the second machine to a certain matchbox. And if it can make one of the second move matchboxes run out of beads, it has got a way of always making the second machine resign.
So that's because a lack of beads in the machine is an auto lose for any machine.
But I think actually that's mostly just because in noughts and crosses for player one, it's easier to draw. So the first machine finds ways of drawing quicker, whereas the second machine loses lots quickly and then often like dies, I sometimes say, because if it runs out of beads, it dies because it's got no moves left it could possibly make. Like we saw my one for Nim resigned.
So that's another example of where the training data matters. If you train a Menace or a Matchbox machine learning thing on anything, then it will learn stuff. But if it's only ever playing against something else, which is also trying to learn stuff off it, it's not going to get into a very profitable loop, is what you're saying. Not necessarily, anyway.
Yes. So you have to get good train data and decide what your rewards and punishments are going to be to get a decent machine.
If we'd said at the beginning of the show that one of the best magic tricks in this hour and a half was going to be a Matchbox beating me at a simple game, I guess this is maybe what math is all about, is that things which feel impossible happen when you follow the consequences of simple decisions, and maybe that's what algorithms and learning about stuff is all about. I love the fact that it works with a Matchbox. When you're back, Matt, for everyone else watching, is the person I mentioned earlier, who I believe is staying up through the entire.
Stay up for the whole thing. Yeah, I did. I managed to accidentally wake up at 9 o'clock this morning trying to sleep all day to prepare, so it's already a challenge. But I figure we're organising this thing, so why not stay up and try and watch the whole thing?
And you are in front of camera as well as being behind the scenes again another time?
Yeah, so I am on camera again for the last half an hour, when I will be trying not to fall asleep in front of a very exciting celebrity guest.
There's a lot of people in the comments saying, is there a schedule of guests? I think we've made a deliberate decision not to publish the schedule because this is a charity event. If we told you when Matt Parker was going to waste your time by just drawing random cards out of a pack, you'd have all inexplicably turned up to watch him, and we want to keep the surprises. So we are not releasing a schedule. Is that still correct, Matt? That's
still correct, yeah. And also if you just tune in for Matt Parker, you'd missed all the other amazing guests.
Indeed. Even people who are not internet famous can produce amazing magic tricks, and we have plenty of proof of that already. I'm just looking at who's coming next. I'm not going to say, but I am going to say that in the next three is someone who makes some of the most famous mathematical artistic objects that a lot of people in this sort of world of maths curiosities would queue up to see. So hang around for that. There are also two other excellent presenters alongside an excellent host who's also one of the organizers. Any other highlights that, without naming names, Matt, that you should say, like, the sneak preview, what should you look out for coming up?
That's a good test.
I put you on it now.
One of the reasons I'm staying up for the whole thing is that I couldn't choose who to sleep through, because there's so many good people. So if I watch the whole thing, I don't have to decide which are the least.
Or as an organizer, you didn't want to choose who to tell that you were going to sleep through them. So I understand.
Yeah. I'd recommend everyone watch as much as possible and watch the rest on catch up, because there's some really great people coming.
And there will be people you recognize from TV or recognize their voices from the radio, or both, or books and all sorts of things, not to mention YouTube. Now, anything else we need to discuss, Matt? I did want to ask you a little bit about, you've told us a bit about your teaching background and then doing research mathematics. What happens for you next? Are you working for Rolls-Royce indefinitely? How does that work?
Well, yeah, so I'm working for Cambridge University and their funding just comes through Rolls-Royce. So I'm for another 2 years working in Cambridge. Then I will be applying for jobs.
So as a postdoc, your job is not sort of a long-term thing. That's not how it works.
Yeah, no. So for a postdoc, typically you do your PhD, and then for a postdoc, you do 1 or 2 year contracts at various places. You kind of go somewhere, research with someone for a few years, and then move on somewhere else to kind of pick up some research experience, and then hopefully after 4 or 5 years, you get a permanent job somewhere.
I'm just aware that a lot of people watching who have interest in this sort of thing might be in a situation where they are still studying mathematics and want to know what happens next. And so you carried on studying for a bit in a sort of researchy kind of way, but then it ends up being more of a job, and then that comes to an end somehow.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a difficult life because whether you get another job at the end of it is very much down to luck. Because if the right person has funding at the right time, it can be quite easy to get a job. But if none of the right people have funding at the right time, you might find there's no jobs in your area available.
Right, and so while people are queuing up to get good mathematicians to solve problems like this, it's still a somewhat lottery about finding the money in the right place for the right project for the right person.
Yeah, but I've been lucky so far. So I've got a 3-year job here. So I've got another 2 years on that, and we'll see what happens after that.
Right, any prospective employers, particularly in the Matchbox trade, want to snap Matt up in 2 years' time?
Yes, please.
You heard it here first. Can you show us again the link to the Chalk Dust release? Because this is big news. If anyone is still up at 1:30 in the morning UK time, I hasten to add, then this is hot off the press, except for the whole metaphor not being valid because it's not been pressed.
But it will at some point be a physical magazine.
It will.
We'll
get the physical copies.
Because normally we get 2,000 copies delivered to UCL.
Yeah.
We all go in and collect them, but we can't even go into UCL yet. Like some people can go in 1 day a week. It's not really feasible. There's no events to give them out at, but soon there will be printed copies.
We will get our hands on the latest Chalk Dust Autumn 2020. You saw it here first. Matt, turn your camera on and give us a wave. Thank you so much for beating me, making a Matchbox beat me at NIM. I'm sure it would beat me at Nelson Crosses. You've been great. I can hear the applause from across the world for Matt Scroggs and his Matchbox machines. And I'm going to ask you to turn your video off so we get ready for the next presenter and the next host, in fact, because I've done my hour and a half now, and I can see Sam, who's one of my fellow organizers of things, he's done so much more organizing than me, is joining us from across the Atlantic Ocean. Is that correct?
That is correct, Ben. So how's tomorrow?
Tomorrow is an hour and a half old. Is it? It's not there yet for you?
No. We are only looking at 21:31 right now. So
it's not even Halloween for you.
It's not Halloween.
I'm ruining it by holding this up. Am I?
I have a pumpkin there too.
Wait. Yeah, it's got decorations on it.
No, it does not. As a matter of fact, this is a special type of pumpkin that has warts. It is
I thought it had it almost looked like Lego from afar, but actually it's just a very fine looking pumpkin, whereas mine's just boringly boring until my wife got the knife involved, and I'm going to go and salute that carving there. I should stop taking up your time though, Sam. Everything okay? Do you need me to do anything before I sign off?
No, but could you please give the same sort of reaction when you hear that while Chalk Dust might be out, I have even bigger news. There's going to be a new episode of Relatively Prime.
Relatively Prime?
Yes.
That's relatively exciting. I mean, sorry, that's really exciting, because Relatively Prime, if you didn't know, is a podcast that Sam runs with Peter.
No. Relatively Prime is mine. Maths was the one that I used to run with Peter.
I'm getting confused with the other excellent podcast which Sam was involved with, but Relatively Prime is Sam Hansen's podcast, which I recommend going to listen to because there is a brand new episode out.
There will be within the next 36 hours, but
36
it's
hours
even more
is a long
exciting
time for
than
these.
Chalk Dust because it's a podcast and not a magazine, and it's not just for the curious.
What you could do is get a copy of Chalk Dust up on your browser window and listen to Relatively Prime at the same time, and then you can decide for yourselves which is more exciting and write to Sam and Matt and give them your opinions. I'm going to stop talking rubbish at you, Sam, because you've got much more exciting things to talk about. Thank you very much for stepping in to save me from the endless magic tricks. I hope you have a lot of fun, and I'll see everyone else around somewhere soon.
Thank you so much, Ben. Great job hosting. And I am happy to take over. A tiny bit of behind the scenes stuff here. I am running the actual machine that's streaming all of this, so I can't do any of those fun video takeover things. So instead, what I do is I'm going to write right up here the link to donate at watsonathon.com/donate. That one also works. And those donations go out to Turn to Us, which helps people in financial hardship all over the UK, and the Comedian Support Act, which is supporting performers in this time of need. And I do also want to say that while this is the official charities, we do recognize that we do have an international audience, and you might want to perhaps support a charity in your own neck of the woods, say Mutual Aid Fund, Bail Fund, Food Kitchen, anything like that. We also entirely welcome any form of donations to a charity or aid fund of your choice. So it doesn't necessarily have to be this one, but you can do this one and other ones. Really, I mean, there's a lot of people who need support right now, so any support will help a lot. And with that said, I want to welcome on my first guest here for my section of hosting this 24-hour maths magic show. Or I'm sorry, I'm taking this over. This 24-hour math magic show. So Gord, welcome to the 24-hour math magic show.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, and I really want to welcome you to this very special part where we are now doing the official North American takeover of the 24-hour.
Raj was here before. That is true. Now it's the two of us.
Exactly. Like, we are entirely North Americaning, and I'm specifically saying North America because you are in the neighbor to my north, the great country of Canada. Yeah. And also, very excitingly, you are a board game maker. Could you tell me a little bit about the board games that you make?
Yeah, so my big board game is Santorini, and next week comes out the sequel of Santorini New York. Oh, so this is an exciting week coming up for me.
Oh, that is excellent. Could you tell us a little bit about Santorini?
So Santorini is mostly a pure strategy game. It was kickstarted 3 years ago and did really well. So now it got into Walmart and Target in the US. And I think the latest statistic, which kind of just made me happy, was that 5,000 copies went into South Korea. So that was Santorini.
That is absolutely wonderful. And also, I see here that you are the director of Math Pickle. What is Math Pickle?
Oh, I just designed puzzles. I'm fully funded by the Julia Robinson Mathematics Festival. And so it's a real joy of work to be able to design puzzles for 5 days of the week. And then on the weekends, I get to dabble in board game design.
Oh, that is absolutely excellent. And the next time that I am around one of the Julia Robinson Mathematics Festival locations at perhaps a conference or any of the festivals that they do, which I'm sure will happen again eventually, I will make sure to look out for some of your work.
Now we do weekly Zooms as well, so we're not relaxing. We're going full force right now.
Oh, that is
Robinson Festival.
Oh, that is great to hear. And of course, most importantly, though, it is a 24-hour Math Magic Fest. So, do you have some math magic for me?
Yeah, I do. So I'm going to share my screen. Here we go. Oh, wait a second. Before I share it, I should show you that. So I have these cards. These are from a game called Mandala, but I just thought they were more beautiful cards than the average set. And I have them in 4 colors. Okay. So we have green, yellow, red, and purple. And I'm going to get you to choose your favorite one of those 4 colors. I'm going to share my screen. There we go. Share. Okay. So the left and the right, Sam, that's just to make sure I don't forget which is left and right. I can imagine that the audience is going to be okay, but I can, like you probably need to you don't need to be reminded. But for me, because I'm working at the side here, that's for me. Okay, so the way this works is that you get to choose. So again, just to show you the deck there, you get to choose where you want to start, and then you're going to be making knight's moves with this. And I need to know your favorite color before again.
I will say purple.
Right, and my favorite is red, just so you know. So go ahead. Where would you like to start?
Let's start at 4.
4. Got it. Okay, and keep on going. You can use a knight's move, so you've got 6 or 11 that you can go to now.
I'll take 11.
Okay, now you have to make your way all around this grid, so you'll have to think in advance. Where do you want to go now?
Okay, 5.
5, yeah, you can do that. Keep going.
14.
14, yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to remember my knight's moves correctly here. 7.
It doesn't work. Like, I'm making this trick up as I go here.
Oh, okay.
So if it doesn't work, we're gonna improvise. Okay.
7. 1.
1, yeah.
Which I think puts 10.
10, yeah.
Then 16.
Right.
Okay. Now I've sort of.
So I'll let you go to anything neighboring 16 as well. So you can go to 12 or 15.
Okay, I will go to 12 then.
So you can try to do a knight's move as much as you can.
Okay, 6.
Yeah.
15.
Yeah.
9.
Yeah.
I guess I will take that 13 then.
Sure, or you can go to the 2. I don't like, you can get to 2 if you want to.
Oh, I can. Oh, sorry, I'm messing up. Yeah, I will take the 2 then, of course.
Right.
And the 8.
Right. And we'll just get those other 2. And there you've got it. So your favorite was the purple. So we're not going to look for the purples wherever they are. I'm just going to look for them now. I'm not going to shuffle up the order. I'm just going to look for your purples. There's one of them. Yeah, this isn't a great magic trick, as you can see. It's just kind of like very manually intensive.
Don't worry, I'm completely incapable of any form of magic tricks as far as I know, so this is still going to be quite exciting for me.
Well, this is definitely exciting for me because we've got one more purple to find. Yeah, we're failing to find it. Maybe that's a magic trick, that there aren't the number of purples that I said. Maybe, okay, there we go. Good. So there we go. Now you get to fold up this. I'm going to turn these purples into reds. You can get to fold up this in any way that you want. So you can go, for example, from the left, from the right, from the bottom, from the top. So you can just tell me which how you want to fold this.
I will go from the left.
From the left, okay. So there we go. Keep on going.
Okay, I will go from the bottom then.
From the bottom. There we go. Keep on going.
From the bottom again.
The only reason I put on these numbers underneath was I thought, you might want to do this again. Obviously, you can see the improvisational point in this. Go ahead.
Yes, from the right.
From the right. There we go. Okay.
And then from the top.
Top. Yeah.
Okay, and for my final one, I guess I'll go from the right again.
Now, you said that your favorite was purple, and yeah, your purples are in there, but there's some cards that are upside down, and I think those are going to be my favorite cards. Red, 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 and red. So I turned your purple favorites into my red favorites. So that's my little magic trick. When was the last time I did a magic trick? I don't remember. I think probably in the 1990s. But so that's my improvised magic trick.
That is quite stumping to me. And we'll let the people in the audience take a little bit to think about it. Are you going to be explaining it?
I can explain it. I can redo it. I can redo it without these numbers here. Like, you can remember where those numbers are. And why don't I just clean those off? So I'm just going to take those, move them off, and we can do it again. We can do whatever the guests, the audience wants. Let's leave it up to the audience. You guys choose. Do you want me to just explain it? Do you want me to do it again? What would you like me to do?
Okay, well, while we wait for them to chime in, because there is a tad bit of a delay here. So how about I ask you, what is your first, like, your earliest mathematical memory?
I can tell you my earliest bad mathematical memory, and that is that I was failing mathematics in grade 5. I had moved from Belfast, Northern Ireland to Calgary, Canada. I was put in a school here, and by grade 5, my math ability, which was pretty good, like I thought it was pretty good in grade 2, but by grade 5, I couldn't even do long division, and I was put in a slow learners group, and I hated school, and then I would go home after school and I would build 3-dimensional marble mazes, and I would go back to school. I would hate it, and so that's my first bad experience of school.
Well, I mean, that does sound quite bad. So what turned it around for you?
So I just went to a new school, and that school just had more structure. I was used to more structure in Northern Ireland, and coming to Canada, I was in an exploratory school where I was given loads of flexibility, and I just dreamed all day until I just was not functioning.
Okay, so some things have come in the chat, and the sort of consensus is definitely do it again, and maybe while you're doing it, a little bit of the explanation.
Okay, so let's do it. Right. There we go. So here you can check out my cards, and we're just going to start wherever, and you guys can choose where to go from here. So we're going to go Knights moves. Now you don't have the numbers, so I'm just going to say, I'm just going to make it up myself. Anything goes here. You can't fail with doing Knights moves, and you can't fail by doing single moves like this that I'm doing here. What you can fail at is if you try to go diagonal. That will make you fail, because I have not shuffled this deck. I maybe should tell you that is where some of the trick comes from, is that this deck is not shuffled. Okay, there we go. And what we have here is, if I turn over all of, if you guys want to guess here, guess, I'm just going to wait for 10 seconds. What you think is going to happen, how I organized that deck before I started this problem. How did I organize it? Okay, so I'm going to ask again, what is your second favorite color? What's your second favorite color, Sam?
Yellow.
Yellow. Okay, so I'm going to look here. I'm going to say my favorite color is green this time, and I'm going to try to turn yellow into green. So here is a yellow, and you guys can probably guess that the only ones I need to look at are these ones. See some kind of pattern there? Okay. So those are the only ones I need to look at. I know these ones, in my head, I know that these ones are purple and they are red. I can turn over any one of these, see, purples and reds. Okay. I'm not turning over those ones. I'm just showing you guys. If I was to turn over everything on this checkerback board, it's going to be yellows and greens on one side and reds and purples on the other. So if you say that your favorite is yellow, I say green. Now, if it is, now if I'm turning over only the yellows, because Sam said that his favorite color was yellow, and I want you to imagine as I'm folding up here, no matter where I'm going to be folding, which this card here, if I'm going to end up with all of the cards that say here, is this card going to be face up or face down? So think for 5 seconds on chat. And no matter how I do, what order I do the flipping, the last flip or one of the last flips is going to be turning this one, and it will be face up on here. If this is the last place that it ends up. You can choose where it ends up last. It doesn't have to be this spot, but this spot is as good as any. So I'm going to randomly choose this spot. So this yellow is going to be face down. This yellow is going to be face down. This yellow, well, we can count. It's going to be just a parity argument here. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3 steps, flips. It doesn't matter how we flip this. It's going to take 3 flips of this to get over to this spot. Is it going to be face up or face down? Think for 5 seconds. It's going to be face down. So all of the yellows that you see are going to be face down. All of my greens, they're in this position, here. Oh no, they're in this position, and these 2 positions. All of those are going to be face up. So we can try it in any order that we want. Let's see these cards up. Again from this side, for no reason. Okay, and this way, and this way, and this way, and this way. Okay. So, which ones are face up? And here, the ones are going to be greens. So there's 2 ways that this can end. It can end with everything face up except the greens, which is what happened last time, or this time it ends up with just the greens face up. So that's a little trick. And I'm going to stop screen sharing. There.
And so it comes down to it being very important that you have that deck structured in the right way.
I actually have 4 decks here set out. So at the start, I was just going like this, yeah. But then I switched decks, of course, when I went over. So I'm not sure. Maybe legitimate magicians would just say that was sacrilege. Like I've got these decks all lined up. So if you needed me to do it 3 times, I was all prepared to cheat on you guys many times.
I knew I should have had you do it 4 times. Like that, that would have been the trick right there. 4 times.
Yeah. Good. So that's, I do have a treat to show you guys. I've got many treats. Sam, I know you're into graph theory in a big way. So one thing that I could show would be the graceful tree conjecture, which I consider, like I want to get this is the #1 thing I want to do in Math Pickle, is I want to get $1 million reward for the graceful tree conjecture, because it's the best way to teach subtraction to kids. It's just so cool. So that would be one direction. Another direction would be just a really cool looking puzzle that the audience will have to guess. What are the rules for this? So let's just leave it there. Those are the 2 options. I guess whenever we're waiting, because people are 30 seconds behind, I'm just going to make a decision and show that one. So here we go. There. Now it could be that by the time that everyone else catches up with me, they're going to say, no, we don't want this. And that's one of the glorious things about a 30-second delay, is that I get to make decisions pretending like I'm including you in the decisions. Okay, So yeah, you have to, what am I trying to do here? And was I successful? That's the question. So this is a puzzle that I give to my grade 4 kids. What is it? What was I trying to do? You don't have to read the text. The text is not important.
I do want to shout out just one of the most beautiful possible stamps that you have up in the right-hand corner, though. That is.
Yeah. I love beauty in mathematics. It needs to be physically beautiful as well as the mathematics need to be beautiful. There's so many kids who get turned off of mathematics just because of crappy photocopying. You can create real beauty. Of course, you know it. I'm talking to the converted here, but you can create real beauty in mathematics. And we need to be doing that for kids in class. Okay, so I'm waiting for people out there in the audience to, you can post in chat. This isn't a magic trick. You can post in chat what you think I was trying to do here and if I was successful. If I was in a grade 4 classroom, the kids would be coming out with hypotheses. I think you're trying to do this. I'm making an observation that all the reds, for example, are clumped together. So that's the kind of thing that I'm looking for.
So while we wait for some of those to come in, you mentioned these classes, and we had someone in the chat mention that they had a kid who really enjoys your daily math classes as well. Could you tell us a little bit more about those? So that is Puzzle Time with Math Pickle, and you can register for those on mathpickle.com. So that is noon Calgary time, which that's mountain time, so 2 p.m. Eastern in the United States. And that would be in England and the United Kingdom. What is that? That's 6 hours difference. So that's like 6 p.m. Is that correct? In a week from now, that will be correct. They have preemptively fallen an hour behind because they do their daylight.
That's right. I remember that. So yeah. Crazy. What? Like when I signed up, when I signed up for this shift, it was actually an hour earlier, and now I have to stay up an hour later than I meant to. So we have some things here. We have the reds all add up to 100. That's absolutely true. And who said that? That was Hetnikik. Sorry, I mean it's YouTube, so yeah. Okay, Hetnikik. I'm very sorry for mispronouncing your name. It is probably something. It's so fun to mispronounce names. Like Hetnikik, you've got to say that's a great name to mispronounce. I'm sorry. We have someone else who says orange adds up to 64. Each color adds up to a square. There's an interesting hypothesis. Someone else is talking about how to solve trigonometry. And someone else is suggesting not switching from daylight savings, which is it's something I will also jump on board with, but I don't think it has to do with this. Yeah. So I really like the comment about 100. I like the comment about 64. And I like the comment about all of them actually add up to squares. And that was indeed what I was trying to do here. That is true. That is what I was trying to do. And was I successful? Sadly, I was gloriously unsuccessful. As you can see, 21 and 22 do not add up to a square. So this is an example of my failing at mathematics. But I love to celebrate failure. And why not publish it, and why not scream it out to everyone in multiple continents that I failed doing this? And there it is. You are 100% speaking my language there. I've been on the path of trying to get us to celebrate failure a lot more, just in our daily lives, but also within mathematics. As I like to tell, so these days I'm a mathematics librarian as well as a podcaster, and so when I go in and I talk to
talk to mathematicians from time to time when I talk to them about the things that they can get from the University of Michigan Library where I work. I also almost always try to put in something like, oh, and also don't worry that you might fail. Like, that's what math is. Math is a series of failures until you finally succeed, and that's really I think that's the way to think about it.
Yeah, I think if like I tell kindergarten kids, you failed, okay, and I do it with a joke, but yeah, they failed, and how are we going to deal with this? Okay, much better that we do that in kindergarten rather than having kids accelerate from class to class to class, gifted kids, having them just flying through school, and then they hit university and splat. That's not a fun splat to see. So failure needs to be built into early childhood education.
Oh, definitely.
And successes. Successes too. Like both. We want to have, like I don't have kids raising their hands in class, because if you have a slower kid, a methodical problem solver, and they are working on a problem and all around them, the kid said, I know, I've got the answer. That's already a failure in that child's mind. So you have to give everyone a success, especially those slow methodical problem solvers. And those kids are struggling.
As Slug Biker pointed out in the chat, then you get to pick a new project to fail at when you have the next thing, which is, I think, a great place to sign off here, because we are at the end of our half an hour. So Gord, thank you so much for coming on to the 24-hour math magic show.
That was a lot of fun, Sam. Thanks a lot. Take care, everyone.
Yeah. Okay, so before I bring on, never mind. We can bring on Ron right now. Ron, I'm going to welcome you in just a second, but first I do want to plug that we are doing this as part of Watsonathon, which is a 24-hour comedy stream. You can go to watsonathon.com to see that from Mark Watson. You can also go to watsonathon.com/donate to donate to the two charities, Turn to Us, which helps support financial hardship all over the UK, and the Comedian Support Act, which supports performers in their time of need. And also, we do welcome any charitable giving that you want to do to local charities in your area if, like Ron and like you don't happen to currently be living in the United Kingdom. And that is because I am joined again by a friendly neighbor to my north. Ron Lancaster is an associate professor in mathematical methods at the University of Toronto. Ron, welcome to the 24-hour Math Magic Show.
Hey, Sam, thank you very much. I'm glad I'm not doing this at 3 a.m.
Oh, I mean, so am I. I'm
Sam,
glad.
I just caught the end of Gord's session, and I don't know why, but something was jumping out at me about nomograms. So, you may have seen these before, but this is a nomogram for solving a quadratic equation. And it's got a couple curves. You use a straight edge, you join a couple points, connected to the quadratic equation you're solving, and poof, you get your roots. But it's all arranged in a really intricate way, and it kind of reminded me of, I didn't see what Gord was doing. I didn't see his whole talk, but somehow it reminded me of that.
Oh, that is very interesting. I'd never heard of nomograms before.
Yeah, that's out of a really old book by Jerome S. Myers called More Fun with Mathematics, which is what this show is all about.
Oh, definitely. And one way that you help people have more fun with mathematics is that you create mathematical activities. So what does that sort of mean? What goes into creating a mathematical activity?
Well, my activities are quite wide-ranging, but a lot of them are connected to the world around us. So something that's a big part of my professional practice are developing math walks, where I take people out on a math walk. I started doing them when I was teaching at an all-girls school near Toronto. And then since then, I've developed these all over the world. And, and kind of taking, what's in our view, in our surrounding, and turning that into a really rich learning math task, for students. And it's a really nice way for students to be active, to get up, get out of the classroom, and go see where math lives. So that's been a big part of my practice.
Well, that is fascinating. I I personally don't live that far away from Toronto, and when Canada is once again welcoming U.S. citizens across the border, I would love to come do a math walk with you.
Sam, I'd love you to come and visit me. And I mean, I'll take you on a walking tour of Toronto, but we'll do it through a mathematical lens.
Oh,
so we'll look at the city that way.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, you get to see a wonderful city, but you'll also get to experience it, through mathematics and seeing the city.
Okay, well, yeah. I'm now really glad that you ended up on my my block while I am the host here.
What part of Michigan are you in?
I am in Ypsilanti near Ann Arbor.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so my father was born in Detroit, and I had an aunt and uncle who lived in Detroit. The family had, I think, 12 kids. I have 12 cousins. They're kind of spread around the US now, but some of them have stayed in Detroit. And I grew up in Chatham, Ontario, not too far from Detroit. So Michigan and Detroit was really big when I was young for me. Toronto was not like a big Mecca city like it is now. For us, it was Detroit. I mean, that was our, big city.
Yeah, Detroit has been one of my favorite cities in the United States for a very long time.
A remarkable place. I've also got into a small town in Michigan called Colon, and it's the magic capital of the world. And
Really?
They have an annual magic festival, and it's held every year. There's literally thousands of magicians that come. There's not enough hotels in the area, so people, they stay, they camp, they stay with people, and the reason it's there is there was a company called Abbott's that manufactured a lot of magic equipment, and they were based in Colon. And so they had this annual Magic Fest, an amazing time. You'd walk out in the streets of Colon, a tiny town, and you just see people doing magic on the streets. Just remarkable stuff. Very cool.
Fascinating. I had no idea. Now I have a new place in Michigan to go visit.
Absolutely.
And while we are speaking of magic, do you have a magic trick to share with us?
I do. So, Sam, I have a couple things. So they both involve dice. One of them involves cards and dice. So in the one of them, I'm going to go through an explanation of why it works. And in the second one, I'm going to leave it open, but I'm going to provide people with some, ideas of how they could explore it. And in both of these, I want to turn this into something that, a math teacher could also do, because there may be some math teachers tuned in, probably a lot of them, and with some ideas of how they could turn this into an activity that they could do with their students, as well. And then at the end, if there's some time, I have some resources sitting beside me, some books that have been really important to me. And I wouldn't mind taking a couple of moments and just, showing the books and letting people know that if they want more information, of course, there's tons on the web that you can find, but there's also some amazing books, that are out there.
I am a librarian. I am more than willing to give you some space to share some books with us.
That's great, because there may be some new ones, Sam, that perhaps you haven't seen, and that you could add to your library. And maybe another time, Sam, you and I can talk, because I have a pretty rich library here at home, rich in the sense of the kind of books that are here that are mathematical. And maybe I could share a list of some of my favorite books that you could put into your library.
I would be happy to. We can discuss that offline sometime soon. And I look forward to that. But yeah, if we could see one of those tricks,
my screen?
Please feel free.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen here. This may take a moment here just to set up here. So okay, and so here we are. Okay, so Sam, if you could just check if you could tell me if you could see a mat here with some dice and a prediction here.
Yep, I see a 2 and a 3 and a blank white piece of paper.
That's beautiful. So with some pattern, with a story, this trick could be turned into something that would be really interesting and dramatic. I'm not going to get into the story here. I'll just show you the way the trick works. What happens. So the idea is that you take a pair of dice and you can have somebody roll them. So they take the dice and they roll them. And you can just tell them stop whenever you want. So how about Sam, for you? You can just tell me to stop whenever you want. And you know, for the audience, you and I haven't prearranged this. You know, I haven't kind of told you to stop when it's, you know, in a certain place. You just tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Okay. So Sam has had me stop when there's a 3 and a 2 here. So the idea in this trick is that you take the top 2 numbers and you multiply those together. So that's 2 times 3. Then you take the bottom 2 numbers and you multiply those together. 4 times 5. Sam, if you don't mind just keeping track of these. So we had 2 times 3 being 6. There's 4 times 5 being 20. I'll give you a second just to jot that down.
Okay, got him.
The first product is 6. The second product is 20. Then you take the top number of the one die and you multiply it by the bottom of the other. 2 times 4, so that's 8. And then you take the bottom of this die and you multiply it by the top of this one. And so that's 15. So Sam, you have 4 products, you know, that you have now. Now those 4 products, you know, we could do a number of things with them. We could multiply those 4 products together. And it would be interesting for teachers with their students to do that and just to see what kind of product do you get when you do that with the 4 products. So everybody would have a different roll of the dice and they would work out their 4 products, multiply the 4 products together and then look at them. But Sam, what I'd like you to do is to add up the 4 products.
Okay.
So I have a prediction here, Sam. It's been sitting here in full view the whole time. What did you get as your sum?
Provided that I was able to do my addition correctly, I have a 49.
So 49, fantastic. So inside here, I have a prediction, as I say, that's been sitting here the whole time. And my prediction was that you would end up with 49. I knew that you would get that. So, you know, as I say, Sam, with the right, pattern and story, this could be turned into, something that's a bit dramatic and interesting, for an audience. Because you can kind of sense that it's mathematical. I think the average audience could as well. You'd want to dress it up some way to camouflage the fact that there's some math involved. But the fundamental question here is, why does this work? Why do you always get 49? And, if a teacher's going to use this with their students, it's an opportunity for them just to turn it over to the students and say, so, go at it. Like, what do you think? Try a number of rolls, see what happens. Now, Sam, you and I know this, and, there'll be some people who know this as well. But in a pair of dice, opposite numbers always add up to 7. And that's actually what's going on here. So this 2 right here, underneath of it is a 5, because 2 plus 5 is 7. And the 3 underneath of it is a 4. 3 plus 4 is 7. So opposite numbers on any die, they always add up to 7. And so if you want to analyze this mathematically, you could call the top number of this die A. So you let A represent it. Now, I don't mean EH. In Canada, we say A a lot. So I don't mean that EH. I mean, the letter A. Sam, it's a bad joke, sorry.
No, I like it. I really enjoy some good Canadian stereotypes.
Good, yeah, good. Yeah, a John Candy kind of stereotype. And so we could let the top number of the other die be B. So we have an A and a B. And the first product that you did, Sam, was A times B. So you had specific numbers for it. But in this case, we have, some algebra being used. But the important thing is that if the top number is A, the bottom number is 7 minus A. If the top number is a 1, then the bottom number is 7 minus 1. So using a bit of algebra, you can actually show why this works. These are the 4 products that you had. That's the product of the 2 top numbers. That's the product of the bottom numbers, product of a top and a bottom and a bottom and a top. And so when students are in Ontario anyway, when students are in grade 9 here, they spend a lot of time working on things like this. And this is what it looks like in a math class. I know for some people this may bring up bad memories, but this really isn't that complicated. There's a thing called FOIL. You multiply the first terms, the outside terms, the inside terms, the last terms, and you multiply it all out. It's the distributive law. And the really cool thing that happens is you have an AB and an AB. There's a minus AB, a minus AB. They all cancel off. There's a 7A. I think actually one of the Monkees songs began with 7A, a Daydream Believer. So if you listen to the beginning of that song, they're tuning up their instruments. And I think Mickey Dolenz says 7A. Anyway, I digress. So there's a minus 7A and a plus 7A and a 7B and a minus 7B, and it all cancels out and you end up with 49. So, from a mathematical point of view, this is why it works. But I think what's really important in a math class, or even with parents, if they want to do this with their child, is to ask what if questions. So this is what it looks like with 2 dice. What would it look like with 3 dice? So how would you do the trick? What would the products be? And let students think through that. In the first example, there were, a set of 2 products. We were multiplying 2 numbers together. So presumably here, we would multiply together 3 numbers. Well, what are all the products? Well, I guess you multiply the tops together, multiply the bottoms together, and I don't know, I guess maybe the top of this times the bottom of these 2, and so on. So it'd be a great exercise for students to try this, and just see, does the trick work here? In the first version that I showed you with the 2 dice, it added up to 49, which is 7 times 7. I wonder with 3 dice if it's 7 times 7 times 7. We'll find out. People can do it. And so this is what the algebra looks like for 3 dice. And, I'm not so sure I necessarily want students to expand all this out. I think the really important thing is just thinking through what the cases are. Because you could turn to Wolfram Alpha or something like that and have Wolfram Alpha do the algebra. Or you could work it out. I mean, it's not horrendously bad overall. And it turns out the trick works. And it's 7 cubed. It's 243.
So that's fascinating and great. I also want to point out that being who we all are, I immediately had tried to solve it in a different way. So I actually had a different set of algebra where I abstracted it out a little bit more. So I just did A plus B is 7 and D plus C is 7, and then did the all of the different sums that way. And so it's really cool to think that it works in different ways. And we did have a question in the chat, because there's been a decent amount of chat going on. The question is, if there are D8 dice, would it then be 91 or 81? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's beautiful. If a student in my class asked me that question, I could honestly say, don't know. Let's investigate. Let's find out. It's okay for a math teacher to say, I don't know. Let's find out. So I'm not sure, Sam. And by the way, particular to your solution, that's actually really wonderful, because these days all over the world, math teachers are expected to embrace other ways of doing problems. There's not just one way of doing a problem, my way. We're trying to get students to solve things in different ways, because if you and I were in the same class solving in different ways, we could confirm each other's result, which is, we'd have a James Brown moment. We could feel good about our, do you feel good? We could feel good about our answers. And if I had something different than you in our final result, then we could argue out as to, well, why did you get this and I didn't? So I love what you did. And I have to tell you, Sam, I never thought of doing it that way. So that's really cool. It's lovely.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And
Sam, I have the second one.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Comments in the chat about that one.
About the one that we were just talking about?
Yes. Yeah.
So there were some people who were trying to work it out, and then the other things trying to expand this out even further with a just a complete proper conjecture. So for X dice within sides, should you get into the X?
Wow.
And that is,
Wow.
of course, any dice that has a side that is flippable, because that is an
absolutely.
important.
Yeah. Wow, that's really beautiful. You know, this is interesting because in many ways, this is a low floor, high ceiling activity. So it's low floor in the sense that it's accessible. Anybody can get into this. Anybody can do some mathematical thinking, but it's high ceiling in that you can go to the moon. You know, like what we hear somebody doing here, you know, where it's just like, whoa, you know. So it's interesting that it has a lot of places you can go to with this. So even though some might feel that the magic trick is a bit lame, I still think that with the right story and the right pattern, you can make it interesting. But whether you can or not, the activity is really interesting. You know, there's so many different things you can do with it.
Yeah, and I especially like when you add those extra dice and you're even adding a little bit of a combinatorial element, because you have to figure out how many different combinations you have.
Yes. Oh, you know, I forgot to say something. I just ordered some things from Math Gears. It's out of the UK.
Yes, we have had one of the founders of Maths Gear already on today, Matt Parker, and I'm not technically supposed to measure, but maybe you might see some other ones. Also, there are some spoilers for future guests in my room, but I'm not going to tell you what they are. I just wanted to throw that out to the audience.
Yeah. Well, this is what I ordered from Math Gears. They're binary dice. So they've got zeros and ones in them. And so it's interesting to ask what would happen with that trick if you use these dice, you know, and rolled these. You know, opposite sides add up to 1. So I just throw that out there. I threw them out. So there they are.
Maybe you could even do something with the ordering so that instead of 1, if there's a 1 and a 0 left to right, that is equal to 2. Whereas if it's a 0, 1, that would be equal to 1. 0, 0 would be 0. 1, 1 would be 3.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Or, you know, you could even do something with the Cicerman dice. You know, they're like non-standard dice. Maybe I can mention more about those at the end. So this second one involves 3 dice. And I've made a prediction here. So there's a prediction of something that's going to happen. And these cards, by the way, they are really mixed up. So they're all mixed up, the cards. And so I'm going to roll the dice here, Sam. And again, you just tell me when to stop.
Okay, stop.
Okay, right there?
Yep.
Okay, so there's a 4, 6, and a 2. So that's what I have in front of me. And 4 plus 6 plus 2 is 12. So I'm going to deal 12 cards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I had no control over the dice that you chose. Now what I'd like you to do is to take one away. So do you want to take away the 4, 6, or the 2?
Let's take away the 6.
Okay. So the 6 is gone again. That was your choice. I'm not in control of that. So I'm now going to deal 6 cards. And I'm going to do it 3 times because we had 3 dice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rest of the cards go on top. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cards on top. We're kind of randomly getting these cards mixed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cards on top. I had absolutely no control over the 3 dice you chose or the one you chose to take away. But the top card here that we're left with here, this card is an 8 of spades. And my prediction was an 8 of spades. So that's the card that I had predicted before I started. And again, you know, with some pattern and with, you know, a story, the trick could be turned into something that's quite beautiful. But this one is really perplexing because it was a little bit of you and a little bit of me in dealing the cards and some choices I made. And yet, you know, my prediction always comes true. This particular trick I found in one of my all-time favorite books. It's relatively new, but it's Mathematical Card Magic by Colm McCaughey. So Colm lives in Atlanta, Georgia. I had the pleasure of staying at his place a few years ago. I was creating a math walk in Atlanta, Georgia for the Gathering for Gardener conference. And I got to know Colm, and he's really into mathematical magic. And Sam, I don't know if you've seen this book or not, but it's just unbelievable. It is just so well written. It has got lots of diagrams in it, explanations, and this particular trick comes from here. And it's just fabulous. So if you're interested in mathematical magic, this would be a terrific book to get, Mathematical Card Magic. You know, it's interesting too that one of the things Colm does, and this is really typical of magicians, he goes through a history of this trick. So there's components of it that are original to him, but he does a deep dive into where all of this comes from. Magicians do this a lot. They're really careful about, you know, talking about where things come from. I wish there was a bit more of that within the math community, because I'm pretty well versed in recreational mathematics and the works of Gardner, but I oftentimes see people doing things and there's no conversation of where this come from. You know, it's not as if they're passing it off as their own, but there isn't just any kind of effort to say that, you know, this was developed by so-and-so, and, you know, just to honor people who have come before and the work they've done.
Of course, I as a librarian, citing your work is very important to me.
Absolutely, yeah. So for people who want to figure this trick out, what I'd suggest that you do is take some index cards and number them. You know, I have a commercial product I bought here, but just take some cards and number them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just number them out and go all the way up to 18. Because 18 is the highest number you can get with a roll of 3 dice. So, and then take your cards, have somebody roll the dice, you roll the dice, and roll them, count off that many cards, do it face up. So do it face up. If somebody rolls like 10, count 10 cards, put the rest on top. You know, well, you have to take one away, right? So first of all, if the total is 15, deal 15 cards, like what I did. Take one away. If the total's 8, deal 8 cards 3 times. You keep putting the rest on top. And then just look at the cards. Look at how they're arranged. Because see, now you know what the starting was, and you can see what they look like at the end. And, you know, you'll be able to come to some conclusions about how the trick works. Again, I'd rather kind of not divulge this one because I want to give everybody a chance to kind of play with this, you know, and just see if they can come up with something.
Oh, of course, of course.
Yeah.
We have a couple more minutes here, and so if you wanted to share a couple of those books that you were looking to share, it'd be great.
Absolutely. So Sam, for me, it all began with Martin Gardner. Any book by Martin Gardner is worth its weight in gold. So this is Mathematics, Magic, and Mystery. This is where I started learning about some mathematical magic. So a fabulous book. So anybody interested in mathematical magic should, you know, really think about having that book in their library. Also for me, there's another magician who was also quite huge for me, and that was Paul Curry. So Paul Curry was an amateur magician. I think he worked for an insurance company, and he has a trick called Out of This World and other tricks that are very mathematical. So you'd have to probably go to a magic shop to order these. But Paul Curry, contemporary books, Brent Morris, PhD in shuffling playing cards, the Pharaoh Shuffle, incredible. So, and he has a commercial book that you can buy. This is actually part of his PhD thesis that I have in my hands here. So but a remarkable guy. So Brent Morris, and it's the perfect shuffle. So, and he also relates it to computers and computer dynamic memory. So it's not just playing with cards, but that's contemporary. Another book I have that is amazing. The jackets come off of this, but this is by one of my favorite mathematicians who recently passed away, Ronald Graham. Incredible. And Percy Diaconis. Oh my goodness. I mean, these two giants are unbelievable. But this is Magical Mathematics by Ron Graham, Percy Diaconis, and wow, this book is just filled. I mean, I know that there's not a lot of diagrams in here, but it's filled with a lot of mathematical magic tricks.
Yeah, I am also a happy owner of that book, and I was lucky enough to meet Ron a couple of times. And
oh, you're lucky. I never did.
Yeah, just a wonderful person and a wonderful mathematician.
Yeah. Have you come across Juan Tamaris?
I have not.
Wow. So this is called Verbal Magic. And you're in for a treat with this book, because this has got all kinds of, kind of self-working mathematical magic in it. And this thing is unbelievable. So Verbal Magic, Juan Tamaris. And there's also another contemporary, Jim Steinmeier. So you probably have to order these through a magic shop. I don't know whether you can get these online. I'm not sure. I have quite a few books that you can't even buy in a magic shop. Some of them were privately published. I happened to be at somebody's lecture, and they were selling private notes. But these are available maybe only through magic stores. But Jim Steinmeier has a series of about 8 books, I think. And they're all kind of self-working mathematical tricks. And they're really cool, these books. So I love his material.
That is absolutely wonderful. And Ron, thank you so much for sharing these tricks and this wonderful collection of books with us today.
Fantastic, Sam. Very nice to meet you. I hope we meet sometime in Toronto.
I do as well. And thank you again for being a part of the 24-hour Math Magic Show.
Fantastic. Good night.
Good night. Okay, and so that is 2 guests out of the way for me, which means that I have one more up here while I am the host of the 24-hour Math Magic Show, and that is Scott Kim. And so Scott is a puzzle designer and mathematical artist. He's created puzzles for computer games like Tetris and Bejeweled and magazines like Discover and Scientific American. But if you know Scott Kim, there is one thing that you will know him most for. And so, Scott, I would like to welcome you to the 24-hour Math Magic Show, and hoping that you can pop on here and tell us about what you are going to be doing for us today.
Yes, awesome. Thanks for the introduction, Sam. Let's see. Well, I guess, so I'm best known for ambigrams. Ambigrams are words that turn upside down. You'll be seeing them in a moment, but as a little teaser, I'll give you, I also design, I'm a puzzle designer professionally, and I'll show you the very first puzzle I ever designed. However, before I do that, I had a technical difficulty. One of my lights went off. Just give me a moment. I'll set it up.
Oh, that is totally fine. I will do the pitch to the charity right now.
Please do.
Perfect. So while Scott handles a small technical difficulty, I do want to tell you that this is a charity Math Magic stream, and you can donate at watsonathon.com/donate. And all of your money that you give there will be split between Turn to Us, which helps people in financial hardship all over the UK, as well as the Comedian Support Act, which supports performers in the time of need. And we also more than welcome you if you are not in the UK and you want to support a more local charity or mutual aid fund, want to say give to a bail support fund. another opportunity that you can do to provide some charity, or maybe even a food kitchen. We also definitely will welcome that if that is your choice. We just really, if you have the ability right now, we really think it would be great if you could support somebody right now, sort of in honor of this Math Magic show. And with that, it does look like Scott is back. So Scott, it looks like you have your light back on.
Yes, I do. Okay, so like Ron, I was greatly influenced by Martin Gardner, and one of my biggest honors was he published this trick. I invented this when I was, I believe, 11 or 12, and this is a letter of the alphabet. You probably haven't seen this, Sam, that has been folded just once. And the question is, what letter is it? I hope you can see. Yeah.
It's been folded just once?
Yes. So there's a crease right here.
Is it an L?
Well, it certainly could be, but this one isn't an L. It's a different letter. Inventing puzzles is always about being devious, so there's a trick to this one. It is a capital letter. Of course, you could just say you could say it's a C right now. It's all about what it is when it's unfolded.
Yeah, I will admit being very, very bad at these things. So maybe if you could.
I'll show you. Here's the answer.
Oh, that is tricky.
You know, it basically is an L, but there's another piece that's hidden underneath. So that's a little bit of a warm up. Okay, later on, I brought a volunteer with me, and she'll be joining us later to do some things on the air. Let's see. I get some chat that says I'm a little bit quiet. How's my audio level?
I think it is better now. There was a second that you were quiet in a different chat. We have some behind the scenes chat going on, just to raise the curtain a little bit, look behind the curtain, and it does seem that you are a bit louder now.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen now, and I want to show you some examples. Let's get to the ambergram part. Okay, so here we are. And so the whole theme of this event, this fantastic event, is about math and magic. So here's a special ambergram I prepared for it. Let's see, let's go to just a moment. Always too many things on my screen.
There is the play button sort of right around where your mouse is now. A little bit to your left.
It was under the zoom control.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so here we are. So if you turn this one upside down, math and magic still reads as math and magic. So math and magic are definitely related. That's an example of an ambergram. I'm going to show you a few more now here. An ambergram is a word or phrase that can be read in more than one way. The most common ones are right side up and upside down, or sometimes in a mirror. So now there are a few words in English that are natural ambergrams. I was always a fan of wordplay, and I knew about these when I was young, like the word noon in capital letters, N-O-O-N, or sons, the U turns into an N. It's kind of cute. A really unobvious one is the word tidbit, which is a mirror symmetrical, same in a mirror. If you put it on a t-shirt and looked at it in a mirror, it'd be the same. Or the word math spelled vertically. I've noticed quite a few logos that are ambergrams or symmetrical anyway. HBO is the same in a mirror. And the most symmetrical possible name is OXO. It's even symmetrical if you turn your head it's readable if you turn your head 90 degrees. Crazy. So ambergrams might remind you of palindromes. A palindrome is a word that's spelled the same forwards and backwards. Noon is both an ambergram and a palindrome, but other things like race cars spelled the same backwards and forwards, but it's not the same turned upside down. Or the year 2002 is a palindrome. Many of the mathematicians in this event are very fond of palindromic numbers. like 11 squared is 121. If you raise 11 to the third power, you get 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. You might not know that. That's a really cool thing. Well, I'm really interested in unnatural ambigrams, words that do turn upside down, but you have to play with the letters a bit. So here's an ambigram on my name, Kim, and take a look and see what I did. I combined the K and the I to make the M, distorted the letters a little bit, put a dot on the I. Here's the word symmetry as an ambigram. Notice that one letter doesn't always turn into one letter. The first Y turns into TR. Here's a mirror ambigram. Many of these are from my first book, which was called Inversions. It was published 40 years ago. So yeah, it's the whole alphabet. A bit crazy. Some things are easy, like the O in the center, P and Q. You know, there's the phrase, watch your P's and Q's. You might think it has to do with this, but it seems to have had a different origin. There's some controversy about that. Teach and learn. I like taking words that are related. I like doing this as more than a trick. I'm trying to express something with the words. So some of these letters are already symmetrical, like the E and the A, but some of the others I had to distort. I have a great long-lasting interest in magic, and since this event is also about magic, I thought I'd show one of them. Here's Penn and Teller, two of my heroes. And yes, they've seen it. They've used it on their ticket for their show. So there it is. Penn turns into Teller. And let's see, what else we hear? I've also done names of mathematicians, but I don't always do rotation or reflection. Sometimes I do a trick that's completely different. It's based on who it's for. This is, I'm sure you're familiar with this name, Sam, but not everybody. Mandelbrot was coined the word fractal, and that things like trees and branching rivers are fractals. They're designs where part of the design is similar to the whole design. So here I did a fractal on Mandelbrot's name itself. The E and the B in Mandelbrot are the starts of smaller Mandelbrots, and it just keeps on going. So the most famous ambigram artist in the world, and he started the same year I did, 1975, but we didn't know at the time, is named John Langdon. He's absolutely a magnificent lettering artist, graphic designer by trade, and he created the ambigrams for the novel Angels and Demons by Dan Brown. And for many people, that's where they first ran into the word ambigram. Dan likes inventing fictional history. So if you read that book, he says that ambigrams are an ancient mystical form. Not true. It's no more true than most of the things in his book, but highly entertaining. And these are just, I think, really masterpieces of ambigrams. He and I correspond quite a bit. Okay, so during this presentation, that's a little bit about ambigrams. During this presentation, I'm going to end by improvising some ambigrams on suggestions from the audience. So if you have a name or a word or a couple words that you think might make an interesting ambigram, please put them in the chat, right? In YouTube, that'll work?
Yep, that will work. I will have some people gathering those for me.
Excellent. And if you are so inclined, let's see, actually, I want to ask before we go on, has anybody in the audience already done ambigrams before? If so, please type yes into the chat.
While we are waiting for that, because there is a little bit of a delay.
I know, no problem.
I can definitely say at least one person said that they had already been that they did some unnatural ambigrams as a child.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah, so we have
many people all over the world are doing ambigrams now in many different languages. If you Google it, you'll see just zillions of them. So I was going to encourage you, if you are so inclined, we're going to announce some of the words that people have given us. And if you want, give it a try. Try creating an ambergram on your own. And at the end, I'd like to end by showing some of the ambergrams that you've created. You can tweet those in, and Sam, you can tell people how to tweet them in.
Yes, if you tweet at 24-hour maths, I do believe is the correct one. If someone from the behind the scenes team who's looking over at the chat right now, if you could please just put the Twitter handle that people could tweet to, that would be great.
Yeah, it's like this. Let's see. Twitter handles. So let's see. Do I use a pound sign here?
An at symbol.
Yeah, okay.
The pound sign is
I get
hashtags.
confused. Yeah, of course. Well, it shows how much I know about Twitter. So at 24-hour maths, and include the word ambergram. That's the instructions. So okay. So do we have some suggestions for words to try?
Well, someone from our organizational team has decided to chime in, looking to see if you could do chalk dust.
What is the meaning of that?
Chalk dust is the name of a magazine for the mathematically curious.
Okay. So what I'm going to take is several suggestions. I'll put down about 6.
Okay.
And then, I'll do one at the end, and anybody in the audience who wants to do one, you can do it too.
We have math and art.
Math and art, awesome. Okay.
Someone else wanted their handle name, and that is Pankaj.
Pankaj. Okay.
We also have light and void and life and death.
Light and void. That's a cool one. Life and death has been done quite a bit, really beautifully, several times. You can Google that on life and death ambergram. That one's one of the most popular ones. So I'm not going to do that one. How about one more?
Let's see. We have another name here. Oh, actually, here we go. We have order and chaos.
Order and chaos. Okay. Now I'd like to invite. I brought a friend volunteer here named Arya, and I'd like her to join me on the Zoom. I want to try out some activities. If you have a pen and paper at home, you can play along with me, but I'm going to play it with Arya here on the screen.
Okay.
Welcome, Arya. Yes.
Oh, yes.
Please.
Arya, welcome.
Hi.
Hello. And Scott, if you could stop sharing your screen so we could make these bigger, and I'll also stop sharing my my video here too.
Okay. Welcome, Arya. Okay, so I have some games I'd like you to play, and everybody at home can play along with us. Here are, let's see, I want to show you some ambergrams you can make at home. Let's see. This is a sign, and please write along with me. This is a sign you might see at a swimming pool. And the words are, I'm not going to write out the whole thing. It's a swimming pool that's only open 6 days a week. So it says, now no swims on MUN. MON is the abbreviation for Monday. Write that out in capital letters. Now no swims on MUN. And when you're all done, please hold it up to the camera. And remember to use capital letters, print the capital letters. And let's see what we have. Now no swims on MUN. Okay, now try turning it over. Yeah, turn it around so that we can see it too. Yeah. That's sort of an automatic ambergram. It's one of the, here's another one. And I'm not going to write anything. This will be all about you, Arya. I'd like you to write the word chump, C-H-U-M-P.
In capitals again?
No, this is going to be, before you write it, it's going to be in cursive. Connect all the letters. I hope you know cursive. I know not everybody's taught cursive these days. And when you get to the P at the end, don't quite close the round bold part of the P. Leave it slightly open. Okay, go ahead. Lowercase letters, all connected, C-H-U-M-P, and you can try this at home too. C-H-U-M-P. Yeah. You closed, can you do it? Okay, there are a couple things. Make sure you have both, when you close the P. So when you get to the round part at the end, don't leave it slightly open. It's really important.
Okay.
Now the Ripley's Believe It or Not says this is the only word in English that works as C-H-U-M. You got to write the, anyway, chump. Oh, I think you, I didn't communicate the word clearly enough. It's this word with a P at the end.
Oh, so, okay.
Yeah, it's an unusual word. I should have spelled it out.
So how do you want me to write the P?
Here, I'll do it with you. C-H-U-M, and then when you get to the P, don't quite close it. Leave it a little bit open.
Like that?
Leave it go like this. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, we need to go on, so I'll show you this one. Here's what it looks like. This part stays connected, but this part you leave open, and when it turns upside down, you can try this, Arya. It looks like this.
Your camera's off, I think.
Okay, do we have the camera?
So you should, Arya, if maybe you switch it, switch your view mode, Scott's document cam should be on. Should be visible to you.
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, I see it now. Oh, okay, I understand. So wait, so do I?
Anyway, so that's what it looks like.
Or I jump or swim?
Sorry, Arya, you cut out there for a second.
Oh, I did?
Yep.
Do I write jump again?
If you can, yeah. You can try writing it like that.
Okay.
All right, okay. So then turn it upside down. So Ripley's Believe It or Not says this is the only word that works in English. That's not really quite true, but it's one of the best words that works automatically in cursive. Thank you, Arya. And before you go, are there any particular presentation? I hear you're planning to watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's impressive. I'm not even going to watch the whole thing.
Well, I hope you enjoy it. Okay, thank you, Arya.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, now we've got some challenges here. I'd like to do some of them. Let's see. And as I do it, I'll talk a little bit about what goes into making ambergrams. Got to watch my time here. Okay, so pankaj. Let's start with pankaj. Pankaj has got a fairly, let's see, now we need the document camera. Can we get that as the main camera? Will that work?
Yeah, your document camera is the only one that's up right now.
Okay, excellent. Okay, now the beautiful thing here, this is going to be, each letter in Pankaj is going to turn into one letter at the other end. One of the beautiful things is that the P turns into the J very naturally. And I'll put a dot down here. I didn't really have to put that serif there. A into A is the next letter. So I'll put a little whisker there. This is all about psychology. What things you can read, what things you pay attention to. Here's the N into K. I've done a lot of these before, so I know what, I've seen a lot of these combinations before.
So Scott, while you are writing that out, someone in the chat was wondering if there are, if any word can be made into an ambigram, or are some impossible?
Well, I do take it as a challenge that I can do any words, but and I sort of can, but it's a matter of degree. Pankaj works really well, but you know, if you like, I think some words work better than others. That's the short answer.
Oh, I did want to ask if perhaps maybe we could get Watsonathon.
Oh yes, I'm sorry, I haven't done that one yet. Oh yes, so the parallel event, as you all know, is this comedy event. So let's this is one I've already thought about. So let's see what we can do with Watson. How do you say it, by the way?
I believe it's Watsonathon, since the name of the comedian who started it is Mark Watson.
Mark Watson, yes. Okay, let's see what we can do for Mark in his very good event. Okay, and then the N is in the middle. I'm going to use a lowercase n. I could also do it as an uppercase n, but since one of the things I try to do is use a consistent style all the way through, and I'm using lowercase letters. So, oops, I did that one wrong. So I'm gonna, I do make mistakes, so let's see. I'll just patch that up here. Oh, I did the letter upside down.
Well, I imagine that has to be a bit of something that has to happen from time to time, since you are thinking of the letters both right side up and upside down at the same time.
Yes, that's right. Okay, so there we have it. Watsonathon. You can take a screen grab and share it with Mark. And let's see, I have to. There it is, upside down.
Absolutely excellent. Thank you.
Okay, let's. I'll do one more, and then if anybody has done any of these, I think they're fantastic topics. I'm really curious to see if anybody's done life and death or order and chaos. I'll do one more. Let's do chalk dust, and I haven't done this one yet, so this will be a challenge. So let's see, CH. I'm looking at what I do is I start from the end. I look at can I turn this into a C? So yes, I can by doing that. And then H, I'm going to use the U and the S together. And that's an A and D work really well if you use, then L and K. The middle will be part of the K. So let's draw this one from the middle out. So I'm going to write the middle of the, here's the K. And the L. Here's the A and the D. U and you know, this is going to tend to look like a Y, which is kind of unfortunate, but oh well. And then let's see. Of course, I'm visualizing it before I do it, but there are things that I don't anticipate. That's not very readable. That's not a very convincing dust. But here's the trick. As in magic, I've loaded the situation, so hopefully you'll perceive it as the word chalk dust, because you know what it's going to say. And magicians use this principle all of the time. They load your expectations in advance. So it's a little bit strained. I think that could be improved for but we have CHALKDUST that way and that way.
I mean, that still looks absolutely fantastic to me.
So has Sam, have we received any tweets of ambergrams that people have sent in?
So far, it does not seem like we have. I'm sorry to say.
Okay, no problem. That was just a gamble to see what might happen. Let's see. I'm really curious to try light and void, but I haven't tried it yet. So light and void have different numbers of letters. That's okay. I can work with different numbers of letters. Math and art, I would love to do. They're very different lengths. But I might be able to do something with it. Let's see. Well, I'll show you. We asked earlier if every word can be done. The answer is generally yes, but you have to stretch what some are more far-fetched than others. So I'm going to use some fairly far-fetched letters in this. So let's do math and art.
Okay, and while you are looking through that, I will tell you that people in the YouTube chat, we have mind blowns, we have clapping emojis, people who are incredibly impressed by this. Really cool, pretty slick. Everyone is absolutely loving watching your creation of live ambigrams.
Okay, so I think we're going to do this for math and art. We'll end with this one, and then I know we're almost out of time. So there we have art with I don't know, the T's doing some sort of yoga position, and there we have math.
Wow, that is wow.
Okay, so that's my. Let's end with a few references, and I will switch back to my main screen.
Very good. We can see your face again.
So thanks so much for this chance to present. I'm Scott Kim. You can check me out at scottkim.com. You can email me as scott@scottkim.com. And I also run Math Monday every Monday at 2 p.m. in the United States. Not so good for England. I mean, not the best time. Maybe we'll run some other times. It's every week, and it's this sort of stuff. Fun mathematics. Let's see. Anything else to mention? Yeah, and on my website you can check out. There's a whole lecture I've given about ambigrams where you can see more examples of this. And thank you so much.
Scott, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure, and it's just so incredible watching you work.
Yeah, and I encourage you to try doing ambigrams yourself. It's a lot of fun. Okay, take care.
Bye. And it is now 11 o'clock in the Eastern time of the United States. So that means that it is now time for me to hand over hosting duties of the 24-hour Math Magic Show. I'm going to be handing those over to Sydney. Hello, Sydney. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you, Sam?
I'm doing quite well. I don't actually happen to know where you are. So where are you now hailing from?
I'm on the East Coast of the United States, South Carolina specifically.
Okay, so very good. So we are at the same time. So I'm going to hand this over to you fully in just 1 second. Before I go, I do want to say I do have a podcast that features stories from the mathematical domain. It is called Relatively Prime. You can find it at relprime.com. And with that, Sydney, I will let you tell the audience what your connection to all of to the world of mathematics is, as I now go collapse into bed because I have a behind the scenes shift coming up in a few hours. Goodbye, everybody.
All right, have a good night, Sam. All right, so very brief introduction about myself. You'll learn a lot more about me later. I am a professional speed cuber, which basically just means I solve Rubik's Cubes quickly. But enough about me. I would like to introduce the next performer, who is Peter. Peter, if you'd like to maybe turn your camera on, awesome. Peter is a PhD student at hi, Peter. Yeah, so I have your introduction here. PhD student at the University of Southern California in Los Angeles with a focus on combinatorics. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I started my PhD here in Los Angeles in 2017, and I study combinatorics, which is a fancy way of saying the mathematics of counting things, classifying things, and organizing things. And it's a lot of fun being a graduate student because I get to sort of just play around with the sorts of puzzles that interest me. And the trick that I'm about to show you is a fun little application of some combinatorics. So I'm excited to share some of that with all of you.
Well, that sounds like a lot of fun. So what do you need to get your trick started?
Okay, so what I'm going to need, so here's how the trick's going to work. I'm going to get the audience to give 5 different numbers. So what I'd like is for someone in the YouTube comment to write down a list of 5 different integers between 1 and 100 inclusive. So those could be, 2 and 7 and 99 and 100 and 51, whatever you want. A list of 5 numbers. And Sydney was going to check those YouTube comments, and she's going to pick one of those sequences. And she is going to tell me 4 of the 5 numbers in that sequence. And I, using a mixture of psychology and magic, I'm going to divine what the missing 5th number is. Okay, so with the online format, you're going to have to sort of trust that I'm not watching the YouTube comments, but I promise you that I'm not. And then once Sydney sees some of these, some list of 5 different numbers between 1 and 100 pop up on the YouTube, she can tell me 4 of them, and we'll get the trick started. In the meantime,
right. Oh, sorry, I'd already got numbers. Do you want to pick another set or?
No, this is perfect. I'm going to share my screen, if that's going to work here. With my magical notes here, and I'm just gonna make a note of what those 5 numbers are.
All right, so I have 4 of the numbers for you, and these are from Slug Biker: 11, 42, 98, and 5.
Okay, so here's one thing that I know. One thing that I know is that when people pick numbers randomly, they don't often pick even numbers. And so one thing that interests me here is that in this case, it looks like there are 2 even numbers, which seems like more than I would expect. So my guess is that maybe this 5th missing number here is also an even number. I'm seeing some other numbers pop out at me. In particular, I'm seeing some prime numbers here. And so, for instance, I see this 2 here, and I see this 5 here. That's kind of interesting to me. And I see some square numbers here. So actually 1 is a square, and 4 is a square, and 9 is a square. And I see 1 cube number, which is an 8 here. But I'm particularly drawn to these prime numbers. So maybe we'll forget about, maybe we'll forget about some of these other numbers. And Sydney, you can see my screen okay, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Okay, so I'm seeing a 2 and a 5 here. Because there are so many square numbers, I'm thinking this isn't going to be 25, which is also a square number. And so I'm guessing that missing number that exists, we're going to swap this one over here and this one over here. And my guess is that the missing number is 52. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, excellent job.
Terrific. Okay, so maybe I think it would be fun if we try and do this again to just make sure that I didn't get lucky here with all the primes and the squares and the cubes and the odds and the evens. So I haven't checked the YouTube comments. I imagine that more than one person had submitted a sequence. Sydney, could you maybe see if you can find another sequence in the YouTube comments?
Yes, I have picked out another one. Just trying to make sure. Let's see here.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem at all.
All right, so I have the first four numbers for you.
Okay, great.
67.
67.
79.
79, odd numbers here, I like it.
32.
32, a very even number.
And 83.
And 83.
And as
Okay.
a note, this came from Manish Kumar, so thank you for your numbers.
Great, wonderful. Okay, so let's see. Let's see if I can guess what that last number is. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so here's one thing that I'm noticing that's kind of interesting about this is as we have a lot of different numbers here. We have a 2 and we have a 3 and we're missing a 4. We have 2 3s. We're missing a 4 and we're missing a 5. And we have a 6 and we have a 7. We have a couple 7s and an 8 and a 9. So one thing that's interesting to me about this is that the numbers 1 and 4 and 5 are missing here. So that's kind of surprising that that we're seeing so much coverage of different numbers. Let me see what else I can think about here. One thing that's also interesting is that we have the last number in the numbers that I have is there's a 3 and a 7 and a 9, which are all of the odd numbers except for 1 and 5. And so I guess I have to guess that this number is going to end with either a 1 or a 5. And I'm going to guess that it ends with a 5. And also, these numbers here are pretty big numbers. They're sort of all bigger than 15 here. So I'm going to guess that our missing number here. I'm going to guess that it's 45. Is the number 45?
Yep, absolutely. Great job.
Terrific. Okay, so this one, these arrows go straight down. So this is just 45. Okay, so let me tell you about how this trick works. How this trick works has really nothing to do with psychology, and it has nothing to do with the numerology here. It didn't have anything to do with the prime numbers in this first example. It didn't have anything to do with these even or odd numbers. That was all just some showmanship. And this was actually a kind of a cool application of information theory and a kind of cool application of combinatorics. Okay, so let's see how this works. So here, let me tell you a few things about this. Let me keep this actually. Let me scroll down here and tell you a few things about this. The first thing is that Sydney is communicating information with me. Okay, so Sydney sort of is in on this. She's not just giving me 4 of the numbers randomly. She's giving me 4 of the numbers in some very particular way in order to communicate the 5th number. And here's a way that Sydney can communicate information to me is that she's giving me 4 numbers, but she's also giving me 4 numbers in some particular order. So it's not that she's giving me the smallest number first. I circled the wrong one, the smallest number first. Maybe she's giving me the smallest number third or the smallest number last. So she's telling me them in a particular order. And one layer of how she's communicating information to me is is by the relative order of the numbers. So one thing you might ask is, well, like, how many different things could Sydney possibly tell me with 4 different numbers? And if Sydney has 4 particular numbers, then it turns out that there's 24 different ways that she can order the numbers. So okay, so how many ways can she order the numbers? In 4 factorial equals 24 ways. Okay, so for her first number that she tells me, once she's picked 4, for her first number, she can tell me the smallest one first, or she can tell me the second smallest one first. She can tell me the third smallest, or she can tell me the largest first. So there's 4 different ways she can choose the first number she tells me. And then there's 3 numbers left over, and there's 3 choices for that second number. And then there's 2 numbers left over for the way she tells me the third number. Okay, so there's 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 ways. And I know what you're thinking here. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, hey, we had 100 different numbers to choose from, and Sydney can only tell you, she can only give you 24 different bits of information. And that's kind of true, and we'll get to that. But actually, she can tell me a little bit more, because not only does she tell me 4 numbers in some particular order, she also gets to choose which number to leave out. Okay, so let's talk about how she might communicate 1 out of 24 numbers to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these examples. Let's grab this example here. And we're going to talk about how she could order this. So, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the smallest number and we're going to label it with a 1. And we're going to take the second smallest number, label that with a 2, and the third with a 3, and the fourth with the largest number with a 4. Okay, so this corresponds somehow to the arrangement of the numbers 1 through 4. It corresponds to the arrangement 2, 3, 1, 4. Okay, and now I'm going to do something that's maybe not terribly telegenic, but I'm going to write down all of the 24 different orderings that we can have. So let's try and do it. So we can have, there's 6 different orderings of 1, 2, 3, 4 that start with 1. And there are 6 that start with 2. All right, we have just the right number of squares here. We have 6 that start with 3. And we have 6 that start with 4. Okay, and we're looking for the number of this one, 2, 3, 1, 4. Okay, of the ones that start with a 2, sorry, of the ones that start with a 1, there's 2 that start with a 2, and 2 that start with a 3, and 2 that start with a 4. There's 2 that, for the next one, there's 2 that start with a 1, 2 with a 3, 2 with a 4. And maybe you're seeing how this pattern is going. This is going to be a 1 and a 2 and a 4. And then lastly, we have a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Okay, and we're almost done here. So now we're just going to fill in the last of this. This is going to be, we could have a 3 and a 4 here, or a 4 and a 3. We could have a 2 or a 4, or a 4 and a 2. We could have a 2 and a 3, or a 3 and a 2. We could have a 3 or a 4 or a 3, and a 1 or a 4, and a 4 and a 1 and a 3, whoops, and a 1 and a 3 and a 3 and a 1. Okay, over here we can have a 2 and a 4, or a 4 and a 2, or a 1 and a 4 and a 4 and a 1, or a 1 and a 2, or a 2 and a 1, and just 6 to go. 2 and 3 and 3 and 2 and 1 and 3 and 3 and 1, and 2 and 1 and, oops, let's do this in order, 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. Okay, so I've written all of these down, and I've written them down in alphabetical order. I've written them down in lexicographic order. Okay, and the information, the 24 different pieces of information that could have been communicated to me by the order these numbers were given to me was this one, 2, 3, 1, 4. And so, in other words, that communicated to me the number 2, 3, 1, 4, this number here, which is not the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, or eighth, but the ninth. Okay, so this relative order that Sydney gave me the numbers said that this corresponds to number 9. Okay, 9 out of 24. Okay, so the idea here is given 4 numbers, that there's 24 different parts of information that can be given to me, and I got sort of information packet number 9. Okay, now how do we narrow this down from 9 isn't enough to communicate all of the numbers between 1 and 100 besides these 4, right? We sort of need like 96 pieces of information here. Let's see, I have an error in this last entry. Let's fix that real quick. Okay, so how do we narrow this down? And here's what we're going to do. So let's come back and let's grab all this information that we have. So these were the numbers in some order that were given to Sydney. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab this one. Maybe let's just write these in actual order. So this will be 32 and 45 and 67 and 79 and 83. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to pick, so Sydney's going to pick which number to communicate to me. Or in other words, Sydney will pick which 4 numbers she's going to give me, right? These things are equivalent. And here's how Sydney will do it, is we're going to take these numbers and we're going to add them up, and then we're going to take their remainder when we divide by 5. Okay, so if we add all these things up and divide by 5, well, here's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that the 1, the 2, and the 3 sort of have a 0 remainder if we add them up and divide by 5. The 5 has a 0 remainder if we divide by 5. And then we have this 7 and this 9, which add up to 16. And so the remainder, if we add all of these up, has remainder 1. 1 if we divide by 5. Okay, so here's the important thing. We have this remainder 1. And so, so what Sydney will do is she will label these. We're going to label these like a computer scientist. So we're going to label these from 0, with all the possible remainders we could have, from 0 up to 4. And because the remainder is 1, what we're going to do is we're going to choose 45 here. So Sydney will use these 4 numbers to communicate 45 to me. Okay, so she's picked her numbers. And I know that we've communicated this sort of communication scheme. And so I know this. I know that if she's choosing, if the number is between 32, the smallest number, and 67, the second smallest number, that when I add up these 5 numbers, that I should get something that has a remainder 1 when we divide by 5. Okay, so Sydney gave me these numbers. She gave me, well, what order did she give them to me in?
I gave them to you in the order 67, 79, 32, 83.
Perfect. Okay, so these are the numbers. Okay, so what I do is I first sort of do this same trick again, which is I take these 4 numbers and I add them up and I divide by 5. And we get something, and we get a remainder of 1. Okay, so I know that right now we have a remainder of 1. So with my missing number, I know that, so we have some missing number x, and I know that if x plus 1 has a remainder of 0, rather x minus 1, has a remainder of 0. I've misspoken. It was indeed x plus 1. Then the number has remainder 0. Then the number that was deleted would be the smallest one. Then x is less than 32. Okay. If x plus 1 has remainder 1, then we know that the second one was deleted. So we know that x is bigger than 32, but is less than 67, which is the second biggest number I've been given. This is actually the case that we happen to be in. We could also have between 67 and 79. Then x plus 1, then x plus 1 has a remainder 2. We could have between 79 and 83. And then x plus 1 has a remainder of 3. And then lastly, we could have that x is bigger than 83. And in this case, x plus 1 has a remainder of 4. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to start here. And we're going to first look for all of the values less than 32 such that x plus 1 has a remainder of 0 when we divide by 5. Okay, so what are those numbers? Well, 4 has a remainder of 0 when we divide by 5. And 9 and 14 and 19 and 24 and 29. Those are the numbers that are less than 32 that have that remainder when we divide by 5. Okay, and then let's go into this second case. We'll call this the orange case. And now we're looking for numbers such that x plus 1 has a remainder 1, numbers where x is between 32 and 67, and this will be 35 and 40 and 45. That's our number that we're going to be looking for. 50, 55, 60, and 65. These are our orange numbers. Okay, and then we'll do some green numbers. So these are numbers between 67 and 79. These are all numbers that sort of potentially Sydney could be trying to communicate to me. So what's this going to be? This is going to be 71, I believe, and 76. And that's it. It's our green numbers. And then we're going to have some blue numbers. Do we have any blue numbers? We're going to have 82. Let's see. Yep, 82 is in there. Is our only blue number. And then the rest are going to be our purple numbers, our pink numbers. Okay, and so what's this going to be? This is going to be things like 88 and 93 and 98. Okay, if I got all of this arithmetic right. So here are the numbers that we could possibly have. And let's count up how many numbers we have. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 numbers. And remember that by the order that I'm given these 4 numbers, that it can communicate 24 different things. And Sydney used those numbers to give me number 9 here. So she says, take the 9th thing. And so now the moment of truth, we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we circle our 9th number. And that is the number that we were trying to describe, is 45. Okay, so that's the technique of how Sydney both chose the number and encoded the number to give to me, and then how I decoded the information that she was giving to determine that this number is 45. How we actually did this in practice, though, is that I gave Sydney a little calculator so that she could type this in, and it would do all of that arithmetic behind the scenes, and then give me that rate sequence to decode. And I have, if you look online, you can find some places where this is available. But in particular, if you go to my homepage, peterkagi.com, there's a link to to seeing where you can try out this trick. So there's a place where you enter the 5 numbers and it gives you that sequence like Sydney gave me. And then that magician can take that sequence of 4 numbers and it will return that 5th number that was started with.
Wow, that was very amazing, Peter. Thank you for explaining all of that. It's very impressive you can do that.
Yeah, it's a pretty wild feat. So this sort of lives somewhere between combinatorics and maybe computer science in terms of encoding information and knowing how much information you can encode. And this particular trick has some really nice generalizations too. So I know I only have a couple minutes left, but let me tell you what some of those generalizations are. So the first is that we did this trick with numbers between 1 and 100, but actually you can do this exact same trick with numbers between 1 and 124. Maybe I'll write it this way, between 1 and 124. And so one sort of common implementation of this trick is to do it with cards. And so one way you could think about how you might do this with cards is you number the cards from the ace of hearts is 1 all of the way up to whatever is number 52. You number the cards in some way, and then you have the audience. The audience picks 5 of the cards, and the assistant shows 4 of the cards in some particular order, and that communicates that last card. So this trick can work on decks up to size 124. And this trick, if you want to look it up, is called communicating the card. One last thing that I'll say before I go is you might wonder, well, what if you sort of change the rules a little bit? What if you said instead of picking 5 numbers, that you pick 6 numbers? Then you can, if you pick 6 numbers and the assistant shows 5, you can actually communicate for a much, much bigger deck. And the rule is that if you pick n numbers, then the assistant shows n minus 1 cards, then the biggest deck size that you can do is n factorial plus n minus 1 is the number of cards in the deck. Cards in the deck. And this is actually something that the little web applet that I put together supports too, which is if you have, if you want the assistant to give 10 cards sorry, the assistant has the audience give 10 cards and reveals 9 of them. Well, now you can do this with sort of these absurdly large numbers. These are numbers on the order of 10 factorial, which is really big.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Peter. I think we are just about ready to switch over to the next speaker. Did you want to shout out your website real quick or anything before we switch over?
So that website is just my first name and last name .com, and you can go on there, and it's a pretty rudimentary website, but there's some links, and one of them is called Card Trick or something like this. And if you click on that, then you can play this trick on your friends and family.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Peter. I think I'll go ahead and introduce the next speaker now. Hope you have a good night, Peter.
Perfect. Thanks again, Sydney.
All right. Bye. The next speaker we have is Jack Harrison. Jack, if you want to get your video on. While you're doing that, I'll go ahead and say what we're meant to say every half hour, that this show is inspired by and partnered with British comedian Mark Watson's 24-hour comedy show, The Watsathon, and will be taking place at the same time. I'm sure someone can put the link to donate in the chat. Anyways, back to Jack. So I have here that Jack is in his final year of undergrad mathematics student at the University of Cambridge. So welcome, Jack.
Hello, thank you for having me.
So do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and what you'll be sharing with us today?
Yeah, so I'm a, as you said, final year undergrad at Cambridge in the UK. And today, my maths trick is going to be an astounding result, which I'm going to demonstrate on the whiteboard behind me.
Sounds wonderful. Do you need anything to get started? Any help from the audience?
Not immediately, but I will be posing the chat 2 questions once I've written the first thing. So all right, we'll get started with that. So the result I'm going to show you concerns this sequence. we'll call it S, and it's 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus, and so on. Now, my two questions for chat are, 1, can you see this okay on the whiteboard? And 2, what do you think this is going to work out as? If we evaluate this sequence, what do you think it's going to be? Now, I understand there's a 30-second delay in chat. So while we wait for that to come in, I'm going to briefly think, well, 1 plus 2 is 3, plus 3 is 6, plus 4 is 10, plus 5 is 15, plus 6 is 21, and so on. But surely it's infinity then. But are there not other numbers that it could be? Well, are we seeing any suggestions in chats yet?
Yes, so I'm getting -1 over 12, n plus 1 divided by 2, -1 over 12 plus infinity.
Okay.
A lot of -1 over 12.
Yes. So the -1 over 12 people know where I'm going with this, but we'll get to that. The person who put the n formula, that's really interesting, because if you terminate this sequence at any point, then that's exactly what you get. If you terminate it at 6, you'd get 6 times 6 plus 1 divided by 2. That makes it 5. 5 times 5 plus 1 divided by 2. But we're dealing with the infinite sequence here, so we're going to try and evaluate all of it. And first, to do that, I need help from another sequence, t, which I'm going to define as 1 minus 1 plus 1 minus 1 plus 1 minus 1, and so on. Now, this seems even harder to find a value for, because it doesn't clearly tend off to infinity, but it doesn't tend to anything. It looks like it could be 1, it looks like it could be 0. And you can get a whole host of other values depending on where you terminate it. But because it's an infinite sequence, we don't want to terminate it. We want to work with it as it is. So to find t, let's consider 1 minus t. And that is 1 minus 1 minus 1 plus 1 minus 1 plus, and so on. Well, this minus just flips the signs of everything in here. So we get 1 minus 1, minus minus 1 is plus 1, then minus plus 1 is minus 1, minus minus 1 is plus 1, and so on. 1 minus t. But that surely is just t again. So 1 minus t, t, let's add t to both sides. 2t is 1. So t is a half. Now, I'm going to leave that result at the top of the board because we need it for the next result that we need to prove this mad trick. So we'll put that back at the top of the board. T equals 1 minus 1 plus 1 minus 1 plus 1 minus 1, which is a half. Now, let's consider u.
Jack, I think you might need to write a little bit bigger if you don't mind.
Okay, let's consider u, which is another sequence that we're going to define. Now that is 1 minus 2 plus 3 minus 4 plus 5 minus 6, and so on. Now this looks kind of like t and kind of like s. It's sort of a midpoint between the two. And in fact, this is going to help us get between the two, because here's u. What if I tried to evaluate 2u? Well, 2u is u plus u, so we need to add on a u. But I'm going to do it in a different way. I'm going to move it along slightly, so I'm going to add it here. The 1 goes below the 2, the minus 2 goes below the 3, the plus 3 goes below the minus 4, the minus 4 below the plus 5, and the plus 5 below the minus 6, etc. So that's 2u, which is, the 1 stays the same, minus 2 plus 1, it's minus 1, 3 minus 2 1. Minus 4 plus 3 is minus 1. 5 minus 4 is plus 1. Minus 6 plus 5 is minus 1. 2u is t. But we know what t is. T is a half. But if 2u is a half, then u is a quarter. And that's another result that I will keep at the top of the whiteboard. So already we've proved some very strange things about these infinite series, because already these are things that we didn't seem to have any value, that we have now assigned value to. Now finally we come to the thing we wanted to show, S. But I'm going to consider S minus u, because that is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus, and so on, minus 1, because it flips the signs, does the minus. We get minus 1 plus 2 minus 3 plus 4 minus 5 plus 6, and so on. That is 1 minus 1 is 0. 2 plus 2 is 4, plus 3 minus 3 is 0. 4 plus 4 is 8. 5 minus 5 is 0. 6 plus 6 is 12. And this pattern would continue. That's 4 times 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus etc. That's 4s is equal to s minus u. But we know what u is. U is a quarter. Rub it out here and put a quarter. S minus a quarter is 4s. Now let's take s from both sides. 3s minus a quarter. So s is minus a 12. So all the people putting minus a 12 in chat, are they correct? It would appear so from here. But there is another thing that we can do to s. Because this was quite convoluted to get to s's minus a 12. I did a lot of things. But can we not do much more simple things to s to get a result? Well, we can start messing about with it and see what we come up with. So, in particular, we have s is 1 plus, and then we can group the terms. 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus, and so on forever. For that, it's 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 9. 5 plus 6 plus 7 is 18. And so on forever. The next term would be 8 plus 9 plus 10, which is 27. You have a calculator, you can play along at home. But 9 plus 18 plus 27 plus and so on, and so on, is just 9 times 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus etc. It's 9 times s. S is 1 plus 9s. So we can rearrange this again. Take s, take 9s from both sides. Minus 8s is 1. S is minus an 8th. So now all the people who put minus a 12th in chat are like, whoa, it's also minus an 8th. But is it? Well, clearly something's gone wrong. And indeed, there are reasons why it might not be either of those. But first, I want to show you another way to get minus an 8th. Because we can group even more terms. Do s is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 11 plus 12 and so on, which is 1 plus 2 is 3. Again, play along at home with your calculators for this bit. 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 is 25. 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 11 plus 12 is 50. And the next one would be 13 plus 14 plus 15 plus 16 plus 17, which is 75, and so on. But this, again, 25 plus 50 plus 75 plus 100, and so on, that's 25 times 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, and so on. So S is now 3 plus 25S. Take 25S from both sides. Minus 24S equals 3. And again, dividing by minus 24, we get S equals minus an eighth. So we've got two different methods. One gives minus a 12th, and one gives minus an eighth to a sequence that is obviously infinite. So what's going on? And I would like to give the viewers a moment to think about that. So while we're doing that, we could shout out the charity information again, or something similar. The What's On-a-thon is the people we're in partnership with. What's the donation link? Do you have it to hand?
Yes, I'll go ahead and post it in the chat. So, Jack, if I can comment, you know, the math behind this is all interesting, but how did you memorize all of it? It just seems so convoluted.
I'm familiar with this trick from being quite young, so it kind of just stuck with me when I first saw it, because I was like, whoa, it's minus a 12th, and I just kind of committed it to memory because I thought it was so cool.
Fair enough. Not seeing too much in the chat about someone just said it's mathematical hocus pocus trickery. Is that correct?
It is indeed mathematical hocus pocus trickery, but why?
Someone's just saying their mind is blown. Never seen. Negative 1/8. Associative and commutative only holds up for finite sequences. I'm not seeing too many guesses in the chat.
Now, the person who put associative and commutative only holds up for finite sequences is onto something, because putting those brackets around the sum, the minus an eighth, only made sense because it was all pluses. But we know that works for a finite sequence. But why did we assume it works for an infinite sequence, when we know that if we had like anything else other than just pluses, even in a finite sequence, it wouldn't work? And this hits right at the heart of the problem here, which is that we can't extrapolate our understanding of finite sequences to infinite sequences. You can't just put brackets in an expression without changing its value. And this is true for a lot of finite sequences as well. Anything that involves BIDMAS, order of operations, would not work. What do you call it in America? Is it PEDMAS, the American children?
PEMDAS.
PEMDAS, yes. Yeah, so that kind of immediately looks to disprove the minus an eighth answers. But what about the minus a 12th answers? Well, that's a bit more complicated, because it seems difficult to disprove any individual step within that sequence. And indeed, I didn't understand how to even go about disproving them until I was at university. In my first year, we did a course called Analysis 1, which talked about a lot about this. So if you are interested in this, viewer at home, and are thinking of studying maths at university, then an analysis course could be for you if you are interested in this kind of stuff. But I do want to focus on one step in the minus a 12th thing, which is we had at one point S minus a quarter equals, it was 4S, I believe. Yes, 4S. Okay. Now, if we were solving this normally, then we would do what I did. Take S from both sides and then divide by 3. But we have to assume what values are we allowing for S. It's not just the regular numbers. because we have an inkling it might be infinite. So we need to allow infinite to be one of the values that it will take, because otherwise we'll never find it doing this kind of arithmetic. And indeed, if we take S to be infinite, then we can see that the left-hand side here, S minus a quarter, would be infinite. And the right-hand side, 4S, would also tend towards infinity. So maybe they are equal, even if S is infinite. And we see similar lines in the ones for minus an eighth as well. I believe the first one had S equals 1 plus 9S, which, again, if S tends towards infinity, then 1 plus 9S also tends towards infinity. And we also have S equals 3 plus 25S in the other one, where if S tends towards infinity, then 3 plus 25S tends towards infinity. When we allow infinity in the set of possible solutions, then we can't just ignore it when we come across it as a possible solution for an equation. Now, I understand this is quite a boring conclusion to this bit, that the mind-blowing answers are actually not true. So I want to end with a result from physics. Because in physics, you can't have infinity as any of your answers. So if you came across that S equals, if you came across that S equations, the S minus a quarter equals 4S, you would have to conclude that it equals minus a 12, because you can't have infinite stuff in physics because nothing in the real world is infinite. But despite this, that infinite series, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, etc., actually comes up. Now, I don't know how many kind of older viewers we have in the audience, but if you're like 16, 17, 18 doing kind of that level of physics, then you've probably come across the idea of energy levels. And for those that haven't, understanding the concept is not entirely important to this final bit. I hope you can still follow along. But essentially, in physics, a particle can take an energy level. And this is essentially how much energy it has. And in string theory, a particle at energy level n has energy E equals n h bar omega d minus 2 over 2. N is the energy level. We don't need to worry about what h bar and omega are. D minus 2 is the number of dimensions. But D, sorry, is the number of dimensions that your space has, because physicists, particularly in string theory, like generalizing to higher dimensions. Now, I apologize if there's any real physics buffs in the audience, because I am hugely oversimplifying it, and they are probably quite cross about that. But stick with me. In string theory, a particle can take multiple energy levels at the same time, and indeed all the energy levels at the same time. This is because it has what's called harmonics, which are at different energy levels, but represent the same particle. So with that, you just add the energy levels together to get the energy of the particle. So if it's taking all the energy levels, then that would be 1 times h omega d minus 2 over 2 plus 2 times h omega d minus 2 over 2 plus 3 times h omega d minus 2 over 2, and so on. And now we can take out a factor of this h omega d minus 2 over 2 to get the energy of a particle taking all energy levels because of its harmonics, which is allowed in string theory, would be h omega d minus 2 over 2 times 1 plus 2 plus 3, and so on. Well, we know what this is. This, because it's physics, can't be infinite. It has to be minus a 12th. So this energy is minus a 12th times this. And that is minus h omega d minus 2 over 24. But there's also a result in this particular type of string theory that this would be equal to minus h omega, which means, since we have that here, that d minus 2 over 24 must equal 1. So d minus 2 is 24, so d is 26. Now, there's quite a famous result that people use to say that string theory is not true, that it only holds in 26 dimensions. And this is why. It's because this sum can be evaluated to minus 1/12. That this result in string theory that suggests it doesn't work is true. Now, that's astounding that a result that can't mathematically be possible crops up in physics like this. I absolutely love this kind of thing. But I won't go into any more physics because I feel like that got a little complicated. Well, that's all I have for the trick, I'm afraid.
Well, that was very interesting. Not gonna lie, I was a little lost, but it was still a lot of fun to watch you work that out. I see a lot of people saying something that you just proved string theory wrong, and someone kind of shocked that there's only 26 dimensions or something like that.
Yeah, so the end, I apologize, it did get a little complicated, but I hope some people in chat still liked it. But yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody enjoyed it. Some other people were asking about if you have a website or a YouTube channel.
I'm afraid I don't, because I'm just a student. I'm kind of starting out on this kind of thing. This is the biggest thing I've ever done in terms of outreach, I think. So just please.
Fair enough. Well, do you want to tell us what you're planning to do next? Like maybe some more outreach opportunities or continuing your studies after undergrad, I believe you said?
I'd like to obviously be involved in more outreach opportunities, and if you do have an opportunity, please get in touch. My email is jacklharrison1010@gmail.com. Because I am a student, I will most likely do things for free, so hopefully that will entice people. I'd like to do more outreach. I don't really know what I want to do next, but I'm scouting opportunities all over, so hopefully I'll end up doing something I like.
Wow. So how did you get started in maths? Like, was it from, you said that you discovered this when you were a little kid, but what got you really into it?
I don't ever recall not being into maths. I know that's quite a cop-out answer, but I just kind of took to numbers when I was a young toddler, and I was like, this is very cool. Which is a bit of a weird attitude for a toddler to have, but that's the attitude I had. And it's a passion that just kind of stayed with me, and now I've studied at a university.
Oh, that's pretty good to be interested interested in maths at such a young age. Do you have anything else fascinating to share? Sorry, I apologize. I'm running a blank here as to what to ask you.
Yeah, that's fine. I apologize. My second didn't quite fill the time. There's the charities. Yes, it's the Turn charity for people in need, and the comedians charity as well.
Yes, I'll go ahead and share about that again. That this show is inspired by and partnered with British comedian Mark Watson. Mark Watson's 24-hour comedy show, the Watsathon, and will be taking place at the same time. There is a link to donate, and it's going to, I think, I don't remember it verbatim, but it's performers and such that have lost opportunity to make money in this in these trying times.
Yes.
Is it okay if your email goes in the chat? I think someone's asking that.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Yes.
Okay, yeah, someone behind the scenes was asking.
Yeah.
Well, if that's it, I guess we can move on to the next speaker, unless you have anything else left to say, Jack. I don't want to push you out, but I apologize if there's no more questions to ask.
I think that's all I have. Yes, I'd be happy to give way to the next speaker.
All right, well, thank you so much, Jack. That was very interesting. And I'd now like to introduce the next speaker, Patty, if Patty would like to hop on now.
Hey, Sydney, how you
So-
doing?
I'm great. How are you? So I understand that you are a maths teacher and a very proud nerd. That's what I have down
Absolutely.
for your bio.
Yeah, absolutely. I may have entirely, I mean, I've just watched the last few presenters, and this is going to be a radical change of pace. I'm going to be doing some tricks for 7 to 12-year-olds. It's prime time in Australia, so they'll, and also I hope my family are watching, who are all over there. So hi all. This is basically, I'm hoping to do some really simple tricks for them, the youngest students, and looking at hopefully how they work. Should we go ahead and do the first one?
Absolutely. I have a deck of cards ready as you requested.
Oh, fantastic. Hang on. Let me change my video so that you can see. Oh, I'm not very competent. Yep, there we go. That seems to work. And how's the glare looking, Sydney?
Seems all right. If you want to show a card, we can better evaluate that. That's all right, but the people in the chat mentioned that it's unclear. I'll let you know.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Right. So can you, I asked you to prep a deck, give it a shuffle and choose a card. It can be anything you like the look of. And then you look at it, but don't tell me. Okay.
All right. I have chosen a card, and I believe this should be kept secret from the audience, right?
Yeah, I'm going to choose a card as well. I'm going to have that one because that looks a good one. I'll just leave it there. Okay, so this is a really, really lovely basic trick. I want you to start by considering the number on your card, because it'll be between 1 to 9 because you took out all the higher cards earlier to make this trick easier for me. So take the number and double it. Okay, you may want your calculator to hand for the next bit.
I've already got it.
Good. Next bit's add 2, Sydney.
Oh, that was difficult.
Okay, and if you could take your answer and multiply that by 5, that would be awesome.
Okay.
Okay, now I would like you to, with the answer that you currently have, take away 3.
Okay.
Okay, so you've now hopefully got a 2-digit number. Can you tell me what it is? And then I will tell you what your card is.
Okay, I got 47.
47. So I really hope that your card is a 4.
It is indeed a 4.
And I have the 7. Together, we've made 47. Okay, it is a really simple trick, but I think it, you know, I work with some primary school children and they love this kind of thing. When you can do maths that shows that does something surprising, they really love it. And I also have then the chance to try and explain it to them. So this is what we got you to do. I'm hoping that this reads okay. We got you to pick a card, and then you had a number, and now you started with the number 4. So if I take my pen, I'll just write that down. You started with 4. If we double it, we get 8. And then I said, add 2. So if I write that down as 8, add 2, okay, that stays like that. That's obviously 10. But I said times by 5. And now this is where a little property of maths comes in, where you can distribute the multiplication. So 8 times 5 is 40. And 2 times 5 is 10. And if we add those together, we get 5 times 10, which is 50. I love that. That's so cool. What's really interesting here, and this is the way the trick works, is that if we start with the 4, we end up with 10 times 4, add 10. Okay, I'm going to break this down because I know I know that most of the audience on YouTube at the minute really know this stuff, but there are people who'll be watching it later who just might benefit from me going through it slowly. So I'll try it again. I've taken the 4 and I've times it by 2 and then times by 5. I've doubled it and then times by 5. The 4, if you double it, then times by 5, that's the same as timesing by 10. So I've ended up with 4 times 10. I've also taken the 2 and I've times that by 5, and 2 times 5 is always 10. So we've ended up with 10 times the number you started with plus 10, which is 50. That's really helpful for my next part of the trick, because now when I take away a 1-digit number from 50, we're going to end up with 40 something, which is your card. So the 4 in the tens column is going to give you your card. I find that really pleasing. Okay, on the other side, I've got to work out how to get my card. So I was using number bonds to 10. This is a really big deal for younger children. So if you're doing the teaching, it really helps to have something like this to engage them. So I did 10 take away the number on my card. Now I had 7 on my card, I think, which meant that the number I should be taking away is 3. So when I do 10 take away 7, I get the 3. 50 take away 3 is 47. The trick works. It's genius. And it works every time with any number. Okay. I think that went quite well. I hope that's really clear. I'm sure that if you've got any questions, you can ask me.
Yeah, I think that was a great explanation. Several people have said that you have incredibly good upside down writing skills, so I think that's worth noting.
4 years at Teacher Training College, you do learn something. The two main things were writing on the board and writing upside down.
This isn't a question in the chat, but just a question for myself to you. Would you know another way to do this trick, even if it'd be more complex with having face cards in the deck?
The only reason for missing out the face cards is because it becomes harder to explain why a jack is 11, a queen is 12, and a king is 13. It absolutely works the same, but also it makes the reveal less convincing, because if you've got a king, when you reveal a king and it doesn't look like 13, but it absolutely works for any number, and there's no reason at all why you have to limit it to the ones with a deck of cards. It's just a nice way of showing the reveal. It'll work with any value at all, any integer value. Sorry, if you start doing decimals, things get a bit confusing, and certainly it's a bit hard for primary students.
Yeah, it sounds like it must be a lot of fun for younger kids, but I mean, I still think probably some of the older people here enjoy it as well.
Well, I hope so. So can we just go back to, remember we had chat this morning, you were talking about your memory tricks that you use for the blind solves. Then
Yeah.
Can you talk to me quickly about that? Because I've been doing some practicing, and so I've got a different trick to show you next.
Sure. Do you just want me to talk about 3x3 blind solving, or?
Well, okay, right. Sorry to take over the hosting things. Could you explain what a blind solve is first of all, and then how you do it?
Sure. All right. So for people in the dark, Patty and I talked earlier today about me and doing Rubik's Cube stuff when we were practicing his trick. And right now he would like for me to explain a bit about blinding a cube. So essentially, when you work to blind solve a cube, you pick it up and memorize it one piece at a time, and build a sequence of letters on your blindfold, and then recall that sequence of letters in order to solve the cube. I can continue going on. I just don't want to take away from your section.
No,
Patty.
no, we've got plenty of time. How do you memorize the pattern? Because you said that you start with the cube and you assign each thing a letter. And then how do you build the memory of that?
All right, so essentially I start with, this piece here, and this piece for me would be represented by the letter L, and then this piece, because it would shoot to here, would be represented by the letter G. So I might picture that L and G as a log, maybe just a wooden log. Then I have E and I might think of Einstein. Either my cat named Einstein or Albert Einstein, whichever you prefer. And then N and O, just some image to represent that, maybe eggnog or something like that.
Okay.
And just continue doing that for the entire cube.
Oh, that's really cool. So you end up with like a picture going through do you use the rooms idea, like the memory palace for Sherlock Holmes?
Yes. So I typically start in my bedroom with, my bed, and I go clockwise around my room to my desk, to my curtains, to my TV stand. You all can't see it, but I'm pointing to those spots in my room, and I build that image, and then I work to recall it. And I start in a specific order so I don't fall out of order.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I'm going to try and learn what you've just said and try and do that in a trick. Okay.
Okay, go for it.
Now, I've not practiced this one at all, really. So if this goes wrong, I'm really sorry. But I literally, from our conversation earlier today and watching Zoe's trick, the first trick up, I don't know if you saw it, where she memorized the 40 coin flips.
I did, and I was actually practicing it. I have notes from practicing it earlier.
Oh, I tried. It's just so hard. I mean, having that mental flexibility is incredible. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to try this trick. I can memorize, I think, about half the deck. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go through the deck really slowly so that I can memorize it. This will also have the advantage of dragging out my section so that we don't end up running short. Okay, here we go. So it would be better if I could talk and memorize at the same time, but unfortunately I'm lacking the talent to do that.
All right, well, I just want to say, hopefully my talking won't distract you. I will be incredibly impressed if you manage to memorize half the deck this quickly, because I practice memory sports and it takes me about an hour to do a deck memorization.
I'm sorry, I'm counting half a deck. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay, right, now I think that's it. Okay, and yeah, I'm happy. Okay, I've got half the deck. That's about as much as I can do. So now what I'm going to try and do is choose a random number, and using the cards is probably a good way to choose a random number. So what I'm going to do is put down the top 3 cards just like that. So we've got the 3 of diamonds, 4 of hearts, and the Queen of hearts. Helpful, that means that I don't have to remember those ones. Okay, I'm just going to do some more maths things, very high level stuff. What I'm going to do again is add 3, take 3 away from 10 and put down that many cards. That would be 7. Okay, you can check that on the calculator for me if you're concerned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now again, 4 away from 10 is 6. So I'd get another 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the Queen is already 10. So I'm not going to put any more cards down. Okay, so now it's time for my incredible prediction. And I'm going to recall that the 17th, that's 3 and 4 and 10, the 17th card in the deck now will be the 5 of spades. Okay. I'm ever so slightly concerned now because, like I say, I've not really been very good at this. 17 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I'm getting anxious. I don't know about anybody else. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. 5 of clubs. Oh, I got it. I'm very, very happy with myself.
That was very good.
Thank you. I'm have to admit to being incredibly pleased that worked, because I've done it about 6 times and it's worked once previously. So anyway, there is a trick. I obviously didn't or wasn't able to do your incredible mental trick of memorizing all the cards. All I did was memorize 1 card. Okay, can I show you how the trick works?
Yes, absolutely. I think we'd all love to see that.
Okay. So what I did is I was counting through. I went through half the deck, and I really and truly didn't care about the first 6 cards. I only memorized the 7th card that came up. That's the only one I was caring about. And the rest of the time, I was just counting out to make sure that I got to 26 cards, which is half the deck. So hang on, how many of that? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So I've counted out the 26 cards, and I've left the one that we're interested in the other way up so we can see it in the deck. Okay.
All right.
All right. So I then turned the cards over and put them on the side of my cards here. And it's important that I turned them over because now the card that I chose is in the 33rd position on the deck. Basically, we had 26 cards here, and then some, what did we say, 7 underneath it. I've lost the card. How have I lost the card? I turned it over on purpose. Oh yeah, 26 there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards there. 26 add 7 is 33. So all I have to do now is convince you and everybody else watching that I want to randomly generate the number 33. So what I did, I said, choose any 3 cards. So I'm using these cards, and then I added more, and I chose to add another, well, none to that one. I chose to add 8 to this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I chose 1 more to this one to make it up to 10. So as you can see here, I've dealt out how many cards? 1, 2, 3, add, there's another 8, 3 add 8. I can definitely do that. That's 11. And another one, 12 cards. I've got 12 cards out. So I need to get another 12 cards, 33 take away 12 is 22, 21, sorry. And that's 21 there. So it's giving me the number, because every time I do this, these piles will total 11. The number of cards plus the number that I deal down, it comes to 11. And so I can deal this through. And when I get to the 21st card, you'll see that it's the one that we chose earlier, the 7 of clubs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can't see that. Sorry. Do that again. I'm total professional. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Now we're into the ones that I went through before. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21st card is the 7 of clubs, just as we required. I love this trick because it doesn't require any actual skill, which is good because I don't have any.
Well, that's why you have to pretend to have memorization skills, right?
Absolutely. That's why I'm pretending. There's no way that I could memorize all of those cards. I mean, how long does it take you? You do these things, actually, don't you? You can do actually memorizing a deck.
Yes, to memorize the deck would take me about an hour. That's a little bit more challenging than just numbers. So also, I've noticed a lot coming up in the chat, people complimenting your accent. I don't know if you've seen that, but I tend to agree with them.
Yeah. It's only, all right, so I have a Bristol accent, a gentle Bristol accent, and it's generally considered to make me sound thick in Britain. It's, I think it's the equivalent of like a Kentucky or one of those deep South accents that makes you sound, I don't know, is there an accent that is generally considered to sound a bit farmer yokel?
None that immediately come to mind.
Well, let's go with I sound like a hillbilly.
That's the exact opposite how you sound to Americans. And some people say you have an Australian R.
Again, that's related to my accent, the Bristol accent has an elongated R. And if I was talking properly, if I was doing full Bristolian, there would be extra L's at the end of any vowel sounded words. So if I had an idea of how to do this work, I'd just go ahead and do it, look, innit? So, also, Bristolians tend to speak quite quick, which I'm trying not to. So, go on.
Oh, I was gonna say, since we're on the topic of accents of all things, I remember when I was at the Maths Jam last year, I was with somebody who I believe actually was from Bristol, and I said to my friend who I was staying with in the UK, I like their accent, and they said that I was insane for doing so.
Well, at least it's not a Birmingham accent. That's the only thing I'm going to
Also Birmingham as well. They said that I shouldn't like that accent.
No. Yeah, there's always somebody who's in a worse position, and it's usually Brummies, right? Do you want me to do one more? I have two more stupid tricks, and if we have time, I'd like to.
They're not stupid. And I think we'd love to see some more tricks.
Okay, so this next one is a little bit different than the one that I've just done. I'll just go to the webcam so that we can see these. First of all, I need to just choose some cards. I'm just going to choose the face cards and aces. And face cards and aces are the kings, queens, jacks, and obviously the aces. So just take a second to go through and do these. Again, my lack of skill with cards is showing up here as I clumsily go through sorting out the deck. Right, that'll do. So this is a pretty silly little trick, which again, I really love working on with the kids. There's no actual maths in this. It's just for fun. So I'm going to take all of the aces and I'm going to put them down into 4 piles face down. So sometimes tell a stupid story about the teachers. So that's the maths teachers. We can tell they're maths teachers because they're the aces. Okay. And then along come the kings. That's the senior management team. They come along and they join the party. And next, along come all the PE teachers. And they get in there. This is break time at my school. This is how it looks. We'll go into little groups and start chatting and having coffee in the staff room. Lastly, the geography teachers, because they got lost. Right. Okay. So stupid story is really not important, but we'll stick with it. And then the headmaster comes in and goes, "What are you lot all doing here?" So everybody jumps into a massive pile, scrambles up and round a couple of times like there's a fire alarm. And then everyone goes back to their classrooms, all back to the right rooms. Okay, so that one is pretty stupid, right? I love that.
Well, you say there's no maths, but it looks like a basic cycle's involved at least.
It is. It's absolutely. It's a cycles question. It's a cycles one. So when I put them out, I put them into the orders as you spotted. And yeah, just like you said, Sydney, they are in that cycle like this. So when I put them and mixed them together, I didn't obviously mix them. Oh, I didn't mix them. I just put them back so that they're all in the orders. Ace, so queen, king, jack, ace, queen, king, jack, ace throughout. And when I mixed, I didn't actually change the order at all. Jack, ace, queen, king, jack, ace, queen, king. And I can do it as many cuts as I like. And the order will always stay the same. So the cycle's always there. And we can then lay them out and they come out in order and it looks so impressive and there's no sleight of hand, no skill, and just looks awesome, I think, anyway. And I think that telling the story about the teachers makes all the difference.
Well, it's definitely the story that makes a lot of tricks, and that's definitely a cute little story.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Oh, look at that. We're not doing too badly on time. I have, if everybody's cool with that, I've got one more trick, but it's only going to take a few more minutes, and I don't think I'd like to explain it because I reckon that people can work out how to do it without.
Alright.
Actually, should we go through and then see if you can work it out?
Sure. I might make a fool of myself, but absolutely.
No, that doesn't seem very likely, to be honest with you. Okay, this is a trick that a colleague at school showed me, which I've been trying to master. It's a little bit harder, and he can do it really well. I can't. We should have got him on. He's just basically better than me at all of this. He's better at maths. He's better at the card tricks. The kids like him. I mean, we've got the wrong person.
But I bet you have the better accent, so it's a no-brainer who to pick.
That's true. He's from Southampton, so he sounds like God knows what. He sounds like a sad Cockney. Right. Let's put the little thing back on here. Okay, so I've got the cards here, and Sydney, I'm going to go through. I'd like you to say stop and choose some cards. We're just going to excuse me a sec. We're just going to stop on some random cards. So I'd like you to pick some. So you you say stop when you're ready. Okay.
All right.
That one? Okay, that one. I'd like that one. Your turn.
Stop.
Okay, cool. All red cards. I wonder what the chances of that are. Somebody in the chat's probably already... Oh, that one. Okay. I'm having that one. Okay, just fan them out so we can see them. Okay, you'll go.
Stop.
Okay. I'll have that one. You'll go again.
Stop.
Stop. Oh, God, I'm glad you said stop then because we're just about to run out. Okay, one more, that one. Okay, let me just shuffle these all around. Is there a card? Can you see them all? Yeah. Is there a card that stands out for you? Is there one you want to pick?
The 7 of spades.
7 of spades. Okay, now I was convinced, I was certain that you were going to choose one of the picture cards, but okay, 7 of spades. So let's put that there, shuffle up the rest here. As you can see, my excellent card handling skills come to the fore again. So I've put the cards into the deck, and I'm just going to cut a couple of times to mix up the deck. So, okay. Right, yep, everyone can see how good I am at dealing with cards. Excellent. So what I'm going to do now is choose a random number, just like we did in the prediction trick, where the memory trick. I'm just going to do the same similar kind of technique, but this time I'm going to deal down. I'm going to choose the random number by getting the cards to pick it. So I'm going to go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. And as I speak, if the card value matches the number I say, then I'll stop. Okay, so like 10, 9, they don't match, so I keep going. 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay, so the cards have picked the number 5 for us, first off. Let's try another one. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we didn't get a success that time, so I'll just cover that one up because we didn't get it working at all. Next one. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Hey, that worked. Cool. And last one. 10. Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty cool, isn't it? We've got the piles of cards have chosen the number, adding these up together, 17. 5 and 2 and 10. That's definitely 17. Okay, so I'm going to deal out another 17 cards and reveal the card that you chose, which hopefully one of us will have remembered. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And I tell you what, I'm absolutely dying inside again because I am really worried that I've chosen and made a mistake here somehow. Okay, and the last card over is the 7 of spades, which is the one you chose. I worked. I'm so pleased. Okay, so did you notice any similarities with the memorization trick?
A lot of counting.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I really can't avoid it. If I had skills, I wouldn't have to count.
I don't know. I guess letting the cards kind of choose.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, you're spot on. It is, because this is piles of 11 again. So here, I've dealt down 6 cards and the top number is 5. If we do 6 and 5, I get 11. Here, I've dealt down 9 cards to get to the 2 and add the 2 cards on there that I'm going to add, because we went like this. We went 10, add 10 cards there. Went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 2 cards here, 1, 2, and 5 cards here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it brings up, I've shuffled them up so it didn't come up again, but we're putting out the right number of cards so that there's 11 in every pile. There's 11 in this pile already because we've got the 10 we counted down and the 1 to cap it off. And the trick is that when I was asking you to choose cards with me, when we were randomly picking a number of cards, I made sure that there were exactly 9 cards that I picked, which means that the card that you pick, if I take off 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, okay, and then put that on the bottom of the deck, okay, then our card is 44 from the top. So 4 piles of 11 cards gets us to the 44th card. I reckon that's pretty good. I reckon we can probably stop there. Do you reckon?
Yeah, well, that was really interesting. Do you have any links or website that you want to plug?
I do not. I'm just doing this for the fun of it. I would like to say hi to Leah, Ella, Toby, Charlie, Becky, and Stephen, who are hopefully all tuned in somewhere in Brisbane.
Yes, someone named Becky did say hello from sister in the chat. So
oh,
if that's
cool.
named Becky, that could be cool. Oh, and now Becky is waiting.
Oh, I'm sure she's going to send me abuse in a bit. I've left my phone somewhere else. All right. So, Sydney, thank you so much. I've really enjoyed doing this, and I've been so impressed. I mean, everybody else's maths has been so cool. I really have enjoyed those things. The thing that Peter did with that combinatorics, that was amazing.
It was very impressive.
Yeah. What time are you back on? Because I'm looking forward to tuning in and watching you.
3 hours from now, I think.
Okay.
I should know that better.
Well, good luck staying awake.
All right. Have a good night, Patty.
Thank you.
All right. So it seems our next host is having a little bit of Zoom issues, so I will keep hosting until then. Let me see if our next speaker is on. Dan Finkel is our next speaker, or Finkel. I'm sorry if I said that wrong.
Hi there.
Oh, actually, our next host just joined, Julia. Oh, so I will hand it over to Julia.
Fantastic.
Is once she gets her audio on. Until then, I guess I'll go ahead and plug the charity. So this event is running alongside the Mark Watson 24-hour show, the donate at watsathon.com. It's going to performers who have had some trying times in the past few months. Hopefully a link to that can be in the chat. All right, I don't know if our next host is going to be on. Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, Dan?
Sure. So my name is Dan Finkel. I'm based in Seattle, Washington. So right now it's 9:30 p.m. for me. And actually, it's fun because the next speaker we chatted yesterday, but she's coming in from Perth, Australia, so the opposite end of the world from me. Kind of a neat thing. I'm the founder of an organization called Math for Love, mathforlove.com. Though I suppose in different parts of the world we go by Maths for Love, and we're really just devoted to changing how people learn and teach math. So my background's in pure mathematics and also teaching, and then I have gotten into teaching math and pedagogy and lesson plan design and training teachers, and just thinking about how all the beauty and wonder and the wonderfulness that I think so many of us know in math, how that can be accessible to kids really from as young as possible. So that's kind of my MO. That's kind of a large scale MO. We also make games. So I think we have some of the few really math-centric board games out there. One of them is called Prime Climb. I don't know if that's one you've ever heard of. It's a prime number based math game. And the other one is called Tiny Polka Dot, which is like a math enriched card deck for young kids, 3 to 8 years old. And really just designed to get kids playing with math from a very young age and continuing to do so.
That sounds like a lot of fun and a really good mission. So what do you have to share with us today? And also, I'm sure many people would be interested if you have a place to potentially get those games, if you're willing to share that.
I see Julia coming in.
Okay, hi. All right, so I'm gonna let Julia take over now that she's fixed her issues. So I'm gonna sign off. Bye.
Awesome. It's good talking to you, Sydney. Hi, Julia.
All right, thanks very much, Sydney. Hi, Dan. I feel like I'm still getting the hang of all of this technology. I just had a laptop breakdown, so I'm on a second laptop. I can't tell what's being streamed to YouTube, what I can see on Zoom. So hopefully we'll figure this all out. And
I think it's all working out. This is a classic for the 4:30 a.m. spot, even though neither of us.
But I have no
not that time for either of us.
It's midday for me, so I have no excuse. I'm based in Perth, Australia, so it's middle of the day here. And Dan, you're in
9:30 p.m. here.
Right? Yeah, so we both should be awake compared to all of the poor people in the UK.
That's
so
right.
Welcome, Dan. It's really exciting to have you on the show today. I was looking at your TED Talk yesterday. So 5 principles of extraordinary maths teaching. So maybe tell us a bit about what you do and what inspires you every day.
I just gave a kind of 30-second intro of myself to Sydney. But no worries. I'm the founder of a math education organization called Math for Love, and we're at mathforlove.com. And then we're basically doing outreach through consulting for teachers, curriculum design, board game creation, and really anything that we can do that will help, especially kids, teachers, families, but really anyone get in touch with what is beautiful and wonderful about mathematics. We're kind of interested in doing that. And sometimes we'll do just totally weird experimental things. I consider this to be something like that, actually. We hosted a math art exhibit in Seattle a few years ago. Like there's just, I think just anything that is some way to share what math can feel like, what it can be. We're interested in doing that and making it
absolutely, because I think maybe as professional mathematicians we have a different sense of doing mathematics than you might get as you were going through high school or something like that. And the kind of creativity and the beauty and the that side of maths more than just doing the calculations.
And I don't know if you had this experience, Julia, but for me there was a moment when I got to see the beautiful stuff, and I remember my sense was, well, why didn't anyone tell me about this earlier? And
absolutely.
So I think there's that, the excitement getting to share the beautiful stuff earlier too is really, I like that opportunity a lot, for sure.
Absolutely, which is why it's so fantastic that you are on the show today. So for anyone who's just joined, this is the 24-hour Maths and Magic show, and it's in collaboration with Mark Watson's What's On-a-thon, where you can be donating money to charity to raise money for people who have been disadvantaged by COVID, who are in low income situations and need a bit of help getting on with life at the moment. So I'll put up some links later. And so now, Dan, are you going to show us a magic trick?
I am, but before I get started, I need to ask the people who are watching this on the YouTube feed and who can enter in the chat. I would like you to type in a 2-digit or a 3-digit number. And Julie, I'm going to ask you to pick 2 of these numbers as soon as they start rolling in.
Right.
And let me say, I do encourage people to make these as strange as possible. So whatever if you feel like here's a really weird, unexpected 3-digit number, an unexpected 2-digit number, make them as strange as you can, as strange as you want. And Julie, feel free to pick whichever ones speak
there are already
to you.
lots of numbers coming in on the YouTube feed. So you want either a 2-digit number or a 3-digit number.
And I want 2, and you can do either. So anything between 10 and 999, you can pick 2 numbers. And I will say, write them down. Yeah, write them down, because you're going to want to have these.
Write them down. Okay, I'm going to have a look
and if
over
anything
at
goes
my
wrong,
YouTube feed, and we'll pick some interesting numbers. Okay, so I'm picking them completely at random. So if I don't pick your number, please don't feel that I've not chosen you for any reason. There are lots of numbers that are the same number, so you can kind
interesting. Now that's fascinating.
People's reasoning.
And there's something about this, right?
2 numbers.
So maybe right, and this sort of gets to exactly what I was thinking about, which is I've been very interested in magic recently, and I don't do a lot of magic in my life. I'm really a mathematician, a math educator is who I am. But I've been watching the television show Penn and Teller's Fool Us, and I've just been very fascinated by how magic works and where the opportunities for the tricks are and what's possible. And there's something about the unlikely thing happening. When I was a young kid, I remember my grandma was a very wonderful piano player, and I would watch her play the piano from a very young age. This is probably one of my earliest memories, actually. I must have been 3 or 4. And I had the idea, she looks like she's just hitting the keys at random. I should be able to go do that, and maybe I'll just get lucky. And there is, a mathematical principle here, which is if you have enough chances, there's sort of a monkeys typing on typewriters will eventually type Shakespeare. It just takes a ridiculous amount of time. And in the same way, if I just had enough chances to guess your card, I could do it. What's impressive is that people get it on the first try.
Right.
Now, so this led me to want to do something that would be related to that sense of difficulty, that sense of like, oh, it's kind of a difficult odds. And it involves creating a big number. And I'd like to do that with you right now, Julia. And everyone at home, you can do this also. You will need a calculator to do this. But if you have a calculator on your computer or on your phone, I'll punch one up on my phone just to kind of, so I've got mine ready.
So can you see my calculator now? I think I'm
yes, I can see your calculator. Looks great.
I think the YouTube feed might take a little while to catch up.
So I'm gonna watch the first, and I'm gonna try to not see the second one. But let me just see. So your first number, what was it?
457.
457. Okay, so go ahead and type in 457. And before you do anything else, we're going to want to now extend this, because I want these numbers to actually be a little bit larger. So 457. So go ahead and extend that out to be a 6-digit number. And the way I'd like you to do that is just repeat the digits until you hit 6 digits. So 457, 457. Great. 457,457. I'm going to shut my eyes before you put the next number in, but I want you to hit the multiply button. So you're going to multiply this, and then whatever your next is your next number 2-digit or 3-digit?
2-digit.
It's 2-digit. Okay, so you've got a 2-digit number coming up. So if it were, I don't know, like 18, you would write 181818. So you just extend it, repeat it until you get to 6 digits long. So
Okay,
I'm
I've
not
done
looking, I'm not going to see it. So you've got it. And now you can hit equals. We'll multiply these two numbers together. So we're multiplying
That's
these
a
two.
big number.
Okay, you've got it?
I have. Bear in
Okay.
mind that if you open your eyes, the calculator on my computer
Oh,
tells
no,
you
it
what
tells me. Oh,
what the
that's
two
okay.
original
Well,
numbers were. I don't know how to cover that up.
okay, well, that's okay. In this case, it doesn't actually affect the trick too much, but that's okay. In any case, we have a huge number here. And I'm going to just jot this down for a minute. So this is, and we are in the billions, if I'm not mistaken here. So this is 258,763,296,792. I'm just jotting that down, though really I can look at the screen. Everybody else go ahead and confirm that you did this. Also, you can do this on your calculator. Now, here's the problem that I'm setting myself to. And this is something that I feel like this is a risky thing to do. But the thing about chance is that it connects very nicely with divisibility, in the sense that if you picked a card from a card deck and I were to pull it out of the card deck and I got it totally at random, if I just picked a card out of the card deck and it happened to be yours, I have a 1 in 52 chance of getting that one right. Similarly, if I were to claim that your number, and I'm not claiming this, but if I were to claim that this number were divisible by 52, and I didn't know what the number was at all, and I hadn't looked at it at all, I would have a 1 in 52 chance also, because, you know, that's sort of how divisibility works. Our whole cryptography system is based on certain large numbers, and really just it's based on creating certain large numbers that are very difficult to pull apart, very difficult to say what factors here this large number. How do you unmultiply this? How can I take a number and divide it out and have it come out whole, not leave any decimal remainder? And if anyone just tries saying, oh, I'm going to just divide this by something, it will probably leave a decimal remainder. We've all had that experience of plugging that in. What I'm going to try to do, this is tricky, 258 billion. So the funny thing about it is, though, really large numbers, it's impossible. Small numbers, it's easy. Like, everyone knows this is divisible by 2 because it ends in a.
I was
2.
about to make that prediction. You've already beaten me to it, but now
So I could say this is
if I say that.
That's right. I could say my number is, your number is divisible by 2. No one would be impressed by that. We could all tell that.
It's
So
also
what I'm going to
not
try to do
divisible
is
by
do
10.
something.
You can make that
Right.
prediction as well.
Right. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to pick something that is appropriately impressive. So it's harder than just, you know, divisible by 2, but I can't do the impossible ones that involve like digits, hundreds, numbers hundreds of digits long. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to pick 3-digit numbers that divide into this number. I'm going to see if I can do
that
it.
would be impressive.
Yeah, it's 258 billion. I just wrote it down over here. Okay, 3-digit, 200. Okay, and this is something that I feel like it's really, it takes a lot of brain power to get this kind of to work out, but I'm hopeful that it will. Okay, could you hit
Or to
divided?
not put any spoilers in the YouTube comments. Like, if you've seen tricks like this before, make sure you don't spoil it if anybody else by explaining how the trick works.
So let's go ahead and say divided by, and I'm going to give you the first number to divide by. I'm going for a 3-digit number here. Let's divide it by, let's go for 143. 143. Let's see. And now, before you hit equals, I have if I just pick this at random, I have a 1 in 143 chance that it will, you know, work. And the other 142 out of 143 chances, we should get a decimal string. Let's see what happens.
Okay, I will be 1 out of 143 times impressed if this is correct. So, okay. Drum roll.
And...
Yay!
Hey!
No remainder.
All right.
Look at that. Look at
No
that.
remainder.
What
1
are the
billion.
chances?
Let me write that down. 1 billion. 809,533,544. Okay, I'm not done yet. I think I can get another 3-digit number that divides into this.
The trick does
I'm gonna
get less impressive the smaller the numbers.
It gets, it's true, it's less impressive. So, I'll to make up for it, I'll try to make the 3-digit numbers themselves get larger. So,
Okay.
Okay. Let's go ahead and say divided by, is always scary because like you make one little mistake and it doesn't come out. Let's try 200.
It's true, the audience won't forgive you if you get this wrong.
That's right. Let's try 259 for this one.
259, that's correct?
That's correct.
100% sure. 100%.
I'm never 100% sure. Let's try it.
Dun, dun, dun.
1 in 259.
Yes.
All right.
Hey, it worked. I'm feeling impressed. I hope the audience is feeling impressed.
986,000.
259. That is a random number. Like that doesn't. Look
Yeah.
like any
Well, you have to
standard
really.
thing you want to divide by.
Yeah. This is, and again, this is based on some pretty. Yeah. There's just you got to really kind of be able to look between the numbers, I guess, and see how this comes together. I think I can get one more out of this.
Oh, okay. So we're down to like 6.9 million.
And I should be better at it because these are smaller numbers now. All right, last one. Divided by 273.
273. Okay. Also, I've cut a random 3-digit number. Like that doesn't
Yeah.
look like a standard divisibility. Normally, we do like divisibility by 3 or 11.
Right, that's right. I'm avoiding
273.
that classic like divisible by 9, divisible by
Yeah.
11, divisible by 3. Yeah.
All right.
That's right.
So,
Let's
so
see it.
just divide by this. You don't want to make any more predictions, anything.
Well,
at
let's
this
see.
point?
So this is a 1 out of 273 chance that this works, but I've actually done 3 in a row now. So to get all of these
Yeah.
right is, I'm going to say 3-digit numbers. What is that? Like a 1 in a million chance, I want to say, to get these right.
And I should
so
tell the
let's see.
audience that like Dan and I did not collaborate before this. I did not choose the numbers myself. I genuinely chose them from the YouTube feed. So it's all completely legit. I have no idea what's about to happen when I press equals.
And
Let's do
I
it.
will say I'm not using any computers or, you've seen my hands most of this time. I've only been using pencil and paper or pen and paper
We'll
to
take
write
your
things
word
down.
for it. All right.
So let's see
let's
if
see
this
what happens.
And
Yes.
one last one.
Amazing.
That is it. All right. And
Amazing. So are you going to talk to us a bit about how the trick works, or do you want to leave it as an exercise for the reader, the listener?
I feel like this is the first time I've ever done this trick, and I've been kind of thinking about it for a long time in my dream of someday getting on Penn and Teller's Fool Me with a math trick, which my wife assures me is a pipe dream. But I do think this is one that I'm not going to explain, but I can provide a hint about it. And I think that hint should be in the form of a treat. Like we were talking about doing tricks and treats.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to, maybe I'll share
Right,
my
so
screen.
I'll stop sharing mine. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are some mathematical principles that I think the audience members can derive to figure out how this trick works. This is a figure-outable trick for sure. And I have a trail of breadcrumbs for you. So I'm going to go to let me see if this works. So here's my screen. So this is, do you see that?
Yes, I'm looking at your web browser.
Okay, so this is my website, Math for 11. If you go to mathfor11.com/puzzles, these are the puzzles that I've done. These are all free and just fun puzzles. This is another little, I write scripts for the TED Ed riddles, which are super fun. And this sea monster riddle right here, if you check out this sea monster riddle on my website, I'd say close to a spoiler for this trick and how it works. It's not everything, but it is kind of the pieces that you need to construct the whole trick. So I'm going to leave that as the treat. I think these are really fun. I think people who are tuned in to this channel, especially if you're up at 4:30 in the morning watching Math Magic Tricks, I think you'll really enjoy those riddles also. And if you look at the sea monster riddle, that is what you need to figure out how that trick worked.
Right, so you've actually given us many different treats there. So first you've given us the treat of figuring out for ourselves how the puzzle works. And I think having those aha moments in maths is some of the biggest treat that you get from the subject. But then you've also given us the treat of all of the puzzles on your website. So that's mathsforlove.com. And did you tell me you've also got the UK version, Maths for Love?
I believe I should double check that it still forwards appropriately, but I visited Australia and I got used to saying maths instead of math. Yes, it does forward. So you can write in mathsforlove.com and it
There we go. So whether you are in the US or Canada or Australia or the UK, Maths for Love or Maths for Love, and you can check out all of Dan's amazing puzzles and a bit of a hint as to how this number trick
Right,
works.
the sea monster riddle will give you the hint. It's actually funny. I'm very nervous about ever giving out the answers to anything anymore because, first of all, you watch my talk, my TED Talk, and in that I make a big point of not giving the answer. And I once was giving a radio interview and I gave the answer to somebody when the host asked me how something worked and I explained it. And I got an irate letter from someone being like,
really?
I can't believe you just ruined that. Like, I can't believe you just told us the answer. Doesn't that go against everything you stand for? And so since then, I try to be scrupulous about not ruining things for people, not giving the answers away. But I think people can maybe.
Well, now you've made me remember one of the things from your TED Talk, which is talking about the game that you invented called Prime Climb. And that was one of those wonderful moments in your talk where you showed this image on the screen of a number pattern and color pattern, and you encouraged the audience to think about what the pattern was. Is that something that you want to talk about now?
Oh, I could, yeah. I unfortunately, of course, didn't bring one of my boards. Yeah, I can. I'll get that up and I'll share my screen in a minute. That it was a very interesting thing to do actually because there's a let me see there's a sort of a struggle to when you're giving a talk like that or doing something like that. I think so many people have a kind of math phobia that if you are too quick to say, okay, think about this math problem, a lot of people are turned off and won't want to engage. And so you really have to, it has to be a kind of coaxing to say like, oh, just consider this. And I think the implication is, I'll just tell you the right answer, don't worry. And then later. So here's this image.
Yeah.
So here are, I'm cutting it off, but these numbers go up to 100 in this chart. There's like a poster, but here are the numbers up to 40 in this particular image. Yeah, and the question is, well, what would 41 look like? What would 42 look like? How could you extend this chart? What kind of patterns are going on? And in fact, this chart is actually kind of somewhat connected to that trick I just did a little bit also, in the sense of this is really a kind of map of divisibility.
Yeah, I think that's such a beautiful image. It captures so many wonderful properties of those everyday numbers that we're familiar with, but in a whole new way. And you say that this is a board game that you can go out in the shops and buy as well. Is that right?
In fact, we're going to be, we've been selling in the US and in Australia and New Zealand since 2015, 2016, 2017, depending on the country, but we're actually going to be widely distributed through ThinkFun in the UK and Europe starting in 2021, which I'm really excited about actually. So check for Prime Climb if you're interested. I think it's a game that might speak to a lot of the folks who are watching right now.
That's right. I'm just checking over in the YouTube comments to see if there are any questions. If anyone has anything they'd like to ask Dan in the last 3 minutes that we're going to be online together, now's your chance to get them in. Otherwise, thank you so much, Dan, for coming on the show today. It's been really wonderful having you along.
Yeah.
You've shared many different treats with us, as well as that great trick with the divisibility, and something that people can go home now and try for themselves and see if they can figure out, well, firstly, that it does work when they do it, and secondly, why it works. So definitely lots of amazing things for us to be thinking about. If you are in the UK, I'm aware it's 5 a.m. GMT, so good morning if you have just woken up. And I don't know, if you've stayed awake all night, then I don't really know what to say to you. You probably, you'll be fried and you will need some coffee. Someone is asking very quickly, what's your favorite Penn and Teller routine? Do you have one?
That's
I always hate when anyone asks me for my favorite thing because I can never remember.
I feel like, I mean, they've got their great routines, which I really do love. Some of the sleight of hand that Teller does, especially when he just sort of demonstrates, there's sort of the smoking a cigarette when he's not actually smoking, but it just looks like it is. But I feel like there's certain rivalries on that show where the same person will come back multiple times and sometimes fool them and sometimes won't. And I feel like, yeah, it's those people who are willing to do close-up magic with them that always kind of blows me away. I'm not gonna be able to remember the people's name, but there's somebody who's been back like 3 or 4 times, and so I'm a fan of that kind of thing.
Yeah,
so
I
not
also
maybe
have
the
a
most
huge amount
outside.
of respect for a real magician, because I feel like when I do mathematical magic, there's that certain confidence that the maths means it's always going to work. You don't have to do anything special. It just, the universe is magic. Whereas when you're doing sleight of hand, and it takes so much practice and
The hours and hours. Of course, there were hours and hours that went into learning the math, and somewhere along the way also that was not a trivial thing either. Yeah, well, what a pleasure. Yeah, it's so fun to talk to you, Julia, and I hope you have a great time.
Thank you very much, Dan. I guess it'll be bedtime for you soon over in Seattle.
It will be. Yeah, I know. I get to go to bed at a reasonable hour. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Dan, and have a great evening over in Seattle in the US.
Thank you, Julia. Take care.
All right. So as we are about to cross over to our next guest, just going to remind you of what we're doing here at the Maths and Magic show today. Hopefully this will work if I share this. So you are watching the 24-hour Maths and Magic show. So this is from 9 p.m. on Friday GMT to 9 p.m. on Saturday. If you're in Australia, it's from 5 a.m. on Saturday to 5 a.m. on Sunday here in Perth. Hopefully we've got listeners from all over the world joining us today. And this is going to work. So the part of this show is to raise money for charity. So you can go to this website, What's On-a-thon, and you can donate money to the charities that are listed there. In particular, we're focusing on raising money for people who've been affected by COVID, who have low income situations, and who need an emergency grant to get through the situation that's happening at the moment. There's also a 24-hour comedy show, which is happening at the same time. So Mark Watson has his whatsonathon.com that you can go and watch if you feel like you've had a bit too much maths at 5 o'clock in the morning and you need downtime for 10 minutes, go over and watch the comedy show. Okay, so I think it's going to be time to bring on our next magician and mathematician. So Eliane, are you there?
I hope so. Am I here?
And did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yeah, you got it. You absolutely nailed it. Well done.
Fantastic. Well, welcome to the show. It's wonderful to have you here, especially joining at 5 a.m. UK time. You're based in Scotland, is that right?
Welcome to the Scottish Highlands and Halloween at 5 in the morning. Ooh.
You have put a lot of effort into your Halloween scene. I've clearly done absolutely nothing to set up for Halloween, so I'm very impressed.
Oh, Australia is a wonderful place, though.
You?
Yes, I've got, I actually have 2 pie candles because as we all know, what's better than 1 pie?
I thought there was a lot of Tau versus pie discussion earlier in the
it was probably me inciting that.
Yeah,
it's been a fantastic show so far.
As well.
Sorry?
Do I see some math craft behind you as well? Is that a cardioid?
Oh yeah, we've got a little curve stitching cardioid here. Yep, some Rubik's cubes. Oh, I can start my timer. Got a sound timer. Half an hour.
Beautiful. I've
that's a
been
long
watching
ago.
I've been watching your videos on YouTube for ages now, so it's amazing to get to meet you.
Really?
Your
Oh,
doodles
thanks.
and all the craft that you do is absolutely amazing, and I think it's so inspirational for those people that come to maths from maybe a different perspective. And so you're a maths teacher as well, are you?
Yes, I am a full-time maths teacher during a global pandemic. It's tough. So for all the maths teachers out there, yeah, I feel you. But I can't imagine a more important job in the world. Like, I really love it so much. So it's scary. But I'm still happy to go into school, even though there's no social distancing in Scotland and full classes full time, because it's just so important to make sure that everyone gets that education. But yeah.
Well, on behalf of everybody in the UK and the world, well, thank you for your dedication. I think it's more important than ever to have people like you out there in the classrooms and working hard. So, all right. So, are you going to tell us about your trick for today?
Yes. Would you like to see a trick? Okay.
I'd like to see a trick.
Right, I'm gonna have to try and make sure I keep this completely on camera so that you don't think there's any sort of actual jiggery pokery going on. Also, not to ruin the illusion straight away, but I'm definitely like business on top and still pajamas on bottom because it's 5 a.m. So I have with me here a loop of fabric, as you can see. Are you satisfied that it's a perfectly normal loop of fabric?
I'm satisfied it's a loop of fabric. I'm not going to say that I think it's normal.
I did have to do a bit of sewing because, otherwise it wouldn't hold together. I am no seamstress, but we can just go through so you can go around, make sure that you're happy. Like, yeah, there's nothing interesting going on all the way around. Back to the seam. There we go. A loop of fabric. Yes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is summon some Halloween energy into myself. I'm going to channel that energy, and hopefully with strength I will be able
I feel
to
nervous
tear
on your behalf, like what's going to happen.
I should be able to tear down the halfway point in this loop of fabric. So I'm just going to go through and let me know if this drifts out of view and you're not happy with the way I'm performing this. So tearing all the way through, hopefully not veering too close to the edge, but I do have backups in case. Gosh, so we're going all the way down.
It's that tearing noise of the fabric that fills me with dread somehow.
And you can think to yourself, what do you think would happen if I tear a loop of fabric in half? And I would love to see from the YouTube comments in 30 seconds time what you think is going to happen as I near the end of tearing this loop of fabric in half. Right, are you all ready? Everyone say some sort of magic words, like wherever you are in the world, what your magic words are, go for them. So 3, 2, 1, abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
And I have...
What dark magic is this?
Yes, I have 2 completely interlinked bands going on. So you can see there's no pulling them apart. They are absolutely interlinked, but they are also completely separate. So there we go. Wow.
So I think I was right in thinking that you did not have a normal loop to start with. There must have been some sort of magic going on there.
Okay, so it wasn't a completely flat loop, and I think that, I think I'm late to the party for this. Maybe I was out of the loop.
Very good, very good.
But no, I've recently got really into something called Mobius loops. So I've got some paper ones here as well, just so we can see. I used the fabric there because I think it makes it does hide what's going on a bit. So you can't actually see what's happening because you can pull the fabric tight. But you can see in the paper, it's not just a regular band or regular loop. There are some twists going on here. So this is just a normal Mobius loop, which has 1/2 twist in it, which I think most people will have seen before. And I don't know if that's what people in the YouTube comments were expecting me to have.
Not a lot of predictions happening in the YouTube. It could be that the moderators have deleted all of the spoilers.
Yes. Don't spoil it.
Yeah.
We got all the
So are you
treats
going to
for
teach
when
us
it
how
gets done.
to make a Mobius loop at home?
Yes, yeah, I totally can. So, with the Mobius loop, do you know, that is an excellent thing, and I should have got a strip of paper ready at the time. I just
I actually came
I blue
prepared with
petered
a
it.
strip of
Oh
paper.
yes, look at you, get in. Yeah, no, I blue petered it. Here's one I made earlier. So with a regular Mobius loop, what you would do is you join it round so it is in a band, and then you half twist one of the sides and affix it using an adhesive or sticky tape of your choice. Ooh, nice little sticky tape snail.
Came prepared. Okay, so where that join is, I'm going to put some sticky tape over the join. Okay, so is that looking the same as the loop that you've got there?
Yes, so now we've both
Excellent.
got we both got a Mobius loop going on here. So I don't know if they're called orders or anything like that, but this is one half twist. The one that I was working with here was 2 half twists, or AKA 1 full twist. So 1 full twist going on, which produces the result of having 2 interlinked bands when you flip it. So, my wonderful assistant will
so twist
demonstrate
it
here.
and then twist it again. So I put two twists in there. Okay.
Yep. So when you split that in half, that will give you this. I think it's probably worth going through and just splitting a regular Mobius loop in half.
Yeah. I actually, of all the things I brought, I forgot to bring scissors. So I'm going to let you do that one.
I've got that. So I'll start it off with the scissors, and then I did prime it a wee bit, like fold it in half, so that I could try and rip it. Yeah. So again, let me know if I drift off camera with this. So we've got, I'm going to just make my way around, splitting it in half.
So this is a regular Mobius loop with 1 single half twist.
Yes. So again, you could, in your heads, so that the YouTube moderators don't have to have a flurry of action, in your heads, try and predict what will happen when I split this 1 half twist Mobius loop right down the middle. Okay, moment of truth. Dun, dun, dun. And it's now split in half, but it produces just one band with, I believe, 2 full twists in it.
Somehow I feel like that's even more magical than the previous one, because you when you cut something in half, you should get 2 small copies of the original thing, and you've got 1 giant copy of the thing.
In a radioactive Halloween green. So, and it makes a kind of a big infinity symbol almost going on here. Yeah, so that's what happens when you've got 1 Mobius loop. But why would you stop at 1 Mobius loop? Similar to pi in this, that it's better to have 2. You could have 2 Mobius loops attached together in a wonderful radioactive Halloween green and a pumpkin orange. So this is 2 Mobius loops. They are not the same Mobius loop though. They're slightly different. So Mobius loops experience something called chirality, which is a kind of handedness. So your hands, although they are symmetrical, they do have a chirality issue. So if you've got gloves that have, say, like non-stick pads or whatever, extra sticky pads or something on there, the left hand glove would be back to front on the right hand. So handedness is to do with chirality. Fun chirality fact for you: chemical elements like chemical compounds, they have chiralities as well, and that affects their smell. So you can have 2 chemical compounds that have exactly the same atoms in them, in exactly the same arrangement, but because of a chirality issue, they'll smell completely different, which, I don't know, I think that's super cool.
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool science fact in a math show.
Why not? They're always shoving maths facts into science shows, so.
Agreed.
Okay, so we have this kind of Frankenstein's monster, or Frankenklein's monster, if you will, of Mobius loops, and yeah, I think it's worth splitting this in half. So
So what's happening at the join there? Are you able to show that closer to the camera?
Yeah, so it's perpendicular. So you've got the green one and then the orange one. And I kind of started it off earlier just so that it would be easier to show on screen. But it's just completely joined together perpendicularly. And we've got one left-handed Mobius loop and one right-handed Mobius loop. So I will go through the magic splitting process again. I actually think I'm getting quite good at this. Could maybe...
So maybe while you're talking, I'll just confirm what I understand about the chirality. So when I made the Mobius strip before, I gave it a little half twist to make the Mobius strip. And I think what you're saying is that I can either twist it that way, or I can choose to twist it that way. And I get two different Mobius loops each way. So if you're making them at home, you need one that goes to the left and one that twists to the right. Join them at right angles, so perpendicular, one on top of the other. And now Eliane is tearing them in half like a monster. We're going to try and predict what's going to happen to this monstrosity when she's finished.
After this, I'm just going to go and run through the foggy Scottish moorlands, like under the full. We've got an amazing moon tonight as well. Just like the.
What time is the sun coming up at the moment?
Roughly about 7-ish. Yeah. So I've split it in half, and
okay.
Similar to before, we have two loops which are interlinked, but if I arrange them nicely, they might be a bit too big. We should have
we get two hearts. Did I see two hearts?
Yes. If you use your imagination for these extra large things, you should get an interlinked heart here and a nice heart over here. So two interlinked heart shapes. That you can express your love for Halloween or your love for anything with.
For mathematics, obviously.
Yeah. So we got some nice interlinked hearts there. Yeah, so those are Mobius loops. Something I noticed earlier, so I have to say I did go for a cheeky 2-hour nap.
I don't think that's cheeky at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I know, I did a full day of teaching on Friday as well. So I got everything ready for the show, and then I went for my 2-hour nap, woke up, had a quick scroll of Twitter, because you know what you do first thing when you wake up, right? Healthy. And I saw that someone was on about an hour ago doing ambigrams, like they're upside down, things that you can read upside down and the right way up. So I decided that I wanted to try and do something like Halloween-y with these Mobius loops, because Mobius loops are super cool and mathsy, and splitting them in half is awesome. Like, you've got all of these different results, but I'm a sucker for the theme, as you can see. And so I wanted to try and make a sort of Halloween story, or like a spooky. I got really addicted to 2-line horror stories, so I wanted to make a kind of 2-line horror story or something that I could put onto a Mobius loop. I ran into a few issues. One of them is that on a regular half twist Mobius loop, when you go round once, when you're on the it's only got one side, so I don't know, but do you know what I mean on the other side? When you're when you're on what feels like the other side, even though it is the
instead of
same
being
side.
on this side, you're kind of on the other part of the paper.
The words, when they meet together, will flip upside down. So if you were like to go along the top edge and you went all the way around the boundary, you'd come out the bottom edge. So the words kind of flip over in a single loop. So I tried for a while. I was like, okay, I'll just have to make an entire story which can be read both upside down and the right way up. It was harder than I thought it would be.
Right, so you're writing a 2-line horror story on a Mobius strip that's also an ambigram. Am I getting that right?
I wanted to. I failed. I would love to see if someone could do that. As far as I got with that was I've got a sum which works as an ambigram on a Mobius loop. So you can see here 2 + 1 + 5 = 8. Yeah. I got the word yeah to read upside down and the right way up. So that one works. That was a kind of test run. And after I did that, I was like, no, I'm not. I don't have the capacity for this, unfortunately. But what I did find out through various testing, experimentation, if you will, was that if I put 3 twists in, then that issue would go away. So the writing could go all the way around the one side, through the what seems like the inside, but is still just the one side, and then back out the other side, and it would join up like the correct way. So using a 3-twist Mobius loop, I have made a 2-line horror story, which is recursive and is about infinity in a creepy way, and also looks like a giant infinity sign.
Wow. Okay, now I'm seriously impressed.
Ooh, I don't know if it's just for me, but I think I can't hear you. So has my sound gone?
I can still hear you. I think everything is working.
Let me just quickly check the
I
chat.
just tried
to see
muting and
if it's my
unmuting again.
sound, which it will be because it's always me with the tech issues.
I'm thinking it's yours. I'll just quickly check our behind the scenes. Yeah, so both of us are audible. So I think the audio issue is at your end, but we only need to hear you. You don't need to hear us. So you should go ahead and tell us your story.
Mm. Every single time I try and do something, I always get a tech issue. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I can't hear you at all, so you can sign language me to me from the other side of the world, and I'll read you this story, okay? Right, let me find the the irrelevant starting point. Okay, there we go. Is the writing the right way round for you? Cool.
Yes.
Okay, so my 2-line infinite horror story, recursively written on a 3-twist Mobius loop. Blood trickled down and dropped onto the pentagram on a page titled Infinitus Immortalitus. The librarian desperately thumbed through the spellbook for the chapter on unfinished business. They were struck by a paper cut. Blood trickled down and dropped onto the page, onto the pentagram on a page titled Infinitus Immortalitus. And I think you can see how this goes on. So that's my 2-line horror story, infinitely there. I would absolutely love to see other people's 2-line horror stories. Did we figure out what's going on with the sound?
I don't know. So apparently everyone can hear me okay.
At all.
So it's
don't
you that
know.
can't hear me, but I think I'm okay. So
1 second. What I'll do is I've got headphones in. I'll see if I can take my headphones out and put a different set of headphones in, perhaps.
yeah, it's a weird thing when someone
Enjoy
can't hear you because
spooky
you want to
background
talk
for
to them.
just 1 moment.
But they obviously can't hear what you're saying to know that you can't hear them. So well, that's fantastic. So if anyone has their own 2-line horror stories, then please send them to us in the YouTube chat comments. And if we get some good ones, maybe we can read some of those out over the next few minutes. And I don't know if any of you at home have had any experience of playing with Mobius loops. They are one of my favorite mathematical shapes as well. And I mean, a great experiment that you can do, just, take yourself a strip of paper and see what happens if you make Mobius loops with different twists. So Ailiane has shown you what happens if there's 1 twist. She's shown you what happens if there's 2 twists. She's written this amazing horror story on a Mobius loop with 3 twists. So maybe you can have an experiment at home with, if you make a 3-twisted Mobius loop, if you tear that in half, what happens if you make a 4-loop Mobius strip and tear that in half, and see if you can spot the patterns in what's going on with those Mobius loops. They are a spooky and wonderful mathematical object that is well worth your time to play with. So just while we're waiting for Eliane to come back, maybe I'll share with you the donate link for this live Maths and Magic show. So you are watching the Maths and Magic show. It's a 24-hour show, and we are doing this to raise money for charity in collaboration with Mark Watson's 24-hour live comedy show, which you can go and see at whatsonathon.com. So you can click that link at the top there to donate money to the charities that are being supported by this event. We're particularly trying to support people who are having a hard time due to COVID, have a low income and need a bit of emergency funding to get us through this. If you happen to be in Australia like I am, and maybe the donate links are not working in a different country, just donate to whatever local charity you feel is going to benefit from having a little bit of extra money at this point. All right, so
I am back.
Thanks
by
very
the way,
much.
and
So
I can hear you.
Eliane, yeah, you can hear me now. You figured it out.
Yes, I've returned. It's always the tech gremlins with me. I don't know what on earth I do that seems to like attract terrible ghouls.
It's those pie candles in the background. It's 'cause you've got two of them. If you just had one of them, we'd be okay.
Oh no! Don't start the Tau debate. I always I could go into that for too long. I make like little badges for Team Tau as well.
That's pretty serious, right? I'm just a quiet pie supporter there, but I think I might be outnumbered in the online community in that.
If you ever see me on the street, do the special maths people handshake towards me, and I'll give you a badge. I've got other ones like I got 0.9 problems, but it still ain't one.
Very good.
What did I miss?
Very good.
Anything cool?
I was just explaining the purpose of our show today, that we're raising money for charities for people that have been disadvantaged by COVID. Is there anything else that you would like to plug or advertise now that we've got a few minutes at the end of your segment?
Yes, I definitely will plug or advertise some things. You follow me on Twitter. I'm Eliane for everything, AYLIEAN. I know that it's an absolute mess. I think that there was some sort of typing error when my birth certificate was being made, or I don't know, maybe someone just thought it would be fun to permutate all the vowels and see what happened. But before I do all of my plug things, I do want to show you, since we're talking about Mobius loops and all of the topological fun that goes along with Mobius loops, so this is my treat thing. I have a cup which is shaped like a donut, or a mug shaped like a donut. And for any topologists out there in the audience, you'll know how hilarious this is. So there's a joke in topology where basically a coffee cup and a donut are the same thing because they both only have one hole. And in topology, you can kind of imagine everything as being made of dough or goo. And you can squish it. You can't make any more holes, and you can't merge holes back together. But if you can squish it around, so you can imagine the cup part being squished into the handle and becoming a donut, then they're topologically similar. So when I saw this cup here, I was like, that is hilarious. I need to get that. And then I saw a few years later this cup here, which looks more like a donut.
That has a genuine hole through the middle.
It has a hole in it, as a donut would, but now ironically is no longer topologically similar to a donut, which I just think is fantastic. And here's one. I don't know if this counts. This isn't spoilers. I would love to see people guess how many holes are in this cup in the comments.
We might end up having quite a debate about what a hole is.
Oh, I know. I'm here for the whole of it. Yeah, so guess how many holes are in this cup right now?
All right, so we'll give the audience a few minutes to answer the question, and for the time delay, we're on a 30-second time delay between me reading the YouTube comments over here and us talking in the chat. So We've got lots of different opinions. Some people say 3, some people say 2, some people say none. 5, someone has just suggested 5. I'm interested to know where the 5 comes from. But we seem to have about a 50-50 split between either 2 holes or 3 holes from what I can tell right now. Someone is asking, is there a hole on the bottom? Can you show us the bottom of the cup?
Nope, just a regular base.
Okay, so no holes in the bottom of the cup.
Nope.
There's a bit of a debate about whether the handle is hollow or not.
Ah, interesting. I've taken some in-depth looks in there. I believe there's some indentations, but as far as I can tell, it doesn't go all the way through in the handle. I was concerned about that too, more from a cleaning standpoint.
So the handle is solid, so there's no extra hole inside the handle.
Nope. Doesn't seem to be.
Okay, so I think that resolves the main question that's being asked at the moment.
So I would posit, and yeah, feel free to at me, go for it. I think that this has 3 holes, and here's why. So I would count a hole as being if you could put say like a piece of rope or something through and dangle it. That gives you like a hole if you can dangle it off of there. So there's 1, we've got the handle. There's 2 in here. We've got the donut, the dough hole. And if I can actually get it to go around, if you could go in one side and out the other, you can.
It feels like you're doing dark magic off the camera there. Wait, what just happened?
So all I've done is I've threaded this piece of material through the back of the hole in here, which in turn makes its own hole around the donut area in here. So I think that there are 3 holes in this shape.
What a fantastic demonstration. I hadn't seen that done live before. Like you read lots of books that say, oh, a donut's got 2 holes or things like that, but I've never seen that actually physically demonstrated. That's fantastic.
And then in my last 2 minutes, in terms of plugs, what I'll plug is I make tiny little math zines, if that shows up. So here's one which is actually about donuts, which, I mean, it's called Donuts, and it's about like various different knot theory type things with donuts. And so we've got things here. Yeah, that was really hard to draw. That's like a trefoil knot with a donut. We've got Doromian rings, 3 donuts interlinked, and a Mobius loop, a donut that is also a Mobius loop. So yeah, I make tiny little math zines. You'd get the best of me on Twitter. I put most stuff out on Twitter, so AYLIEAN if you'd like to follow me. I try and keep my YouTube channel also updated. Longer things go there. And if you're looking to get the zines, there's an alian.com, which you can check out. And I try and keep everything as free as possible because I love maths and I want everyone to have it. So, yep, enjoy. And thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Alian. It's been a great pleasure having you on. Thank you so much for all of your tricks and also that treat. And I love the name Donuts. That I wish I thought of that. That's fantastic. So I'm gonna have to go and check that out once I'm done presenting here. So thank you so much. I hope you get to go and have another little nap before your day begins.
Yeah, I'm doing tech stuff. So Chris Smith, another Scottish person, is coming on later on, and so I'll be doing the behind the scenes for the next few hours, and hanging around in the YouTube comments. But yeah, oh, and then at like 2:30 in the afternoon, I'm going to dress up as Gandalf and jump off a bridge and do like a bungee jump. I'm going to do the whole like fly, you fools, and then bungee jump backwards. So I'll take a brief bungee jump break, and then I'll get back to watching this because it's going to be such a good live stream all day.
You have the most amazing life.
It's been so nice to meet you, and thanks to everyone for watching. And I will now gracefully mute my video and my microphone.
Thank you so much, Alian. Been fantastic to have you on. So for everyone who's here, so you are watching the 24-hour Maths and Magic show. So like I always have trouble with my slides. So we are watching the 24-hour Maths and Magic show, where every half an hour we have a new presenter coming on to show us a magic trick which can be explained with mathematics. And if we are good people, then we will also get a treat as well as a trick at the end of each segment. So this has been done in collaboration with Mark Watson's 24-hour comedy show, which you can find at whatsonathon.com. And you can also use the donate button there to donate to the charities that we are supporting, to support people who are struggling financially with COVID during this time. All right, so I think it's time for our next guest. So James Arthur, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, James. I can hear you, and loving your top hat there.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon. So was it like, wait, what time is it where you are? 5:30
Oh,
in the morning?
5:30. It's way
All
too
right,
early.
so
Here we are.
yeah, here in Australia, we're all good. It's 1:30 p.m. on the west coast of Australia. So I am bright and awake, and I am very impressed that you are awake at that crazy time in the morning. So
I don't
so
know
you're
how
a
I did it.
student. Yeah, is that right that you're a student?
I'm a
So
student
where
and
are you
mathematical
studying in?
communicator. I'm studying at the University of Exeter.
Okay. All right. So it's not known for students to be up at 5:30 in the morning. So extra kudos to you for being here at this crazy time. And yeah, so you're a mathematical communicator. Apparently you've been on the radio. Tell us a bit about that.
I've been on BBC Radio 5. I go on pretty regularly. I talk about current affairs under a mathematical lens.
So I guess you've had a lot to talk about at the moment with COVID.
Oh yes, we've had plenty of stats stories coming along. It's always good fun. I enjoy the stats. I enjoy the numbers.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So maybe taking a break from the dark world that we find ourselves in, why don't you brighten our Saturday morning with a bit of magic? What are you going to talk to us about today?
Right. I've got a couple of slides prepared if I can remember which button it is. Is it that one? No, it's this one. There we are. I can never remember which buttons that are the ones I want to talk
I'm seeing a slide
about.
called Magical Addition.
Yeah,
So
brilliant.
I'm pretty
Right.
excited about that. So I see you've got your Twitter handle on there as well. So if
Yes.
anyone wants to follow you, and your website has the same name, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, everything. I'm Left James A everywhere. Just type www.leftjamesa.com or put that in Twitter. You'll find me. I'm all over the place. Too much.
There's no too much. All right, so take us through your magic trick.
Right. I'm going to start off with something pretty easy. We can add numbers. So we can say that 3 plus 2 is 5 and 2 plus 3 is also 5. And we can do that with other numbers as well. We can do that with fractions and whole numbers like 1.5. We can add 1.5 and we can add them with 1 first and half second, then half first and 1 second. And after that, we can kind of say, after a slight calculation, everybody should be able to say, okay, 1.5 can be added both ways and they're the same thing. We call this fact commutativity in maths. I'm going to be using that word quite a bit. So I just thought I'd add this in. These are kind of prerequisites to my trick because there's a lot of maths going on here. And we can look at fractions. So we can have any two counting numbers. Either they're normal numbers, you can write them 1/2, 3/4, or even pi over e if you're so inclined. But I'm going to primarily talk about unit fractions. And by this, I mean there's a 1 on top. So 1/2, 1/37, or 1/pi. And as we saw before, we can do the same thing. We can add them. So 1/2 plus 1/3 is 1/3 plus 1/2, which is 5/6. I think I've done the maths correctly. And now we can do something funny with them. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all the unit fractions. And we're just going to add them all together. And at this point, I'm going to try preempting chat by saying that this is not a -1/12. I know the comment is coming. I know it will be there. And yes, it could be -1/12. We're going to call this infinity for the moment. And we
I
can
believe
say
that there was a
diverges.
magic trick maybe a couple of hours ago about the -1/12 thing. So if you do want to watch that back, that's all been pre-recorded, and you can go to the website and have a look at that. And also just to say to people that please don't put any spoilers into the YouTube chat. So if you've already seen this before and you know what's going on, you can sit there feeling smug, but don't type anything into the chat window that might ruin it for anyone else.
Also, a normal number is I want to say natural, but then there's a few issues there because we don't know where. A natural not including 0. So that's what I'm going to class a normal number as, because I was looking in the chat and there's someone that wants that. So if we take all the natural numbers, not including 0, or if you don't include 0 in the natural numbers, ignore that second condition, and we add them all together, we get that it diverges, which means it doesn't equal anything, it blows up to infinity. The simple proof of this are my 4 graphs, which I think you can see. You have the first iteration, which is just a line, 10 iterations, which turns into something a bit like natural logarithm. And my proof for this is that the 100 iterations looks a lot like the 1,000 iterations, and the 1,000 iterations isn't a right angle. And we'll see later something more like a right angle. So now we're going to do the same thing, but instead of adding the even fractions or even unit fractions, we're going to subtract them. So instead of doing 1 plus a third plus a quarter plus a fifth plus a sixth, we're going to go 1 negative a half plus a third negative a quarter plus a fifth negative a sixth. And surprisingly, this converges, right? This converges to a number which is about 0.69, which is natural logarithm of 2 to mathematicians. And at this point, I'm going to ask the audience to come up with a number, a small number, I'd say something less than 5, and probably something you'd think was hard to calculate. And I'm going to leave these slides for the moment because I think the next slide gives away the trick. Does it? No, I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. I haven't got that slide. We never did that slide. That's fine. So we can.
So just to confirm then, so you're wanting the audience to think of a number that's less than 5 that might be hard to calculate. Is that what you said?
Yes.
I'm not quite sure what it means hard to calculate. I don't know what the context is for that. So maybe not an integer, not a whole number.
Yeah, basically not an integer, not a whole number, a number that probably maybe it may have an infinite number of terms or number of digits. It may be irrational, a number that you wouldn't say is easy to write down on a piece of paper.
And yet we have to be able to write it down to tell you what it is, the number that we're thinking of. So
give me a name of a number or the first couple of digits of this number, and then I'm probably going to be able to extrapolate what the rest of the number you want. Or give me something to tell me about this number.
So I can see that there are some suggestions coming in on the YouTube chat. So most people are kind of doing variations on things with pi and e. So we've got pi to the power e over 3, or pi times 1.5. Are these the sort of numbers that you're interested in?
Yes, these are numbers that I want. I will keep these. I've got the chat open on my side monitor down here, and I will use them in a minute.
Okay, so we don't need to keep them secret. It's not like we're thinking of a number.
No, don't keep. Sorry, yes, don't keep them secret because they're useful for me more than anybody else. And you'll see why in about 10 minutes.
Specific one?
Yeah, you can, but keep it in mind. I don't want it just yet. I was asking in preemptiveness of something I'm going to do later. So if we move to that one, and you should. I'm going to move this out of the way because you can see my second screen. I'm going to move you over there so we keep an eye on the chat. So I've got some cards here, as any good mathematician should have. And these have just got the unit fractions. So we can say 1, a half, a third, a quarter. You see that? Just about a fifth, and so on. And these numbers may look familiar to you. They're the ones we've just seen in the slides, and they have colouring. This colouring is important because we see the even unit fractions are blue, and in our sum before we subtract them. So if you see blue, that means subtract. If you see red, it means add. So I'm going to tell you, as we saw before, that this sum here is 0.69. If we kind of carry on, I've got some more cards, but you can carry on putting down the cards and you can carry on adding, and eventually you'll get to the natural logarithm of 2, which is 0.69. I'm now going to take the cards back, and I'm going to do something slightly different with them. If I say I'm now going to say something completely and utterly wild, because, yeah, we saw earlier that for two numbers, 1 and 2, 1 plus 2 is equal to 2 plus 1, which is equal to 3. I'm now going to blow your mind. That isn't true. Well, not for all numbers. That's not a general rule. You can't take any two numbers, A and B, and say A plus B is B plus A. And this is what...
That will be impressive if you can show us that, because that's something that I've believed for my whole life.
Well, you better get your mind blown. We're going to go...
I'm ready for it. Lay it on me.
And then we're going to subtract a half. And now we're going to add a third. And we're going to add a fifth. So what we've got here is 1. Then we go down to a half. Then we got to about 0.8. Then we go above 1. And now if I can find the right card, we're going to go down to we're going to go negative a sixth. So that's 1 negative sixth, which is about 0.8, I believe. And then I've got to put a seventh there, which takes it back up to 0.9, and a ninth, which juts over juts over 1. And then we put an eighth. And then I've run out of red cards. But if we carry on doing this so that we go below the number we want and above and below and above and below and above, you'll get to a point where you have that number. Because the numbers get smaller and smaller and you're encroaching in and in, this sum, if you carry on with it, where's my answer 1 card, and so on, that is 1. But we just said all these numbers.
I feel like I need some clarification about how you're putting the numbers down. Because, for example, I see that a quarter is missing at the moment. So are you saying that a quarter will appear somewhere? How do you decide what's the next number to put down?
Oops. I've messed this up a bit horrifically.
Okay.
I was like, I looked at the cards. The cards were in order. Yeah, that was my fault. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
That was not supposed to be a sixth. That was supposed to be a quarter. But my cards got out of order, and then I was like, oh, okay. Sorry, yes.
But you're not. But I see still that you're not putting the cards down in numerical order. You've switched the order around. So how do you decide which number comes next?
Can I leave that for a moment? Can I leave that to stew in people's minds?
You want us to try and figure it out ourselves? How do we work out the next?
Yes, I've given you a skeleton explanation of what's going on, but I think it would be good if people understand what's going on here, because this is the trick. What you're doing here is the crux of what the maths is fiddling about with, because you're going, basically what you're doing is you're taking some numbers up to a number. If I do, let's have a look. You take some numbers going up to a number, and then you say, okay, I have this said number. And, oh, I know, it's in my slides. We have this, yeah, there we are. If you look at this slide here, I think I'm showing.
I'm still seeing the document camera.
How are you? That one, that one, that one, that one.
There we go. Yeah.
That one there. Here's my slides. And we saw this slide before. We've got these graphs. So I didn't put particular emphasis on what's going on in these graphs. We'll go back to them. You can see here that there's a very uppy, downy motion. And if you look at kind of higher tolerances, look at half tolerance, which is the first graph. You're going down, up, only once. Then again, in the half, you're going down, down, up, down, up, down, up. And you can see, if you look at the tolerances, you have shorter and shorter downs and ups. So when you get to the point like a 0.01, which is a bit nuts, you can see it's basically a right angle, which means that it's converged to 0.69. And I can do the same for, if I do this, I'm fiddling with tech, but I can do the same for any number. This is why I asked for the number earlier. You can see some Python here, hopefully.
Yes.
And brilliant. And we just had 1. And if we go at 0.1 tolerance, as we saw before, it's a right angle. So that converges. Can you see the graph? I'm not.
Yes, I can see the graph. I'm just wondering if you can explain what it means to have a 0.1 tolerance. What does that mean?
Okay. Yes, that's the thing in my code. A 0.01 tolerance means that when I'm adding and subtracting numbers, it stops when it gets within 0.01 of my target number. So my target number here is 1. My tolerance number is 0.01. And I want to get within 0.01 of 1. And it's basically just a code thing. It's basically to say, don't carry on going until you get to the actual number, get close enough, because I don't want my code running for an infinite amount of time.
So is this when we see the downs and the ups on the graph, that the amount it goes up and down is now becoming less than 0.1?
Yes. So if we have, it's basically the endpoints of these graphs are, the endpoints, the spiky bits, they are discrete points in a sequence. And what I'm doing here mathematically is taking a limit of a sequence, but they're points. And if one of these endpoints or pointy bits gets within 0.1, or no, it's now 0.1, it used to be 0.01. If it gets within 0.01 of 1, then the code stops. It's basically just a fail-safe to say, okay, if you can't converge, stop within 0.1 or 0.01. But if you can, stop within, it's a thing to stop the code from going a bit haywire, basically. But I could carry on running this until we actually reached 1. You can see I've got a number up here that we actually reached 0.9900129276989882. So we got within 0.01 of our target number, which is 1.
Okay, so I feel like there's going to be some actual magic coming up. You're going to do something with those numbers that the audience gave us earlier.
Yes. And I couldn't know any of the numbers that the audience put in the chat. And do you have a number for me? Hopefully it's an easy one to put in Python.
I wrote down the square root of e times pi. Now, actually, I need to get my calculator out to make sure that's a number that's the right size for you.
I don't know. Is 2.9.
Yeah, about 2.9 something.
2.91. We'll go for 2.91 and we'll go with 3.14. We're doing live Python. Oh, we love live Python.
You're a braver man than me.
I know, I am. Right, so if we go pi times, yeah, sorry, let's go 1. Let's start with the tolerance for half. See if it converges at half. Yeah, it converges at half. The square root of pi plus e is approximately 3.022. Are you seeing my Python?
No, you're
not
stopped sharing.
Because I was typing in numbers. So,
okay.
Oh, it's 0.3. It's ended up there. Right, so this is for 0.5 tolerance, we've got a curve. That's interesting. Mainly probably because you're adding, yeah, that makes sense, because you're adding positive or odd unit fractions. So you're adding 1, a third, and a fifth. I don't know where the fifth is up there. So then that creates that curvy nature. And to see if it converges at 0.25. Yes, it converges at 0.25. And does it converge at 0.1? Yes, it converges at 0.1. And does it converge at 0.1? Hey, we've just taken all the numbers that we saw before. We've taken all the numbers between, or the unit fractions actually, and we've done basically, because we've got that then plus a quarter, plus a fifth, plus a sixth, plus a seventh, plus an eighth. What's an eighth? I've lost an eighth there. Plus ninth, and so on.
So if I can confirm this crazy, done, you've taken all the unit fractions and you have added them up in some order, and the answer has been the square root of e times pi.
Not exactly. I've added all the, I've taken all the even unit fractions are negative. So this half is a negative half because it's blue. And this quarter is a negative quarter, but you can't see it because my head is in the way. This is a negative quarter. I haven't got negatives on there, but I can probably add them. So this is a negative quarter, negative half, that's a negative quarter, that's a negative sixth, that's a negative eighth. So the sum you're doing here to begin with is 1 plus a third, then plus a fifth, and plus a seventh, and plus a ninth, and so on. Okay. And what I've just done is I've rearranged these terms. So in some order, I can't tell you what that order is, but I can tell you that the order for the for 1 is this. If I rearrange them to that, quarter, then a seventh, then a ninth, then a negative eighth, and so on. That order, oh, you can't see that, is 1. And some other order is a half. And some other order is square root of e times pi. So I've just broken commutativity to a great degree because I can call all these terms past one number. And I can call that another number. And choose a term and call it another number. And a plus b is not equal to b plus a because I can move, say this is my number, I can move this number to be there. And now I have a completely different number.
My mind is definitely being blown at this moment because, yeah, that's not what I learnt in primary school. If you change the order that you add up numbers, the answer shouldn't change. And you're telling me that it does. And presumably it's because you've got infinitely many things in your summation there, that infinity is playing weird tricks on us.
As usual, the trick is infinity. But I think this is rather neat. I really quite like this. This is one of my go-to party tricks, which is like, commutativity doesn't work. And it's like, yay, I love commutativity not working.
It is pretty mind-blowing. So if the audience who are listening in want to know more about this trick, what should they search for? What should they Google to find out more about this?
This is called the Riemann rearrangement theorem. So this is a complete another thing. Riemann came up with this one night in his attic, I'd like to believe. He was sitting there in his dusty attic during Halloween, adding weird and wonderful unit fractions. And he thought, oh, this doesn't work. I can make 1 out of these unit fractions. That's cool. Probably the intuition came from the graph rather than the numbers. He probably plotted the graphs we saw and then said, oh, okay, I can make this into a different number. And
so we've got some good questions in the chat at the moment. So one person is asking, does this only work for telescoping series? So this idea that some of the numbers are plus and some of them are minus, is that part of what makes this work?
I think it only works for these numbers. No, it works for series that have, get myself confused. It only works if you have a series with a -1 to the, if you have the nth term of the series, it has -1 to the n at the start. So that means every other term is a negative term. So you always need the same number of negative terms as you do positive terms.
Yeah,
That's
although the
really
same
shy.
number in infinite terms is always going to be a weird thing. But you're saying if they alternate, then you
If they
can do
alternate,
this.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
If it alternates, you can do this with it. If it's an alternating series, it works. I don't think it's. I've got to recall the definition of telescoping. It's way too early
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah, so what is it now? Like 6 o'clock in the morning there. So you've made it
It's
through
5 to 6.
Yeah.
And I'm getting some. Yes, I'm getting some. So weird. I was looking forward to someone saying that's weird, and I'm like, yes, that's the best thing you can get out of this trick.
It
Someone
is
saying
very, very weird.
that's very weird, and I'm yes, it is very weird. It's completely nuttily weird, but that's what you get with this trick. It's some weird number things that go a bit weird. I think the moral of the story is numbers go weird at infinity.
So do you think that you became a mathematics student because you saw weird things and you wanted to understand how they work, or you've discovered weird things since you became a mathematics student?
I think that it's mainly I was interested by the weird. I was like, okay, I was always kind of fiddling with numbers in my head. And I was like, why doesn't this work? And I never had the skills to prove it. I was annoyed that I couldn't do that. So my main motivation is to just explain the weird and wonderful things that are going on in the world, and to kind of, yeah, that's what I use maths for. Things like
Fantastic.
this, like what on earth is going on.
Yeah, I think there's something that I learned about when I was a student, but unless you've done the serious maths degree, this is the kind of amazing result that you won't be coming across in casual conversation in your local cafe. So really wonderful to have you on the show today to tell us about that, raise a bit of infinity maths awareness with us. So we've got about 3 minutes left. In the last 3 minutes, is there anything else you want to talk about, a treat that you've brought along, or anything else you want to talk about?
My treat was basically going to be going through any more suggestions. If anyone wants to chuck any more numbers in the chat, and we can do a couple more of them. That was my treat. The code was a treat, to be perfectly honest. But because people like Python, well, I like Python code. Python has been the bane of my life for the past 3 years. But still, I finally got to grips with it. And now I'm like, Python is amazing. I can just write little scripts and off we go. And this was one of my little scripts I wrote last year. And I was like, okay, this is fun. Because when I was thinking about this talk, I was like, ooh, I can do Riemann rearrangements.
Yeah, I think coding is one of those things that makes you feel like a bit of a wizard, right? Like you do some magic and then the right answer comes out of this machine. So that's really great. So just looking at what's happening in the YouTube chat. So someone has copied some stuff off Wikipedia. It's obviously gone away and looked up the Riemann series theorem. So a bit of information there for anyone who is interested. So
you are
lots
correct,
of great
Andrew.
discussion happening around that trick.
You can steer the sum to any arbitrary. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing, is I'm steering the sum to any value I want by just adding and subtracting numbers. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, James, for coming on the show today. It's been really great to have you here. We've got a couple of minutes before we're going to be passing over to the next math magician and the next presenter. So
you'll be seeing me later on again. I am hosting at approximately 3 o'clock, I believe, but I will be
3 p.m. UK time.
Yeah, 3 p.m. UK time.
Okay, so it's now 6 a.m. So I've got to get this in my head because at the moment it's 2 p.m. here in Australia on the West Coast. It is 6 a.m. GMT over in the UK.
It is 6 a.m. GMT.
And the show is going to be going on until 9 p.m.
Correct.
So hang on. So if it's 6 a.m. now and we're going until 9 p.m., how many hours is that?
15 hours.
15 hours to go.
I may be brutally... No, 50. What am I on about?
Hang on. 6 a.m. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock is...
No, I am correct. 15.
21 o'clock. 15, yeah, I think 15.
Yeah, 15. I am correct. My mental arithmetic was going
How many mathematicians does it take to do mental arithmetic?
I can't do it.
So there's 15 hours of the 24-hour Maths and Magic show still to go.
I've got a lot to catch
So
up on.
every half an hour, there is going to be a new presenter coming on to show you a magic trick. Everything is being live streamed on YouTube. It will be recorded for anyone not able to watch it live now. So if you're watching it live, but your friends and family can't join at this moment, they can always watch it back later. So do tell everyone who's interested in maths or magic all about the show, and get them to come along to the YouTube channel and check us out. All right, so thank you very much, James. I'm going to say goodbye to you now. It's been lovely to have you on. All the best with the rest of your studies and your career.
Wale, goodbye.
Thanks. All right, so just to remind everybody who is listening that you are watching the 24-hour Maths and Magic show. We're in collaboration with Mark Watson, who is also running a 24-hour show, but his show is about comedy. So you can switch between the two shows depending on, you know, whether you need more maths and magic in your life, or maybe you need a bit of lighthearted entertainment. Head over to whatsonathon.com for the comedy and stay on this channel for the maths and magic. We are also raising money for charity through doing this show. So you can go on to donate.whatsonathon.com and you can look at the charities that we are supporting. We're particularly concerned with helping people who have been financially affected by the COVID situation. So people who need emergency funds to get them through the current situation. So do head over there. If you happen to be in a different country and you want to support different charities in your local area, then by all means, you're very welcome to do that. I'm based over here in Australia. I think we're very lucky at the moment to not have the situation be particularly bad, although we're kind of still locked down with travel, but we certainly don't have it anywhere near as bad as Europe and America and lots of other places in the world. So check out what local charities need your help and head over to the whatsonathon.com donate pages in order to look at the charities that we are supporting with this show. All right, so we are still waiting for our next guest, who I think has not appeared yet. So maybe I'll figure out what I'm doing. Hang on, I'm going to stop sharing that one there. Let me see what I've got to entertain you while we're waiting for our next guest there. So I'm a mathematician, but also I love doing origami in my spare time. I think there's quite a big crossover between people who like doing craft and especially like precise things like origami. So one of the things that I made recently is called a firework. So this is an amazing piece of modular origami. It's made from 12 squares of paper. And it's this wonderful dynamic model that you can turn it inside out and get this wonderful firework pattern. So if you Google for modular origami and firework, then you should be able to get the pattern for this. It's freely available on YouTube and on various origami websites. And I think, yeah, there's lots of wonderful craft things that you can do if you are also interested in mathematics. So that's going to be my little plug. And I think that we now have all of our presenters and mathematicians ready to go for the next section. So Katie, I think it's time for me to hand over to you.
Hello, thank you.
Looking swanky there.
Yeah, I've got my hat on still. I'm not taking it off. I'm just wearing a hat for 24 hours. I don't know how else it's going to go. I'm going to have extreme hat hair when I'm done. So I've literally just been talking to Mark Watson over on the other show, and they're very happy. Like they have this thing because it's a Twitch stream. They're all talking in the chat, and if they're excited about something, they say hype. And he was like, "Oh, everyone put some hype for maths," and everyone was typing maths hype, and then someone typed hype Otter News, and I was like, "They get it. They're on board. They know what's going on here." So everyone's loving it over there. I think there are a lot of people who are watching both at the same time. Hello, if you're watching both, good work. But yeah, so that's happening. I've had a little bit of sleep, just a tiny bit of sleep, and I'm back in now. I'm going to power through, and I'm going to be hosting for the next hour and a half. So thank you. Are you going to disappear?
Thank you very much, Katie. I will let you get on with it, and I'll be back at, I think, is it 10 a.m. GMT for me doing a magic trick. So I've got, I think, like 4 hours to figure out what it is that I'm talking about. So I will see you guys later. Enjoy the next section of the magic show. Bye,
Fantastic.
everyone.
We will look forward to that. So yeah, you're watching 24-hour mathematical magic show as part of the ridiculous conglomeration of things that is Mark Watson's 24-hour Watsonathon and associated accidentally things that happen. Genuinely, I emailed Mark and said, we can come on and do a card trick or something, and then it just sort of snowballed from there. So we're doing a full 24-hour show of our own, and it is now time for me to bring on our next guest. Have we got Jimmy?
Hi, Katie.
Hello. Hello.
Good morning.
Welcome
How are
to
you?
the show. I'm doing okay, given how much sleep I've had, relatively. I'm doing okay. So the description I have for Jimmy says that you are a maths teacher who specialises in turning caffeine into maths. That sounds about right for most mathematicians, I
I think
guess,
most
but,
mathematicians would fall under that kind of description,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, is there anything to add to that?
No, I'm a very boring
It's a pretty
person
good,
in
accurate
reality.
description, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So you're based near Leeds, is it?
Yes.
I mean,
so
I say that
basically-
like I don't know. Jimmy's like an old friend from uni, and we have the same birthday. What are the chances? What are the chances of that? Answers in the chat. No, don't bother. It's fine. We know. We're both mathematicians. Yeah, you're based near Leeds.
Yes. So went to uni in Manchester, which is where I met several people, and yeah, ended up in Leeds and currently teaching in Bradford.
Excellent. So you brought us a magic trick.
I have, and I've brought my my long-suffering wife to act as a pair of hands. So big thank you to her for waking up so early on her birthday. Let me change the camera so we can see the trick.
What are the chances?
A massive convergence of birthdays today.
Yeah.
So this trick is called, well, it's called Bob Hummer's Free Card Mathematical Monty. And I will show you. I've got a pack of regular cards there, and we're going to need 3 of these cards. So we're just going to shuffle through until we get an ace, 2, and a 3. Got an ace, a 2, and a 3. So I'm going to put those there where you can see them, hopefully. Let me change the camera so you can see a bit better, perhaps. How's that? Can we see? Are they reversed?
Good. It's potentially reversed.
How's that?
That's unreversed. Excellent.
Hooray,
Good
right way around.
I like
Okay,
it.
so you've probably seen this sort of thing in whatever popular fiction you consume. It's where someone shuffles some cards around and people have to follow the queen or something along those lines.
Oh,
that
okay,
sort
yeah,
of trick.
yeah.
What we're going to do though, we're going to do this slightly differently. I'm not going to be watching. So when I ask, my lovely assistant is going to select one of these cards. So for example, if she selected the 2, she would then switch the other 2 over and flip all 3. She's going to do that while I'm not watching, so I won't be able to tell which card is where. But with some very carefully applied maths, I'll be able to determine in 2 goes exactly where her card is. Okay. So I'm hoping this is going to work because I'm still about half asleep. So I'm going to turn around now. Hang on, so everyone can see I'm turning around, not facing the camera, not facing the screen. Gonna go read a book or something. So select one card, flip it over, swap the other 2 around, and then flip them both over. Let me know when you're done. Okay?
That's done.
Okay. So a very quick shuffle. And I'll place those here. So after having seen the cards just an ace 2 3, I haven't seen which order those cards ended up in. I'm going to have a guess now at which one my lovely assistant picked. And if it's not correct, I'm going to get it on the second try.
Okay.
So I'm going to say she picked this one. She didn't pick that one. She picked this one. Is that your card? Yes, it worked.
That is the card. That's the card that was picked.
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. I mean, you say you got it in 2 guesses. It wasn't like you guessed and then, you know, you knew it was wrong, right?
Oh yeah, I knew it was wrong. It was that's the magic. That's the heart of it. And
okay.
Just because.
So can we talk through the steps of this again? Because I want to see if people can kind of figure out a little bit of what's happened here. Do you want to kind of go through the steps once more?
Absolutely. So, should we do it again slowly and just we'll talk through it? So I'll turn around, pick a card and flip it over. Okay. Then switch the 2 cards you didn't pick. Then flip them both over as well. Okay, done. And we're done. Okay. So I'm going to do my.
I mean, is it okay if we can see a little bit of what you're doing now with this shuffle? Because it kind of happened off camera last time. Is there a way you can kind of do it on camera for us?
Yeah, I will do this a bit more. And all I'm going to do is.
Okay, I see. We're giving them a bit of a shuffle.
Just a bit of a mix-up, you know. And then
Okay, maybe that's a clue for anyone watching. Okay.
Okay. And then same again. I'm going to suggest. I have a feeling about this middle card. And that was it. It was the 2.
Excellent. Excellent. So like, yeah, if you like, you have a guess and it's wrong, you know it's wrong, so you can then say which one it was. So that's interesting.
Yes.
So I think if we leave people with that combination of facts and information, that might be a good point for people to have a think about this trick and see if they can figure something out. It's kind of a nice one. It's sort of like it's almost a puzzle to sort of figure out what you've done here. Because I know sometimes with these mathematical tricks, you look at it and you're like, oh, I've just realized what it is. It's something really obvious. But this one, I think there's a bit more kind of, there's something going on behind the scenes here.
There is something going on behind the scenes here. It's quite nice. It was invented by a guy called Bob Hummer, who was a magician in the, he wrote a few books in the 40s and 50s. And he was a friend of Martin Gardner, who maths fans will know is a serious recreational mathematician. And I believe it might have been Martin Gardner who described him as this, but someone described him as a top-notch mathematically inclined magician. So there is some relatively simple maths happening behind the scene that makes this trick work, which is quite nice.
Cool. So if we give people a little bit longer to have a think about this, as we've been saying throughout, you know, if you think you figured it out, don't just put the entire explanation of the trick in the chat, but, you know, enjoy the smug feeling that comes from knowing that you figured it out. And maybe if you've got any sort of hints or maybe partial things that you think might be important or relevant or could give other people a hint to work it out, then feel free to share those in the chat if you would prefer. In the meantime, Jimmy, anything to plug? I've sort of lost patience with the whole, so what have you been up to lately angle. Just what are we plugging? Come on, what have we got?
I have nothing to plug. Support the charity. Go to the link because it is a difficult time for a lot of people. And you know, if you're in a position to be able to help, it's a wonderful thing to be able to do. So yeah, that's what I'll plug. That was a very nice duck and point.
Yeah, this is, I've developed the technique now because my hat is too tall. Without the hat on, I wouldn't need to duck at all. But with the hat, the donation link just crashes the hat very slightly unless I'm, you know what I mean? I can't.
It's a nice way to highlight the link though, the slight movement does sort of.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Yeah.
Is it true you also, I mean, again, I'm asking this as though I don't just totally know the answer to this question, but not 90% of interviews, that's what's going on anyway. Is it true you are a dungeon master?
I am. I don't know if you can see the piles of
oh wow, is that actual stuff?
There's actual
Is that
stuff
DM
there.
stuff? So if anyone isn't aware, Dungeons and Dragons is the best thing ever. And Jimmy is a dungeon master who runs a Dungeons and Dragons game locally. I mean, I guess that's presumably gone on to a video call now.
Yeah, that's currently gone
in the
to
current climate. I think we're all
video
learning
call.
how to use video calls for the purposes of quizzes and D&D. I think that's essentially what everyone's doing at the moment.
Hence being able to do all sorts of camera things, because this is actually my my dice camera setup. So that's where I would normally be doing all sorts of fun dice rolls.
Excellent. Oh,
Of course, I have two
Smart.
D20s to hand because
Beautiful. Yep.
you never know when you're going to need polyhedral dice.
Absolutely never know when you're going to need D20s. Excellent. So I've not seen a huge amount of stuff coming in the chat, but do you want to kind of talk us through the trick sort of a bit at a time, or kind of how it all goes?
We'll talk a little bit through. I'm gonna try not to reveal too much because this is an actual magic trick, and that's how you get put in the Phantom Zone, like the guy who revealed the magic secrets in the 90s. So it's based on combinations and permutations with some other little bits in thrown in. So basically, if you think about the number of cards we've got, when we shuffle them up, right, we have, let me put that somewhere you can see, we have a choice of 3 cards for each position, right? So we could have the ace there, the 2 there, the 3 there, we could have the 3 there, the 2 there, we could have that way around. So basically we've got 3 choices for the first card in the first position. And once we've got a card in the first position, we've got 2 choices for the card in the second position. And then once we've got that second card fixed, the last card is fixed. So that
so we've got
limits.
3 times 2 times 1, I guess we've got combinations, or they are strictly permutations, right?
They are permutations. The horrible old maths teacher joke that a combination lock really should be a permutation lock, because if your combination lock is set to 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1 won't work. That's a combination.
That's true. Although some locks do, like there are some where you just have to put the right numbers in.
Ooh.
So those are actually combination locks. But people don't label them right. Yeah, I agree. So we're essentially saying there are 6 different ways the cards can be set up, and you have to try and pin down which one of those 6 it was, maybe?
A
Maybe,
little
because
bit.
that might tell you something.
It might give you a hint. There's a way of reading whichever card you've selected first to give you a bit more information about what permutation you have ended up with, basically.
Okay, and the shuffle that you're doing, I'm gonna use finger quotes around the word shuffle.
Shuffle.
Because it didn't look completely shuffly to me. So you were taking the top card and putting it on the back, right?
Yes.
So that's going to give you a very specific type of permutation of the cards.
Yes.
And it might be something to do with how that permutation combines with the switch that happened before you could see what was going on.
I have a feeling this trick's been bugging you. Have you been trying to work this out?
I really have been trying to work this out. So we got sent a list through of all the tricks that people were doing, and Jimmy sent this through, and I was like, oh, I'll go and look that up. And I watched a video of someone doing it, and I was like, like the mathematician in me is telling me that it's technically possible to work this out, but I couldn't quite exactly figure out how it all fits together. But I think it is a really nice little problem, and I'm imagining there are probably people watching at home who have just figured it all out completely. But yeah,
it was a nice one. It was. I was trying to find I learned it when I was trying to find a simple-ish magic trick to use in a probability lesson to demonstrate that. Well, we're starting off with it was a simple probability suggestion for kids, and to demonstrate that actually the fact that the probability of me getting the correct card is a third doesn't mean it's going to be a third each time. Doesn't mean I'm going to get it right or wrong each time. There's some randomness thrown in and actually stacking the deck in my favor a little bit was a nice demonstration of that. So I think I found it on Enrich or something along those lines, but then I forgot how to do it and forgot where I found it. So I kind of had to spend some time brute forcing it and trying to figure it out again.
Excellent.
And then unsuccessfully did that, and then actually found where I found it in the first place, and retaught myself, which was a nice, nice fun experience. But it's a nice one to start with the permutation. It's a nice one to start introducing the factorial notation in.
Yeah.
Because by that point, kids have started getting used to seeing letters in maths and with algebra, and then you start throwing punctuation symbols in the two, and they just sort of have a little bit of a pause on that.
Yeah, I mean, technically plus and minus are punctuation symbols as well, right?
That is
They're on
true.
the same bit of the keyboard. So, you know, we should be used to the fact that maths can just basically grab and use whatever it needs in order to make things happen.
Yeah.
That's how it works. Yeah. So I guess because I saw a video of this, I looked it up on YouTube based on the name of the trick. So it was called Bob Hummer's 3-Card Monty.
Yeah.
And I think it was like one of these sort of scam YouTube channels where they're like, oh, we're going to scam somebody. And I'm like, actually, mate, you're going to do some maths, but okay. And they're like, oh, we're going to do a trick on someone in a bar. And they've kind of really kind of reformatted it. So it's no longer about, numbers or cards or magic. It's like, they had 3 bits of paper and they'd written words on the 3 bits of paper and things like that. So I guess it doesn't have to be playing cards.
No, it doesn't have to be playing cards. In fact, there was a when I was trying to figure out stuff to say about this trick, I went and bought one of Martin Gardner's Maths Magic books, and because I thought it had a description of this trick and a little more history, but it had a slightly different variation of this trick, actually. So I was becoming dangerously close to becoming an actual musician, because there are now magician, because there are now 2 tricks in my repertoire.
That's what you need, I heard.
Yeah, that's a stage show right there. But you can do a very similar sort of thing with just any free objects. So I don't know if we can. I don't know if you're willing to help me out here, Mary. No, lovely wife is nodding. So if I can find free objects, and being the nerd I am, it's going to be dice. So there we go. There's a D4.
Okay, 4-sided dice. That's a tetrahedron. I know my polyhedron.
Hey, good work.
Polyhedra. Apparently I don't know my words. Also, it's 6 in the morning, so
6 in the morning. You can
I'm doing
be
pretty well.
excused. Got a D6 and a
Standard
D20.
cube-shaped dice. And is that 20?
D20, yeah.
D20, icosahedron.
Zoom in a little bit on those.
I know all the words.
Oh,
Good.
slightly different variation on this trick then. So we've got, let's call these positions 1, 2, and 3. Okay, positions 1, the ace.
Oh, that's
2,
efficient. Nice.
Yeah. And 3. Right. I don't know, can you still see those okay?
Yeah, I think so. I'll put you full screen so everyone can see them more easily. Yeah.
Real. And what I'd like you to do, I'm going to turn around, right? And what I'd like you to do is switch 2 of them over. So I'm not even going to touch them this time. Right? Switch 2 of them over, and just because I'm not going to watch them, because I'm not going to touch them and see them or anything, I'd like you to tell me which positions are switching. So if you switch 1 and 3, say 1 and 3. Right? So just as many times as you like. So I'm not even involved in this. Yeah. So as many times as you like, and stop when you get bored. Okay. So
1 and 3.
Okay.
2 and 3.
Right.
2 and 3.
Okay.
1 and 2.
Okay.
3 and 1.
Right.
And 3 and 2. Katie, do you want to do any switches?
I would say, yeah, let's switch 1 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy now.
I'm going to keep turning around. I'm going to keep facing the wrong way. And I want you to do one switch without telling me what it is. Okay, done?
Yeah.
Okay, then we're going to proceed exactly like we did to start with. So you're going to switch and tell me the switches until you get bored.
So 2 and 1.
Okay.
2 and 3.
Okay.
3 and 1.
Right.
I'm happy, Katie.
Yeah, I think that's good. I'm happy with that.
Okay. So, just by looking at these, I can tell the one you selected, the one you switched when I wasn't looking, was the D6.
So it, like that was the one that didn't move, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And that is it's another variation on that same idea of the permutations and just knowing what options, what permutations are available based on what we did there. I'm not going to take too much about it
because this is the thing that gets me about it. It's like, in some sense, you must have been following that. That must be quite difficult to do, or there's a trick to it, and I can't work out which. There's like something about it that makes it incredibly easy, or you're just really good at visualizing permutations in your head.
There is something about it that makes it incredibly easy.
Right, good. I mean, I'm going to assume both of those things are true, because it might be that you're also good at visualizing permutations in your head. I mean, who knows?
That is what I always say to my kids, anyway.
Yeah, I suspect there might be some maths helping you along there. So fantastic. Thank you for sharing these tricks with us. This has been a really nice little half hour. I realize it is quite early in the morning for some people. There are other people watching who maybe it isn't that early in the morning for, and I still appreciate you watching as well. Like, you're all very welcome. Especially welcome to anyone who's just come here because they've seen Matt Parker's video. So I don't know if you know, Jimmy, several hours ago, back in the early hours of the show, we had a guest, Matt Parker, who came and did the most incredible magic prediction trick, where he got a volunteer to come on the webcam and say, I think when you shuffle that deck, the top card is going to be the Ace of Spades. And the volunteer literally just picked the Ace of Spades, and Matt turned over the top card, and it was the Ace of Spades. And it was the most incredible moment, which was preceded by about half an hour of other people trying to predict the card and getting it wrong. And we just had a constant stream of volunteers coming in, and we just kept going until we got it right. And I think we actually got it in like 12 goes, which is pretty good. So if anyone wasn't watching the stream at the time, I apologize for ruining the fact that you just watched this out of context video clip of Matt Parker correctly predicting a card. He was actually using probability. Like, there's a 1 in 52 chance of it working each time, and if you do it enough times, it should work. Somehow it happened in 12, which I think is not the most probable. Like, it is probably reasonably improbable that it would happen that quickly, but it was just a magical moment for all of us. And you know, I guess only Matt Parker can pull off that kind of magic trick. But this has been a really nice little trick, and I'm going to continue thinking about this. Hopefully everyone at home is as well. And thank you so much for joining us. Thank you
for having me. Let me know if you figure it out. And
yeah, I'll be in touch. Excellent. So I am going to now proceed to do the thing that I do every half an hour, which is to show the logo of the show and to say that you are watching the 24-hour Maths Magic Show live on YouTube, featuring 48 different mathematical magic tricks once every half an hour. And we are doing this show as part of Mark Watson's live 24-hour show, which is happening concurrently. And if I just duck down a little bit, you can see here, this is a link that you can use to donate some money to charity, which is why we're doing all of this. So, you know, if you're watching the show, if you're enjoying the show, and you would have bought a ticket to see a show, you know, if you were watching a show like this in real life, you might have potentially purchased a ticket to go and watch the show. Think about how much you would have spent on that, and chuck the amount in there as a donation. In fact, we checked this because we were like, oh, maybe we could get people to donate £pounds, you know, like £3.14 or £2, £6.28 or £31.48. 42 or whatever people fancy donating that was an interesting mathematical number. Turns out you can only donate integer numbers of pounds on the setup here. So go for, get some prime numbers in there, get some square numbers, some perfect numbers, whatever you feel is appropriate for the purposes of raising money, because we're raising money for some fantastic charities. We've got Turn to Us, which support people who are struggling with financial difficulties at this incredibly difficult time for a lot of people, and also an organisation that supports performers and comedians who are obviously understandably short of gigs at the moment. So some really worthwhile causes there, and I will turn that off again because my knees are hurting from crouching this whole time. But yeah, that has been a trick from Jimmy, and we've got another guest. They just keep coming. There's 48 of them and they keep going. So I'm going to introduce our next guest who is in the room. It's Tom.
Hello, good morning. Am I
Hello.
here?
Tom is here. I think we've got audio, but maybe not video just yet. Or there is video, but it's blank.
Okay.
Oh, no, we've got video. It's come on. Fantastic. Hello, Tom. How are you doing?
Hello. Yes, not bad, thanks. Not bad. How are you?
I'm doing a 24-hour show, so who's to say, really? It continues. The show continues forever, and at the end of the show, I will sleep. But yeah, so Tom, I've got my little description of you here. You're also a maths teacher and or education-y person who does things with maths and bits of maths and history, and maths and space, and maths and cryptology. Do you want to tell us a bit about yourself?
Yeah, I until recently I was a learning manager at quite a well-known museum based on cryptography and things like that, Bletchley Park. I was made redundant, unfortunately. You might have heard on the news about the difficulties that have been faced there. So a lot of us ended up on the job pile, and thankfully I've managed to pick up a couple of jobs quite quickly. So I'm now teaching in 2 different schools in Milton Keynes and doing some other freelance bits all over the place. And one of the things I really want to do with the freelance side of things is get some more museums to benefit from the maths angle. So over 7 years or so, we built up a literally award-winning program at Bletchley Park. And some of the awards we won were for being a really good venue for maths learning. And I'd like to take some of that to some other museums, because a lot of museums are starting to do some maths now, but a lot of it tends to be numeracy, sort of learning how to multiply things quickly in your head, or a lot of museums I'm seeing are doing code breaking now, even though there's nothing to do with their museum. So I think that's great. It's wonderful that they're starting to embrace the maths, but it would be lovely if they started to explore the maths in their own stories that hasn't yet been brought out to the public.
Yeah, well, that's cool. And I guess, that's the kind of thing that with the experience you've got, you can probably help people with that. If anyone runs a museum and you would like someone to come and look at the things you've got in your museum and tell you what's the interesting maths behind them and produce some resources and ideas and things, Tom, just, get in touch. Excellent. So I believe you have a magic trick for us.
I do have a trick, and I'm calling the trick the Power of 5 because it sounds mystical. But actually, it's more to do with roots. Yeah, let's get started. The trick starts off with, and maybe the people who are up at this time in the morning. Obviously, there are people from places where it's not currently morning. Well done for being sensible. But yes, I apologise. It's 6:30 in the morning here, and I, prior to today, thought that 6:30 in the morning was something made up by my parents to make me behave, and it's not. It's real. So yes. So people in the chat might want to play along as well. I think what we'll do is I'll do the trick on you. And I've got an example of the trick as well in the presentation up here. And I'll go through your example and the example on the presentation, and the people in the chat can try their own out on each other. So I'd like you to pick a 2-digit number. I'd like you to keep that in your head. Sorry, I noticed there's a couple of people have already put a number in the chat. Please don't, because this is all about me guessing which 2-digit number that you have picked. So, Paddy Maths, you have picked the number 42. Am I right? There we go. That's the trick.
Incredible.
There's another step. The electronic enthusiast has picked number 99. Sorry, this is 6:30 a.m. maths tricks here. The actual trick is I'd like you to pick a 2-digit number. Have you got a 2-digit number in your head?
I have, yeah.
Good, right. Then I'd like you to multiply it by itself 5 times. So raise it to the 5th power.
I'm not allowed to use a calculator for this.
You can use a calculator. That is allowed. I'm not allowed to use a calculator, but you are allowed to. So the example on the screen, I picked the 2-digit number 24, and then 24 times 24 times 24 times 24. Okay, and then I'd just like you to tell me the answer to that calculation.
Okay, I have, because it's quite early in the morning, accidentally just done 24, because that's your example, and I'm just copying what it says on my screen. I've now picked my own number, and I've done this. I was like, oh, the answer's the same. That's weird. Oh, yeah, hang on. So I've now picked my own number and calculated that for my own number. So would you like me to read out the answer?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I've got 14,348,907.
Is your number 27?
It is.
Excellent. It
It
works.
is.
Brilliant.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yes, I was amazed and
Can I do another one?
astounded. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Pick
All right,
another,
I'll do
pick
another
another
one.
2-digit number.
Oh, okay, I've got 459,165,024.
Is that 54?
It is.
Excellent. Yes, it's working. It's working.
Wow.
Not only is my brain working this early in the morning, but so is the math. Would you like to know how it works?
I think I would, but I think I'd maybe like to let people think about it for a little bit before
That's-
we do.
yeah.
There's obviously something maths going on here.
That's
and
a
it
good
might be that
idea.
Some people in the chat might be able to have a think, or some people watching. I guess you don't have to be in the chat. But the other thing to say is, if you do know how this works, please don't just spoil how it works for everyone in the chat. As we've been saying all along, let other people have a chance to play with things. So if you do know exactly how this whole thing works, just remain smug. Just stay quiet. If you've got sort of a quarter of an idea, if you've maybe thought, oh, there's something interesting about, it's 5th powers. Yeah, I wonder how this works. Yeah, there's 2 digits in the number that you're getting. So someone suggested that they can understand how you get one of the digits, but maybe not the other one. So there's some, we can try and break it down a little bit. We'll give people a bit of time to think about that. So in the meantime, is there anything that you're up to lately that you want to tell us about?
Trying to find work at the moment is the main thing I'm up to. I am. Oh, actually, I do want to tell you about something which is not. It's fairly dear to me, but it's not something that I benefit from personally. Now, I have a rat. I have a rat here called the Rat because it is a time rat, as you can see.
Right.
And this rat was given to me by a very good friend, but it has acquired. I'll show you if I can. I'll show you a badge there. Can you see that badge?
Oh, excellent. Good.
It's a badge for the National Cipher Challenge. Have you heard of the National Cipher Challenge before?
I think I have.
It's-
And I say that because I believe that I've been to one of their events at Bletchley Park.
Yes,
So-
yeah. They tend to have the final the prize giving at Bletchley Park every year. I don't know how that's going to happen this year because we don't know what's going on, but it's a national cipher challenge competition. The clue's in the title, and it's aimed at school students of all ages, mainly secondary students, but there are people from primary schools who enter each year as well. And it's a competition that has 8 rounds, and each round is a block of encrypted text, and you just have to decode the text either on your own or with a team. and then you submit the encrypted text, and you get points for that based on the accuracy of your decode and how quickly you've done it after it's been released. And it's a lovely challenge. I blame it for getting me to a position where I was working at Bletchley Park, because before I was at Bletchley Park, I was a teacher. I was a secondary school teacher, which is why I've been able to get back into the classroom so quickly now. And I was introduced to the world of code breaking by one of the posters for the National Cypher Challenge, ending up in my head of department's pigeonhole. And then he brought it to me, dropped it on my table, and said, "You're a nerd, do this." So I did an after-school club in code breaking for interested students that I worked with. And the students taught me as much as I taught them, because I'd never done any code breaking before. So we learned code breaking together. And then after a few years of this, a job came up at Bletchley Park, and I went for it. And obviously I had a background in codes and ciphers through doing these sessions with students. It's a really, really, really good competition. This year's starts officially on this Thursday coming. It's available. There are some sort of pre-activities available, so you can sign up, get your team together, and get an idea of what's going on by breaking a couple of practice rounds. But it's a really, really fantastic little challenge, especially for those students that want something extra and something mathsy that they really want to get their teeth into. So I recommend anyone signing up. Of course, you can have a go at it if you're an adult, of course, but you can't win if you're not a student at school. So yeah, there are prizes available. There's usually one sponsored by GCHQ. I don't know if that's still going, but other sponsored prizes as well. So you do win stuff if you do really, really well. And of course, one of the great prizes is to get to go to Bletchley Park, hopefully, for the prize giving.
Yeah, so I'm just having a look at the website for the thing. Is this the cypherchallenge.org? Is that the right one?
Yes, that's the one. Sorry, that would have been really helpful,
Cool.
wouldn't it?
Fantastic. I'll pop that in the chat as well so people can have a see. There's some information there, and I guess, is it too late to sign up, or can people still sign up if it starts on Thursday?
You can sign up anytime you like. You can sign up through partway through the program, but it does get progressively more difficult. So the first few rounds are really accessible, and then it just is very steep learning curve.
Don't just come in right at the end and expect to be able to.
Yeah. If you come in at round 8, you're going to struggle. Well, you might not, but if you haven't done any code breaking before, you will struggle at round 8.
Oh, that sounds really cool. Fantastic.
Great fun.
So I've been keeping an eye on the discussion in the chat, and we've had a couple of people who've got some ideas, some thoughts about how this might work. So saying we had someone who said they can work out how to do the ones digit, but not the tens digit. So that's maybe one thought that's useful. Someone says, I know how it works, but I'm not sure why it works.
Oh, right. That's an interesting
mathematical thought, I guess, that I think I know what you mean, that like you can see the sort of mechanics of how it works, but is there some kind of underlying fact that makes this possible? And if so, why does that happen? And someone else has said there are no coincidences in maths, which I think is a nice thought. So do you want to talk us through this? Do you want to give us some kind of hints about what's going on here? Okay,
so one of my big bugbears about maths and about people's view of maths is that it's all about remembering lists and facts and things like that. So, and it's all about just doing calculations in your head. So the trick I've chosen actually sort of potentially feeds into my bugbears with maths, but let's go with it. Okay, so how does it work? So what we're actually doing here is working out fifth roots of large numbers. If I take it down a bit to a smaller problem and say, okay, what if I'd asked you to do to pick a single digit number and raise it to the power of 5? You'd give me one of these answers down here. Obviously, that's not a single digit number. And I could feasibly just memorize this list of numbers. Okay, so and then you know, if you said, well, I got 3,125, I would say that your original number was 5, and then you would completely not be amazed because there's only 9 numbers for me to remember here. So what we're actually doing is looking for patterns. So I think a lot of people in the chat spotted this particular pattern. The last number in the number you get when you raise a single-digit number to the power of 5 is the same as the number that you started with.
That is a coincidence, isn't it?
Yes. So what we're actually doing is what I've done here is I've partially annoyed myself by reducing this to a problem where I have to memorize a list. And the list I've remembered is not the single digits to the power of 5. I've memorized these multiples of 10 to the power of 5. So that's the list that I've memorized. But obviously there are a lot more numbers than that could be chosen here. So I think that there is some magic trick going on, honest. So you can reduce these numbers here to the numbers on the previous page multiplied by 100,000. So you probably see that the numbers at the beginning here are exactly the same as the single digits to the power of 5, but then they've got 5 zeros on the end because we've multiplied by 100,000. So this list isn't any more difficult to memorize, I think, than the list on the previous page. So there we go. Now, the number, the example that I gave on the first slide was 2-digit number raised to the power of 5, and we got 7,962,624. And the first step that I'm doing is I'm literally slotting this number into the list in my head. And seeing where it goes. Now it goes between 3,200,000 and 24,300,000, which means that the answer is somewhere between 20 and 30. So the fifth root of this number is somewhere between 20 and 30. Now, I don't think that's particularly going to amaze anybody, but it is a sneaky little trick. Okay, so I know it's between 20 and 30, so that's how I get the tens digit. Now, getting the final digit, I think this is the one that a lot of people saw how to get the units digit. I think this is where there's sort of, I know what to do, but I don't know how it works, if that was the phrasing, I think. So this comes back to a famous maths person called Euler, and Euler's theorem states lots of things, well, some fairly simple things actually, but Euler's theorem, I'm not going to go through what it actually says, but you can sort of work it through and find that for our purposes, for any integer a to the power of 5 can be written as 10 times some other integer m plus the original number. And that's an important thing, so I've put it in a box just to show that it's important, as you do. So just for example here, 35 to the power of 5 is 52,521,875. So using this idea here, we could write this instead as 5,252,184 times 10 plus 35. So our original number added on the end there. Another example, 83 to the power of 5 would be 3,939,040,643. I think I said that right. And using this, we could write it down as 393,904,056 times 10 to the power of 83. Now, this number at the end, obviously, the 5 on our original number there's a 5 on the end of the power of 5. And I think this is what some people mean by why does it work? How does it work? I know what happens, but I don't know why. If we write it down using this version here, I think it becomes slightly clearer, because if you're multiplying a number by 10, so this number is being multiplied by 10, and that means that every digit shifts to the left, and then that the units digit will be filled in with a 0. And then if you've got a number, any number you like, where the units digit is 0, and then you add some other number on it, then whatever the units digit is for that other number is going to replace that 0 in the answer. So because we can write any number in that's raised to the power of 5 in this format here, or this format here in the box, that tells us that the final digit is always going to be the same as the final digit in the 2-digit number that we started off with. So, so for the example, 7,962,624, we know from the first slide, or from the earlier slide, that its fifth root is between 20 and 30, and that ends in a 4. So it's a simple matter of just saying, right, okay, that must be 24. So really, when you tell me your number, when you work out this number, I'm listening to the first digit, maybe the first 2 digits or so, just to get the ballpark area. Then that's nice and easy to slot into the list we had before. And then I just I lose interest, listen to a podcast or something until you get to the end, at the end digit, because that's the only digits I really care about. The first 1, 2, maybe 3 digits. And then the one at the very end. The ones in the middle, I don't care about that at all. I'm not even listening to them when you say them. So it's just at the beginning and the end, and then I can work out what the fifth root is, and then I can make myself look really clever or really nerdy, or however I want to come across with this. And that's how it works. That's the trick. It's really, when you know what you're doing, it's really, really simple.
Yeah, it's absolutely lovely. And I think because there's 2 levels to this, I guess. There's the sense in which you can know, this is what people are saying, like, I know how the tricks, but not how the trick works, but not why the trick works. I guess if you know how the trick works, you can do it, right? You can reproduce this thing by, listening to the number, slotting it into one of those gaps, and then just saying whatever the last digit is. And like that on a functional level means that you understand how to do the trick. But I think that there's this really nice reason why this works underneath, and you might look at the list of fifth powers and say, oh, they just happen to end with the same digits as the thing that you're raising to a power. And this doesn't always work. Like if you cube digits, they don't all stay in the same place. If you square digits, they only go to one of like 5 different things. So you get repeated ones. But it's sort of a nice coincidence, but it's not a coincidence because there are no coincidences in maths,
exactly. Yeah.
And I love the fact, because in the chat we've had a comment that says, oh, I think it's just luck. It's just lucky that this has fallen out this way. And then underneath that, having heard your explanation, I stand corrected.
Yes.
Actually, no, maths is there for you. It's got, it's making it all work. Yeah.
That is music to my ears. That's exactly. As a maths educator, I'm sure you feel the same. It's when someone goes from thinking, oh, this is just some kind of random thing, or someone's just picked this and that's why it works. Someone said it does, or it just falls that way. Going from that to going, I understand that light bulb. That's the thing that keeps us in maths education.
Yeah, well, it's like you say, it's not about memorizing things, right? This is not what maths is about. It's about seeing the patterns in the universe and kind of understanding how things fit together. So,
and I think that's where the maths comes in with these things, where it goes from plain old numeracy, which is doing the calculations and following the route that you know to follow, and then the transition to maths happens when you start to ask, but why?
Yeah, I remember once I was doing an event a number of years ago about kind of a very basic model for how computers work. So we were kind of building logic gates and talking about how computers work. And there was a kid there, and I said, do you know how a computer works? And this little kid said, yeah, you move the mouse and the pointer moves around on the screen. And that was literally the level to which they'd engaged with it. And I think it's the same kind of idea as the difference between owning a car and knowing how to drive a car and knowing how to build a car. Like it's
and
knowing a different level of
how what you do to the car makes it drive as well.
Yeah, exactly. And like you can get, you can spend your whole life just functionally driving a car, and whenever it needs fixing, you can take it to the garage. But if you don't know actually what's going on, then whoever runs the garage might be able to, charge you more or tell you something needs fixing when it doesn't. And in the same way, you can get away functionally with just sort of using maths as a tool to, do your finances or whatever. But this is kind of really peeling it apart and looking inside and seeing what's going on with it. So I really like that. That was very cool. Very, very cool. So thank you very much for joining us. This has been a really nice little half hour of Trick. And I think people in the chat seem to have been having fun with this as well and enjoying this. And there's still some ongoing discussion as to why this might work and what other powers it might also work with and things like that. So that's fantastic.
Brilliant.
That things can go off in other directions as well. So I'm going to say thank you very much to Tom. And
thank you very much for having me.
Watch the rest of the show and tune in and see how it's going. But tune in by 9 o'clock tonight. We'll all be kind of slightly falling over, but hopefully still here. And yeah, fantastic. So I will go on to do my standard pluggy thing. So feel free to disappear.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I will again put up the fantastic show logo, which is going to tell you that this is the 24-hour Maths Magic Show, which you are watching live on YouTube. Here on my channel. I'm so happy that this has been kind of, because this is on my channel, it's really nice to kind of have a bunch of people come watch my channel. We could have done this anywhere, but I'm hoping that there are some people watching who are existing subscribers to my channel. It's really nice if you found it that way. There'll be also people watching who've seen this on Twitter. There'll be people who've watched Mark Watson's show and come to see this, people who've seen Matt Parker's video, and probably other people as well. But you're all absolutely welcome to watch the show, and we are doing a parallel show alongside another show that's happening on Twitch, which is Mark Watson's show, Watsonathon. And if you're interested in watching that, you can head over to watsonathon.com and I'll just drop myself down very slightly. I'll make some words appear up here. So this is the donation link that allows you to donate money to Mark Watson's show. And if you just remove that first bit there that says donate, it should say watsonathon.com. That is where you will find the actual stream for Mark Watson's show. I'm trying to do this while looking where my hands are on the screen. It's quite difficult. So we are ready to welcome our next guest on the show. I think we're a little bit ahead of 7 a.m, but I think our guest is in the room. And I have to say I'm very excited because it's always nice when you're on YouTube to get people who are from YouTube. People who live here already. And we've got a YouTuber that's going to join us for our next trick. Can you please welcome Tom Scott?
Hello there, how are you doing?
Oh my God, it's actual Tom Scott off of YouTube.
See the trouble is
on YouTube.
you said join this 5 minutes early, and I did. And I haven't tweeted this out yet. You're going to have 5 minutes of me doing admin at this point.
Well, fine, that's all right. I can keep chatting if that's helpful. So yeah, so Tom's here, and so you're a YouTuber, I guess. You're a person who does YouTube videos.
Yeah. I always feel more comfortable with a longer description now. Like the one word doesn't seem to sum it up right.
I mean, that in itself is like a million jobs, right? Because people, you're just a person who does YouTube. Yeah, but that means you're a presenter, videographer, filmmaker, producer, director, script writer, I mean, there's all these jobs that are involved in that. And kind of, you've been doing this for a long time on YouTube.
Yeah, about 14 years now, technically. But the regular videos for about 5 or 6, but yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I've seen a whole bunch of your videos. There's so many interesting topics in there. I said at the top of the show, we would have people who are mathematicians and maths adjacent. And I feel like I don't know if you would put yourself in that category.
Now,
you do a lot of computer science stuff, right? You do lots of technological...
I do. I've made one appearance on Numberphile in my time. But I
mean, haven't we all? Everyone's done one Numberphile video, right? Yeah.
I mean, I was never much of a maths student. Like recreational mathematics is one of those things that sounds very fun to me, but which I never really got the hang of.
Well, maths is a thing, this kind of myth that people who do kind of popularization of maths like me we're always trying to sort of make everyone feel really comfortable with maths. But there's a secret that we all don't tell people, which is maths can be really difficult. There's a lot of stuff around it that is, sometimes a bit boring, maybe quite difficult. And the thing that we try to do is to sort of pick out interesting things to share with people. But actually, I think it's the Matt Parker, who apparently is just ubiquitously mentioned in every slot in the show, is what happens, isn't it? Once said that mathematicians are not people who find maths easy, they're people who enjoy the fact that it's difficult. And I think that's the thing, and a lot of people struggle with maths. A lot of people find it difficult or don't necessarily engage with it, and I think it's a shame because there's a lot of fun stuff to be had in there. So I brought along a maths trick to show you, since that feels like a bit more of a sensible combination of things. We just had a comment in the chat.
Let me just give me a moment. I'm just going to tweet out while you're dealing with you deal with the chat. I'm going to actually tell people that this is happening for the next half hour.
Okay, fine. There's someone has pointed out that they've spotted a connection between the two people who are on the show at the moment, which is that we have both been on Only Connect.
Yes, although I suspect
as people who've been on Only Connect, we should have spotted that, right?
I suspect that's true of a lot of people who will be on, because I think they're on season. They're in double-digit numbers of seasons
16, now. I think, is the one that that's just.
So I would be very surprised if we are the only Connect. You know what? Not just the only Connect players. I'd be surprised if we're the only captains on this stream. Like there will be more.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure.
Maybe so. I've not kind of gone through thoroughly. So for anyone who's not aware, this is a UK TV quiz show, which is, I think it's got a reputation as being quite a sort of difficult quiz, I guess. But it's named after a quote from, I think, E.M. Forster about Only Connect something. That's my level, basically. I don't know if anyone's seen, because one of the episodes that I'm on has already gone out, and the next one's going to be out just before Christmas.
Without spoilers, that is a very difficult show, and as someone who's been watching that show for a long time, congratulations, it was a good performance. I'm not saying whether you won or lost. I'm just saying you came out of that acquitting yourself well.
Yeah, well, I think because the way that this tournament's structured, it's double elimination, which I believe was invented by Lewis Carroll.
It's one of those modified double elimination ones where you have to lose twice or lose in the final playoffs, which makes a lot of competition pedants very angry, but which is great for running a series. It's this balance between making the show work and making the competition perfectly fair, which is always a balance when you're doing something for broadcast.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, I guess, because it's done as a sort of tournament in two halves, and you'd end up with two teams that get to the semi-final, get to the final and play against each other. And it's like, is that necessarily the two best teams? Would one of those teams have been beaten by one of the teams that went out earlier? But I'd like to think that sort of double format where you get a second chance if you lose, you just might have been up against a really difficult team, kind of makes it a bit fairer for the show. But anyway, if you haven't seen any of the show, if you're in the UK, it's on BBC iPlayer. If you're elsewhere, I imagine you can probably find, there's certainly clips of Tom's episodes from
there's clips of all of them, I think.
Yeah.
How on earth whoever's uploading every episode of the series is getting away with it, I have no idea.
It's not really clear, but there are quite a few episodes available to watch if you look around for them. So yeah, that's a connection. Good spot, everyone. So as I said, I told you I was going to do a trick. So I've brought along. It's not. I was going to try and find something slightly computery for you, but I think I've brought something that's a bit more sort of general.
You told me to bring some sheets of paper and some scissors. So I have.
Excellent.
If I hold the paper there, it completely ruins the lighting in my shot. I have some A4 paper, and I have just a big camera-friendly pair of scissors. Biggest ones I could find.
Perfect. So I might set you a little challenge with that in a minute. So this is
by the way, before we do the trick thing, because keep them watching. Always front load the conversation. How are you doing? This is our number 10 for you, I think.
Thereabouts, something like that.
Are you hosting the entire 24 hours of it?
I'm not. So
okay.
We've got a rota of presenters. So every hour and a half we switch to a new presenter, although I have been doing bits of behind the scenes stuff. So I was here for the first couple of hours. I then did a bit for Mark Watson's show, which is running at the same time. And because they had think Judge Rinder was on there and just kept talking for like half an hour. So I got pushed back and back
I'm
and back.
shocked.
So I ended up on there about an hour later than I was supposed to be. I did that bit and then I went to sleep and I slept for 3 hours and then I woke up and then I started doing behind the scenes again. So I'm doing okay. I'm going to power through until 9 p.m. tonight. I say, yeah, I can legitimately say tonight now because it's about to be, the sun has come up. That's weird. Okay. That's news. I didn't even notice. Yeah, I'm hoping it'll be okay. We've got a fantastic team behind the scenes. There's people in the chat moderating. I have to say, this is the most wholesome chat moderation I've ever seen. Like 90% of the moderating that's happening is people removing spoilers for puzzles, and the rest is there's a very small amount of people, actually properly moderating. But this is really nice. Yeah, so to reiterate, this is a Maths Magic show, so I'm going to show Tom some interesting mathematical tricks, and this is kind of a piece of maths which I discovered a little while ago. I got really interested in this because I was doing some work which involved cutting out a square. So this was, I had like a square on a piece of paper and I had to cut out a square shape. And just to be clear, this was literally my job. Like this is how my job works, is sometimes it's all about having to cut out some squares. And I needed to cut out the shape, but I didn't want to sort of cut in from one side and then cut round the square, because I didn't just need the bit in the middle intact, I needed the whole intact as well. And I thought, okay, well, I can get my scissors, I could maybe stab a hole in the corner and cut round, but it might look a bit kind of scruffy. So I thought, what if I fold the piece of paper in half like that? So I can do that, I can look through that up to the light. This is a light source in here, there we go. And if I line that up, I now can cut 3 sides of this square, and it will cut out the whole square, right? And this is nice. So I was about to pick up the scissors and I thought, hang on, I can do this more easy. I can make this less work for my scissors, right? So if I fold this again this way, I can line up those 2 edges there. And now, instead of 4 cuts, instead of 3 cuts, it's now 2 cuts. Which is, I assume, as efficient as I can go with this, potentially. But then the small mathematician in the back of my head popped in and said, nope, we can do better than that. So I realised that, I mean, everyone at home is already thinking this, but hopefully somewhere in there is the word diagonal. I'm going to do a diagonal fold like that.
Should I be following along with this, by the way? I'm just.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've got my folded up bit of paper, and if I now do one nice straight cut like that, and unfold this, we'll see that I've cut out the whole square in just one cut, right? And that's impressive. That's an impressive feat. I've just used one cut, and I've also still got my square hole as well. Like this is still there, right?
It's one of those things where, like, as an arts, like doing arts and crafts as a kid, yeah, of course, you fold the paper in half, you cut it out. Never thought of folding it twice. No idea why.
Well, this is the thing. But so the thing that mathematicians often do is just take things to their absolute logical extreme. So having reached the point where I can do one straight cut, I was sort of pleased, right? It's a minor achievement in life. I felt good about myself, and I happened to be going to the pub that evening to meet up with some mathematicians, because that's what I do.
And it's where a lot of good ideas happen.
Yeah, this is where all the best maths happens. And I said, have you seen that you can do this with one cut? Isn't that neat? And I happened to be talking to a mathematician called James Grine, who may be familiar to some people.
I was at the same university.
YouTube.
Different timing, but yeah.
Yeah, may or may not be joining us later on in the show as well. And James said, isn't that a theorem? And I was like, is it? That's really interesting. And it turns out
I can picture James saying, I can hear James saying that in my head. I kind of know the manner in which he.
Yeah, exactly. So he was like, isn't that a theorem? And I couldn't believe this. So I looked it up, and there is a piece of maths, and it's called the fold and cut theorem, and it's basically some mathematicians who've explored what the options are, what the possibilities are for shapes that you can cut out with one straight cut. So if you've got a piece of paper, you're allowed to fold it as much as you like, do as many folds as you want. What possible shapes can you make? And this is kind of an interesting question. So they've done a paper about this. There's a mathematical paper
Can they fold it and then get the result? No, sorry, that was.
That's the question. Yes, it's folding and cutting paper.
I regret that joke.
Paper.
Were this not a
Well,
live stream, I'd have cut that joke out. But
To be honest, if I was really on it, I would have printed a copy of the paper and be using that for all of my folding and cutting. But there are things that you can fold. So I just folded up this piece of paper here that actually kind of turn into a bit of a magic trick. And this is actually a trick that has been done on stage by Harry Houdini, actual magician, which is to say, make a fold in a piece of paper like that. I've just done a bunch of folds in this one, cut that, and you can get a nice 5-pointed star.
Oh, lovely.
Quite a nice little trick, isn't it? Yeah, and there's all
how
kinds
do
of
you,
little
how
stories
do
around
you
this.
work out how to do that?
So that is the question. And in this paper, the mathematicians that did this basically worked out how to come up with a fold pattern for whatever shape you wanted to cut. And it turns out once you've got whatever shape you give me, I can fold it. That's the theorem. Any shape, as long as the edges are all straight lines, any shape can be made with a sufficiently complicated pattern of folds. And there are obviously physical limitations on this because mathematicians are thinking about this in the sort of notional abstract universe where everything is infinitely thin and you can fold paper as many times as you want and this, that, and the other.
Yeah, spherical towels in a vacuum, all that.
Exactly, yeah. So you can, in theory, fold a piece of paper into any, so that one cut will make any shape at all. And I've kind of come up with a little trick around this. So in the paper, they mentioned that there is a person that they had encountered who can fold any letter of the alphabet on demand.
Okay.
I thought that would make a really nice trick. You know, maybe I should learn how to do that. So I've taught myself how to do every single letter of the alphabet. So I'd like you to challenge me. Let's keep it simple. Let's stick to something like a 4-letter word. Now choose carefully. If you want to choose a 4-letter word, and if you want, you can have a think about which letters might be easier or more difficult to do than others. If you want to carefully choose a word.
Yeah, I was. Do you want me to pick? Do you want me to pick easy letters? Do you want me to pick difficult letters?
I don't mind. I can do them all.
Okay. I'm going for one that's. It's got 4 letters, and I think most of these letters should be fairly easy.
Okay. What would you like me to do?
Oh, do you want? You're not going to guess the word.
Tell me that. I'm not going to guess. I'm not at that level of magic. Come on.
Okay. So coat. COAT.
Okay, I will begin folding up bits of paper in order to make the word coat. And in the meantime, I'm going to set you a little challenge.
All right.
Because one of those letters that you've given me to do is the letter T.
Yes.
It's also the first letter of your name and the last 2 letters of your name. So I reckon that it's a nice little puzzle to try and work out how to fold and cut the letter T. So if you want to get your piece of paper, have a go, see if you can figure that one out. And we can see at the end whether you've successfully managed to do that.
I mean, the answer to that is going to be no. Can I get any?
I mean, one thing that might help, this is something that helped me in my early days, was if you sketch out the shape on the paper, you can see the lines and see where you're folding them.
Yes.
So I might just switch to my table cam here so you can see the bits as I've folded them up. That's the 2 bits that I've folded so far. Go on.
So you're cutting a T out. So that's actually fairly. That seems fairly simple. Does it have to be in the center? It has to be in the center of the paper, obviously.
Yeah.
So I mean, in theory, I mean, if I cheat, is this paper square?
It doesn't have to be.
Okay, so I can cheat and move to A4 portrait.
Yeah.
Which means I need to cut out this section here very roughly. And
are you going to make use of the edges of the paper in order to?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Is that cheating? Don't know.
No,
don't
fine.
care.
Yeah, that's fine. You've met the brief.
So it's got to be symmetrical as well. Now, very handily, I use a Sharpie there, which means that you can see just about on the back of the paper what I need to cut out.
Yeah.
I mean, that is cheating, really. Because that's 2 cuts, isn't it? I can't go there and there. That's 2 cuts. So
you're allowed more folds.
I am. How do I fold a bit of the paper out of the way of the scissors?
Well, if you're going to cut off the edge,
diagonal.
Kind of doesn't matter. So you want some kind of diagonal. Can you see the line?
Yes. Hang on. I'm working this out. Because my brain just twigged that the way to avoid having to do a turn is to do a diagonal. Okay. So if I fold down like that.
Okay. The line is
Then-
lying on top of the other line.
I think that, yeah, I mean,
Hopefully.
that was freehand drawing, so it's more like there's sort of 4 lines that are vaguely in the same area, and I make sure that's as close to 45 degrees I can get it freehand. It's about 46 degrees it should do. And
Okay.
I think,
And then one straight cut.
if I do one straight cut down here, I'm really skeptical
Feel
about this.
confidence. Feel confidence in your solution.
Hey, that is, in hindsight, incredibly easy. But now I see what you mean about the whole recreational mathematics thing, because there was this little spark in my head when I went, oh, diagonals, like this tiny little this like elementary school level jump compared to what everyone else on this screen is going to be doing, of going, how do I avoid making the how do I avoid having to turn the scissors? Oh, I can turn the paper with a diagonal fold. That was really nice.
Yeah, that's good.
Now,
So
was
I've
that
got
the
my-
optimal? Was that the optimal solution? Is
So
there a
if-
better way of doing that?
If you're going to do the T out to the edges of the paper, then
Mm-hmm.
that is exactly how you would do it. So you can fold it in half, you've got a nice line of symmetry down the middle, and then you just need to take out that kind of chunk in the corners. So I've got here, in theory, the letters of the word coat.
Okay.
So we'll see if I've been successful here. So I'm going to cut each of these one straight cut down there. So that's one cut there. That one is the letter O, hopefully. And no, that's okay. There's a hole in an O, so there's supposed to be an extra bit. Good. This one hopefully should be an A if I've done that one right. And that one should be a T.
Good nail polish.
Thank you. I knew I was going to be putting my hands under a camera for 24 hours, so I thought I would make the effort. Okay, so that is the letter C.
Yes,
there.
it is.
So that hopefully visible on there. Yeah, fine. And that's, that's sort of straightforward-ish. O, I've gone, because obviously we're only allowed straight lines here, I've done slightly square on the O, so that's what
fair.
the O
That's
looks like.
All typographical.
And also you can do things with a hole in. Like if your shape, as long as all the edges are straight, even if it's got a hole in the middle, you can still do it with one cut because you just kind of fold the other cut that you need to do onto the same place. That is an A there. Hopefully, yep, that looks like it's worked. And then this is my letter T, which is now made a lot less impressive by the fact that you've just successfully
Well, you
done
say
the letter
that.
T over
There's,
there. But
yours
thing
is
that
a
I've
little bit
got-
better there.
the thing that I've got that you don't necessarily have is this other bit of paper, which has got in it a hole in the shape of the letter T.
That's
You
nice.
literally just cut along the edges of the shape that you're interested in. So yeah, it's a mathematical theorem. There's a proof of this which says any shape is possible theoretically as long as you can do enough folds. Even if it's got more than one bit to it or it's got holes in it or anything like that, you can do that. And the way that you prove a piece of maths like that, because you sort of think, how do you even start to prove that? Is what's called a constructive proof. So the idea is, if the statement you're trying to prove is this is possible, then all I need to do is give you instructions for how to do it in any kind of situation. So if I give you give me a shape and I can tell you what the fold pattern would be for that, that proves that it's always going to be possible because my method will always work. And I say my method, it's not my method at all. So this is, for these ones, I've worked out how to do these. I spent like 6 hours in a hotel room in Exeter just folding bits of paper. Came out of the room confident that I could do the
Have
whole
you
alphabet.
memorized all the patterns?
Yeah, I've got them all in there. They're all in there. Every time I do this, I have to spend about half an hour beforehand practicing S and R because they're the really difficult ones.
I did wonder whether I should put in one letter that was particularly tricky.
Yeah, I mean, I'll fold an S while I'm talking just so
Yeah.
that you can see how that
Yeah.
all works. But yeah, the method that they've got is it's sort of a computational thing. So you get the shape and you look at where all the lines are. You look at where the angles are between lines that join. And there's a couple of different ways of doing it. One of them is called the straight skeleton method, which involves drawing sort of bisectors of all the lines everywhere and finding the halfway points between the corners and things like that. And there's another one where you put a circle at each corner and then let the circles all get bigger at the same time until they touch, and that tells you the points where you need to put the folds through the lines. But it's a lot of kind of folding halfway through an angle so that the line goes on top of the other line, or folding halfway along the line so that the line folds back onto itself. So lots of diagonals and lots of lining bits up so that they're correct. So that is
Right.
hopefully my S.
Oh, that just looks
That
like
one
a
there.
regular trapezoid.
No,
Yeah.
I know they fall down really small. And if that has worked,
Trapezoid? I just realised I've never
Yeah,
said that out loud
trapezium.
since I was in about
yeah,
11th grade.
S.
Hey!
Yeah. So now because someone has pointed out in the chat that the letter T is fully 1/3 of your name. So now you've got another one. You're getting closer. We've got a C and an O. So in fact, we've done all of it now. So I'll put that back on the. There you go, Tom Scott. There you go. Oh, we just need an M, don't we, for the other one? And N is quite nice because it's got like lots of nice symmetry as well. But yeah, essentially, once you've got this construction method, it's a machine, and you can feed in a thing, and it'll give you out a thing. So the mathematician that did this was a group of them that I think are all related because they all have the same surname. It's like a father and son and brother group called Eric Demain. In America, and Eric Demain has a really nice website where he's put loads of like printable PDFs of fold patterns that you fold it up and you cut it and it's a turtle or this, that, and the other. And they
So the lines don't have to be vertical or horizontal, presumably.
No,
'cause
you can do
know the
diagonals
sky,
as well.
just-
Yeah, you can do. Yeah, you can basically do any shape at all. I'll just quickly fold the letter D while I'm talking because that's one of my favorite ones that has diagonal lines in it for the alphabet. But yeah, they talked to me because they heard that I did the letters of the alphabet, and they were like, "Oh, we should do a font." This is one of Eric's hobbies, is putting together fonts. So he's done all kinds of different fonts. It's like a juggling font where you juggle each letter of the alphabet and stuff like this. And he said, I want to do a fold and cut font. So he's asked me what my fold patterns are for that. And in fact, a couple of months after I started doing this, like I prepped all of this stuff and did this demo for a show. And I got an email from someone that said, oh, really great work on the demo that we saw you do. And I found the PDF that you used for the alphabet. And I said, what PDF? And they'd found someone had already worked out all the fold patterns for all the letters of the alphabet and put the PDF out on the internet. So, that's what I send people now if anyone asks me any serious questions about this. But that is, fingers crossed. There we go. Oh, I've just got a tiny little bit where I've missed. But anyway, that's how it looks when I do the letter D. So that one's, I've just slightly missed there, but otherwise that's got kind of diagonal corners in there, and it's just whatever the angle you want, the fold has to go halfway between. But yeah, and this is one of my favorite puzzles to give people, like, how do you fold this shape? How do you fold a square with a square hole in the middle? How do you fold a square with a diagonal square hole in the middle? That's much harder.
I was going to say square with a hole in the middle. I think I can. I think I can work that. Square.
It's a nice sort of, that's the nice sort of next step on from like hole shapes. A simple thing with a simple hole in the middle is the next step, and then from there you can build more and more complicated things. The most complicated thing I've ever done with this was I did a full-size silhouette of myself. So I managed to, I took a photo and got the shape of me kind of standing against the wall, and then scaled it up to my actual height. And then I got a big paper tablecloth, folded it up. I did all the folding beforehand, but then I came on stage with this folded up bit of paper, and I just got the scissors and made one massive cut all the way across the whole thing and opened out this full-size paper speckles, which was quite a fun little demo over on the stage. I've still got a couple of folded up paper speckles in the cupboard just in case anyone needs me to do that again. So I made like 3 backup ones just in case it didn't work, obviously.
So square with a square hole in the middle is pretty obviously you do 2 folds and you cut that.
Yeah.
Square with a diagonal hole in the middle.
Yeah.
All right. So this is where I look. This is going to be such a simple trick that I'm just not going to be able to work out. So it's got to be square. So it's got to be 4 fold symmetry. Is that the right term?
Yeah. Yeah.
I shouldn't have to fold this whole thing again because I'm going to end up with an octagon, whatever happens. I think.
Yeah, you only need the 2 folds to get the square shape. Yeah.
So it's got to be the angle I do the cut at, surely. But what if? No, because that's the I'm not great at working through my process in my head here, because the solutions I keep coming up with are, that's fine, just turn halfway. No, not an option. It's got to be one straight line.
So like if you want to, like I'm trying to kind of work this out for myself here. I'm going to just find a Sharpie because I've got some Sharpies somewhere I can make this a bit more visible. So the thing that I'm thinking is I've got a red bit of paper. So if I want a square, I've folded that in quarters and I know that that's going to give me a square, and the sort of diagonal fold there.
I should cheat by drawing a line on here, shouldn't I?
Yeah, but if I want a diagonal hole in the middle, that is going to look like that, right? So the diagonal hole is going to be made up of 4 quarters.
Yeah, it's going to look like that. No, that's not diagonal. That's not diagonal.
That's the regular square. You want
That's
the
the
diagonal
regular
hole.
one. So let's do a dotted line here. So I need to cut out. It's a little harder to see there, but the dotted
that kind of thing. Yeah.
All right. So if I fold this back up,
so I can fold this diagonally and get the simplest possible thing, and I've now just got 2 lines that I need to cut at the same
so
time.
I was wrong when I said I needed to do that. If I folded again, I'd need an octagon. I'd have to create an octagon. If I fold again,
yes,
this just becomes.
Yeah, it depends the angle that you cut at, because if you cut that line but at an angle, you would get an octagon. But if you cut it perpendicular to that fold, you'll get a diagonal hole in the middle.
So my intuition was completely wrong about that.
Well, it was, you know, this is why these things are difficult. It's kind of visualizing stuff before you can actually see it, but making the actual thing really helps.
But you put the dots on there, showing where you should cut, and it suddenly becomes a lot easier. I suspect that gets a lot more difficult when you have to think more than one fold ahead about where you're going to put things.
Yeah, there was a lot of, for giant paper steckles, there was a lot of folding and unfolding again, and I'll have to do this bit first, and then I'll put that bit on there, and then, because if I do that first, I'll just cut across it, and then I'll end up cutting that bit off, so, and that, you know, that's just painful. So if you want to cut the outside edge and the inside edge at the same time, there'll be a fold somewhere between those two that will
back
put
on itself.
That line on itself, like that. And then scissors have vanished. And then that straight cut there, hopefully, that's there. And there is meant to be a hole in the middle, so the fact that I've got an extra bit there is fine. And then I unfold that, and that should have done both outside cut and inside cut in the same cut.
Right.
So
yeah, I was nowhere near that. I was a long way off that.
Well, this is, you know, I mean, I've been doing this for a while now. I'm the expert at folding and cutting, and I have done a number file video about the fold and cut theorem. If anyone's interested in watching, I went to see Brady, and he said, "Oh, you can do any letter of the alphabet, can you?" And I said, "Yeah. What would you like me to do?" And I could do Brady, or I could do the word number file.
He's going to give you something like the Norwegian /O, or like or like a diacritic above a letter or something like that.
What he actually said was, just do them all. Just do the whole alphabet. And I think his exact words were, "This is the most Australian thing anyone's ever said. If you're going to be a bear, be a grizzly." Which is quite a Brady thing to say. But he said, just do the whole alphabet. And he filmed the whole thing, and we put it on as a time lapse in the video, so you can watch me kind of mentally struggling through this entire alphabet one letter at a time. And yeah, so that's gone in the number file video. So if anyone's seen that, that's me kind of chatting through the maths behind this as well. But it is genuinely one of my favorite puzzles to kind of pick a shape and go, how would I fold this and cut this? And hopefully you've had a bit of fun with that and twisted your brain around in some slightly interesting ways.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very much on the baby steps version of this, but yeah, there was that moment of insight where my brain just went, oh, and I get why recreational maths is a thing, because when you solve the puzzle, it's lovely.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just recreational maths as well. Like, a lot of this is about sort of nice puzzles that are kind of low-level accessible things, but you know, research mathematicians are effectively just solving quite complicated puzzles. And you know, the way that people do research maths is they spend 90% of the time bashing their head against a wall, and then every so often they just have this brilliant moment of, oh yeah, that's how it works, excellent, and then they can make some progress, and that's how it happens. So I'm glad that you've had a moment of insight and clarity and seen that for yourself. That you've got a sense of how that works, maybe from the inside. Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you very much. You should do the charity plug while
I'll do the charity plug thing. Yeah, I can do that. So I will pop my interstitial video on, since that's the standard thing that happens when I talk about the show. So you're watching the 24-hour Maths Magic Show, which is live on YouTube, and we are supporting charities at the same time as Mark Watson's show. So Mark Watson's show, Watsonathon, which started at 9 o'clock last night, just like we did, is also running all the way through. And if I just duck down very slightly, this is the problem with this hat. You see, I can't have the hat on, and but you know, I've got to have the hat on for magic. But this is the donation link, so you can head there, donate some interesting mathematical number of pounds, like a prime number or something, preferably an odd prime number. And that was a maths joke.
I got it. That was good.
It's good. It's a good joke.
Solid.
Yeah. And stick some money on there if you have not already, because that is partly the reason why we're all here. But hopefully this is going to produce a nice, fun bunch of videos that people can watch back afterwards as well. But yeah, thank you so much for coming. And
thank you very much for having me.
Is there anything you want to plug quickly before you disappear?
I'm all good.
I think we've linked to your YouTube channel in the stream. If you've not seen any of Tom's videos, absolutely fantastic YouTube channel, and like stuff around technology and just interesting things, just like the way the universe works, and you really dig into stuff like that. So someone in the chat has suggested someone should donate Graham's number. Which is also a maths joke. Yeah, I mean, please do if you can. I don't think that amount of money exists in the universe.
I was going to say that's.
You know, do like the first few digits of Graham's number. Right? If you figure out what they are, go and figure out what they are. Come back, and then donate that much, or just make something up. It will be fine. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you so much. Best of luck with the remaining 14 hours of the show. 13 and a half hours. Give our best to James Grime when he's on. I haven't talked to him in far too long.
That's going to be at some point in the next several hours. We're not giving away too much about when people are on, but I would say if you are maybe having your dinner, that might be a time to see if Tom Scott is, to see if James Grime is around. Tom Scott won't be around at that time.
No, I'm gone.
He'll probably be having his dinner. If I'm honest, that's probably what you'll be doing. All right. Thank you so much.
Good to see you. Thank you, everyone. Good luck. Okay,
fantastic. So thank you for watching the 24-hour Maths Magic Show. It's still going on. It is now the end of my hour and a half. I'm going to go off and get what I'm referring to in my mind as breakfast 2, because that's how this day is going. I had this brilliant moment at 3 a.m. when I was kind of on the behind the scenes, just eating my toast and thinking, yeah, I'm having toast at 3 a.m. This is perfectly normal. But I'm going to pass on to our next host, who may or may not be in the room yet. I think they are. I'm going to pass on to Chris. Hello.
Hello, Katie. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm good. I'm enjoying very much that you've hand-drawn the logo behind you. That is.
Yeah, we have gone low tech here. Absolutely. It's one less thing that can go wrong.
Right. So you're not going to be doing the animation, but I think that's better. If anything, that's better than the animation.
I could move around and show that. Is that like an animation?
That's pretty much an animation. Yeah, fantastic. All right, I'm going to leave you to it. Have a fantastic hour and a half. You've got some great guests coming up, and I will be on again later on in the show, it turns out. I can't go to bed yet. All right, take care.
Right, cheers, Katie. Hello, folks. Yeah, I'm Chris Smith, and looking forward to being your host for the next hour and a half on this 24-hour Maths Magic Show. Remember, it is connected with running in tandem with the Watsonathon, and we would be delighted if we're glad you're here, but if you'd like to donate, there are a couple of charities that have been supported, people who to support people who are finding it tough just now, people in low income jobs, and also performers who can't get out and do their thing during COVID. I'm absolutely delighted with the guest that I get to introduce just now. We're going to have on Sydney Weaver, and Sydney Weaver is not a one-time gold medalist, not a two-time gold medalist, not a three-time gold medalist, not a four-time gold medalist, not a five-time gold medalist. She hasn't got 6 gold medals, not 7 gold medals, or 8 gold medals. This is Sydney Weaver, and she's a 9-time gold medalist professional speed cuber. And I don't know, I think that's pretty amazing. And when I first found out that Sydney was going to be on during my slot, I thought, wait a minute, this is, if you win 9 gold medals, you must be about 40 or 50, and then she's ridiculously young. Sydney has been done all this, and she's she's just a kid, but great to see Sydney. She loves the Rubik's Cube, and she loves using the Rubik's Cube to teach folk about maths. And so we are in for a treat. Welcome, Sydney.
Hi, Chris. Thank you for that lovely introduction, counting up all the medals. Makes it feel a lot grander than it is. But over the course of the next 30 minutes or so, I want to show you all some cool Rubik's Cube tricks, maybe teach you a little bit and try to answer as many questions as possible about the cube, because I think it's a really great community and hobby to get into, and a good way to learn math. So I'm going to start by just mixing up my cube here, and I'd like to see if anybody wants to start putting in the chat guesses as to how fast I'll solve it. This is always fun to do. And Chris,
I have bigged you up a wee bit, so they're maybe going to be guessing like 30 milliseconds and stuff like that. But yeah, be realistic, folks.
And Chris, if you'd like, you can get a timer ready. If not, I do have one ready.
Yep,
that's a cube, not a timer.
Yes, I am. I thought I was one step ahead, but I was one step behind. Right, okay. I have got a stopwatch.
All right. Well, I will go when you say go. How's that sound?
I think that's great. Well, I'll give you a 3, 2, 1.
Go for it.
3, 2, 1. Start solving. Nearly there, I can see it. Wow, wow, wow. Now, I actually got a wee bit mesmerised watching you turn it round to prove it was already done. I've got it as under 15 seconds. I think it was probably closer to about 12. I was sort of wowed for a couple of seconds there. That's amazing. Wow.
Thank you. So that's going to be just the one of many solves that I'll show you. I have a variety of puzzles here that I'd be happy to show you. But first, I wanted to show a little bit about, kind of how SpeedCuber's mind thinks to kind of give you an idea of where you might want to start. And if any of you have a Rubik's Cube at home, I recommend you pick it up now, mix it up, and we're going to learn maybe kind of the first step to solving the cube. And maybe I'll sprinkle some more in later. So whenever we're solving it, we're not just looking at it and saying, oh, I know this entire solution. That would be a little bit challenging to do. So instead, what we're going to do is look at 4 pieces. And we're going to build something called a cross. So I'll show you a cross real quick. This is what a cross would look like.
Okay.
And all you're going to do is focus on one piece at a time and say, I want to solve this piece. So Chris, if you want to try to follow along, that'd be awesome.
Oh my goodness.
So just find one edge piece, one with 2 stickers, and say that you want to solve it. So mine, for example, here is orange and white. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swivel this over to the orange and then swivel it down to the white. And mind you, folks, this is just a crash course on how to go about solving the cube. This is not an in-depth tutorial. And then, just go ahead and find another piece. This one would actually be very easy, for instance, because it's already lined up with the green, and then we can line it up with the white. And then this last one here. So that's all I'll show you for right now in terms of how to solve it, because I'd like to continue showing you some cool tricks. First, I'd like to see, what would the chat prefer to see solved? A 12-sided Rubik's Cube or a 5x5 Rubik's Cube? I'd like to give people what they want. And I'm trying to look at the chat here, which is why I'm looking to the side. I know we're on a bit of a delay. 5x5, someone said. 5x5, okay. Usually people want the Megaminx. I suppose I can do the 12-sided, okay. The dodecahedron. All right, I'll go ahead and do the Megaminx first. And just to avoid keeping people, bored while I solve, Chris, if you want to, start conversation, because I can talk while I solve, that would be great. So
amazing. Be honest, Sydney. Were you, as someone who loves cubes, were you a wee bit annoyed when you had 8 gold medals? Now that's a cube number. Getting to 9 is a wee bit annoying. You're going to have to go all the way up to 27 before you can stop. You can't stop at 9.
I never thought of that, but now I will never get that out of my mind. So I'm going to go ahead and start this solve. I have my own timer going. And yeah, Chris, we can just, make some small talk while I solve this.
The other thing that I don't want to judge anyone in the chat for putting 5x5, but that surely it's 5x5x5. I think is it easy to solve a 2-dimensional Rubik's square? Is that like those wee games you used to get where you have to slide the numbers around to get them in a certain order. Do you know the ones
you
I
mean a 15 puzzle?
Yeah.
Well, funnily enough, the 15 puzzle actually carries a lot of the same theories that a Rubik's Cube does, except, well, obviously the cube is three-dimensional, but
Yeah.
you can learn a lot about even parity from the 15 puzzle.
There you go. See, that's great. And the other thing that I'm sure from having some students in my class over the years who were keen Rubik's Cube solvers, I seem to remember them saying that there was quite a difference in the solving method or how things work if you had a 3x3x3 compared to odds and evens, basically. Like, is a 4x4x4 possible? Is it really tough? Is there something about the difference between the odd and even sides?
So when it comes to even cubes, and I'll just go ahead and show my timer for this. When it comes to the even cubes, you have the ability to encounter parity, both odd parity, basically saying that it's a position that you wouldn't normally encounter on a 3x3, and it requires a very lengthy algorithm. But once you learn how to solve the 4x4, any size cube becomes trivial. It's doing exactly the same thing. It just takes a lot longer. So I do have a few other tricks lined up. Let's see here. I'm just trying to decide what to do. I guess I'll go ahead and, fill a little bit of time with a one-handed solve, since I've already got this cube mixed up. Now, I'd like to ask people, how long would you think, since I will be holding one hand behind my back, that it would take to solve this cube? And Chris, this might be a good time to bring up what we were talking about before.
Yeah, this is, I was amazed and sort of inspired by the story that I heard about Sydney, because when you were really young, you were diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. Oh, I'm going to start this off.
And so,
yes.
So this is amazing. Sydney has this physical condition, which should absolutely mean that a one-handed solve is absolutely nightmarish. But Sydney has been able to sort of partially use the Rubik's Cube, is that right? To sort of help overcome. Oh my goodness. I wasn't timing that. Did you time it?
Yes, I did. 19.81 seconds.
A one-handed solve, folks. 19 seconds. That's amazing. Tell us a wee bit about your condition, Sydney, and how the Rubik's Cube has either helped you overcome that, or maybe hindered you. Do you think you'd be able to do a 3-second cube if it wasn't for that? Tell us a wee bit about you.
Yes, so I will solve this while doing that. I want to keep people entertained. So yes, when I was 2 years old, I was diagnosed with arthritis, and the prognosis was that I shouldn't even be able to walk by the age of 16. And here I am at the age of 23 and having, full use of my hands. I started solving the Rubik's Cube around the age of 14. And it, was kind of like a bit of a therapy because of the slow progression that you take in how you turn the cube. And I was so passionate about it that I wanted to get better, and it in turn improved my hands. I had always struggled with, anything like that was tactile, like playing an instrument or even using silverware, as funny as that sounds. But the cube, I just loved it so much that it was worth, learning how to overcome that.
Wow. And yeah, that is amazing. And do you find that how your dexterity through doing the cube has led to you? Do you play any instruments? No,
I do not. No, I am completely tone deaf.
Well, and I'm sure I'm not the only person who's admiring your waistcoat today, Sydney. That is something special. It's not even, and for those of you who haven't seen Sydney before, it's not even her most Rubik's Cube. Most themed Rubik's Cube outfit. She's got a full suit, which is a glorious thing to witness. And I'm sure people will be asking about that in the chat. Oh wow! I mean, that's amazing. It's really phenomenal. And I also think I'm struggling just to keep going with the chat and watching you, and you're actually solving this while having a conversation. I did imagine that I would be standing doing this in silence because I didn't want to distract you, but it's brilliant that you're able to just keep this going. I did see a picture of you on with a large America's Got Talent background. So did you take the Rubik's Cube onto the show?
Yes, so I'll talk a little bit about that. By the way, I saw someone request I do a super flip, so I did a super flip while we were talking.
So that's a technical
that was
term.
A Lampshade asked for that, so that's for you out there. So yes, I had auditioned for America's Got Talent. I didn't end up getting to the live auditions. However, I did appear for about 2 seconds on the show in my full suit. That was at the, not the live auditions, just in front of the producers, and that was a lot of fun. And I was planning to go back this year, but then, COVID kind of happened. So maybe next year I'll be able to take advantage of that.
And did you focus on entirely the speed cubing element, or did you manage to sneak in a wee bit of maths?
So it was completely speed cubing. I actually did a trick where I was blindfolded and I made the words AGT appear on a set of cubes.
Nice.
And I'm not sure why I didn't make it, but that's totally okay. Maybe it just didn't fit their metric. But I thought I came up with a unique enough trick.
Yeah, that does sound amazing. Maybe that's what you need to do for the next time you audition. Add in some maths. That's what the show has been missing all these years. Maybe they're looking for someone who does the mathematical part of it as well. So what's your job, Sydney? What do you do for a living?
So I actually, solve and teach Rubik's Cubes for a living. To be a little bit more specific, I do a lot of math outreach programs, and I try to use it as an interesting tool to teach people math. Also, I'll go ahead and start another trick while we're chatting. This one, I'm not sure how it's going to go. So I have here a solved cube, and what I want is someone, I'm going to try to put a random letter on this cube. It can be, the first letter of somebody's name, if they want to put it in the chat, and we'll see how that goes.
Wow.
So I've got to figure out the pattern live.
There was a wee bit of letter creation in the last half-hour segment between Katie and Tom. So this is a nice wee theme being continued. Nicely done, Sydney. We're 30 seconds behind in the chat, the YouTube chat. So that's why we're just filling the time while we wait. Well, we've got a letter. Sebastian would quite like a Y. Is that doable?
That should be doable. Let me see here. All right.
Well done, Sebastian. You were the first letter in, and now we're going to get almost the whole alphabet. We're wanting an A and a G and an R and an H. I suppose if we had another hour, I could probably ask you to put each of these letters on opposite faces. That's Jings. No, but now we're even getting Greek letters. Somebody's wanting pi. I'm with you, Daniel Hodgkin.
All right, well, that's a bit much.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm really not sure how this trick is going to go. But back to what I do for a living as I'm trying to figure this out. Yes, so I work at a whole bunch of, sort of math outreach programs. I also facilitate my own events online, which you can find information about them on my website, which I'm sure someone moderator would be happy to put in the chat. The public events I run are free as of right now, which is good. And then I also host some private lessons as well, if you're interested in that. Let's see. I really wish someone hadn't chose Y. I really don't know how to do this one offhand. So thank you to Sebastian for giving me a challenge.
Well, this is going to be impressive if you pull this one out the bag. And we've still got plenty of time. While we're doing that, I will remind people that this is part of What's On-a-thon. Mark Watson's 24-hour comedy show is running in parallel to this, and so during the day, you can sort of jump between. You can be fully entertained with hilarious and witty content, or you can go along to the What's On-a-thon comedy version. So how are you getting on there, Sydney?
Not so well, but we can continue with conversation. I was hoping someone would do an easy letter like T or something, but that's totally fine. I need a good challenge. It's also very early here, so I am trying to stay awake as I'm doing this.
So what time is it where you are, Sydney?
3:45 in the morning.
Now this is commitment. We're doing a whole 24 hours. You could have picked a time that was convenient to you and wildly out of sync with us. But I'm impressed. Thank you very much for being with us and for taking on this challenge. This is I guess if we're just talking about some people in the chat are saying Sebastian.
All right, there we go.
Oh my goodness. Whoa.
I apologize. That took way longer than it should have, but I
No,
did
that's
manage to
still,
get it.
that's still great. And so is it just the way that I'm seeing that, or are the outside, are the perimeter cubes or sections larger than the inner ones in this cube that you're showing?
Yes, so that's actually a really good question. So when it comes to the bigger n by n by n puzzles, it is very challenging to make it perfectly cubic. And a 9 by 9 is actually a really good demonstration of that. I'm not going to do a solve. That would take the rest of this entire show.
Yeah.
You see how they're much
it actually
bigger?
looks a wee bit like Mondrian art. Like, if you've seen it, doesn't it?
Yeah, a bit, and it has to do with the stability of it. I have to say I don't understand cube mechanics quite as well as I should. I just know that there's only been a handful of perfectly cubic puzzles made like that, and it's difficult. And it's mainly because there are pieces hidden within. A 4x4 would be a good way to show that. So a 4x4 actually just has the 5x5 edges hidden on the inside. So you might be able to see that kind of there. Yep. Just barely, and that's kind of what makes it possible to function. And also something to do with the corner stocks. That's a really bad explanation as to why it needs to be that way, but that's the best I can give right now.
That was, I just threw that one at you. You didn't know that was coming. How many Rubik's Cubes have you dismantled over the years, Sydney?
Oh, can you
intentionally? Intentionally.
Okay, intentionally. That's so there's one puzzle that I really don't like, and it's called Scube. I have one somewhere around here. I destroyed one, and the video is still on my YouTube channel because I just didn't like it. It's actually a really simple puzzle, but it just wasn't for me.
Yeah, and do these things, especially if you're going at high speed, does a speed cube wear out? Like, how long will you be able to use one of your cubes for before you need to reinvest in a new one?
So for me personally, I wear through them incredibly quickly, and it's due to my poor turning style, but that's, kind of links back to the arthritis. I have probably, since I've started cubing like 8 years ago, gone through like 24x4s, which is ridiculous for most people. And I once, so Chris, can you tell me how many centerpieces this cube would have? And I have a reason for asking this.
So we're taking,
so 1, 2, 3, 4 on 6 sides.
Okay.
What would that come out to?
So the center, are we looking at 8?
No, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4 on each face, so 4 times 6.
Oh, right, okay. I thought you meant the middle of the cube, in the center of the cube.
No.
Right, so, got you.
The reason that I ask is because I have broken on a single 4x4 26 centers, and you'd be like, how is that possible? Because there are only 24 centers. Well, I bought an entire other cube to replace the centers because I preferred the core to the one cube. And yeah, I broke so many of them. And you can break just a tiny piece of a cube and make it unfunctional.
Yeah.
So do we have any good questions in the chat?
Someone said solve a 1 by 1 by 1 cube. Which, yeah, okay. We have shared your website. Eliane, one of our techs, has shared your sirwaffle.com, and we did have a chat about that. Is it harder to scramble than any other cube? Oh, what about the scrambling process? Like, is that like if you're in a competition or whatever? How does that scrambling process take place? Is it a certain number of twists that you must have for it to be scrambled? What is the definition of a scrambled cube?
So previously, it used to be a minimum number of moves done, and that still stays true for bigger puzzles, such as the 7x7 is minimum 100 moves, the Megaminx minimum 80 moves. But now it uses something called random state, and random state ensures, and I could be wrong, it's misquoting this slightly, that it can't be solved in a fewer amount of moves. I think it's fewer than 13. That might be way wrong, but the point is that it ensures that it's more random and that you're not going to get a scramble that's just like this, one move away. Yeah. I have here pulled up on my phone on a speed cubing timer a scramble that you might get to practice by yourself.
Okay.
And you just follow these sequences of moves.
Right.
Each face is represented by a letter, and you just kind of follow it from there. In a competition setting, you turn in your cube, it goes to a scramble table, the scrambler mixes it up, it goes into a box, and it's brought to you, and you get to look at it for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
But scrambles are kept very secretive, especially over the past few years.
So there's a few questions. Some of them might be just quick fire questions. So for example, how long have you been solving, Sydney?
For 8.5 years.
And how did you learn to reduce your time to be so low?
Honestly, a lot of practice. Practicing correctly is really the major part of it, not just, autopiloting and doing solves. It's actually analyzing where you can improve.
Yeah. Do speedcubers work with robot solvers?
So I know a few computer scientist speedcubers who have maybe programmed some robots or some computer solvers, but I wouldn't say in general speedcubers work with robots.
Yeah. Okay. Great. This has been excellent. Is there anything else you wanted to share with us or point people towards? Plug of your. I think it's amazing that you could actually do this sort of one-to-one tutoring or coaching of learning how to do the Rubik's. But how do people find more out about you, Sydney? And is there anything else you want to share just before we wrap up this section?
So I did have one last trick, and it's going to be a blindfolded solve.
Oh yeah, we need that. We need that.
All right, so for this, I'm going to remove my headphones. I can talk while doing it, but I want to increase my chances for success. It should only take about a minute. Chris, you can feel free to talk once I've removed my headphones.
Yeah.
So I have a cube, and I would go ahead and be honest and say I pre-memorized this before the show just to increase chances of success, but it is still a random scramble.
Okay.
And normally I could do it from any scramble, but at 3:30 in the morning, that's just not going to happen. All right, so I'm going to pop off my headphones, and also don't mock me. I don't know where my blindfold is, so I'm going to be using a hat.
So Sydney is,
So first, I'm just going to review the scramble one last time before I start, and then I will don my blindfold hat and begin solving. So let's see here.
Okay, so the hat is on, folks. I don't know if I'm really equipped to do this commentary for Rubik's Cube. I don't think I'd get the gig at the Rubik's Cube solving championships, but here we go. Look at this. I can't even see the thing. And that's amazing. Oh, a slight pause. Is she crumbling under the pressure of all these people in the live stream? She does look like you. I like how you can sort of see the sort of ripple effect. You begin to see like, oh, there's more blues. This is looking promising. And then all of a sudden it disappears. Oh wow. This is not a straightforward solve, is it? If I was going to be doing this, I'd have rigged it. Oh my goodness. This looks like we're heading in the right direction. Well done. Well done, Sydney.
I made a minor mistake.
Yeah,
but that's okay. I think
I think we can all see where that was headed, and that was yeah. So was that a memory issue? Was that a twist? Was that a mechanical issue? What do you think meant that you had one out of place on each face because the rest was perfect?
So I realized midway through the solve. So basically, when you're looking to blind solve, you're memorizing pairs of letters. I realized that I got two of my pairs mixed up. I tried to correct the mistake, but I didn't do it the right way, and that's where I got this minor error because I can see it relates to the exact letters I had to memorize.
That is amazing that you can identify that problem straight away, and that you probably suspected it before you took off your hat. Even
pretty much.
Listen. Unless there's anything else you want to give us, one last plug. Where do people find out about you? And go for it.
But my website would be the best place because it has a link to all my social media. Also, I know this didn't include as much math as you probably were expecting, but I just want to say if you learn the Rubik's Cube, you will learn math. You don't need math to solve it, but you will learn math if you do solve it. So I can't emphasize that point enough. But yeah, if you check out my website, I have links to my YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all that good stuff. Never hesitate to reach out to me for any cubing questions or anything like that.
Brilliant. Right, listen, Sydney, thank you very much for staying up to ridiculous o'clock to do this. Thank you for showing us blindfolded tricks, speed tricks, enormous cubes. It's been fascinating, and it really is inspiring that you have overcome all of these issues with your health. partially through this passion that you have for cubing, and I'm sure that people could learn loads from you. So thank you very much, and it's been lovely to chat with you today.
All right, thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Okay, wow. So I don't know about you, but I thought that was brilliant, and this has been an excellent start to my little slot here. This is the breakfast show on the 24-hour Maths Magic Show. We are taking you up to the halfway point, and so we were, by the time I'm finished my hosting session, we will be halfway through the 12-hour Maths Magic Show, and I will remind you that this is running in connection with Mark Watson's incredible 24-hour Watsonathon, a comedy show running for 24 hours. And that seems just, incredible. And that all of this has come together is equally insane. But here we are doing this. And remember, it's absolutely free. You do not need to pay, but if you're able to support either of the two charities that are benefiting from the 24-hour Maths Magic Show, then please do that. They support people who will, particularly during COVID times, find life a wee bit of a financial struggle, and so please donate if you can. But my next guest is Tony Mann, and Tony is a university lecturer. He loves mathematical games, puzzles. I think he's a wee bit of a maths history expert, and we're going to find out loads, I'm sure, over the next half hour. And he's going to take us back in history to a time when he was at primary school for his first trick, I think. Is that right, Tony?
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much for having me on the show. I don't think my primary school days has been quite that historical, but
compared to our last guest, Sydney, I think you and I have definitely got more grey hair than she will have for many years to come.
Indeed, I'm not sure it's a good comparison to make with Sydney, because she had that wonderful Rubik's Cube waistcoat, and all I've got is this tie, which is
Oh, I would say that's pretty good, Tony. I've got a
picture most of the time.
I've got a t-shirt that says "Trig or Treat." Trig or Treat. It's a sort of Halloween massy one. And Tony, if you go onto Tony's website, I have to say Tony's got a t-shirt on there which is just first time you see it, you'll love it. If you're a pedant, if you're a mathematician, I'm sure it will appeal to lots of people. But no spoilers there. But loving the tie, Tony. And would you like to tell us? Do you want to tell us a wee bit more about yourself before you get into the trick?
Yes. Well, I work at the University of Greenwich. I'm very lucky to work in a university with a very diverse community and some outstanding math students. And I should also just like to say I'm very lucky to be in a job where I've been able to work reasonably normally during lockdown. Possibly working harder than normal, but certainly, my income hasn't been affected, and that's why I think the charities we're supporting here are so important, because I'm very lucky. Many people haven't been so lucky, and these charities are wonderful causes, and I hope that viewers, if they're able to, will support them.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Tony. What does it actually look like? I'm a secondary school teacher, and before the summer we were doing everything remotely, and that wasn't my favourite thing. I'll admit I found that quite frustrating. And so even though there are concerns about being in school and being in a classroom with 30 students, I'm absolutely thriving on that interaction and the live communication of maths in the classroom. I'm delighted to be back like that. What's it been like for you in that sense?
I'm missing that. I mean, all of our lectures are online, and pre-recorded. Most of my classes at the university would involve looking over people's shoulders at computer screens, which I can't do. So I'm really not at the university very much at the moment, and I miss that. I'm spending a lot of time talking to a screen full of images with microphones off and cameras off, and only the chat window persuades me people are actually following, but they are.
Yeah.
But I think it's hard for us, but it's much harder for the students. We're missing out on the company, and it's difficult times for everybody.
Yeah. Right, okay. So thanks very much for that, and I think lots of the people watching will empathise with the situation there. But I agree with what you're saying, that there are people who are much less fortunate than those of us who are in education and have that stability. So Tony, you're going to show us a trick today.
Okay, I'm going to first of all try to show you my card table, which
there we go.
Really a card table and it isn't quite big enough. Yeah, so this is, as I said, is a trick which, or as Chris said, is a trick which I remember from my primary school days. And I've got a pack of cards here. I'm going to shuffle them. There's something behind my photographs. So this is a genuine shuffle, I should add. And I'm going to pick out 10 pairs of cards here. And I'm going to ask Chris to choose one of these 10. I'll leave them at you. Hopefully you can just see them all. That's 5 of diamonds, 2 of spades, 4 of diamonds, king of clubs, jack of hearts, 10 of diamonds, 2 of diamonds, 5 of spades, 5 of clubs, 6 of hearts, queen of clubs, ace of clubs, 9 of diamonds, 6 of clubs, 6 of diamonds, 3 of clubs, sorry, 8 of diamonds, 3 of clubs, 6 of diamonds, queen of hearts, and 4 of spades and ace of hearts. There are 10 pairs here, if I've counted right.
Yep, and I can see all of those, and
I'd like to think of one of these pairs and don't tell me which it is.
Okay, I have chosen and I will keep that to myself for now.
Okay, gather them all up.
That's the kind of thing, Tony, that everybody in the group and everybody watching should be doing, or will the trick reveal my individual set of 2 cards?
The trick will reveal your individual set of 2 cards.
Yes.
If other people are watching and can put in the chat and somebody can tell me what's in the chat, I can do theirs too.
Okay. Right, so I've picked a pair.
Okay, so I've got to pack up. I would normally ask you to cut them, but obviously you're not used to do that. I want to tell me how many cards you'd like to cut and I'll cut them for you.
Let's go for 6.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to cut the 6 cards off top. I'm going to set them out in a grid, in a sort of random fashion, and I'm trying to do it so they can appear on camera. So I'm marking corners first of all. That's a corner down here. So I'm setting a 4x5 grid, 4 rows, 5 columns.
And when your primary teacher back in the day did this trick, was everyone around the table? Was everyone huddled round, or were there large cards that were stuck on the board, or how did this work for a whole group of primary kids?
To be honest, I don't remember. I'll say the moment I do remember of it. Now, I haven't made it that very nicely because my table isn't quite big enough, but hopefully you can see all the cards there.
Sure can. Yeah.
So I've 4 rows: top row, second row, third row, and fourth row. Which 2 rows are your cards in? They're not both in the same row, of course.
Row 2 and row 4.
Row 2 and row 4. So I think your cards might be, and I'm getting worried about this because I haven't had my cup of coffee this morning and I'm not very awake yet. I think they are the 2 of spades and the 5 of diamonds.
You got it. I have to say, Tony, you pulled that one out of the bag without your coffee. You didn't even need it. So let's let that sink in for a wee while in the group chat. Just in the chat, people will be sort of speculating as to how you pulled that one out the bag, how you managed to do that. While they're doing that, tell us a wee bit more about the trick and your memories of it.
Well, I remember in primary school, that's my friends and probably particularly John Simpson and Paul Douglas, because we're talking one morning about a phrase which meant nothing to me at all. And this is a sort of catchphrase. I wasn't one of the cool kids. I didn't know what it meant. And it later turned out this phrase was the key to this card trick.
Ah.
So shall I start going through how the trick actually works now?
Yeah, let's have a look at that. I guess people will eventually maybe try and preempt it by putting spoilers in the comments, but you reveal for us how on earth you go about identifying my pair of cards from
Right.
that
Well,
20.
I'm going to share my PowerPoint slide this point because that's in PowerPoint. So that's the wrong one, I think.
I'll tell you when it comes up, Tony. There we go. Okay. Oh wow! Look at this. So yeah, I did want to. Yeah, this is worth talking about. So before you tell us how this trick works, talk us through some of these folk. I'm sure people will recognise a few of them, and including some Nobel Prize winners. Is that right?
One Nobel Prize winner, yes.
Yeah.
But I actually had a second Nobel Prize winner giving a guest talk to my students this week, but because I couldn't get a selfie with her. Okay, so these are just some of the mathematical superstars that I've met over the last few years. I think I've got one Nobel Prize winner here, 2 Fields medalists, 1 Turner Prize winner, not Turner Prize winner, Turing Prize winner.
Yeah.
So at top center, we've got Fritjof Diffie, the founder of public key cryptography. Top right, Cedric Vianney, Fields medalist and now politician. Bottom right is Martin Heyrer, Sir Martin Heyrer from, at that time he was at Warwick, but I think he's now at Imperial. Bottom left is Sir Roger Penrose, who actually, in my student days, I used to have tea with every day because we were in the same department and we were part of the tea set. Top left is not a mathematician, but the great magician Danny Ortiz, my favorite magician. And in the bottom center, some of the celebrities who I'm very proud of appearing on this show today with. Robbie Staway, Hannah Fry, Bobby Seagull.
Yeah, so people who are expecting to see some more of later on, that's a wee teaser, nicely done. That's like an advert for later on, Tony. Thank you for doing that. So that's a fantastic wee collection. I hope you've got all of these printed out, and they're not just digital photos. I hope these are on your mantelpiece or printed off and on your fridge. They definitely would be if I had copies of these. That's great.
Thanks. Yes. Anyway, so primary school, playground, people are talking about this phrase, and the phrase was David Lovell in Yon Abbey.
Okay.
Which makes very little sense. I mean, I could not understand why people were saying this. And it turns out that you can represent these, if you lay these 5 words out in a grid like this, then they have the property that there is exactly 1 pair in common between any 2 rows, and there's 1 duplicate in each row. So this is the key to this card trick. When I set the cards out, I followed the format. So I put the pairs out. So 1 pair matched the 2 Ds of David, 1 matched the A of David and the A of Abby, and Chris's ones, I think, were the 2 Es of Lovell and Abby.
That's right.
And if you're doing this trick, you can lay them out in any order you like, just putting them out in pairs and making it look as random as possible. And that's really all there is to it.
So it's a mnemonic.
Yes. And when I saw this trick, I have to say, my immediate reaction was, so what? This is, it's very, it's obvious that there must be how it's done, in that there must be some, some setup so that they don't, so there's always one letter, each pair of rows specifies a pair of cards uniquely. And I didn't think that, in my primary school days, I didn't think that was very exciting. It isn't an obvious piece of mathematics that this is possible. The nice part is the mnemonic. And then I found in a magic book, in fact 2 magic books, I found this trick. John Scarney's Scarney and Card Tricks, which is a wonderful book full of many mathematical tricks, calls it Houdini's double talk card trick, and says it was done by Houdini and by Hermann the Great and by other great magicians of the golden age of mathematics in late Victorian times. They generally got 10 people to choose pairs and then identified each pair, I think.
All right, okay.
Which is obviously the same thing. But Scarney gives the mnemonic Matas Romer Pepit Lollies, which
it's harder for me to remember, if I'm being honest.
And seems a bit strange. And then Jim Steinmeier has written a series of books called Impossibilities, and in one of them, Ensuing Impossibilities, he gives a version of this trick. His is, as you'd expect from one of the Gate Magicians, slightly more sophisticated, but essentially the same trick. And he calls it the Tuzot Sensu mystery. And he is a mnemonic which has 4 different words from 4 different languages.
Oh.
And so I'm curious to know, where did David Lovell in Yon Abbey actually come from? Because it is actually almost a sensible mnemonic. I mean, it's 4 English words. Okay, one of them is a name, which isn't normally spelled quite that way, but it's easy to remember, and it's English. And can we find other mnemonics? So I guess that's the maths bit. What other mnemonics might be possible?
Yeah. Actually, the Jim Steinmeier his Impossibilities books were mentioned already during this 24-hour Maths Magic show. Ron Lancaster was on sometime early in the morning and showed a few of those. So that's a double thumbs up for that guy and his collection of books.
Indeed, and the new one is specifically written for Zoom performance.
Oh, that seems very, very topical. Great.
Well, actually, most of them are possible over the internet anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. And yeah, that's great. And so these, I guess, would you ever challenge students to think about creating a smaller version, maybe a smaller mnemonic that might work, or a larger version? I mean, I guess it must be really challenging to make them larger, but is it possible to come up with a similar trick based on the same principles, but in a condensed version, and give that as a challenge?
It looks like you've been looking at my next slide.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, which is exactly what I'm looking for. I mean, so basically, could we do it for dollar numbers? We've done it for 10 pairs in 4 rows and 5 columns, and clearly we could do it for any set of n rows and n plus 1 columns and n times n plus 1 cards.
Okay.
And it might be easier to come up with mnemonics for small ones. So if I run through a few simple cases, the first case would be n equals 1. This involves 1 pair of cards in 1 row, and I'll do a trick for you now, Chris. If I switch to my, sorry. Sorry, I'm doing the wrong thing. I want to stop sharing my screen, don't I?
Yeah, so you're going to switch to the, there we go.
So here is 1 pair of cards. I'd like you to remember any one of these pairs of cards and to lay them out randomly in a row, 1 row, in 2 columns. And if you tell me which row your cards are in, I'll
it's actually in the first row this time.
So, I think your cards might be the 4 of spades and the 5 of hearts.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, there you are. And this, to be honest, is not a very good trick.
No, that's not impressive on any level. I know you claim that the trick that you saw in primary school disappointed you at the time, but it stuck with you. It did stick with you. So there was something.
It stuck with me, but it just shows what a good judge of card tricks I am. This is the trick. It was standard in late Victorian times. All the Gate Magicians did it. Houdini did it. Professor Hoffman did it, and I thought it wasn't very good. But anyway, to do the 2 cards, you need a mnemonic, and there are some English words of 2 letters that work. And these, one might be, for example, the word "a" or "a," spelled "aa." So that's the easy version to start with.
Yeah.
But we can go on a bit, and n equals 2, 3 pairs of cards, 2 rows, 3 columns, and it's not difficult to come up with phrases for this. Without really any thought at all, I came up with odd pop. I think was one of my first ones. But you can do add, virtually any 2-letter word, any 3-letter word with a pair of letters, and then you can find another one. So I'm sure you can do better than that, and that will work. N equals 3, you think might be a bit harder. In fact, it isn't that hard. Now we've got 3 rows, 4 columns, 12 cards, we've got 3 4-letter words, and one example. I mean, it's not pretty sensible on it, but bell, booze, eggs, referring to the inventor of the telephone and his dislike of certain breakfast foods. But it isn't too difficult to come up with a mnemonic for 12 cards. So we then get to the case we've just done, the David Lovell Inwan Abbey, 4 or 5-letter words, and I haven't tried very hard because I think this is probably rather difficult.
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't difficult, I can't imagine why Houdini would have used Herbert Romer, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And Steinmeier would use his one. So I'd be very interested if somebody were to come up with a good one. I have to say I haven't spent much time thinking about it myself, but I may be being pessimistic. And I don't know how one. And I would really like to know how far back the David Lovell one goes. It obviously goes back a long time because it was in my primary school days. But so the next case would be 5 rows of 6 cards, 30 cards, 15 pairs. You can do that with a pack of cards. That would be very normal. And I haven't even thought about that because I assume that it's not very easy.
I think it's obviously as you ramp up the number of cards, it must get increasingly fiendish. There'll be people who'll be able to do this using coding, maybe. Do you think that might be that is the way forward for this?
Definitely.
Or people who just love these sort of number puzzles. And I guess the audience today for the 24-hour Maths Magic Show, there'll be people in there who absolutely will know this. Someone's put in another version of the mnemonic that used for the original trick. Mutus nomen dedit caucus. That's from a lampshade. So thanks very much for that one. And I think someone else agrees that they've seen that one before. So there you go. But no one in real time is brave enough to come up with the one for an even larger grid. And you don't want that anyway, do you, Tony? Because your camera couldn't cope with the extra rows of cards.
Indeed, I'd have to get a proper setup for that.
You should have just said that was the reason you haven't done it yet, rather than saying that you would have found it tricky.
Yes, right, yes.
That's what a real showman would have done.
Yes, well, as I said, I didn't think this was a very good trick when I first saw it. So that was my understanding of showmanship.
And how many disappointing lessons from primary school can you still remember? I'm fascinated with the idea that you say this thing didn't impress me and that's why I remembered it. I can't. That really blows my mind because I think all the things that I think I remember from primary school are moments that like fascinated me and wowed me. But this is something that you think seemed mundane or seemed not that wonderful or magical. That's a really interesting way to have arrived at this trick.
Yes, well, I mean, I should say that I haven't actually been thinking about this ever since I left primary school.
It's not consumed you.
I don't know when it came back to me. It might have been when I read Carney's trick and recognised it and remembered the phrase. But I mean, the phrase certainly stuck with me.
Yeah.
And incidentally, I asked a couple of my primary school friends who I'm friends with on Facebook, and one of them remembered the trick pretty well perfectly, except that he tried shuffling cards in the middle, which doesn't actually help it. And the other has no memory of it at all.
Well,
I should also have said, and I really should stress this, my memory is very unreliable. This may all be my imagination, gilded, etc. But that's how I remember it. Do I remember anything else from primary school? A few things. I was football obsessed.
Yeah.
My team were good in these days. I've never been since. Fairman Athletic.
You're the Pars.
I'm a Fars man, yes.
There you go. So what is the connection with Dunfermline?
I lived there. I was born there.
There we go.
I was born in Edinburgh, but lived in Dunfermline from the age of 3, and was a passionate Fars supporter in my childhood. Saw them in the European Cup Winners' Cup semi-final.
There you go.
Many European quarterfinals and European nights, Scottish Cup final.
This is I had no idea. I hadn't really asked you where you were brought up or anything like that. And so we've got this is like the Scottish section of the 24-hour Maths Magic Show, because you've got Tony from a Dunfermline boy, I'm going to call him. I'm in Ayrshire. We have after I finish hosting, we're going to be handing over to Katie Oldfield, who is Maths Week Scotland coordinator, and we also had Eliane on earlier on, and so this seems like we've got a wee bit of a Scottish flavour going on here. So even though you're down in Greenwich, Tony, still one of us.
Yeah, so still looking for the Fars results every week.
Excellent, of course. My brother-in-law is actually a Dunfermline fan as well, so yeah.
So where in Ayrshire are you from?
I'm from New Milnes, which is a wee town in East Ayrshire, and the town next to it is Darvel, where Sir Alexander Fleming was born. So penicillin country and Robert Burns country, I guess. But I'm not sure about any mathematical connections in the area I live in, really.
My mother came from Girvan.
Oh, right, okay, wow.
And she once danced with Sir Alexander Fleming.
What? That is a story. You can't just tell us that and not tell us a wee bit. How on earth did she end up dancing with Sir Alexander Fleming?
I don't know, at a university dance, I think. There was a photograph somewhere.
I think
that's why.
Sorry. Wow, I'm sorry to say, Tony, I think that maybe trumps some of your Nobel Prize winner photographs as well. That is amazing.
Yeah, I think it probably does, actually.
You didn't dance with Roger Penrose, did you? No.
No, I don't think. I think that was probably a very good thing for all concerned.
Right. Anything that you'd like to sort of direct people to, your website, or anything that you'd like to plug, just as we wrap this bit up, Tony?
Really, just to recommend the rest of today's show. There's going to be lots of wonderful things on it. I do have a blog, but it's not maintained as well as it should be. tonysmaths.blogspot.com, and I aim to write something every month, and I think I've managed something every year so far, so it's not.
So 2 times less efficient than you meant to be, but still, your blog is in the chat, so people can see that now and click on there and see these annual updates from you.
But this is a wonderful day, and there's so many wonderful things to come, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the day. Once I've had my cup of coffee.
And you've earned it, Tony. Thank you so much for being with us, for showing us your tricks, for being able to switch between your screens. It all went smoothly. So thank you very much, and we'll see you later.
Thank you, Chris. Bye for now.
Bye, Tony. So you are watching the 24-hour Maths Magic Show. I know. Oh, I actually just banged into that cupboard there. We do have a fancy and slick animation, but actually this kind of does the same trick, right? Okay, 24-hour Maths Magic Show. Remember, it is connected with Mark Watson's fabulous 24-hour Watsonathon. I will remind you that is 24 hours of non-stop comedy. And over here we have 24 hours of non-stop maths magic and maths chat, and so far so good. We are actually, this is quite exciting, we're heading into the final half hour of the first 12 hours. So by the end of this next section, we will be halfway through. So for anyone who's been there since the start, I mean, I'm not sure that we can award you a medal, but you respect for making it this far through the first 12 hours. That's absolutely amazing. We should say that as we get to that 12-hour switch, I think there's going to be a sort of move for the live stream. We'll maybe update a wee bit, because YouTube can only handle 12 hours of this, not just 12 hours of maths generally, but 12 hours of recording. So we'll give you more information about that. I think Katie Steckles is going to be back on to update us on that at the end of the next half hour. So a reminder that throughout today, there are 2 charities specifically that the What's On-a-thon is supporting. One is Turn to Us, and that's for giving sort of emergency loans to people in low-income jobs or struggling just now. And also the Comedy Support Act, which obviously gives a wee bit of support to people who are not able to do the same performances that they would usually. A wee comment in the, I'm just looking at the questions in the comments, and someone's asking, is the whole show going to be recorded and available? The answer to that is yes and yes. It's going to be recorded and it's going to be available for a wee while, and you will be able to watch the whole thing, all 24 hours again, and it will also be burst up into the half-hour sections so that you can watch the individual ones. So I hope that helps. And yeah, we are now at 8:30, and I'm hoping that we have our next guest waiting in the wings. Our next guest is, oh, there he is. Our next guest is Kyle Evans, and Kyle's, I don't know, I think he just doesn't want a label. Oh, wait a minute, he's actually got a t-shirt. Stand up a wee bit, Kyle. Kyle, let's see this t-shirt of yours. Before I introduce you, I want to see what it is that you're wearing. Oh, Kyle's frozen for me. Oh, there he is. Oh, I'm sexy and I know it. Right, loving it, Kyle. Kyle is here, and I was going to describe him in a whole bunch of ways, none of which were sexy. Sorry, Kyle. I know it's pretty controversial. I was going to say he's a award-winning sort of comedian. He's a bit of a musician, sings Matty songs. A great thing to do. I'm sitting at the piano just now because I'm going to be back on with Bobby Seagull later on and definitely going to do a song. I know that never works well on Zoom, but we'll give it a bash. He is a maths presenter. He's done TED Talks. He was part of an infamous barbershop quartet during our That's Mathematics song and song performance, which if you didn't catch that, there's actually loads of people in the 24-hour Maths Magic show who were involved in that project, so we should definitely share that link in the chat. I'm sure somebody will do that over the next few while. But Kyle, brilliant to see you. Good to chat, mate. And how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. I'm pretty good. I've been watching a little bit of this last night when I got in, and I've had a little eye on it this morning. So it looks really good. There's been some really good stuff so far. I'm still slightly worried that someone's going to have done my trick while I've been asleep, but we'll find that out. I'm sure someone will tell you in the comments if that's the case.
Yeah, absolutely. And have you got your?
I'm just going to
Sorry, on you go.
Go on. I'm just flicking my other video on.
See that? Yeah, that's working.
Is that the
yes.
right? Does that look the right way around?
Yes,
to you?
it is. 3s and 4s and stuff are up the right way
the
round.
right way around. Okay, that's pretty good.
Have you?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
That's it. Perfect. Have you got your
Wicked.
kids locked up in a cupboard
Yeah.
somewhere during the next half hour? Is that the plan?
Yeah, I have. I've put a Halloween movie on for them in the front room.
Yeah,
they'll have nightmares later on, but in the short term, it works. Yeah.
Yeah, ours are similar. They're through there on devices. Terrible. Dad parenting fails, but anyway, needs must for the 24-hour Maths Magic. So will we fire right in with the trick? I think we should, and we'll get to some other chat.
Yeah.
But yeah. Do you want to show us your trick?
Yeah, no problem.
Or tell us about it. Whatever.
Yes. Well, I've sort of got two interconnected tricks, if I may. And so I've seen a lot of cards and things this morning, but I haven't seen. I'm going to do a trick with a clock, if I may.
Oh yeah.
Now, I'm no magician, but I'm gonna get as magical as I can. So the people watching at home, what I need you to do is you might like to make sure you don't have a touchscreen kind of computer, but you might like to put your hands out and actually touch the screen so that we can all generate mystic energy together, and all of your combined energy from home can make us have the desired effect. So what I would like you to do at home is I would like you to choose a number from the outside of the clock. Okay, this is a snazzy clock that's got the 24-hour clock on the inside. Although it does say 24 at the top, probably should say 0, I would have thought, but let's not get into that now. Anyway, pick a regular number from the outside from 1 to 12. Don't tell anyone what you've chosen, and certainly don't tell us in the comments, just keep it to yourself. But what I would like you to do is in your head, that number you've picked, I want you to spell it out. Okay, spell it out. And I'm talking about the standard English or American spelling. So spell it out. And then what I want you to do is, starting from the top of the clock, that's starting from 12, you're going to count round in a clockwise fashion, however many letters there were in that number. So for example, if you were thinking of 10, then starting from the top, you will count round 1, 2, 3 places. That's the trick. Thank you very much. No, right. Okay. 1, 2, 3 places. So, but you won't. If you probably weren't thinking of 10 like Chris, so you're probably somewhere else.
Yeah.
But don't tell us where you are.
So your first letter corresponds with the 1. Yeah. Your first letter is on 1.
Your first letter corresponds with 1. So if it was
okay.
If it was 10, you'd be saying T-E-N, and you'd be on 3. But you're probably not on 3. You're probably somewhere else at home. Okay. So what I would like you to do, that new number that you're on, you're now on a new number. Chris is on 3. You're somewhere else. But I want you to spell that number out, and then move on in a clockwise fashion, a bit like Chris just said, where your first letter is the first move. So the new number that you're on, spell that out and move around that many places in a clockwise fashion. Okay, this puts you on a new number. And then we're going to repeat this one more time. So your new number that you're on, you're going to spell that out. And then you're going to move on from that number by that many letters. And this is where you may wish to reach out, touch the screen in the corresponding place, and make sure that you're really pushing all of that magical mystic energy in towards the number that you have landed on. Okay, and that's good. That's the one. That's the one. So don't tell me what you've got. Don't tell me what you got. We're going to switch over to a second trick. I hope I'm not breaking the rules here, Chris, but we're going to have a second trick. But the second trick is going to give you some, possibly a little bit of a clue to what's gone on in the first trick, perhaps. So hopefully you can see my cards now, which I prepared earlier on.
Yeah, sure can.
So I hope that that's close enough that you can see the colors and the numbers.
Yes, clearly.
And just to, I don't want this one here. This 2 in the middle row is blue.
Yep.
And this 6 and this 4 are green. I know that might cause it. I tried to do something that would cause the least possible problem for people that have issues with color blindness, but that's the best, that's the most different I could do. Anyway, what I would like you to do is I would like you to start by choosing a yellow card, but don't tell me what it is. Choose any yellow card, please. Don't tell me what it is. And then I want to quickly change, okay? Quickly change. So what I would like you to do, once you've chosen your yellow card, I want you to move along the row you're in until you get to an even number. Okay, so I want you to change to a different card. So you started by picking a yellow card, and then you're going to move horizontally until you get to an even number.
Yeah.
Okay, but now I'm going to get you to change again. Now I would like you to move vertically, so within the column that you're in, until you reach an odd number.
Okay.
So you should now be on an odd number.
Yeah.
But now I'm going to get you to make another change. Now I would like you to move diagonally. So that is diagonally upwards or downwards until you reach an even number. So I'll say that instruction again, diagonally upwards or downwards until you reach an even number.
I'm with you.
And finally, I would like you to just make one last move, a horizontal move, please, to any odd number. So I would like you to move horizontally to any odd number. And I am hoping that just as with the clock, it is the number 1 that you landed upon. Chris, please tell me that was the case.
Yeah, it absolutely was.
I think.
What are you giggling at?
And did you get a 1 on the clock, Chris?
I did get a 1 in the clock.
There's a slight delay on the line.
Yeah, I got the 1 in the clock.
Fantastic.
I got the 1 in the cards.
Fantastic.
And I very much enjoyed Mrs. Evans coming in to make a cup of tea. That was a highlight for me.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I tried to get her to do it in a gorilla costume and see if anyone noticed, but she wasn't up for that. Right. So now I hope you don't mind. I don't know if it's the done thing, but we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on with this trick. Now,
Yeah,
as I said
that'd be
before, I'm no magician. The first trick is pinched from David Copperfield. Did that in I believe the early 90s. I don't know where he got the idea from. It feels like something older. The second trick is taken wholesale from Derren Brown's Seance, which people in the UK can probably watch on the Channel 4 player, which I remember watching at university, and it was fantastically well done TV, like everything Derren Brown does. But there was this part with the cards where he got you to choose at home, and I chose this because of the Halloween theme. You see, these were all people. These were all deceased people, and
right.
you were going to pick who they were going to commune with. And so at home, instead of odds and evens, it was male and female, or color or non-color pictures. And then at home, you would decide who you were going to, who in the studio, whose spirit they were going to summon from the spirit realm. And everyone chose this, which was Jane. And I hate to give, I won't give you a spoiler because it's fantastic TV, but they do speak with Jane in a manner of speaking. So what's going on with these two tricks? Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to set up a clock here and where people can see it at home. So I'm going to set up a clock. Now it just might take me a little moment to do this because I want to just make sure that it's where everyone can see. That's not how a clock works, is it? 3 goes at east traditionally. So is that that's going to be a little bit low on the bottom end. So let's do something like that.
Yep. Your 12 is going to be tight.
Okay, that's fine. That's what. Right, cool. And let's do that. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. I forgot there was still one at the top. It helps when you're doing a trick with a clock to know roughly what a. So all a bit. Okay, so that's fine. Yep. We can squeeze it in. For those of you, yeah, okay. Those of you listening, there's a bit of a delay between me talking and Chris replying. So whenever I'm just laughing to myself in a wry way, it's because of that oddity. But anyway, this feels pretty good. So I'm using Uno cards, and it only goes up to 9. So this one, I've got a 0 here, which I've adjusted into a 10. This one with 2 cards says +2 in the corner, so I've made that 12. And this one with 2 arrows look a bit like 1s, so I've made that 11. But I'll be talking you through it all as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm now going to put some more cards on top, and these red ones I could move around, but the yellows are going to stay in place. And what we're going to do is we're going to kind of spoil the trick by showing how it works. But any of you would have been working this out for yourself, because I know that you're all keen mathematicians at home. So you picked a number to start with, and then you spelt it out. So if you chose 1, like Chris chose 10, and that put him to 3, but 1 would also have sent you to 3, as would 2, as would 6. And I think that's all of the cards that would have sent you to start from 3. 3 itself, if you chose to start from 3,
that's because you're
would have
picking out all
sent
the
you
three-lettered numbers, yeah. I'm just
yeah,
I'm
that's
spelling
right.
out the
Yeah,
trick,
sorry. Yeah, so 1. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. 1, 2, and 6, and 10 all would have sent you to 3 in your first move. If you chose 3, that would have sent you to 5, because 3 is a 5-letter number. As is 7, 8, and I think that's it.
Yeah.
So those were the 5-letter numbers. 4 itself is a 4-letter number, as is 9. And this is 11. 11 is the longest one. So we don't need any of those yet. I think we're all set. 5, I never picked up 5,
Yeah,
which
5's
is
a
also
4-letter one. Yeah.
a 4-letter number. So by doing this, thank you. And then we've got 11, L-E-L-E-V-E-N is a 6er. And we've got 12, which is also a 6er. So although you had free choice, actually your first choice was only ever going to put you on 3, 4, 5, or 6. And now the good thing about these cards, I've put them landscape so that I don't get muddled about which move we're talking about. So this is after the 0th move, I suppose, when you just put yourself into position. Now, let's move from the top end, because we're more likely to not get doubled up. So these ones that are on 6 now move 3 spaces around. 1, 2, 3, which puts you onto 9. Let's go portrait so that I don't get the order of moves muddled up. These ones that are on 5 go 4 more places. 1, 2, 3, 4, and also land on 9. So we're starting to get a feel for how the trick works. We've got some more visitors in the room, but that all adds to the fun. Right. And then these ones that are on 4 go 1, 2, 3. So these landed on 8. And these ones that are on 3 go T, H, R, E, E, and also land on 8. So after either the first or the second move, depending on how you're looking at it, everything is lined up at 8 or 9. And if we perform one more move, you'll notice that 9 has 4 letters, 8 has 5. They're lined up next to each other. So in the next move, they are all going to end up at 1, which is a lovely thing. Mathematically, I think. Look, go on, Chris. Go on.
I was just going to say. So now that you're on 1, really, you could extend the trick to become even more ridiculous. You know, you could say to someone, right, would someone pick a number, right, move around 7 clockwise or 5 anti-clockwise, and just keep going for ages, because now everyone should be in the same number and jumping round.
Yeah.
Which makes them think there's more control.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think when David Copperfield does it, he throws in a few more steps. He starts elaborately taking away the
Okay.
numbers that you can't
Right.
be on, and then
Yeah.
adds a few more steps and starts gradually taking them away. And I think when it concludes, there's only, I think he winds up down at number 6 or something, and then they zoom.
Kyle, I don't hear you anymore.
Hello, can you hear me, Chris?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I think you might have lost my face. So I'm just using the cards laptop now because I think I've got a pretty shonky connection here in my house. So I apologise to the people at home. What I find quite interesting about this trick, so I think the maths here, sometimes called a, what am I picking those up for? Sometimes called a Crisco count, and this phenomena of kind of making you converge towards, all paths will eventually converge, and there's various tricks that work off this sort of basis.
Oh, you're back. You are back.
Back in business.
Right.
So
and the way that I often.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Nice. Yeah, it's very professional. I shouldn't have gone out last night. Right. So I like to think of this. The way I describe this phenomenon to people is it's like I call it the grey Play-Doh phenomenon. These tricks. So anyone who's ever had Play-Doh, people in America might Play-Doh might have a different name there, but basically it's this dough, and it comes in all different bright colours. But it's on an inexorable slide towards becoming a big grey mass, because when you play with Play-Doh, it can't ever get cleaner. It can only ever get dirtier, right? So it is eventually heading towards its future as a kind of grey, disgusting grey mass. And it's the same thing. These paths will eventually converge at some point, or will they? Because we're just going to talk. If I've got 5 minutes, we're going to attempt to do this very quickly in some different languages. Is that all right, Chris?
Yes, so we have exactly 5 minutes, Kyle, because we need to sort out the new link for the end this current streaming stuff. So, but that would be great. 5 minutes, go for it.
Yeah, no problem. In that case, what I'll do is I'll skip the Spanish. So you can have a go with Spanish yourself at home if you like. So you might just have to look up the Spanish alphabet, but Spanish will converge, but you have to go twice round the clock. You have to go about 5 steps.
Okay.
It's like 2 of them just won't get in line, and then they'll eventually get in line. But what we'll do is we'll do the French. Okay, we'll do the French. So I'm going to pick up all my red ones because I need my French alphabet, which I've written onto my Uno cards. So you'd expect after the first move, you'd expect to kind of find yourself around the first quarter with sort of 3, 4, 5, 6 letter names.
Yeah.
Actually, one in French actually has 2 letters, which is quite special. And then I've picked them up backwards. So deux has 4 letters, and so does cinq. So that goes on to 4 letters as well, and so does sept, and so does huit, all 4 letters, and so is onze for 11 in French. We missed out the 3-letter numbers, which would be six and dix. And then we are on to the 5-letter. I think I missed neuf as well on the 4-letter ones. So we'll have neuf in there. And then the 5-letter ones are douze. And I've got un, deux, trois, quatre, which is 6. And I've still got a 3 in my hand, which is trois, which is a 5-letter word. So this is how we arrange in French after the first step. And then when I was moving into my second step, so look what happens. So which would have gone to de gets 4 more spaces, or should I say 4 more spaces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's going to land on cease. But remember, the people that chose cease are then moving 4 more spaces onwards from 2, 3, 4 to dix, and these people will move to dix on the next one, while the dixers will move on to back to un. And actually, in French, it will never converge because you will always be 1 step behind
Right.
where you were. There'll be people that will always remain 1 step out of sync. So if David Copperfield had been doing his trip en français, it would definitely fail.
They're out of sync. They're out of sync.
Yeah, it would have stank without trace. So the people, I thought people at home, there's going to be people that speak in languages other than the ones that I've done here. I did German myself at school, so I'd done it with German. I won't tell you whether it passes or fails in German, but have a go with your own language and see how it goes. Oh, we have another visitor. Would you like to come and say hello?
Hello. What's your name?
This is it. That's what your name was.
Edwin.
Hi, Edwin.
You're on the internet, mate.
You are on the
star.
24-hour Maths Magic Show. Okay.
There's about 300 people. There's about 300 people watching, Edwin. So you now have a bigger audience than any of Dad's gigs. How do you feel about that?
Whoop,
Right.
whoop. Go,
finish the
Edwin.
movie off. All right. Say bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Dad, I thought we can do some Legos.
Some Lego, right?
What is it?
Kyle.
To do some Lego.
Yes, Kyle, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for sharing your trick. And you go off and do some Lego while we hand over for the next. Right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Evans.
Right. I'm going to go dark. Bye, everyone.
Cheerio.